The Voices of Guns. By McLellan. The definitive and dramatic story of the 22-month career of the Symbionese Liberation Army, one of the most bizarre chapters in the history of the American left. For Mary V.B.M. For Charles and Kristen Pa. Contents. Acknowledgements 5. 1. The story 17. 2. Prison politics, the cell block connection 47. 3. Yolanda, General Taco, General Jelena 75. 4. Birth of the SLA 87. 5. Cujo, Gabby, Zoya 112. 6. Assassination 127. 7. Aftermath of Triumph 145. 8. Concord, California, January 10, 1974 159. 9. Faiza, Osceola, Bo 174. 10. Kidnap 188. 1. Mom, Dad, I'm okay 203. 12. Patricia Campbell Hurst 222. 13. People in Need 234. 14. By Miss American Pie, The Transformation of Patricia Hurst 256. 15. Tanya 289. 16. General Field Marshal Sink 302. 17. Tanya Goes to the Bank 322. 18. Blunder 341. 19. Shootout 349. 20. Eulogy 365. 21. Refuge I 374. 22. Refuge 2 396. 23. Renaissance 425. 24. The New World Liberation Front 449. 25. Quest, Capture, and Questions 468. Postscript 495. Appendix, a selection of SLA documents 499. Index 529. The emblem of the Symbionese Liberation Army is 170,000 years old, and it is one of the first symbols used by PLE to signify God and life. The two bottom heads on each side of the cobra represent the four principles of life: the sun, the moon, the earth, and the water. The three center heads represent God and the universe, and are called the Godhead. The number 7, as embracing all the universal forces of God and life, can be traced to the Egyptian temples and their 7 pillars, to the 7 candles of the pre-Zionist, North African religions, to the Buddhist and Hindu religions, and to the North and South American Indian religions. This is because the 7 principles explain the interrelationships of life, of the family and the state, of the human anatomy and the universe. And because the basic principle behind any kind of union and series of relationships must be equally accessible to all concerned, we see why the 7 heads of the cobra have but one body. The thoughts and purpose in each of the 7 heads of the cobra penetrates its common body and soul, and from this we see how the source of the cobra's survival lies not in any individual head, but rather in the relationship and unity of all the heads to each other. The Symbionese Liberation Army has selected the 7-headed cobra as our emblem because we realize that an army is a mass that needs unity in order to become a fighting force, and we know that true unity among people must be based upon a concern that is universal. It is a revolutionary unity of all people against a common oppressor enemy of the people. This unity of 7 heads in one body defines the essence of cooperation and socialism in the great undertaking of revolutionary war. Through the Puritan capitalist ethics of competition, individualism, fascism, racism, sexism, and imperialism, the enemy is attacking us. This enemy functions by means of attacking one race or group among us in an attempt to force us into submission and division and isolation from each other. From these attacks, we have learned that our common enemy will not stop until we come together to stop him, for he lives off the 13. 14. Murder and oppression of our divided and therefore defenseless people. From an SLA leaflet. We'll mass what people we can, perhaps that won't be the whole lower class. We'll mass ourselves and any ally we may be able to draw from the whole class structure, and will attempt to wage a war on property and property rights. But if we cannot draw the support that is necessary for such a war, then we see a positive benefit for the majority of the world's people in the reduction of this whole country to a vast wasteland, and a graveyard for 200 million of history's most damnable fools. George Jackson, Blood in My Eye. A blood-stained inanity of so fatuous a kind that it was impossible to fathom its origin by any reasonable or even unreasonable process of thought. For perverse unreason had its own logical process. Joseph Conrad, The Secret Agent. T. The Voices of Guns. The story. They called themselves the Symbionese Liberation Army and declared the revolution come. As their emblem, the sign of the new order, the mark of the SLA, they chose the writhing seven-headed cobra, the Naga, hoary symbol of the serpent god of occult myth. They were a tiny band of political terrorists, made in America, organically grown, and in a frantic 682-day career they wrote one of the most bizarre chapters in the history of the American left. Enigmatic and fey, they seemed to burst from the past into the fall of 1973, bewildering, ruthless, puerile, and tragic. Loose from nearly all contemporary moorings. As distanced from any common American zeitgeist as their Naga from the bald eagle. There were but a handful, no more than a score, actually took up arms, but through that somber winter and into spring, 1974, their inspired guerrilla theater captured a niche of American consciousness, projecting a brash farce and gothic melodrama that seemed an oddly appropriate counterpoint to the righteous and dour dramatics of the unfolding Watergate crisis. The SLA was neither the first nor the strangest of the freak revolutionary cults to bounce screaming from the California fringe, but they exploded in a spectacle wildly out of scale. Perhaps it was an inevitable marriage of Charles Manson's insane dune-buggy fascism and the arrogant pro-to-Marxist terrorism of the early weathermen, the final degradation of the new left in which the center gave way completely. Perhaps it was much less, a human implosion of frustration, futility, and fantasy. Psychodrama. The revolution as therapy. They were neither cannibals nor imbeciles. Few would identify with these Symbionese, but many could recognize them, the proprietary sense of mission, the desperate sense of urgency, the barely restrained hysteria. The SLA was a shard of the past, a B-17. 1/8. Lated tremor from the 60s. And individually, at least, there was something painfully familiar about them. The SLA had a virtual genius for the public theater. They burst into the headlines on page 1, on network news prime time, cover stories in magazines. They seized the media with sensationalism and clung tight, baiting, always with a new surprise rising to claim all the stature of an American fedayeen. Their fate was sealed, their plot insane, their image fit all the expectations of a public primed. In a matter of months the Symbionese Liberation Army achieved a notoriety and visibility unparalleled among the extremist mini-sects, dominating the political extreme, imprinting the whole of the fringe with their own quixotic image. It was they, finally, who gave a wholly American root to the word terrorist, succeeding where so many others had failed. And they introduced it into the domestic political lexicon with a full freight of riddle and absurdity, all the sad, silly irrelevance that has haunted the potential of terrorism as a political tactic. Had they been merely political and less the eerie Cobra cult, had they been more the cult and less the fevered revolutionists, their grasp on our imaginations might have been less. But the image they seized was precisely crafted, grotesque enough to vivify the canty politics, political enough to invest the grotesquerie with a bizarre secular relevance. The Symbionese set out to unleash the most devastating revolutionary violence ever imagined, sure in their heady innocence that there was a nation ready to follow in mass insurrection, sure that principled suicide was preferable to complacency. They called themselves Children of the Wind and touted their leader, General Field Marshal Sink, as not only a military genius to lead us but a spiritual prophet to save us. Sink was Donald David DeFries, a 31-year-old escaped convict who, like many black nationalists, had renounced his Christian slave name to affirm his African heritage and deny the slave tradition. He called himself Sinkmtum Sink from the name of an enslaved Wendji chief who led a famous revolt on the slave ship El Amistad in 1839, Mtum from the Swahili word for apostle or disciple. Sinkmtum, the name means fifth prophet / explained and / communique, and Cin was many years ago given this name because of his keen instinct and senses, his spiritual consciousness, and his deep love of all the people and children of this earth. The story 19 Now, once again, the people have brought forth another prophet and leader of Black Brother who to us and to all oppressed people is the instilled hope and spirit of his people and all peoples. De Vries entered California's prison system in 1970, virtually apolitical, a ghetto punk and petty hood. When he escaped after serving 3.5 years of a 5-to-life sentence for armed robbery, he had undergone a powerful transformation. In the intense, bitter atmosphere of the highly politicized California prisons he had become a revolutionary, a cell block communist. He had become Sink, acquiring a new personality, a new persona. De Vries as Sink was a magnetic, charismatic figure, but the slaw that gathered around him was more than just a personality cult. Only gradually did Cin become more than the first among equals, and it is unclear even now how much of his deification was self-conscious theater. Sink had not the mesmerizing hypnotic qualities of a Manson. Those who followed him were more self-willed and independent than the burned-out cripples who followed Manson. The chemistry of the slaw was more complex. De Vries was a black man sought out to lead the slaw because he was a black man. The soldiers of his tiny army were white. Upper-middle-class dropouts from the fringe of privilege, college-educated radicals who believed any successful revolution had to be led by a black, preferably a black convict. Each had sworn to follow only black or non-white leadership. This was to be a black revolution, a neo-Maoist helter-skelter, the triumph of the non-white over the bourgeois white capitalists. The rise of the oppressed against the oppressors, and of course it would be led by a black convict, a man from the ranks of the most oppressed of the oppressed. But the first platoon would be this band of conscious whites, reclaimed children of the oppressor who would show the way, as it were. Contrary to what many of us may think, the special privileges white men as a group have gained for themselves through the oppression of all other people has never secured for us the freedom we desire. White men must understand that they will live under the threat of death as long as they continue to oppress the members of any class or group who have the strength and determination to fight back. White men themselves have only one avenue to freedom, and that is to join in fighting to the death those who are and those who aspire to be the slave masters of the world. The SLA Credo, the Gospel according to Taco. Taco was the reborn name of William Taylor Harris, the SLA's second in command. General Taco, 30 years old, white. 20. A Vietnam veteran from Carmel, Indiana, with a master's degree in urban education. Many of us have been bold enough to intellectualize about revolution, but far too chicken shit to get down and help make it. Most of us have been nearly fatally stricken with the vile sickness of racism. Again, most of us have been immobilized by our sexist egos and have watched and done nothing as our sisters have rushed by us into battle. We have fooled ourselves into believing that Madison Avenue piggery will bring us eternal bourgeois happiness. If we haven't bought into the racist, sexist, capitalist, imperialist program, we have greened out in Mendocino and New Hampshire. To black people, who lead our struggle to freedom, we have proved to be the racist punks of the world when we kick back and live off the blood and lives of the people. The SLA was not a voice from the ghetto despite such excessive empathetics as faked black accents. The SLA was born in white suburbs, nurtured in affluence, schooled in the protest politics of the civil rights movement and Vietnam War. They were young radicals who had defined themselves as revolutionaries in the late 60s, when the horizon seemed full of possibilities. They had then been caught treading water as tension waned with quieter years. Finally they had reached the point where they had to vitalize the dream with their own lives, their own bodies, or at last surrender the heroic self-image for the more mundane role of a middle-class survivor. It was revolution as an act of will, ahistorical, individualistic. Rather than socialistic, a personal more than political process. Nothing so consumed the SLA as personal identity. Nothing so marked them individually as the effort to transform themselves, to free themselves from the bourgeois stain. We know that we have a long way to go to purify our minds of the many bourgeois poisons, but we also know that this isn't done through bullshitting and ego tripping. It is done by fighting, and as the comrade has taught us, by stalking the pig, seizing him by the tusks, and riding his pig ass into his grave. 9. The word symbionese they coined from symbiosis, an esoteric term from biology which refers to unlike organisms coexisting in harmony for mutual benefit. It was to be a rejection of race labels, a new race label, a revolutionary nation of mingled skin color. Not only De Vries but all members of the SLA adopted the black nationalist ritual, renouncing christened names for reborn names. The white SLA, far more than CIN, had a heritage to disclaim. It was more than ceremony. It was the culmination of their desperate struggle to cut away all traits of culture, class, and race they associated with their parents. The names they chose were plucked from fantasy and history, the names of black heroes, Indian heroes. The rhythm of their roll call must have sounded like an incantation: Faiza, Teiko, Yolanda, Cujo, Bo, Gabby, Zoya, Osceola. Redemption and revolution. Death to the fascist insect that preys upon the life of the people. All through the 60s there had been a freaky fringe on the New Left, tiny sects of unruly overbelievers, but while there was a mass movement, the dominant voice of the moderate left had stood to challenge them. By the time the SLA emerged there was no longer a marketplace of American radicalism in which the freak extremists had to measure themselves against the center. The 60s were dead. Even with sloppy overlap into the early 70s, the mood of trauma, the era of drastic challenge and constant change had passed. A generation of self-righteous young rebels withdrew into their individual lives, idealism battered, spear it subdued. They failed no one so much as themselves, challenged nothing so much as the fabric of their own lives. The retreat from the mass consciousness, the dissolution of the movement, was a discrete process, difficult to generalize, but central to the disaffection of many was the slow realization that the movement had developed no language of challenge that did not alienate the vast majority of their countrymen. As the moral imperative of Vietnam receded, they were left with a structural challenge to the establishment, aware of the inequities in the distribution of power, but they had no plan, no plot for change that could convincingly relate to their neighbors. The Democratic left had sought to lead America rather than capture it, and for that they had not yet the tools. Out of the movement, most of the new left veterans retreated to seek within themselves and write notes for next time. Yet there were those who could not or would not draw back. There were those who could not endure integration back into the middle-class white world from which they had so fiercely broken, those who had been so long and so fiercely alienated from the traditional American conceits that their identities were wholly bound up in the radical anti-culture. And the most crippled among these were those still infatuated with the revolution, still locked into the idea of imminent cataclysmic change, the heroic opportunity. Even as the phrase became a stock facetious idiom. The story of this tiny Symbionese rebellion was marked with the 22 cross-currents of the culture, the conflict of generations, and the confusions of future shock. It was rooted in the intense undercurrent of idealism and adolescent arrogance that molded the 60s, but the SLA was never more than a caricature of the past. Yet because it involved so many of the same powers, so many of the same passions, trapping and compressing them into such a bizarre and arcane story, it seemed to reveal some of the more subtle threads in the social dynamic. Sex and sexuality, gender and role questions of identity, alienation, affirmation, the unresolved crisis of femininity confronted with feminism, the backlash tremor of masculinity. This was much more than a story of politics, dogma, destruction, and retribution, yet it encompassed all that. From conception to conclusion, the SLA was a phenomenon smothered in sensation, but nothing so captivated the bewildered and mystified public than the climax of this brash and unwieldy crusade: the conversion of a kidnap victim, the transformation of Patricia Campbell Hearst. Patty was the SLA's most famous victim, their only convert, a 19-year-old California heiress who had been kidnapped by the SLA in February 1974, and somehow flipped and remodeled into Tanya, the Symbionese terrorist princess. The Hearst story had a peculiar magic. There had been a brutal logic to the girl's choice. The complicated and escalating demands of the SLA had made her ransom virtually impossible, but the niceties of the situation might well have escaped her. Held under death threat in a captivity described by the SLA itself as particularly brutal, Patricia Hearst simply learned that she was not to be ransomed. Whatever accommodation she made with her captors might have been excused, almost was excused, at first, but then it became clear that she had gone beyond accommodation. Survival was part of her story, but there seemed to be more. Rebellion, romance, revenge. Patty Hearst alone made this one of the most sensational mystery stories of the century, an epic that gripped a worldwide audience. Perhaps as well as any other gauge, the 7 Newsweek cover photos serve as a measure of the Patty mania fascination and trace as well the arcane 2-year cycle of the tale. In February 1974, Patty's sun-brushed smiling face, beaming teen innocence, shared its first cover with Alexander Solzhenitsyn, the Russian author then expelled from the Soviet Union. The story 23 red banner: terror and repression angled across the page, and the 2 faces were labeled. Hearst, the captive. Solzhenitsyn, the exile. April 1974, Tanya and the transformation. Patty posed in beret and jumpsuit, dead eyes, dour face, holding a machine gun. The photo accompanied Patty's conversion message from the SLA underground, and the cover design put the scaly outline of the 7-headed cobra behind her, enveloping her, and over it a bold print caption for the new myth, the saga of Patty Hearst. May 1974, another red banner label, Patty Hearst, after the shootout. The picture captured Patty the Enigma. It was a pre-kidnap lover's photo, a romantic close-up of the pensive face, eyes averted. Most of the SLA was dead, trapped and killed by Los Angeles police, but Patty and 2 others had escaped and disappeared, and only Tanya could address the haunting mystery that remained. A year and 4 months later, September 1975, headlines in scores of languages trumpeted the capture around the world, and the Newsweek cover caught a famous glimpse of Patty Tanya the day after her San Francisco arrest, giggling a defiant grin, one fist raised for the photographer, the glint of a steel handcuff at the wrist. The photograph would be entered as evidence at her trial, for it was virtually the last of Tanya. After 5 months in a jail cell, 5 months of being counseled and analyzed by a battery of psychiatrists, 5 months of conferring with a whole coterie of attorneys, Patricia Campbell Hearst went on trial in San Francisco charged with bank robbery. But the defendant, now, was a yet again transformed Patricia Hearst. Newsweek detailed the courtroom action in 3 cover stories. The first, February 1976, was headlined "Patty on Trial." The artist caught the face of a wan ex-debutante, jail cell pallor, red-brown hair stiff and unstyled. There would be no clenched fist, no grins, only this vulnerable face with the wounded eyes. The media had labeled the Hearst case yet another trial of the century, and Newsweek's March 1 cover Patty's defense framed the expectation more than the reality. It was a painted portrait of an aristocratic Miss Hearst, the witness stand microphone jutting up in front of her, the angle of the jaw and the tilt of the head conveying all the impervious defiance expected of the very wealthy in situations where lesser folk seem only desperate. 24. The March 29 issue splashed the verdict bold. GUIL across a black-orange cover photo of the woman damned, a tight blow-up of the shallow face marked with defeat and despair, the features nearly faded out in a red wash over the portrait news photograph. Who was this woman? Who was Tanya? Who was tried, and for whose crimes was she convicted? The questions were not simple, but they seemed horrendously pertinent, and none was answered in the trial. Nor the verdict. The search for truth and the struggle for justice should be compatible, but in the Hearst trial they seemed to be at strange cross-purpose. It was the misfortune of Patricia Hearst and of the millions who sought so eagerly to understand that her lawyers presented a trial defense out of the 1950s, to a jury of the 1970s, to explain an experience that came out of the 1960s. The result was another masquerade, the last mask of the SLA, an explanation that simply did not address the reality of what happened. The verdict simply meant that the jury could not believe Patricia R. Hearst, could not believe her lawyers, could not accept contradictions in the legal and psychiatric package offered as the Hearst defense case. Legally, that defense boiled down to a claim that Patricia Hearst had been coerced at gunpoint or by fear of death for the nearly 20 months of her SLA experience, but in the courtroom arguments of the defense, nothing was reduced to the simple legalities. Was it a crime trial, as billed, or was it, as it seemed, a political trial? Perhaps the strangest thing about the courtroom debate was the careful and deliberate effort of both the prosecution and the defense to skirt the political context of the crime, the eagerness with which both rushed to define the SLA as cartoon characters, despicable but incomprehensible. A San Francisco jury in 1976 was capable of understanding a much more complicated reality, but the Hearst defense seemed confined and limited by its own narrow perspective. The Cold War politics for which both the Hearst family and their chief defense attorney, F. Lee Bailey of Boston, were noted seemed to provide the only underpinning for the defense case. It was a case, as many law professors put it, that had to be tried, a situation that called into question so many of the crucial and fundamental issues of law, that challenged so many significant concepts of responsibility, free will, and mental disability that the story 25. Only a jury verdict could be reasonably trusted to weigh the social will. The verdict was rendered, but the case debate in the courtroom had tangled so many issues so maladroitly that it confused and raised more questions than it resolved. Patricia Hearst was convicted not of the bank robbery for which she was tried. Patricia Hearst was convicted of having become Tanya, of having converted to the SLA. The crux of the case, the issue of whether there were factors in the conversion that rendered it illegitimate, was confronted indirectly, if at all, for the threat of the defense was to deny that there had been any Tanya transformation. Mr. Bailey is a courtroom orator whose flair has always seemed to be flamboyant more than brilliant, and the structure of the defense case he developed seemed to rely more on his skill for slick verbal argument than on any deep or profound analysis of the issues raised. Bailey's defense seemed schizophrenic, inherently contradictory, at times virtually incoherent. On one hand, Bailey put psychiatrists and POW experts on the witness stand to explain Korean War-style brainwashing and argued that Patty had been subjected to some vague and mechanical form of mind control, yet on the other, he insisted that the Symbionese mind control process had only been partially successful, that Patty had to be coerced in virtually every case where she did something illegal. But more, in every instance where she wrote something, or said something, or did anything that seemed to indicate latent sympathy or open camaraderie with the SLA. It was, as both the prosecutor's argument and the verdict made clear, too big a pill to swallow. The jury simply could not believe Patricia Hearst's sworn testimony that she had never voluntarily supported the SLA at any time during her long sojourn in the radical underworld. The government's evidence to the contrary was impressive: witnesses, documents, even a tape recording secretly made of a conversation between the defendant and a visitor after her arrest. If none of it actually proved her willful participation in the bank robbery for which she was charged, in the nature of the case as it evolved in court, the bank heist became only the fulcrum for judgment. The jury vote weighed the uncontested fact of the kidnapping, and the trauma and terror of her captivity, against the government's evidence of her invested involvement in the year-and-a-half Tanya Odyssey. 26. Yet the blunt facts of the conviction remain rather stunning. Patricia Hearst, kidnapped and unransomed, having been locked in a tiny bedroom closet of the SLA's tract house hideout for at least 6 weeks, having been reduced during that period to such physical state that she could not stand unassisted, blindfolded for so many weeks that she could not see but with a hallucinogenic blur of vision. This teenage girl allegedly freely and responsibly enlisted with her captors and became Tanya. About 4 weeks later Tanya Hurst marched into a bank with an SLA assault squad and robbed it for the Symbionese Revolution. And the verdict announced the jury certain beyond a reasonable doubt that she robbed that bank of her own free and unfettered will. Legalistically, Bailey's coercion line may have looked viable for the bank robbery case. It was even a likely argument with the bank job being the first Tanya crime, coming so on the heels of the bizarre announcement that Patty was no longer a captive but a comrade of the SLA. But in such a sensational and politically sensitive case it was a law school argument that didn't approach the scope of the case. There is no brainwash defense in law, although the claim might be approached through a mix of modified insanity pleas. Bailey, however, was determined to use coercion, apparently because it provides a conventional bedrock defense. But to have clung to it, to have molded his defendant's carefully staged testimony to support it, seemed legal suicide after the trial judge, in a hotly disputed decision, ruled that the government could introduce evidence to document and describe Patty's behavior during the 17-month period between the bank robbery and the arrest *, evidence which undercut the whole defense with a picture of Patty acting independently, seemingly a willful, swaggering warrior of the revolutionary underground. Bailey tried to justify his strategy amid the considerable criticism that followed the trial. The jury was going to consider her a kidnap victim trying to survive, he argued, or they were going to consider a very bad girl who had been doing bad things for a year and a half after her trauma. We knew that was the choice. It was a simplistic, even naive, perspective, but the statement aptly captured the tone of his argument, which reflected little of the complexity of the case, which in fact almost insulted the intelligence of the earnest and troubled jury that brought in the verdict. After the trial, several of those jurors spoke of feeling let down by Bailey, by the shallowness of his defense. "Every single one of us would rather have acquitted her," said one juror. Another complained that Bailey hadn't offered a shred of solid evidence with which to buttress the strong inclination of several to acquit. When the secret ballots were tallied for conviction, several jurors began to weep. Another had to vomit. What was it in the story of Patricia Hearst that created such certainty of guilt, yet such reluctance to punish? What are the varieties of guilt? There were some sensationally exciting questions about the borderland between volition and involution in human behavior, mused one law professor. We could have learned a lot from this case about human behavior. That those questions were avoided and not explored is perhaps part of the ultimate tragedy of the Hearst case, all the more so, if those questions were not openly raised as the result of a defense strategy that simply didn't trust the jury to comprehend the complex truth. Vincent Hallinan is a 78-year-old San Francisco attorney, a socialist presidential candidate several decades back, and patriarch of a feisty Irish clan that has produced conspicuously leftist lawyers the way others produce generations of policemen or naval officers. Hallinan had bitterly attacked the SLA early on, and the Hearsts had retained him for the defense team while Patty was still on the run. Vince Hallinan was one of the first people to hear Patty's story directly from her right after her arrest, and one of his lawyer sons, Terrence K.O. Hallinan, was Patty's own first choice to be her defense counsel. Both were eventually edged out of the case by Bailey and the Hearsts, but after the trial Vince Hallinan delivered a scathing public denunciation of Bailey. No amount of mischance, negligence, stupidity, or idiocy could have loused up the case worse than it was loused up. He said. With obvious anger and scorn, he added, "If you're going to give a client a story to tell, for Christ's sake, give them one that can be believed." There were evidently some major discrepancies between the story Miss Hearst and Bailey put before the jury and the version Patty told the Hallinans. "They missed the whole point," complained K.O., who was the first person Patty opened up to after the arrest. The jury heard the Hearst parents' version. The family just couldn't accept that she had become Tanya. That the SLA had twisted and turned her in a very brutal way, but that she had changed. when Bailey put her on the stand to say she hadn't, that it was all because they had a gun to her head, it just didn't make any sense. The jury was begging for a reason to acquit her, and Bailey had her story so full of contradictions they couldn't find one. And yet what of Patricia? Was she or had she ever been more than a marionette? This girl who had turned 20 locked in a closet begging her parents to ransom her, who had turned 21 a terrorist in the underground, cursing her family and sketching little seven-headed cobras, who turned 22 in a tiny maximum security jail cell, betraying old lovers, friends who had risked themselves for her, former comrades in this strangest of revolutions. The trial in any case would have been a difficult place to unravel her story. The tale of Tanya is inextricably interwoven with the story of the SLA. Denied the context stripped and removed from the peculiar psychological, emotional, and political vision that defined the separate reality of the Symbionese, even the whole of Patty's story was but a piece of the puzzle. To comprehend at all, it seems necessary to plunge into that separate reality, to delve for the roots and trace the evolution of the vision, the gathering of personalities. It is a sad, sometimes profound study, almost a leap from one culture to another. It is a study of disintegration, of politics and personalities, ideals sinking into decadence. The SLA was a relic of the 60s, a projection of dislocated expectations and possibilities. America in the 70s will have its. The story 29. Rebels, certainly its revolutionaries, probably its terrorists, but the SLA was a specter of the past, conceived not out of any possibility of success, but simply in the vacuum of options, the left's cloistered atmosphere of futility and failure. And of all the beleaguered enclaves from which it might have so predictably emerged, certainly none was so likely as the Bay Area of San Francisco, and in the Bay Area, the quaint and notorious city of Berkeley. Berkeley is the ghost town of the movement, the morgue of the New Left. It is a city dominated by the huge University of California Berkeley campus, a college town uniquely caught up in its own peculiar atmosphere in which swift, turbulent currents of the 60s still swirl, settling well outside the American mainstream. Once the premier capital of the counterculture, Berkeley is still Mecca for those seeking to discover or recreate the angry, hopeful anarchism that surged across the nation in the youthful rebellion of the last decade. If there was a geographical locus for that rebellion, it was the Bay Area, Berkeley, San Francisco, and the heavily black ghetto city of Oakland, the three unlikely sister cities that abut San Francisco Bay. Elegant San Francisco, with its heritage of precious arty subcultures, saw the crystallization of the new Bohemia, flower children, the hate, beads, baubles, zen, and the art of acid tripping. Oakland, long dominated by white conservatives, gave birth to the Black Panther Party and a whole new generation of black militancy. And Berkeley in 1964 launched the Campus Rebellion. Berkeley's renegade free speech movement established the campus as a weather vane of student activism. It held that distinction through the most desperate and hopeful years of the 60s. It was a tumultuous decade, full of angst and seismic change. But the tide receded everywhere, even in Berkeley. The annual spring migrations that had made the Bay Area the carnival of hip did not cease, but now the migrants were often older, and where once there were only kids hungry for experience, now many who came sought only shelter. And as the student culture became more passive and conventional, the center of Berkeley's radical subculture shifted from the university to a large transient enclave of dropouts and freelance radicals. The counterculture went sour, the workers voted for Nixon, and Telegraph Avenue went commercial, but in Berkeley a huge community of young white radicals, veterans of campus wars, walled themselves off from the middle-class world. It became the 30 largest garrison of vintage New Left radicals anywhere in the nation. It was a subculture scattered through low-rent suburbs, but it remained curiously centered behind the spiritual barricades of Berkeley. Here the revolution never failed, it merely fell into limbo. For many it was simply a refuge for an eccentric lifestyle, but the common tongue of the streets became a sing-song hip Marxist rhetoric. There were coalitions of factions in niggling debates of theory and tactics, little red armies of textbook revolutionaries. Richard Nixon's election and massive re-election simply washed away the fantasy of some elemental revolutionary impulse bursting from the heart of the nation. The stature of the most authoritarian Marxist ideologues Lenin, Mao, even Stalin rose as the Romantics drifted into cynicism. The innocent humanism that had been the lifeblood of the movement faded into a militant, bitter chauvinism. Yet there were enough so that among themselves they created a time warp, an enchanted village effect in which much of what constitutes time seems frozen in 1969. Ideologies of armed struggle still dominate political debate, and Marx is still mixed with odd portions of the occult mysticism that so enchanted the freak theosophists. There is something still of the open, warm camaraderie of the street demo veterans, a gloss of flower power, and much of the old drug culture. Street people are still called that. Revolutionaries make a distinction between themselves and mere radicals. In radical Berkeley the revolution is a profession, and alienation is still a social virtue. Yet there is always a tension, ever more so, a chill sense that the scheme of the world is changing drastically, in ways they do not comprehend, rendering, perhaps, even their revolt irrelevant. The SLA dropped into a time-honored slot in the Bay left. Militarism has always been popular, a necessary accoutrement in the sectarian rivalry over who is the more revolutionary. The Bay left had coalesced around the Black Panthers in the late 60s, when the Panthers were still a paramilitary group, and young white radicals organized dozens of groups to mirror the Panthers' armed struggle ideology, often in tribal or cultish collectives. There were the White Panthers, the Rainbow Party, the Southern Patriots, the Red Feather Party, only a few among the myriad collectives and communes which paraded guns and theories of armed struggle against the institutional violence of the state. The story 31. The joy of revolt was gone by 1969. SDS, the National Coalition of Students for a Democratic Society, was torn in bitter schism. The best organized of the radical student left, calling themselves weathermen, went underground, dropping into defensive anonymity to launch a spree of terrorist bombings. On the black left, the Panthers, under deadly police attack nationally, tried to reorganize in a more classical Marxist posture. Leadership split, however, and a splinter faction formed the Black Liberation Army, a secret terrorist group linked to the murder of several police officers. The weather underground impinged on folklore, ubiquitous, invisible. Among the Bay left they claim a general sympathy. Weather leader Bernardine Dorn, one of the FBI's most wanted fugitives for years, can still issue proclamations on Bay Area civic affairs obviously close by, but sheltered in the impenetrable thickets of the radical underworld. The liturgy of revolution had been reduced to the merely military options for social change, distorted until it conferred on only the soldier the dignity Marx had offered the worker. Annually new cadres emerge, flail about, then sink into oblivion. Yet on warm weekends odd squads of revolutionaries still maneuver in the mountains to the south, studying guerrilla warfare. Only months before the SLA emerged, members of a Berkeley radical commune called the Tribal Thumb Collective were arrested in a bank heist, and a mysterious, still anonymous group called the August 7th Guerrilla Movement was linked with several murders, bizarre communiques, and a Marx Brothers caper in which a yellow cab was hijacked and the driver kidnapped, held for a while, then released with a demand that all San Francisco cabbies strike to force the release of radical convicts. And although it emerged unannounced, the SLA did not drop into the Bay Area unattached and without pedigree. Most recruits had long histories of radical activism. The group as a whole can trace a spin-off association with Vence Ramos, a large Maoist organization and for several years the most influential voice in the Bay left until it splintered in mid-1972. Several SLA people had been Vence Ramos prison organizers, liaison to radical inmate gangs, particularly the Black Guerrilla Family, one of the several major California prison gangs, an inmate revolutionary group. 32. Founded by George Jackson, the brilliant, bitter black author killed in San Quentin on August 21, 1971. Vence Ramos was torn on several issues, prominent among them the classic revolutionary debate between a gunslinger faction leaning toward armed propaganda and terrorist violence and a party faction that wanted grassroots organizing for a new communist party. In what could be seen as a dress rehearsal for the SLA, another Vence Ramos splinter group shot its way into the headlines in October 1972. They ambushed a prison convoy and freed convict Ronald Beatty, a Vence Ramos inmate organizer. 2 cars with 3 armed men and a young woman cut off and captured the unmarked prison car carrying Beatty and 2 unarmed guards. They used bolt cutters to remove Beatty's chains, handcuffed the 2 correctional officers, then shot both at point-blank range. This Bay left is a unique environment. What passes here for realism and urbane left politics is a never-never land, a cloister of nihilism in which there is often little or no distinction between sense and nonsense. Yet a public becomes inured even to this. In the Bay Area the SLA appeared at first to be just another carnival under the big top, deadly and more flamboyant than most, but nothing to send shivers through the community. Yet, even as the SLA claimed the national limelight, there was a palpable fear on the streets of San Francisco as the so-called Zebra Killers, allegedly a black Islamic kill cult called the Death Angels, stalked white victims at random, murdering 14 and seriously wounding 7 others before police made 4 arrests that seemed to stop the spree. The Zodiac Killer, an anonymous psychopath who has butchered at least 6 victims in the Bay Area over the past several years, wrote the San Francisco Chronicle, pointing out that the word SLA is an old Nordic verb meaning to kill. Such is the scale and proportion that sometimes passes for reality in what is undeniably one of the most beautiful and generally benign communities in the United States. Out of this milieu the SLA was born, recruited from Limbo, a splinter of a faction of the radical subculture. The SLA emerged on November 6, 1973, ambushing and murdering Dr. Marcus Foster, the school superintendent of Oakland. Foster, a charismatic black liberal with a huge personal following, was the first black superintendent in that ghetto city. The murder had a trademark flair. Foster was shot with cyanide-laced bullets, but it seemed senseless, inexplicable when the SLA proclaimed it a blow to the vitals of the fascist power structure. The Foster murder. I drew little national attention, and that merely as another bewildering assassination by some anonymous group of California crazies. The year waned. There was no word from the SLA, but the promise lingered that more would be heard from them. The Symbionese had ambitious plans for 1974, the year of the soldier, they called it. The Foster investigation stalled for 2 months. Then, 10 days into the new year, there was a break. An early morning traffic stop erupted into a gunfight between a police officer and 2 young white men. They were captured and identified as Joseph Remiro, 27, and Russell Little, 24. The SLA's Bo and Osceola. Ballistics linked Remiro's gun to the Foster murder after police found a stack of SLA leaflets in the van the men drove. Hours later an attempted arson led police to an SLA hideout, a house full of traceable clues that began to identify some of the faces behind the Cobra. But it was February before the SLA seized the national stage, kidnapping the nubile teenage heiress Patricia Campbell Hearst from the Berkeley apartment she shared with her fiancé. It was the Hearst case that made the SLA an international sensation. On February 4, 19-year-old Patty Hearst was dragged nearly naked from her apartment near UC Berkeley. Her abductors were described as a young white woman and 2 black men, all armed, who brutally beat her fiancé before fleeing, shooting up the neighborhood as they drove off. The scenario was inspired. Patty Hearst was pretty and rich, young but ripe, naive but not innocent. In taking her, the SLA loosed all the feelings aroused by a child kidnapping, and then, as a lingering afterthought, there were the titillating possibilities of sex. The case could hardly have been more volatile. The 2 blacks were soon tentatively identified as escaped convicts DeFries, one, the other a former Vence Ramos prison leader, Thero Wheeler. Cell block revolutionaries. As the rest of the gang was slowly identified, they resembled nothing so much as a band of renegade hippies, young white Berkeley dropouts, self-declared commie freaks, warpath feminists, determined lesbians, and culture-shocked Vietnam vets primed with guilt and Maoist religion. It was a political kidnapping, terrorism of a type and scale rare in the United States, an attack on the aristocrats instead of the usual bullet through the third-floor window of a police station. And the Hearsts were a most prominent family, long identified with conservative politics, heir to one of the great American fortunes, RUL. 34. In class status. Patty's father, Randolph Apperson Hearst, son of the legendary tycoon William Randolph Hearst, was president and editor of the San Francisco Examiner and chairman of the board of directors of the Hearst Corporation, which controls the Hearst media empire of newspapers, magazines, and broadcast stations scattered across the country. His wife, Catherine, was herself both socially and politically prominent as an outspoken conservative on the University of California Board of Regents. The Hearsts are the first family of California, Prussian blue among the milquetoast blue bloods. And it was an epic kidnapping. For 2 months the girl was held hostage under death threat. The ransom negotiations, such as they were confused and incredibly difficult. From the beginning it was clear there would be no simple transaction, no straightforward ransom. This was to be more than a mere kidnapping. This was to be the symbolic debasement of the imperial ruling class. These were criminals with designs on history. The SLA issued long rhetorical communiques, one after another, diatribes and vague dialectics that filled page after page of the nation's daily newspapers. But it seemed that no two messages set the same price or demanded the same terms. And always the demand was for a good faith gesture of preliminary ransom in the form of millions of dollars worth of food to be distributed to California's poor. Never did the SLA set a final ransom price that would free Patricia. Randolph Hearst distributed $2 million in foodstuffs. The SLA scorned that as mere crumbs for the people and demanded triple the amount, still only to prove good faith. Days slipped into weeks of garbled debate, and time created its own tense dynamic. Finally Hearst tried to force the issue. The Hearst Corporation announced it would put up another $4 million for food distribution, but only if and when Patty was released unharmed. The SLA balked and withdrew. For 2 weeks there was no further word. When the terrorists spoke next, the script had changed, and in the most bewildering and dramatic way. The communique came with a tape-recorded statement from Patricia Hearst herself, now captive more than a month. Speaking with anger and an eerie certainty, she bitterly accused her family of being too miserly to buy her freedom. She declared her conviction that the FBI was plotting to murder her to smear the righteous reputation of the SLA. She said she was learning a lot in captivity. The story 35. There was widespread doubt the words were her own, willingly spoken. Speculation was rampant. For 3 weeks there was no word. Then, in quick succession, a memo that she would be freed, then the most startling message of all. The victim had joined her kidnappers. It was a formal SLA communique with another recording. Patricia Hearst now declared she was the latest recruit for the People's Army. The SLA had offered her liberty, she said, but I have decided to stay and fight in accordance with SLA custom. She chose a reborn name. She called herself Tanya, after the nickname of Haiti Tamara Burke, an Argentine communist who died with the guerrilla forces of Che Guevara in Bolivia. Fraud, conversion, coercion, brainwashing. What had happened? Virtually any opinion seemed viable. The most popular theory, tempting in its simplicity, packaged the whole scam as a setup, a phony kidnapping, the little brat plotting all the while for daddy's loot. Popular but irrelevant, all fact and evidence weighed against it, and police, not for lack of trying, finally dismissed the possibility. The runner-up theory had Patty making the announcement under duress, a false conversion that would find the girl soon dead, a martyr for the new movement. With subsequent events, only the family clung to that long. 2 weeks after the Tanya announcement, Patty and Donald DeFries stalked into a bank in a quiet residential section of San Francisco. The field marshal, Tanya, and 3 other SLA women warriors spread-eagled the customers, emptied cash drawers, and escaped, spraying bullets. 2 old men walking into the bank were mercilessly shot down. Photos snapped by security cameras captured Tanya Hurst poised in the middle of the bank lobby, an automatic rifle slung from her shoulder. Victim into killer, Patty into Tanya. Mirror play. Reflections or distortions. What was real and what was not? Incredibly, both Patty as victim and Patty as Tanya appear genuine, an incomparable coup of guerrilla theater, but the mystery overshadowed the spectacle. If the girl had been converted, was there not a strange taint to the process? Patty's most intimate friends had been astounded. Cynics noted that the rich contribute many times their quota into the ranks of the radical cults. But it was not Tanya's new politics, however bizarre it was the nature of the change, the flip-flop, so quick and under such mysterious circumstances, that 36 discredited Tanya among thousands who typically had edged into radicalism painfully and slowly, in a prolonged process of confrontation and synthesis. She had not simply changed her mind. In 2 months of isolated captivity, a conventionally liberal teenage girl had been completely transformed, brought to the point where she was apparently willing to kill and smirk. So great a leap and into such an aberrant state of mind seemed more like a religious conversion than the tortuous process of personal reassessment it purported to be. The kidnapping had been real. Suspicious police and private sleuths scoured the private life of Patricia Hurst, an oddly quiet, sheltered life easily documented and cross-checked, searching for some link, some association, some sympathy with the SLA's brand of politics. Her lover, her most constant companion, had been quizzed and grilled and even given a lie detector test. Against all inclinations, the FBI, police, and finally even the Hurst family had to conclude that Patty had been converted. Somehow. Clearly the key to understanding what had happened was more psychological than political. But, then, it had been more than politics that had brought all the recruits to the SLA, that put the desperate edge to their commitment. What did Patricia Hurst find in the SLA? What did she escape? How was she led? How was she taught? It was an incredible mystery, a gothic romance, the ultimate dream of submission, surrender, death, and rebirth. The story of Tanya was the stuff of fantasy, or perhaps the edge of nightmare. It was a story that quickly escaped the facts, a story that is even now perhaps more the domain of the novelist, poet, or satirist than those who merely chronicle. Yet fable mocks the merely mortal, and the human story behind the SLA begs perspective. The image of the SLA was conjured more of shadow than of substance. Even as they so adeptly exploited the media, they were themselves captured within it, mythified yet diminished, celebrated even as they were reduced to spectacle. The disconcerting impression that these symbionese were, individually, not so unlike many thousands who shared a similar experience and background was buried early in the cult hunt. On May 17, 1974, a month after the bank robbery, 3.5 months after the kidnapping, Sink and 5 others, the greater part of the revolution, were surrounded and trapped by police in a cottage in a black neighborhood of Los Angeles. Pressured by the intense hunt in San Francisco, the SLA had fled. The story 37 south to LA, but outside the Bay Area they had neither support nor credibility. The Los Angeles police picked up their trail from a series of clumsy mistakes, then tips from neighbors targeted the hideout. Encircled and hopelessly outgunned, the symbionese refused to surrender and opened fire with automatic weapons when police lobbed tear gas. At the height of the shootout, the cottage caught fire. Inside, those who were not shot burned to death, but they kept fighting to the end, and their only surrender was to the flames. Perhaps it could have ended no other way, perhaps they would have wished it no other way, for self-destruction was not a negligible factor in the SLA psyche, but the symbionese, defiant in their pyre, claimed homage in death, denied them in life. Alive, the fifth prophet had been an embarrassment among the revolutionary left; safely dead, he became a martyr, at least a symbol. And to die with the grandeur of a televised coast-to-coast auto da fe, With the walls and blazing roof caving in, surrounded by 400 police officers, the LAPD SWAT teams in full battle dress, was something more than defeat. It was a peculiarly American denouement. A predictable police response to the SLA rampage, perhaps, but it would have been an official atrocity in many other nations, could not have happened in many other U.S. cities, and was nonetheless demeaning for all congratulatory bleachers cheers that echoed across the land. The grim determination with which the Los Angeles police, having surrounded and secured the area, brushed aside alternatives and proceeded so methodically to exterminate this trapped and motley band of misfits set up its own reaction. What could have been a civilized finale to the SLA became instead the end of a cycle and the beginning of another. Certain only after they had checked dental records to identify the 6 charred bodies, police seemed relieved to announce that Tanya had not been among the victims. Patty Hearst and 2 others, William and Emily Harris, the SLA's Takeo and Yolanda, had escaped. But now the context had changed. In the aftermath of Los Angeles there came a torrent of radical leftist sympathy and new respect for the SLA. Channels of escape and support previously unavailable now opened for the 3 refugees. The quasi-network of the radical underground, a widespread and loose association of friends and comrades from the decade of resistance, a fringe of conventional society now so ubiquitous as to be virtually invisible, opened and swallowed the 338. Shortly after the shootout, from the Bay Area where they hid with newfound friends, there was another message from the survivors, a tirade of fury and mourning laced with hysteria, but that was the last message from what called itself the Malcolm X Combat Unit of the SLA. They were regrouping, they said, and Tanya announced that Takeo was now general of an army of 3. With that, the SLA faded into a long silence. Now, for the first time, connected with the underground, the Harrises and Pat Ty Hearst were carted across the country on the modern equivalent of the old Underground Railroad that had hidden escaped slaves from the sheriff. It would be a year and a half later before the law would catch up with them, nearly 2 before Patricia Hearst would go on trial to tell her story. Although the FBI launched its biggest manhunt since the days of Dillinger, it would be 7 months before the authorities got their first solid lead, and that only a hideout abandoned 5 months before. In February 1975, the FBI found a farmhouse in rural Pennsylvania where Takeo, Yolanda, Tanya, and several others had spent part of the summer before. The feds identified the people who had rented the farm. They were even able to track down people who had visited with the SLA at their country refuge, but the remnant SLA had slipped away, wending west, back to California, back to the front lines. A fingerprint found at the farm identified a 4th member of the peripatetic cadre, Wendy Yoshimura, a 30-year-old Japanese-American woman, one of that small minority of American citizens born in the squalor of American concentration camps in California during World War II, a Berkeley radical who had been a fugitive on bomb charges since 1972. Pennsylvania gave the cops a small packet of clues, but there was no trail, and none of the leads seemed particularly hopeful. There was a great howl in the media for results, and the FBI was under enormous pressure to deliver the elusive Tanya, but for most of the year it was stymied. The public's fascination still kept every hint, every rumor, in the front pages. Tanya was the prodigal daughter, albeit with a machine gun, and even in the near vacuum of fact, there was something about the story that gnawed a worry in most every home. The Hearsts had seemed the least likely of candidates to become the most pitted family in America, yet briefly they had been no less than that. And Randolph Hearst, rich and aristocratic, had come to represent a generation of middle-class parents at a loss before their children. The period between the departure of the SLA from their Pennsylvania garrison in September 1974, and the arrests in September 1975, came to be called the lost year of the SLA, a phrase used by the prosecuting U.S. attorney in the Hearst trial. The Symbionese had returned to California, slipping again through the dragnet, but now they burrowed in. They recruited new allies, armed themselves again, even took up a new name. The SLA, bereft of black leadership, had become the New World Liberation Front. and through Northern California and in the Bay Area in the fall of 1974 and through nearly the whole of the following year there had been a long unsolved series of several dozen bombings claimed by the mysterious NWLF. Yet there was none of the daring, taunting, suicidal style of the first SLA. The second team was less pretentious, more conscious of their mortality, if not their fallibility. What plots, what dreams, now motivated the Symbionese? What ideals led to what results? Who led and who followed? And where? The first answers, such as they were, had to await the dramatic leap of hindsight that followed the bloodless capture of the 4 fugitives, and one other, by FBI agents on September 18, 1975, 22 months after the murder of Dr. Marcus Foster. Then, from the stacks of evidence the SLA had again so helpfully collected in their 2 final hideouts, the cops began to list the recent unclaimed crimes of the SLA. There were the bombings. But there was much more. Now the FBI tied in 2 bank robberies in the Sacramento area, in one of which a woman customer, a church woman delivering the week's offerings for her pastor, had moved too quickly or not quickly enough and had been blown apart by a close-range shotgun blast. There was evidence of other plots, some half-formed and discarded, some meticulously planned and timed for execution, diagrams of various banks, a murderous scheme for an apparent police massacre at a coffee shop frequented by cops, a detailed plan for a bloody assault on a county jail with automatic weapons. There was still more, documents and diaries and notes and letters which began to describe the internal dynamic of the lost year in the underground. The first and original SLA had charged for doom with such a heady rush, defining their career. 40. With such concentrated fury, that they were able to carry unresolved a whole slew of contradictions in their politics and practice. In the SLA's second cycle the new people were but a little less isolated, barely less incestuous, and all the contradictions exploded in rivalries, self-doubt, and a chaotic clash of infallible dogmas. This was the political context never mentioned at the Hearst trial. Whatever produced Tanya from Patricia Hearst dropped her into the last weeks of the first SLA's frantic crusade. With the shootout she was pushed into an abyss of despair and defeat. And then, in the second cycle of the SLA, she was caught up in the evolution of a new self-critical perspective within the SLA, a perspective informed first by common sense, then by self-respect, then codified as revolutionary feminism. The very day of the arrests, Wendy Yoshimura, Patty's roommate and closest comrade at the end, wrote a friend, an old lover in prison. Ever since the group came together around those people a little over a year ago, we've had a very trying time. The security was a big factor, but there was the sensationalized media play on those people affecting our heads, in effect making us unable to think clearly of them as people with strengths and weaknesses but as the leaders who knew everything. My experience during the summer made me realize that they in fact are very different from me, and personally I did not much like them. In spite of it I decided to stick with it because of their fierce dedication, my knowing that there were others waiting to work together, and I was under their spell. Unfortunately the other people were also spellbound into submissiveness, and there began a mass of confusion touched up with fucked up interpersonal dynamics between some of the people. The second team of the SLA came to involve at least 22 people. Perhaps a half dozen were just trying to avert a second LA massacre, but with the NWTLF renaissance, the Samaritans dropped out and the combat cadres shaped ranks. General Taco, Bill Harris, commanded by right of his inherited rank, and he led his dozen front-line fighters in a mini spree of crime before his little army splintered. To show you how confusing it was, it began with some ready to go underground to some pushing for jobs, staying cool and normal, some pushing for the story 41. Totally isolated communal living to some demanding normal separate living arrangements, some demanding fucked up interpersonal relationships be dealt with, to some seeing it as totally unnecessary, some wanting to off pigs to some totally disagreeing. We finally were able even to do a couple of actions. Then it began to get obvious that the security that seemed to be existing was due to total repression, politically as well as personally. The group, she wrote, has literally ceased to be a group. She, Patty Hearst, and several others had decided to split off, to go their own way separately, and they were bitterly conscious of how far astray they had been led. On the surface it seems as though we all agree and believe in the same thing, but after working with, we've come to the realization that we do in fact disagree politically very drastically. She went on to condemn the SLA as sexist, racist, so politically limited they could only respect their own gunstock brand of politics, so guilt-ridden that they had to write off virtually the whole of white America as expendable racists. The vision, the ideal that motivated the SLA, she wrote, is very different from what motivates me and the others. It's very different. I wish that I could talk to you and tell you in every detail about everything. Someday I will. I tell you, this is an experience I'll never forget. It was horrendous, but at the same time I've learned a hell of a lot. Now I understand more clearly my political views, and, oh, the sense of myself I've gotten out of this ordeal. I wouldn't exchange it for anything. I think most of us have come out ahead. I hope you'll have the chance to meet PH. She is incredible. She amazes me. I swear only the toughest could have come out of it as she did. What an ordeal she went through. What an ordeal all of us went through. I can write a book about it. When an FBI agent burst through the back door of the San Francisco apartment shared by Wendy Yoshimura and Patty Hearst, the two women were seated at the kitchen table. On the table in front of them, apparently just written, was this letter. It was, perhaps, the most informed judgment that was delivered upon the SLA, a condemnation from former comrades, and it was a document that all but proclaimed the liberation of Patricia Hearst from the ghost of Tanya. 42. 5 months later, when the kidnap victim Patty went on trial for the crimes of the terrorist Princess Tanya, she seemed to have been again transfigured, transformed, and perhaps in the attempt to reconcile her three pasts she had been. Wendy Yoshimura may have discovered herself in the maelstrom-like final months of the SLA, but which self could Patty Hearst salvage? Perhaps it was only the story of that lost year that could have explained Patty Hearst, a story the jury never heard, but could a mere explanation justify her? Would it not convict her as well, if not for the first bank robbery, then for other, some more serious crimes? 5 months after she had flashed the clenched fist salute for Newsweek, after she had signed in as an urban guerrilla when booked in jail, a then again transformed Ms. Hearst appeared before her federal court jury, demure and distraught, to claim she had been tortured and terrorized in 2 months of closet captivity, had joined the SLA only to stay alive, and had then slid into some perverted psychological reality that trapped her in role. The jury had ample evidence that something strange had happened, that even the torture claim was not unfounded. But the high-priced legal talents the Hearst family arrayed before the court set up a defense in the most literal sense that simply didn't jibe with the defendant's plea of innocence. She begged the jury for sympathy and mercy, yet she refused to tell all. Refused to answer, on the grounds of self-incrimination, any questions about a full year of her experience in the underground. And it was obvious that whatever the truth of her kidnap horror story, she had found love and loyalties in the underground as well. The jury convicted her, the judge provisionally sentenced her to the maximum, 35 years, and then the enormous force of the legal system began methodically and righteously to grind away at those last loyalties. It was perhaps a wonder that she had any will left to crush, but she did not withstand the pressure long. The day of her sentencing she began to talk, filling reel after tape-recorded reel with the story of her past in daily FBI interrogations that ceased only temporarily when her body failed her, a spontaneous lung collapse that required hospitalization and recuperation, then immediately began again. The story 43. If their Naga had 7 heads, the Cobra Caged had as many versions of its past, more even. Each of the Symbionese seized offered different stories, and the versions cut one against the other, depending on their faction. The stories came to contradict earlier versions by the same people. For those who tried to follow the jailhouse proclamations from the Caged Revolution, past and present quickly blurred and truth became a Mobius strip creation, a continuous double circle twisted in upon itself, the schematic diagram for human systems. But nearly all screamed betrayal as Patty began to talk. Dr. Jolyon West, one of the defense psychiatrists at the trial, the chairman of the psychology department of the University of California at Los Angeles, whose impassioned advocacy had seemed less than objective to many of the jurors, bitterly remarked that Patty in the hands of the law had fared little better than when first kidnapped by the SLA. She's been confined, cross-examined, interrogated, held by hostile persons obviously intent on destroying her life, who don't care about her as a person, who are just using her, smashing her, for their own purposes. She's one of the least understood people I've ever encountered, he said. Everybody's talking about an imaginary person. They don't know her. She doesn't know herself. I see her as very fragile, very much in danger in every way. I think she is one of the saddest evidences of the ubiquity of human cruelty that I've ever run across. And, he added, if she teaches us anything, it is that the notion that it helps to be a child of the rich and powerful when you're facing the power of a group to be cruel, well, that's just one more fiction. Perhaps from the very bottom, we can best see the top, the beginning. This is a story full of victims, some utterly innocent, some distinctly less than innocent with more than a few difficult to categorize. Its confusions will haunt any history, perhaps because the story of Tanya Hurst reflects some very human ambiguities, and the story of the Symbionese Liberation Army reverberates with some of the larger contradictions in the contemporary American reality. Perhaps sure answers to the many questions will come with time. More likely, all absolute certainty is locked in the past, despite any alleged explanations forthcoming from any of the survivors. Yet there is much that can be dredged from the past, the lessons of a story largely untold. For all their righteous fury, the SLA never escaped the tinge of farce. They came to exemplify the baneful adolescence that had corrupted the political idealism of the American New Left. With 44. The Naga and their fifth prophet, they established a standard beyond the pale at a distance from even the left terrorists, and by the measure of that standard they give a desperately sought perspective to a dim quadrant of the political spectrum. There seemed a curious design to the career of the SLA that unwittingly illustrated all that had been simplistic, shallow, and self-centered in the rhetoric of the New Left. Domestic fascism was for them a pervasive and absolute reality, military dictatorship was our state of government. Such terms may have had a certain metaphorical validity in protest rhetoric, but the SLA took them as perversely literal. And there was something autistic about a group of men and women in their late 20s and early 30s referring to themselves as enlightened youth, as if they dared not relinquish the prerogatives of adolescence to the new generations that had come up behind them. Teenagers and the college generation saw the SLA as a comedy of manners. It seems America not only had endured the 60s, but had outgrown them. Perhaps it was only the generation of their peers who could follow the convoluted patterns of the SLA thought, and then with references and benefit of a sheepish déjà vu. Veterans of the movement are invariably proud of their experience. It reasserted a dimension of ethics into politics that had become pragmatic and jingoistic. Yet few are blind to its many failings, the anti-intellectualism, the youthful arrogance, and in the frustration of their isolation, the flirtation with totalitarianism. The isolation of the New Left was as much a symptom as a cause. It was not that they attempted to engage the political process and failed, they passed it by, scorning process, demanding to be recognized because they were right. The middle-class renegades who were the backbone of the movement feared nothing so much as the conclusion that they must work among the middle class to effect change. Chic radicalism became charity, vicarious identification with the oppressed and the victims of American imperialism. To be a revolutionary became rumpled elitism. It meant that one did not have to compromise or mingle much with the body politic, the unclean, the middle class. People of personality and complex life patterns were reduced to ciphers. Black family men were defined simply as latent revolutionaries, housewives were defined as nothing more than oppressed women. According to the formulas, all were ripe for sedition. But the formulas were too neat, too impersonal. The covenant of the New Left became imbued with a muddled lowercase t. The story 45 Marxism, but it was a romantic attachment, reflecting little study of Marx and virtually none of Lenin. It was only in the years that followed the Great Failure and the dispersal of the movement, in places like Berkeley, that Lenin's work became the Bible of resistance. But through the 60s to the present, in leaning so heavily on Marx and then on Lenin, young American radicals trapped themselves in the Marxist class analysis. Bourgeois themselves, they felt discredited by privilege. Virtually innocent of the experience of labor, they realized themselves incapable of being the proletariat agent of change their revolutionary formulas required. Perhaps it was as much caste guilt as the Marxist imperative, for the same sense of classless status pervaded the entire movement. The entire New Left period was characterized by a frenetic, desperate, and deadly serious search for the revolutionary vanguard, some new class, group, or subculture with the moral authority and class validity to lead us. It was a fantastic Ferris wheel of theory that pushed one candidate group after another to the top of the movement. There were students as workers and students and professionals, welfare families, radical professionals, striking workers, non-union labor, and prison inmates. They tried the blacks, the Chicanos, the Indians, and finally fragments of themselves, anti-war veterans, militant feminists, radical homosexuals. Predictably, it was futile. Nothing discovered or created had the constancy or mass appeal to serve their purpose. Yet in the prisons, among the newly politicized convicts, there was a powerful connection made. Black nationalist groups had just fought a struggle for racial equality in many state prisons. They were militant, organized, and reinforced by street kids fresh from the ghetto. Already the cell blocks, particularly in California, had produced the most articulate and bitter voices of Black Power: Cleaver, Newton, Malcolm X, and the comrade, George Jackson. And prisons had begun to mark a rise in political consciousness among young white inmates. Locked in the fascistic routine of prison life, inmates were desperate for beliefs which affirmed their individual purpose and identity. The culture of resistance offered dignity to men who had shared little. And as the New Left withered, the search for the class agent of Armageddon became less ambitious, the potential for mass appeal became less important, and an unspoken priority of mutual reign. 46. Forcement evolved that was particularly appropriate for the prisons. The left supported and touted the radical prison movement, giving the convicts an urgently needed outside connection. And the prison revolutionaries adopted and legitimized the bourgeois revolutionary left. The chemistry was predictable. Middle-class whites have always been infatuated with violent men, fascinated by black men, and where better to recruit the shock troops of the revolution? Within the prison walls, revolutionaries found a subculture as isolated as their own from daily concerns and responsibilities of family, job, etc., isolated from all the petty realities that had so often undermined and diluted grand abstractions. Prisons became the issue of the left, particularly in California, where prisons had been radicalized early. A dangerously indiscriminate credo evolved, that prison convicts, by virtue of their suffering alone, make the perfect revolutionary vanguard. And black convicts, the most oppressed of the oppressed, became the elite cadre. 2. Prison politics, the cell block. Connection. The most heavily populated of the 50 United States, California gives home to nearly 10% of America. And in 1974 nearly 1/6 of all imprisoned Americans were jailed in the Golden State. The California state prison system, although it holds only half of the state's incarcerated population *, has more prisoners than the U.S. federal prison system, more than most nations. Indeed, the California Department of Corrections claims to be larger than any other unified prison system in the world save only the national systems of China and the Soviet Union. In early 1969 the CDC inmate population reached a high of 29,000 men and women, It dropped below 20,000 briefly in 1970, then began again to rise steadily. By the time the SLA was born in 1973, the cell count had pushed again over 23,000. With 7,500 full-time employees, the CDC spends an annual budget of $140 million administering 12 security institutions, 18 minimum security camps, and 50 parole offices up and down the state. Prisons are difficult to describe. Pictures of massive walls, steel bars, concrete cells, and electronic gates give an image of solidity and stability that blatantly misleads. Reports of daily violence, ruthless inmates, sadistic guards, institutional racism, and the politicization of convicts are all half-truths, valid but still misleading. With a history of failed promise, the contemporary prison contains a whiplash cross-current of conflicting realities that confine and confound both prisoners and prison administrators. The prisons of California had been for several decades the American model for a progressive technocratic penal system, yet in the past 20 years the changing facts of our society and its growing crisis of consensus have created a fundamental paradox in the prisons, and nowhere has it exploded more bitterly or violently than in the cell blocks of California. Over the past 15 years the California inmate population has become steadily younger, blacker, and partially because of reform programs to divert non-aggressive offenders into community-based parole and probation programs more violent. Between 1961 and 1971 the proportion of male felons under 25 in the California prisons rose by about one-third. In the same period the proportion of black inmates jumped by a full 50%. The trend was nationwide. Black people make up about 12% of the U.S. population, but account for nearly 40% of all federal, state, and local prisoners. The California prisons are 50% non-white, about 30% black, and nearly 20% Chicano. I guess it says something about our society, acknowledged CDC spokesman Phil Guthrie, but prisons don't recruit. We're like a hotel that can't control the reservation desk. The racial shift and the mid-60s program to divert nonviolent convicts have profoundly changed the nature and function of the California prisons. By 1971 fewer than 10% of adults convicted of felonies in California were being sentenced to state prison. According to the CDC, over half its inmate population now stand convicted of homicide or violent crimes against individuals. Over 80% of the convicts coming into the system now have to be placed in medium or maximum security. In our jargon, explained Guthrie, that means cell housing and an armed perimeter. It was inevitable that a new political sensitivity take seed in the prisons. The younger convicts, so many from the barrio and the ghetto, were drawn from an increasingly polarized society. Yet the first maxim of the convict, "Do your own time," might have held sway longer had not a series of Orwellian reform measures rapidly escalated the level of repression within the walls. In the tradition of the Gideon Bible, convicts were to be given counseling and therapy, and the warden suddenly claimed authority to keep a man behind bars until he was properly penitent, until they were certain he was no longer antisocial. It was prison politics, the cell block connection 49, an arcane twist to the American folk myth of the proud, tough convict. It denied privacy, courage, and self-respect. Perhaps it could only have happened in the echo of Sputnik and the growing shadow of Freud, but the new penology was marked with a frightening hubris. The revisionist issue in contemporary American penology is whether prisons should continue to seek a prisoner's rehabilitation or content themselves to confine and punish, whether to try to cure the criminal habit, the criminal personality, or instead accept the idea of prisons merely as detention, penalty. The issue is revealed more deeply in the general failure of prison rehab programs and a belated modesty on the part of the psychiatric technocrats who have begun to acknowledge that their medical analogy, the idea that prison is like a hospital and, given sufficient time, criminals could be cured, was false and unfounded. We assumed we knew how to treat criminality, but we found out we don't know how, explained prison consultant Richard McGee, retired after 23 years as director of the California prisons. The trap is we let people believe we know when a prisoner should be let go. We thought that the longer we had a prisoner, the better we could predict when he would be released with the probability that he would not commit crimes anymore. After years of test, McGee concluded, nothing we have shows we can do that prediction any better. Rehabilitation. McGee believes a man is sent to prison as a penalty, and that is the only reason. Government has a self-interest in educating and training convicts so they can make it on the outside, he said, but if we want to educate him, rehabilitate him, teach him a trade, why, all those things can be done much better outside than they can in prison. In California, as well as in several other states, the cure theory justified the indeterminate sentence to many convicts, perhaps the single most punishing and detestable aspect of the prison experience. Under the indeterminate sentence procedure, the law sentences a convict for an indefinite period, and then a state parole board annually reviews the convict's behavior, habits, and attitude, consulting with guards, administrators, and psychiatric therapists to decide if a convict may be safely released. The law may provide for a minimum sentence, but usually it is only the whim and clinical judgment of the parole board that set the maximum. It leaves you dangling in limbo, usually for years, said one bitter ex-con, while they've got some sort of mythical bra and meter on you. In practice, the parole board, the wardens, and the psychiatrists are all hesitant to certify a convicted criminal cured. Statistically, indeterminate sentences are considerably longer per crime than the average sentence handed down by judges. Roughly 24 to 40 months more time for the prisoner, noted McGee. Some men never get out. An angry politics is easily confused with criminal attitude. Crime is not inherently political. Convicts have traditionally been patriotic and politically conservative. Most criminals do not want to overthrow the system, they just want to step outside it, take a shortcut, then climb back in to enjoy a higher status. Virtually all convicts were jailed for criminal rather than for political acts, yet in the California state prisons today virtually all inmates are at least vaguely politicized. The psychiatric rehabilitation programs demanded that inmates adopt a sick person role, but the status of political prisoner offers more yet: pride, idealism, a rationalization for past behavior, sometimes the possibility of a new, heroic identity. Rebirth. The U.S. criminal codes make no reference to political motivation, but the concept of political prisoners is deeply rooted in European jurisprudence, in which the law has long specified that political offenders are to be treated less harshly than ordinary criminals. The concept of political prisoners is narrowly defined in common law in terms of the motive of the criminal, a political crime being a violation of law for public rather than distinctly private reasons, incidental to a bona fide struggle for political power. And while dictionaries and law texts have generally held to that standard, in common language the definition has been broadened and the focus shifted. The claim of sovereignty, the right of a government to determine what is or is not a violation of civil law, is fundamental to all systems of national law. But in the contest of ideologies, and amid conflicting claims of legitimacy, it has been this concept of sovereignty that has been challenged in Prison Politics, the Cell Block Connection 5. 1. The broader definitions of political prisoner, definitions which turn on the injustice of the states outlawing or compelling a given act under criminal sanctions. The challenge to sovereignty leaves the concept of the political prisoner rooted not in law but in a moral or ideological context, often framed in terms of civil liberties or human rights but essentially subjective, contested by conflicting and self-justifying value schemes. The concept of political prisoner, now popular in American prisons, was forged in the turmoil of the 1960s, molded first by black nationalism, then tempered with vague communism, and its expression was primarily an act of self-definition, part of the search for black identity in a nation of white law. It was less a label than an explanation, and it put aside the question of criminal motive. Whereas the political prisoner was traditionally defined by the politics of his act, the new definition was an explanation and justification of the prisoner in terms of the corrupt politics of the society which had pushed him to desperation and crime. The jailers told prisoners they were sick, the revolutionaries told them they were oppressed and argued that it was middle-class racist white America that was sick. Particularly among blacks who had a heightened sensitivity and vivid documentation of racial injustice from the civil rights movement, the revolutionaries had a compelling argument. It was in 1963–64 that particularly among the black Muslims, a fiercely isolationist black Islamic sect that described whites as blue-eyed devils, convicts began to define themselves as political prisoners, no matter what crime they had been convicted of. The Muslims used the term in both a religious and a political sense, but the phrase was quickly adopted by other black nationalists. The moral structure of the theory, the transfer of guilt from the convict to the society, created an almost metaphysical option, an instant of realization at which one no longer had to deny or excuse past behavior, a moment of purity as at birth, at which a convict could reclaim moral virtue and character. It became a vehicle for enormous personal transformation. Even among the non-religious black nationalists, the concept of rebirth, the potential of transformation, was crucial. Criminals who had been raping and mugging in the ghettos could and did redefine themselves with political idealism and moral dignity. The Watts ghetto riots of Los Angeles in 1965 had shaped a Zion of black rage and frustration in America that went far beyond the civil rights movement in the southern states, and the new generation of black spokesmen were more often ex-convicts than ministers. In California, the Black Power movement split as it began to crest. A crisis of black nationalism left the Los Angeles-based United Slaves, organized by ex-con Ron Karenga, favoring defensive isolation of black America, and the Oakland-based Black Panther Party, again organized by ex-convicts, arguing for a multiracial socialist revolution. But the concept of the black political prisoners had become crucial to black politics. The objective definition had become the key to subjective politics. The process of understanding and the practice of transformation came to seem entwined, and even as the concept became more secular, more distinctly revolutionary, the turning point of realization remained defined in fundamentalist religious terms: to be reborn. In the intense, claustrophobic, bitter, violent world within the walls, racial tensions flamed almost out of control through the late 60s and early 70s. Race more than politics was and remains the prime factor in prison violence. The radicalization of the California convicts is still a half-truth. The big inmate gangs in the prisons, the Mexican Mafia, the New Family, the neo-Nazi Aryan Brotherhood are criminal, not political. Yet the number of convicts, particularly black convicts, committed to political revolution, members of groups like the Black Guerrilla Family, has risen steadily. And because of the nature of their commitment, forged in such a racist and fascistic environment, it has been this relatively small number of men who have set the mood and defined the recent history of the California prisons. As the racial and age selections of the California prisons shifted, as the convicts became more often poor, more often barely educated, the cell blocks became meaner, more violent places. The prison guards, largely lower-class whites, reacted to their tougher clients with the brutality that has always been the final police function, and they administered it with traditional racism. Prisons had operated with a consensus between the jailed and the jailers, and when this crumbled, there was a daily struggle between control and chaos. Prison politics, the cell block connection. 53. In the decade of the 60s there were 266 guards assaulted by inmates. In the first 4 years of the 70s there had already been 368 CDC guards assaulted by convicts. In the first 5 years of the 1960s there were 33 inmates and 1 guard murdered in California prisons. In the second half of the decade, 55 inmates and 1 guard. Between 1970 and 1973 there were 93 inmates and 11 guards murdered in the prisons. As the Attica Commission, probing the gory 1971 uprising in New York's Attica State Prison, concluded, the inmate who refuses to regard himself only as a criminal simply could not relate in any meaningful constructive manner with a prison staff who could not regard him as anything else. Inside, explained one savvy California ex-con, many guys turn to revolutionary political theory as the only explanation for what has happened in their personal experience, their race experience, their class experience. The model is the urban guerrilla, the revolutionary terrorist. Criminals and convicts, accustomed to living and moving around in a situation where anything said or done can mean life or death, living on the edge of violence, become cautious and self-disciplined. And this training, this violent revolutionary potential, is sometimes seen as the only worthwhile thing about themselves. It's the only plus they can draw from their life experience. Look what it did for George Jackson. Before he began writing about his politics, he was nothing. Not even a person. In the revolutionary creed of the prisons, George Lester Jackson is the Black Lazarus. Reborn in the cell block tombs, Jackson's convict eloquence and passion for vengeance gave a bitter, bloody edge to the new prison consciousness. A man now myth, his very death he was shot down in a suicidal rush to the wall after leading a savage uprising in San Quentin in which 3 guards and 2 white inmate trustees were butchered and murdered only seemed to secure his status among black Americans, invoking the enraged tradition of John Brown's raid and Nat Turner's slave uprising. Convicted as an accomplice in a 1960 gas station holdup, George Jackson was jailed at 18 and spent the rest of his life in the California prisons. He studied Marx, Engels, Lenin, Trotsky, Fanon, Mao, grasped the subtleties and power of words and ideas. He became the major black leader among the political convicts, dire prophet of genocide or rebellion. It is difficult to credit one man among so many as a focal point, but certainly Jackson, in the 2 years before his death, instigated the most violent stage of the prison rebellion *, and since his death on August 21, 1971. He has remained, through his books and others' memory, the inspiration and epitome of the black prison revolutionary. His 2 books, Soledad Brother and The Posthumous Blood in My Eye, etch a history of black oppression and scream rebellion and retribution. His became the archetypal vision from the cell blocks, cramped and limited by a decade behind bars, extrapolating the gruesome fascistic reality of prison life to the outside world, measuring the nation by its cells. It was a twisted vision, blind to the very different scale, the more political nature, of the struggle outside the walls, yet among convicts, among extremist young whites so alienated from middle America that they could identify only with the pain of the underclass and the victims of the truly fascist dictatorships U.S. democracy chose as allies. From Greece to Spain and around the world to Vietnam, it was a vision of flaming clarity. It was the voice of Comrade George, the embittered politics of the cell blocks, that energized the SLA, that laid out and justified their maddened role. 2. The California Medical Facility at Vacaville is the medical and psychiatric treatment center for the California prison system. Looking like a cross between a military base and a state mental hospital, the prison sits back about 1.5 miles from California's Interstate 80, amid apple orchards and onion fields in the Sacramento Valley. Vacaville is a small town, 55 miles north of San Francisco, precisely 41 miles from Berkeley. Encircled by 2 15-foot fences and guard towers, the sleek stone building looks very modern, very clean, very cold. Yet CMF Vacaville is a fairly comfortable medium-security prison, and when they compare the discipline at other CDC security prisons, convicts consider Vacaville an easy hitch. In 1972, Vacaville had an average population of 1,340, 299 on administrative assignment as workers, the rest in a variety of treatment programs. Group psychotherapy, the largest, had an average of 538 convicts in a year-long program using Gestalt, Encounter, and the more confronting attack therapy. There were also separate programs for effeminate homosexuals, medical cases, psychotics in remission, psychiatric observation, and a stress assessment program for convicts with a history of disciplinary problems or violence, up for parole but requiring further clinical evaluation. The maximum psychiatric diagnostic unit, the focus of a lot of critical attention on Vacaville, confines a small number of heavily drugged convicts under cramped, Maximum security conditions. Except for MPDU inmates who range from the hallucinating insane to hysterical uncontrollables sent to Vacaville from the maximum security prisons and a few on treatment assignment, most CMF inmates are on good behavior voluntary assignment. Disruptive convicts get kicked out, sent to other less pleasant prisons. The majority are in on their first conviction. At Vacaville the warden is a psychiatrist, and the institution often seems more hospital than prison. CMF inmates have privileges rare in the prisons, liberal visiting rights, phone privileges, more personal liberty. They can decorate their rooms, even have personal stereos. Vacaville assignment is sometimes used to reward prison snitches and is seldom available to tough or militant cons until they have laid down their guns and agreed to accept prison routine. It's the kind of place you can easily manipulate from, explained one experienced ex-con. That's why so few old-timers get put there. A black inmate group called the Black Cultural Association was founded at Vacaville in 1968 to offer alternatives to the black offender in his apathy and to the unique problems that confront him inside the prisons. The BCA was not a particularly militant or radical organization. Within the context of black militancy in the 60s, the program of social gatherings, self-help educational tutoring, and discussion groups was almost meek in tone. Prison authorities formally recognized the group in 1969 and in response to widespread unrest in the prisons and public concern approved a plan by which outsiders, women as well as men, could attend BCA meetings. There were several similar programs part of a general push to provide more public access to the prisons. The BCA was deeply into ritual ceremony, the culture of an African past. BCA meetings began with a clenched fist salute to the flag of the Republic of New Africa and a Swahili chant. The group was heavily flavored with black nationalism. The 1972 program director was an outspoken member of United Slaves, CA. Prison politics, the cell block connection 57. Renga's law-based nationalists. Many BCA members had ceremonially cast off their American slave names and taken African reborn names, often laden with symbolism and romance. The weekly program was written half in English and half in Swahili, and among several subjects there were regular classes in Swahili. A black UC Berkeley graduate student and teaching assistant, Colston Westbrook, became involved with the BCA in 1971 and was appointed outside coordinator, a quasi-official though unpaid position. Taking advantage of the outside visitors policy, Westbrook imported volunteers to expand the BCA's educational program. He set up both remedial elementary and more advanced classes in math, reading, and writing, brought in tutors, and organized courses in art, history, political science, black sociology, and African heritage. The BCA peaked in the summer of 1972, when it was one of the most popular inmate programs at Vacaville, with some 130 inmates involved. The program then had 30 outside tutors and 10 inmate tutors. The BCA usually met twice weekly, once for the educational tutoring program and again for a general meeting, a cultural program. Usually about 60 inmates would show up, said one regular visitor, and usually about 15 outsiders, although sometimes it went as high as 30. The outsiders included a scattering of whites, but the great majority of visitors were black. Usually, he added with a chuckle, there were a lot of women on the make, a lot of black sisters on the catch. It was in March of 1972 that a young, lanky 19-year-old white named William Wolfe began attending BCA meetings through a prison activities program sponsored by the UC Berkeley Afro-American Studies Department. Willie was taking a class at Berkeley, explained his friend David Gunnell, and he had to do a term paper project. From someone he got the idea of going in as a visitor to the BCA and doing his project on them. Willie went up to Vacaville and came back and told me about it. He was excited about the BCA. He was going to go back and then I started going with him. Later Willie the Wolf, as Vacaville prisoners came to call him, brought in his buddy Russ Little, Little's girlfriend, Robin Steiner, and a half dozen other white Oakland radicals. The whites, said Westbrook, All seemed fascinated by the BCA's ritual trappings. Although he had originally approved of Wolf and his friends as tutors, Westbrook soon found himself under attack from them and their inmate friends. Westbrook simply was not sympathetic to Willie Wolf's kind of revolution. At first it was just a whisper. 58. In campaign. Russ Little was the sneakiest little son of a bitch, remembers Westbrook. There would be weeks when he wouldn't talk to me. And then he'd be whispering with an inmate and he'd stop pointedly whenever I came near. Westbrook dismisses Wolf as just an immature little kid. Nevertheless, the political currents stirred by the young outsiders were to reshape the BCA, and Westbrook was powerless to avert it. The BCA was founded as an inmate self-help group. Inmates trying to remake themselves. One prisoner told Westbrook, "You tell us what kind of nigger they want out there and we'll mass-produce the motherfucker." But in the end, the possibility of remaking society itself came to seem the more exciting, more hopeful goal. Gunnell, Wolf, Little, and several of the others were then living in a rambling house Gunnell had purchased in a multiracial neighborhood in North Oakland, a loosely organized commune nicknamed Peking House, both for the Berkeley sidewalk vending cart operated by Gunnell's Chinese girlfriend and as a tongue-in-cheek reference to the Maoist politics popular in the debates around the large rough-hewn coffee table in the living room. Gunnell, his girlfriend, Wolf, Remiro, and Little were all closely associated with Vence Ramos*, a militant Chinese-oriented communist group that at the time held vanguard status in the Bay Left, although perhaps only Remiro had actually become a member. Vence Ramos, for the previous 2 years, had been the largest, most activist radical group in Northern California, a committed revolutionary group which was in the forefront of Bay Area demonstrations against the war in 1971, particularly around military research at Stanford University, then moved into a program of multifaceted agitation. The group sponsored scattered protests about police policy, as well as tenant, prison, and factory organizing. Vence Ramos described itself as a disciplined fighting organization guided by Marxism-Leninism Mao Zedong thought, and the Vence Ramos cadres seemed to relish their street-fighting clashes with police and their reputation as considerably less than gun-shy. Prison politics, the cell block connection 59. Vence Ramos was already beginning to factionalize bitterly in the spring of 1972. Resentment over leadership style of key figures, debate about building a national base, and the perennial Maoist question of terrorism versus mass organizing were creating strains that a year later would force Vence Ramos into yet another shatter of splinter groups of the sort that has marked the disintegration of the New Left since the late 60s. Although the members were predominantly young and white, the Vence Ramos creed demanded that the white and student left submit to dominant black and minority leadership, and chartered their own organization to guarantee a non-white elite. Rival leftists called it reverse racism, but Vence Ramos argued that a multiracial revolution could happen only with non-white leadership. Vence Ramos published no membership rolls, and fellow travelers' status became more popular as the internal debates raged, but most of the Peking House habitants were regularly involved in Vence Ramos-sponsored activities. At the Vacaville BCA, the influx of this small group, Wolf and his friends, had a noticeable impact on the whole tenor of the program over a period of months. They quickly established ties with inmates who considered themselves revolutionaries, and the BCA became a Vence Ramos liaison with the militant convicts. The general meetings of the BCA were both social and educational affairs. Gathering in the prison library, the group often brought in guest speakers or developed an entertainment program for the week with poetry readings, music, sometimes a rented film. In the latter part of the meeting, the group would break up into committees to work on various projects. There was a publication committee, program committees, a committee to oversee the education program, and an inmate assistance group which briefed inmates scheduled for release and provided the necessities for black convicts in the MPDU segregation block. As the BCA grew in numbers, there was more strife within the organization, more struggle for control. There were at least 2 major splits within the group, 2 factions, explained a prison source. First, there were the more militant Marxist-oriented inmates, who believed the group should be more active politically, and secondly, there were the black nationalists, who wanted to concentrate on black self-awareness and who resented the presence of the whites. A third bloc, as large as each of the other two, was uncommitted, more interested in the social aspects of the BCA. As was happening throughout the politicized California prison system, the solace and hope offered by the revolutionary analysis took sway. Infiltration of vaguely radical groups has always been fairly easy for the disciplined codders from more ideological leftist groups. The more dogmatic left can offer a certainty to believers, a structured analysis to those who only hesitantly challenge the system. The Vacaville Library, impossible to search, came to be commonly used as a drop for contraband smuggled in during BCA meetings, particularly popular books like Blood in My Eye, Tabor's The War of the Flea, and Stalin's thesis on Lenin. It wasn't that they came to control the BCA, explained Westbrook, it was more that they gained influence, particularly with key people in the group. In any group that size you have maybe 10 or 15 men who are more respected than others and have a good deal of influence with the rest of the group. Those Maoists were just particularly good at identifying that sort of man and getting close to him. Inmate groups at Vacaville were required to hold elections every 6 months. It is a way to keep inmate leadership fluid, an attempt to block convict leaders from getting a support base. The 6-month term of the BCA officers ended in June 1972, and the elections that month caused a stir among the BCA factions. The influence of the outsiders was not particularly felt yet. Wolfe, in his notebook, jotted down that one of the nominated inmates was a con named DeFries, misspelling the name, and underlined the name of Cecil Moody, another candidate, a black nationalist, who won the election. Inside the prison, Donald Sink DeFries, serving a term of T. Prison politics, the cell block connection 61 from 5 years to life for robbery and a shootout with police, was not considered heavy politically. Prison politics is particularly Byzantine, with shifting blocks supporting candidates for confusing reasons, often personal. Even inmates could not explain the power blocks in that BCA election. Reportedly under pressure from the black nationalist inmates and outside black women visitors, Robert Jackson, the outgoing BCA chairman, took it upon himself to block DeFries' candidacy. According to prison officials, Jackson declared DeFries ineligible for election because he had not attended as many meetings as required of potential officers by the BCA Constitution. DeFries, furious, first complained to the administration that Jackson's ruling was an injustice. Jackson retaliated by putting out the word that DeFries was a snitch, an informer. The conflict simmered a while, but the snitch jacket Jackson had put on DeFries effectively killed DeFries' chances for election. Right after the election, it was apparent to everyone that the thing about DeFries being an informer wasn't true, explained one ex-inmate. Everyone realized it had just been an election ploy by Bohack, and the rumor stopped right there. Either before or just after the election, DeFries threatened to sue the BCA in the state courts, charging that the rule under which he was excluded from the election was illegal. He even went so far as to draw up a writ, but it was never filed. A compromise was worked out, with the intercession of Westbrook, and the BCA Executive Committee agreed to allow DeFries to set up his own discussion group, named UNISAID. Although the original concept was that it would focus study on the black family, by the time it was organized it had taken up an additional task. The BCA pamphlet introducing new inmates to the group described UNISAID as a community prison information service that serves the interests of the black need for insight into what is happening around them and why. We have what we call our CSIA, or the Unit for Community Situation Information Analysis, which is fully responsible for formulating and investigating and researching and giving analysis of all information and supplying with its findings. The UNISAID Committee is also responsible for the BCA family reorganization and education classes, which purpose it is to reassimilate and re-educate the black male to the needs and responsibility of the black family and to give the black female an under 62 standing of her past and the relationship between the black male and herself. The UNISAID family reorganization classes touched on DeFries' primary interest. his own experiences with women and marriage had been painful, and his vision of the great changes needed in the society focused as much on personal relationships as it did on the economic politics of the colonial black ghettos. These classes will be formed of inmates and females of the community. Will work in the areas of understanding the fear sex insecurity in the black home, the black church, and community organizations, the psychological attitudes of the black male-to-female relationship and the male-to-male relationship of our men. When the group was officially organized in late 1972, Wolf and Little were already involved with UNIS. Although he sat in on the family reorganization meetings which drew about 15 persons, 10 inmates, and 5 outsiders, including Westbrook's wife and sister. Wolf's primary interest was the CSIA. Wolf had already been active bringing in outside radical speakers to talk about racial problems and Oakland politics. During the summer, Wolf and DeFries had become friends. White Willie Wolf was reportedly the first of BCA outsiders DeFries asked to join with UNIS. The paranoia endemic to the radicals had found its counterpart in the fears of the Vacaville inmates. Westbrook was caught in the squeeze. He felt control of the BCA slipping away from him. The position of outside coordinator is time-consuming and enervating. There is no financial reward, and those who take on the task and put themselves into it as Westbrook did with zeal, do it as a labor of love. With the 2 regular weekly meetings, and often a third with the executive board, the BCA was a demanding hobby. Westbrook is a man who thrust himself into the renaissance of black culture, a boisterous, barrel-chested man with extensive knowledge of the history of the African homeland, but he is, as he says, a bourgeois black. As the political wing of the BCA moved into ascendancy, the air of mystery, the rumors of a past with heavy connections that Westbrook had probably cultivated. Prison politics, the cell block connection 63 himself were turned back on him. People began to hear that Westbrook was an ex-CIA agent, a pig, you know, said an ex-inmate. Westbrook's past offered a skeleton to fit the rumor. He had an academic background in linguistics, spoke Italian, French, German, Korean, and Japanese, and had served 7 years in the military. In 1965, as a civilian, he went to Saigon and signed on with an American construction firm and spent 5 years doing all sorts of things in Vietnam and, later, Cambodia. Westbrook said he had not done any work for the CIA. It was not, however, the sort of accusation you can deny away. In December 1972, the executive board of the BCA voted to request Westbrook's resignation as outside coordinator. Prison officials said they understood the rejection to be the inmates' reaction to Westbrook's insistence on a more structured agenda focused on education. Westbrook, however, explains it was the CIA shit and all that. He said he had been trying to reorient some of the classes, particularly the 2 political science classes, which the Maoists had taken over. In Westbrook's place the BCA took in a young Oakland man, Jim Mayfield, who described himself as a graduate student in ethnic studies at UC Berkeley, according to the prison superintendent. Mayfield, who served 6 months as BCA outside coordinator, was more in tune with the new direction of the group. In the late fall there had been a sudden change in the tone of radical prison organizing, a shift reflecting imminent possibilities of armed struggle. On October 6 the splinter group of longtime Vence Ramos members ambushed a prison convoy, shot 2 unarmed and helpless guards, and freed Vence Ramos convict organizer Ron Beatty, a 35-year-old stick-up artist. The exaltation of the new mood primed a reaction of confusion and depression when Beatty was recaptured, in the company of a member of the Vence Ramos Central Committee, on December 12. Free but 2 months. And the depression was honed with fury when Beatty, immediately after arrest, turned canary. They would split into 2 5-man teams, move on to different cities, and set up their own camps. Over a period of a year. You can see how fast we intended to multiply, said Beatty. The day before Beatty was recaptured, on December 11, 1972, Vries was routinely transferred from Vacaville to Soledad prison. When he left, another inmate, Thero Wheeler, a key Vence Ramos prison organizer, briefly took over UNICIT. Wheeler was a well-known prison militant, a black revolutionary who had been the first convict member of Vence Ramos. Wheeler had just been transferred to Vacaville in November, but he was considered politically heavy because he had been in so long and because he was tied with Vence Ramos. Inmate friends of Wheeler remember his saying he knew Beatty. When Beatty turned state's evidence, Thero said he just couldn't believe the guy had snitched. He thought he knew him and it just bummed him out. Prison officials said Wheeler seemed much more political than Vries. Vries was never a leader of men at Vacaville. Wheeler didn't have a big following, but he was persuasive and articulate and other inmates listened to him. Wheeler was first convicted in 1962 of second-degree armed robbery in San Francisco, sentenced to 1 to life, and did 5 years before being paroled. A year later he was recalled on a return warrant and sent to Vacaville for 2-month psychiatric treatment. His wife called the police because she was afraid he would hurt her. Temporarily held in the San Francisco County Jail, Wheeler turned suicidal. He hurled himself against the walls, smashing his head. He knocked himself unconscious once, then picked himself up and charged the wall again. After treatment he was released, but 2 years later, in October 1970, he was convicted of attacking a police officer in Los Angeles and was recommitted on another 1 to life sentence. Wheeler, 28 in January 1973, married in Las Vegas in 1968. He had a young son. His younger brother, Faye, was in San Quentin prison, and his older brother, Bill, a police officer, has been a jailer in the San Francisco City Prison for many years. Thero, said Bill Wheeler, has a hell of a mind. Pretty close to a genius. In December 1971, Wheeler escaped from Soledad prison, but was recaptured 3 days later. Faced with a trial on the charge, Wheeler told prison authorities he felt he was justified in trying to escape because he had been denied parole so many times, and he then set out to get some support from the outside. He first contacted a black militant newspaper, which took up his cause and connected him with white radicals in Vence Ramos who formed the Thero Wheeler Defense Committee. He was convicted nonetheless and given an additional 6 months to 5 years and returned to Soledad. By this time he was known through the system as a prison movement organizer and jailhouse lawyer. After turning down his parole requests several times, the state adult authority offered him a term in the stress program. He accepted and was transferred to Vacaville. The stress assessment unit at Vacaville is designed to place violent offenders with a history of aggressive behavior in a test tube situation where they will be subjected to clinically administered pressure to see if they are able to control themselves. Inmates are required to participate in the group confrontation sessions 5 days a week. On paper the SAU is voluntary. In fact, it becomes mandatory when the adult authority makes SAU a properly condition. To refuse to enter the stress program voluntarily is to sign a long-term lease on a cell. Wheeler was bitterly critical of the whole concept of guards with brain meters who were testing his aggressiveness. In a letter to Prison Politics, The Cell Block Connection 67. Friends in Vence Ramos, he described the SAU group confrontation sessions as designed to take a little bit of your humanity. Manhood every day. Instead of helping, they try to destroy you. To see if you can take the BS. If you can cry and bow and snivel, you are released. To remain human and a man is to be denied parole as being overly aggressive and a menace to society. The BCA made a special effort to get the stress program convicts involved because the inmates assigned to stress were largely convicts in for long stretches with some sort of reputation and influence in the system. But Wheeler did not need much convincing. He had thought the early BCA was a waste of time, but when the BCA became a Vence Ramos connection, he became a faithful regular. When Vence Ramos became involved in the prison movement, the group organized a sophisticated system for inter-prison communication, using both human pigeon delivery and their own illicit mail network. Rules forbid inmates from writing to one another at different prisons, so a drop was set up in San Francisco to which a letter could be mailed, the message rewritten, and the letter sent along to a contact at the other institution. A young Vance Ramos couple, only 2 years out of Indiana, Bill and Emily Harris, had a key role in that operation. Bill Harris, using phony identification, opened a Berkeley post office box in the name of Jonathan Mark Salamone, which was used as the drop. Friends said the Harrises spent long hours rewriting and forwarding inmates' letters. In Oakland, the Black Panther Party was running Bobby Seale for mayor. In April 1973, Seale took second place, forcing a runoff with the incumbent when he received 19% of the vote. Seale was defeated in the runoff, but he got 35% of the vote, certainly an impressive showing for one of the most fiery and outspoken black militants of the 60s. There must have been a good deal of struggle within the BCA analyzing those results and what the Panthers' entry into traditional politics meant. The Maoist line condemned the Oakland-based Panthers as revisionist, over the split between Eldridge Cleaver and Huey Newton. Newton, when he got out of prison and assumed control of the Oakland Panthers in 1970, alienated the Cleaver faction and the Maoists, who argued for armed struggle now, when he declared the Panthers' future role was to be in mass organization and political education rather than as the armed vanguard. 68. Another thrust of the radical left into Oakland politics, one that drew considerable attention and reinforcement from the same radicals involved with the BCA, focused on the Oakland schools. They had been filled with dissension for years, as a young black population crowded into a system administered by whites. The 1970 appointment of Marcus Foster, a black man from Philadelphia, as superintendent of schools had quieted much of the grassroots anger about education in the black community with an extensive program of community involvement. When Foster first came to Oakland, there was widespread fear in the black community that he was an Oreo cookie, black on the outside, white on the inside. He had, after all, been hired by the white power structure. 3 years of Foster had dissipated most of that feeling, except in the eyes of a small fringe group of outspoken Oakland leftists. The primary voice for this perspective was a group called the Coalition to Save Our Schools. As an organization, the Coalition at one time had roots going back to a broadly based group affiliated with the black church structure in North and East Oakland, but since the appointment of Foster, the group had atrophied until no one knew just whom it represented. Its spokespersons became the most antagonistic and distrustful critics of the Foster administration and appeared to be heavily influenced by a couple of ex-student activists who had graduated from Berkeley to Oakland. The circle of radicals who were connected with the BCA had strong personal and political ties to the coalition leaders, and at least 3 coalition activists, Vera Silverman, Bobby Johnson, and Reese Ehrlich, a longtime Berkeley and Bay Area activist, were personally involved with the BCA. The school situation developed within the context of an emerging oppressive state. It is the classic nightmare of American radicals. On the one hand, there is the incipient police state readying its technological wonders for complete population control. On the other hand, there is the local bureaucrat taking small steps to control local problems. When Oakland issued student ID cards, the possibilities of the program were immediately extrapolated into the latest Orwellian scheme. As the situation was presented to the BCA, and through the BCA to the whole Vacaville inmate community, the line between the expected and the proposed blurred, and little flourishes were added. Not only was Foster going to set up an ID program, in prison politics, the cell block connection 69 mates were told, he was going to have all the students fingerprinted. By the summer of 1973, according to several prisoners, everyone in Vacaville knew Foster as the Black Judas in Oakland. I talked with Theo Wheeler and other people in the BCA about Foster as early as July, said one influential prison activist later, and it was really an emotional subject. Prisoners can handle the oppression that comes down on them individually, but it's very different for them to accept that their children are to be subjected to similar kinds of oppression. The idea of identification cards is an emotional thing for prisoners. Inmates carry all sorts of ID cards, and everyone has to have them with them at all times. Picture cards, you know, just like they were talking about for the kids. There was this whole scenario built up around those cards. Police on campus and fingerprints. Everyone said, Jesus. Fingerprinting the kids. What do they need fingerprints for? Everyone was thinking about kids smoking in the toilets and the man busting in and then all being expelled. All the blacks here and the whites who came up from Oakland were angry. Writing for the Vince Ramos newspaper and being touted as Vince Ramos' convict cotter, Theo Wheeler had become something of a cause célèbre in the radical community, particularly in the Palo Alto Redwood City area south of San Francisco, a Vince Ramos stronghold. The Wheeler Defense Committee organized letter-writing campaigns on his behalf, and when CMF medics stalled on giving him needed surgery for a serious intestinal inflammation, launched a lawsuit and held rallies demanding better medical care. But the furor raised by his friends worked against Wheeler when it came to his parole. In the last period of the stress program, an inmate is given a minimum security job assignment, but because of Wheeler's Vince Ramos connection, the Vacaville superintendent was unwilling to place him in one. After his reclassification was twice delayed, Wheeler was told by a friendly guard that he was going to have a problem as long as he was associated with Vince Ramos. Wheeler, of course, sat right down and wrote out a letter of resignation. It sounded sincere. The prison censors thought so, and perhaps the Vince Ramos Central Committee did, too, for it set up a special subcommittee to investigate his criticisms. But certainly Wheeler's Vince Ramos contacts, whom he saw regularly at the BCA meetings, knew something more was going 70 on. When DeFries escaped from Soledad in March 1973, Wheeler was the first inmate at Vacaville to learn of it, and he learned because he received a message from Vince Ramos through the BCA. When DeFries split, explained a knowledgeable source, he made his way to Palo Alto, where he contacted someone in Vince Ramos. He asked for help, but they said they didn't know him and couldn't trust him. They gave him a place at which to recontact them in 1 week, and then they got a message into Wheeler, asking him if this guy had escaped and whether he was cool. Now, Wheeler didn't really know DeFries well, so he asked a few of the political inmates what they thought of the guy, and they said that he had been pretty cool at Vacaville. Then he had some of his friends get through to an inmate clerk with access to records who was able to check and verify that DeFries had really escaped. When he had done this, and talked with people about DeFries, Theo sent word out that he sounded okay. The next week he was told DeFries had been picked up and was being helped. By spring of 1973 there was serious talk of the revolution going on among a small group involved with the BCA. Theo would talk of his idea of an organization that could be set up to use military force to compel immediate changes in the prison system, explained an inmate friend. The first step was to somehow set up a group that would set righteous inmates free. Theo felt there would be no change in the prison structure until there was some sort of outside catalyst. He'd say, "The man will never give up power over anyone, particularly prisoners, on his own. It will have to be forced." His idea was for something he called the People's Army. He spent a lot of time thinking about it. It wasn't until the inmates began coming down on the guards, starting around 1970 at Soledad, that the prison reform movement began to make any headway. The shit started coming down and guards started getting killed, and so the prison authorities started saying, "Okay, back off, we'll make some changes." They announced some changes. They announced that guys would start getting contingency parole dates, and the inmates backed off. But what no one realized was that they were only policy decisions. When things calmed down, the AA went right back to the old system, straight indeterminate sentences with no contingency parole dates. Theo would talk about all this all the time. "What we need," he'd say, "is a people's army outside to force changes in the prison system. And then the changes in the prison system would release good men who could start organizing changes in the whole society. It could be the beginning of real change in the whole society." In prison you have plenty of time to really think that sort of thing out and plan. Thoreau had a lot of it planned. At Vacaville he thought you could blow up the gun towers. It's logistically possible. He figured you could blow towers 6, 7, and 8 and you'd open up the whole side of the joint. He had it all figured. Along the back and side are orchards, and when they're in full bloom you could run right through them and none of the guards could spot you. You go through the orchards and slap a chunk of plastic explosive on each tower. You blow it and then you have vans waiting in the ballpark, a quarter of a mile away, to pick up specific prisoners who have been notified in advance where to go. And then you'd have your army. Wheeler even worked out graphs showing the structure of his army. He carefully diagrammed a command structure, support units, and a network of drops and liaisons that would connect each part of the organization. Thoreau's concept, said another inmate friend, was that it would be an organization of cells. There would be one part of the organization that would act as a military combat unit and another that would be above ground as the political arm, explaining the actions of the army and organizing around their actions. As Thoreau had it, there would be only one member of each cell who would know how to contact another cell. If that person was killed or busted, contact was lost. You cut it off and forgot it, and either it went off and regrouped on its own and began setting up another network of cells or it was just lost, period. Each cell was to have no more than 3 or 4 people, and they would be commanded by a war council of no more than 9. 72. In talking about possible actions his people's army could undertake, Wheeler, according to 2 sources, specifically mentioned kidnapping Patricia Hearst. I don't know how he knew she was living in Berkeley, said one convict source, but I knew he started thinking about Hearst when he read Blood in My Eye. Thoreau mentioned Patricia Hearst by name. He had thought out the whole idea of political kidnapping. He figured it would be no good to rip off the head, because that's the only person who can control the purse strings. So you don't go for someone like Randolph Hearst. He said what you wanted strategically was someone close, but not the main man. Wheeler also mentioned other targets, giving as examples the Vanderbilts, DuPonts, and Rockefellers, but only with the Hearsts did he have a specific target in mind. He said the money would be used to finance the army, continued Wheeler's friend, to feed and supply the army, but Thoreau also mentioned the idea of forcing a food handout. He thought that it would be a good idea because you are not asking for the money, you're not asking anything for yourself. It would be coming at them from a direction they just wouldn't expect, and it would make it clear that whatever the army did, it would be for the people, not themselves. In June 1973, at a BCA banquet, a prison official remembers Wheeler talking to Bill and Emily Harris, Willie Wolfe, and a diminutive Berkeley lady, Nancy Ling Perry. Nancy Perry had applied for permission to attend BCA meetings, but had been denied because she was already visiting several inmates individually. Wolfe had not been attending the BCA regularly since early spring around the time DeFries escaped, but perhaps that was because he had begun visiting a former Vacaville BCA member, 48-year-old Clifford Jefferson, who had been transferred to Folsom Prison the previous December after a wild mop-swinging melee with guards. On November 4, 1972, Jefferson's homosexual lover, his punk, in inmate slang, attacked a guard on the first floor of Jenner Unit when the guard, one of the friendlier officers, cursed him out for disobeying an order. The convict was Al Taylor, who had been exchanging romantic letters with Nancy Ling Perry. Prison politics, the cell block connection. 73 Taylor slugged the guard and the guard went down blowing his whistle, said an inmate witness, and 2 guards dragged the kid off to the hole. Then in comes Jeff, and he's got to do something cause it's his boy, right? So Jeff grabs the lid off this garbage can and slams the guard the kid had hit, who's just back on his feet. By then guard whistles are blowing all over, and every inmate is running to see what's happening. It was a real scene. Jeff got out into a corridor with some space and grabs this mop, and he's swinging it round and round, saying he's going to knock the head off any guard who comes at him. One guard, who's got this macho thing, tries to do his thing and gets a broken wrist. By then, you know, the inmates are really piling up. There's like 200 cons there. Then these two guard lieutenants get there and they're saying, "Now, Jeff, let's reason this out like adults." And they talked him into putting down the mop and walking down to the hole. He'd put on his show, you know, which is probably all he wanted to do in the first place. Death Row Jeff, as Jefferson is known throughout the prison system, is one of the elder soldiers in the convict ranks in California. Jefferson has been in prison since 1948, when he was convicted for second-degree murder in Bakersfield. While in prison he has been convicted of murdering another convict, accused several times of attacking inmates, convicted of wounding one prisoner with a knife. He spent 3 years on death row awaiting execution, spent 5 years in the punitive holes, the solitary confinement dungeons of San Quentin and Folsom, and is currently serving 2 concurrent terms of life without possibility of parole. With his seniority and reputation for being among the baddest, Jefferson is one of the heaviest, most influential convicts in the system. When he was sent to prison, convicts were still being flogged and chained and hung from walls for punishment at Folsom. Through the 60s, when prisons were going through their own civil rights battles, Jefferson was a leader among the black convicts. The race wars, the work strikes, the inmate protests, Jefferson had been through it all. And in the raw, racist, and perverse culture within the prisons created with the taxpayers' money, Jeff was a survivor. "I know what they say about him being so bad and mean," said Corrections Director Raymond Percunier, who personally struck 74. The deal to transfer Jefferson to Vacaville if Jeff, politics aside, would put up his guns and stay in line. But over the years he's always kept his integrity with me personally. In recent years Jefferson had moved from survival to hope with the awareness of the new prison politics, the heritage of Jackson and all those long wars inside. For Willie Wolfe, for the dream of the SLA, men like Jefferson were important. Death Row Jeff was important. The SLA wanted Wheeler in its army as well. By August 1973, Theroux, now bleeding internally and still without surgery, had decided to escape. After Wheeler's resignation from Vence Ramos, he was assigned 90 days in the prison bookbindery, then reclassified as a minimum security prisoner. He had already arranged for a loose job, and was assigned the tasks of cutting the lawn around the gun towers. "It's the sort of job that looks tight," said one inmate. "I mean, you're right under the guards, but actually it's one of the loosest. The guards just don't expect a guy who's pushing a lawnmower around their tower to just keep pushing. They don't watch him close. So Theroux comes out that day and he's Bonnaroo, that's what we call it. Everything he's wearing, you know, is fully starched, with pressed pants. Bonnaroo. And so right away everyone knows Theroux is going to split. It's kind of a thing, you know, if you're going to try it, you go as high class as you can." The end of shift whistle blew at 11:15 a.m. of August 2nd. But Theroux Wheeler had quit work 15 minutes early. 3. Emily Harris, William Taylor Harris, Angela Atwood, Yolanda, General Taco, General Jelena. D. May 17, 1974. A few days before Patricia Hearst was kidnapped, Mr. and Mrs. Frederick Schwartz of Clarendon Hills, Illinois, received a letter from Berkeley, a message from their 27-year-old daughter Emily, which deeply worried and upset them. Only the week before they had gotten a more typical note: "We're both fine and so fed up with work we decided to go on a vacation, a cabin in the Sierras. Hope we've not lost our knack for making fires." But General Taco and Yolanda were already in hiding and hunted, and not in the Sierras. Dear Mom and Dad, this letter is long overdue, and because of that I am sure it will be somewhat difficult to understand. I'm a very different person than you have known in the past, and I have not communicated that difference to you very honestly. I see suffering all around me, people in prison, people working at unfulfilling jobs that earn just enough money to keep them barely alive, people being murdered on the streets just because they are black and standing on a corner. These are realities. These are realities which exist and which you have chosen to ignore in your life. These realities exist because some people insist on being rich regardless of whether they must utilize the blood and sweat of others. I do not see my freedom and happiness as something that comes when I grab as much as I can from someone else. I will never be free until there are no more rich people and no more poor people. This means that I can no longer relate to the aspirations you have for creating a comfortable life for yourselves because they ignore the tortured lives that others lead in an attempt to survive. Just because you appear successful does not mean you are smarter than 75. 76. Another person. Instead, it means you are white, well-educated and willing to ignore reality in order so that you may do better than others at the expense of others. I've learned a lot from Bill, from other people here in Oakland, and from people in prison, and they in turn have learned a lot from me. One person in particular, a beautiful black man, has conveyed to me the torture of being black in this country and of being poor. He has dedicated his life to eliminating the conditions that oppose people's being able to lead satisfying lives and to replacing these with conditions that make people truly free. So part of the process is to destroy and part is to build. Bill and I have quit our jobs and have moved with people who are serious about destroying and building. I feel better than I have ever felt because I see myself as a part of a meaningful process that involves more than just myself as an individual. It involves and will affect the way a lot of people live. If I were alone in aspiring to do this, I would have little or no effect. But the fact is that more people are dissatisfied than are satisfied, so out of their dissatisfaction grows success for the changes that are necessary and inevitable. Bill and I have changed our relationship so that it no longer confines us, and I am enjoying relationships with other men. I am in love with the black man I referred to earlier, and that love is very beautiful and fulfilling. I feel like under these circumstances close communication with you all will only be destructive to us all. I would like to continue to develop in some of the directions I have described here, and I know that much of this will be alien to you. This leaves us little to say to each other. I am not the daughter that you know from the past and that I have pretended to be in the more recent couple of years. I cannot continue to communicate the things I know you want to hear. I love you because of the independence you gave me in the past to get to the point where I am now, but I realize we are headed in totally opposite directions and we can never hope to turn those around and go backwards to a point in the past where we had something in common. I will keep in touch every once in a while but not regularly. Trust that I am well and filled with many aspirations for the future. I do not do this out of any hard feelings, only practical common sense based on no hopes for any real sharing to take place through our communications. None of the changes in me are sudden, but all are part of a process of realization that began years ago. I am a very strong person who is finally realizing their potential. It is truly a wonderful feeling. I only wish I could share it with you, but I would be naive if I thought there was hope for that. One or the other of us would have to negate everything that we lived for. My love for you has not changed, it's just that my love for other people. T. Yolanda, General Takeo, General Jelena 77. Pi and purposes has far exceeded it. Goodbye to the past, forward with the future. Emily. P.S. I don't know how you will react to this, but I feel you will be upset. Please don't try to project these feelings on me or to interfere in any way. I will write sporadically to let you know that I am well. The day after the kidnapping, Fred Schwartz went to the FBI with this letter, worried, wanting to help Emily. Chicago newspapers later reported that Schwartz was the informer whose tip tied the Harrises to the SLA, and Schwartz's reply was bitter and defensive. But better than anyone, Emily would understand her father's going to the FBI out of concern for her. Among the SLA, Emily was probably most like Patricia Hearst in temperament, manners, and background. Ironically, after Patty became Tanya, there was a sense strangely common among friends of both women that they might well have become friends however they met. Even Emily's Oakland apartment was an environment Patty would have liked, painted oyster white, full of plants, tasteful, warm, and always impeccably neat and clean. On the walls there were several political posters which would not have been in a Hearst apartment celebrations of Mao and China. Like Patricia, Emily Harris as a girl had always been close to her father, an engineer active in local politics in the prosperous Chicago suburb where she grew up. Even while attending Indiana University, caught up in the changing values of her generation, even after she had taken up with Bill, a rumpled ex-Marine who taught her a political language with which to express her disquiet, Emily had kept peace on the home front. "I went with them to the airport one time to meet Mr. Schwartz," remembers a college friend. He had flown into Bloomington in his private plane to have lunch with his daughter. Bill just laughed at him afterwards. Bill hated his guts. It must have been awkward accommodating both father and lover. Emily's taste always seemed to lean toward funky guys, men with wit, humor, and energy to match her own. No one who really knew Emily thought of her as weak, a listener, but not a follower. Emily's intelligence, looks, and exuberance had always been. 78. Status. Even in high school she was pep chairman and a straight-A student. She was always the smartest kid in class, remarked an early friend, and teacher's pet in the 6th grade. But everyone liked her. Friends at IU, from which she graduated with a BA in English, thought she and Bill were an odd couple. Emily was the glossy girl, always stylishly dressed, social chairperson of Chi Omega, one of the elite who set the pace of the campus social life. She met Bill in 4968, on a blind date, after he returned to IU after being discharged from the Marines. She was 21, he was 2 years older. Bloomington is a small southern Indiana town totally dominated by the huge IU campus. Like most rural college towns, it is parochial, quiet. College as womb. But it was in Bloomington that both Bill and Emily confronted and were molded by the descent of the 60s. Bill, first at IU in 1963, rode them all the civil rights movement, the university in loco parentis, the anti-war movement. Emily picked up with the anti-war movement and felt herself reborn in the feminist surge. The Marines caught Bill Harris on the bounce. He had tried college, and neither had been ready for the other. Bill was a big sports fan and had grown up making the 45-minute drive south to Bloomington from Indianapolis to catch home games. There was never any question that he would go to IU, but Bill's idea of college had more to do with the bleachers than with study hall, and the confusion was telling in his grades. He squeaked through 2 years, for a time on academic probation, before his father refused to continue paying his tuition until he got serious about school. Brash and outspoken, Bill had a full-grown boyish charm and a real sense of humor. There was a group of people who didn't like him and a whole lot of people who liked him a hell of a lot, said a classmate. Those first IU years were heavy on beer and Bob Dylan and the hip insouciant ennui, but Bill developed a particular concern over what was then happening in the South. Bill always had a cause, one friend of that time said. When he got back from the Marines it was the war, but before that it was the colored people. But Bill's best friend stressed it was something he had gone deeply into, something personal with him. Racism was not an abstract issue in Indiana. The national headquarters of the Ku Klux Klan was just outside Bloomington. Bounced from school, Bill drifted west and spent the summer and fall of 1965 in San Francisco. The first gusts of the youth revolt were to be seen nearby. The free speech movement and anti-war protest had already shaken Berkeley, but Bill, said his son Yolanda, General Taco, General Jelena 79. Francisco roommate, seemed oblivious to it all. In the late fall he returned to Indiana and with a close friend, Larry Leach, enlisted in the Marines. We were both under the impression the Marines were tough physically, and we were both kind of into that at the time, remembers Leach, now a Denver legal assistance attorney. And Bill's dad thought it was a good idea. That was really important to him right then. And there was the cultural tradition that a young white middle-class man who had bungled his opportunities should be scalped and uniformed, sworn to the flag, and given a dose of that military discipline to help him find himself. Bill's mother said she thought it was a wise move for someone at loose ends with his life. In the Marines, however, Harris untied a few more knots, unraveled a few more loose ends. He spent 2 years in uniform, 6 months in Vietnam. Just before he went overseas, his father died of a heart attack. He took it hard, said Leach. His dad had been saying he would never amount to anything, remembered another close friend, and when he died, it robbed Bill of the one person he wanted to prove himself to. In Vietnam, Harris was assigned to the Marine headquarters at Da Nang. He never saw combat. In a game of touch football he tore a leg ligament. In civilian life he would collect a $28 monthly disability payment and was shipped out to Okinawa. After he got out of the hospital, he was reassigned to staff the officers' club there. In the heat of argument Bill was not above exaggerating his Vietnam experience, but to his friends he described a military career in safe, soft jobs. He used to tell me that when he got to Vietnam he bought this leather bag, cleaned and oiled his rifle, and put it in the bag under his bunk. And he never fired it. Not even for practice. And when there was an inspection, he'd pull out this clean rifle and the officer would look at it and say, "You men ought to keep your rifles as clean as Harris here." But his stay in Vietnam was enough to sour him bitterly on the war. His letters home expressed his disillusionment, his dawning awareness that Americans had replaced the French in a colonial war. On Okinawa, Bill had to face what many Marines called the Second War. On U.S. military bases all over the world, racial tension was high in 1966–67, but on the island a tense, often violent situation was exacerbated by Okinawans' race hate against blacks. The islanders would attack black Americans on the street, so black Marines largely stayed on base. The closed setting brought out the worst from both blacks and whites, said a Marine who served with Harris. It was a real snake pit. Whites wouldn't go to the N.80. listed club at night, and both blacks and whites walked around only in groups. Bill was there a long time and saw a lot of that. Later, at Camp Lejeune, North Carolina, where both Harris and Leach spent the last months of their hitches, they found the infection had spread. Leach recalls a painful scene when Bill spotted a Vietnam buddy, a black Marine named Bob Green, walking with 2 other blacks. Harris went running down the street shouting and waving, but Green was cool and standoffish to them. Finally he took us aside, remembered Leach, and said, "I really dig you 2 guys, you're really great, but I've made a commitment and I'm not going to be able to associate with whites." It really deflated Bill. In Nam they had really been close. While still a Marine, Harris went to Washington for the 1967 March on the Pentagon defying general orders at Lejeune. But only after returning to IU did Harris become really vocal against the war. Filled with his experiences, he was bewildered to return only to run headlong into old college drinking values. A lot of his old friends just hadn't changed, said Leach, who also returned to IU. They seemed to him to be politically naive and incredibly ignorant of the social realities. They couldn't understand him and he couldn't comprehend how they could be so conservative and unaware. Bill joined Vietnam Veterans Against the War and became one of the core of campus anti-war activists. Not a leader, often only on the sidelines, but always there. And there he found Emily. It was very easy to get down on Bill, said a close friend of Emily. He was a button man, a slogan man. You'd see him and you'd immediately like him. He had this infectious smile and he was a hell of a nice guy. But away from him, you could really get down on him. He was something of a screamer. Bill was a theater major, and it was through the drama department that the Harrises met Gary Atwood and his girlfriend, Angela DeAngelis. Bill, Gary, and Angel, most friends knew only the nickname, were all aspiring actors, part of the backstage clique. They all acted in campus productions, but Gary was the only one considered to have real talent. Bill and Angel eventually opted for teacher training rather than risk the professional stage. The 2 couples became part of a small group of friends who got heavily into LSD. For over a year there were about 10 of us tripping a lot, said classmate Charlie Hall. I mean all the time, every weekend and sometimes just after work during the summer. For a while, too, said Hall, they were into the whole Ken. Yolanda, General Taco, General Jelena 1. Kessie, Merry Pranksters bit an exploration of freaking for public effect. Once, after taking acid, Bill went out hitchhiking on a truck route. He had his hair long and frizzy, with this red bandana around his head, and man, said Hall, he just looked really strange. What he was doing was standing out there just to antagonize the redneck truck drivers. He'd wait for one to stop and scream at him, which several did, and then he'd turn to me and say, "See, I told you they're weird." Acid was a big thing in 1969 and 1970, said Charlie, but then everyone just lost interest in it. Gary and Angel stayed with it longer than the rest of us, particularly Gary. They seemed to need at least. Angel had always been nervous, he said, but Gary was just electric, super anxious. Exuberant, flamboyant Angel, she signed it with a halo over the G, met Gary playing Perdita opposite him in The Winter's Tale. It was the perfect part, not too heavy, and she was gorgeous, said another actress. Gary was the IU acting sensation. The first student considered capable of Hamlet, said one theater professor. He was so skittish that when they first met, he jumped when Angel touched him. It caught her mother thing, said a close friend. He was a challenge and she went after him. They courted in a tempest the week before the marriage. Angel wasn't sure Gary would go through with it and wed in an extravagant production. They took over a farm, roasted a pig, hosted a revel of wine and skinny dipping, and married in Elizabethan costumes. But Angela's father refused to attend the wedding. Angel had been a devout Catholic before IU. She grew up in North Haledon, New Jersey, a small all-white town just outside the ghetto shambles of Newark. Her father was the local Teamsters boss, business manager for Local 999, and their home had the first swimming pool in the neighborhood. Her mother had died when she was 14, and as the eldest of three, Angel assumed the role. Bright and popular, she was on the executive board of the local Catholic youth organization, captain of the high school cheerleaders, and still earned honor grades. But when she got away from home, she never wanted to return. In her 4 years at IU she visited home only 4 or 5 times. A story Angela told several friends was that shortly after her mother's funeral in 1963, Life magazine published an article on organized crime in the East. Reading it and looking at the photos, she was stunned to recognize many of her father's friends whom 82 she had met at the wake. It became an ever more intricate relationship. While she was at IU, her father provided her with a generous allowance. She had her own new car on campus and, always with plenty of pocket money and almost wanton urge to buy presents for her friends. One couple she babysat for said she used to embarrass them by bringing bags of expensive toys for their children. But the allowance was cut off when she married Gary. Gary Atwood was to the left, way to the left, said her father. Politics became another barrier between father and daughter. Angel was politicized by Gary. Awed by his intelligence, his poetry, his acting, she accepted him as intellectual mentor. At IU they were very domestic. She was an Italian mama, said one friend, always in the kitchen. Her greatest ambition, said her best friend back in New Jersey, was to play Peter Pan, and at IU she worked almost desperately to bring off an independent production of the play. Acting friends at IU remember her as tremendously enthusiastic. She became so involved in what her friends got into that she seemed to become 10 times more involved than they and 10 times more disappointed when it fell through. Later, substitute teaching briefly in San Francisco, she taught the most famous lines of J. M. Barrie's classic to her gleeful students for a recital. I won't grow up. I won't grow up. I will never go to school. I will never eat my spinach. Nor obey the golden rule. Angel's first love was theater, but the economic possibilities discouraged her, so she took the teacher certification course. She did her student teaching at an Indianapolis high school. She was reprimanded for allowing students to call her Angel and again for wearing a black armband after the Kent State killings. The kids loved it. In June of 1972, Gary quit IU. He and Angel moved to San Francisco, where Gary had arranged for an unpaid co-job. Alternative service for conscientious objectors in lieu of the military at a government-funded theater. For any couple it would have been trying, the wife supporting them, the man trapped in. Yolanda, General Taco, General Gelin 83, an unfulfilling job. For Gary and Angel there wasn't a chance. Politicized 23-year-old Italian mama's change in Berkeley. When they settled, first in San Francisco, later in Berkeley, Angel and Gary spent most of their free time together. Sometimes they saw 3-4 movies a week. But Gary was frustrated with his menial theater job and alternately sulked and raged. Angel was none too happy earning the rent as a waitress. They fought continuously and separated, briefly, several times. Angel would sometimes show up at friends' homes, crying and occasionally bruised, to stay the night. After a while, said a friend, they just stopped doing things together. Gary would spend a lot of time home, reading. Angel was much more social, going out to parties and things. He just stopped going places with her. They both thought it was the wisest decision. In September of 1972, Angela auditioned and won a leading role in Hedda Gabler, a play produced by the Company Theater of Berkeley. She played Thea, the married woman whose love for another man gives meaning to the lives of both. A young woman named Kathleen Solia, new to Berkeley, played Hedda, Ibsen's classic portrait of a bourgeois Lady Macbeth. Solia, whose name would come up again late in the SLA story, during Patty Hearst's year of flight after the LA shootout, became Angel's closest friend. Angel arranged for Solia to get a job waitressing at the Great Electric Underground, the restaurant in the Bank of America World headquarters, where she worked. They commuted daily to work together, then to the theater, working together, playing together. The two of them became the core organizers of an effort to unionize the waitresses. In the winter of 1972, Kathy Solia and Angel took a night course in radical politics at UC Berkeley. Angel had been talking about women's liberation even back at IU, but the course introduced her to feminist writer Germaine Greer, and Greer's analysis worked with the Marx and Lenin that Angel had already read with Gary. At home, the marriage became guerrilla warfare in the kitchen. A close woman friend remembered. Angel wasn't saying, "Look, you have to do your share, do the dishes." She'd say, "Fuck it. If he wanted them done, he'd have to do them." She became deeply involved in her theater work and tried with Solia to organize her own acting company, increasingly focusing on agitprop political theater. In late 1972, Bill and Emily Harris had followed the Atwoods to 84. San Francisco, staying for a while with Gary and Angel, then settling in Oakland. They had no better luck finding teaching jobs than had Angel. Bill, even with a master's degree in urban education, ended up sorting mail at the Berkeley Post Office, and Emily got a job as a clerk typist at UC Berkeley's Survey Research Center. Both detested their jobs. They quickly became activists in Berkeley-Oakland radical circles. Their life was paced and their purpose defined by their politics. The Harrises, particularly Emily, were sympathetic and supportive to the awakening Angel. It was obvious Angela had taken a lot from Gary, said another friend. Angela's new self-image demanded an aggressive, confronting manner. But her job as a cocktail waitress in a flashy uptown restaurant, always on coquettish display, trapped her in hypocrisy. The militant feminist rebelled, bitter and angry. At work, even among the other waitresses, old friends came to avoid her because she was so strident and caustic. At a friend's wedding reception, she picked out a straight man among the middle-aged guests and engaged him in a baiting conversation. He was standing there with his mouth open, remembered a friend. It was hilarious. She realized her sex life did not satisfy her and began to see other men. She let the hair grow on her legs and sought out comments about it, opportunities to confront men with their sexism. Some friends were no longer sure whom they pitted most in the marriage. Gary and Angela. She no longer wanted to be called Angel, decided to split. Gary wanted to return to IU, but Angela had no intention of retracing any part of her past. In July 1973, Angela went home for her sister's wedding. There was a scene. She told friends later she had been kicked out. Angela had lectured about racism to her family for years, but this time it was more than race guilt. She just felt we had too much. She felt she had had too much, said her father. She felt that some of what the family had should have gone to the poor, to save the poor from hunger. Some friends said Angela, having decided to cut loose from Gary, now seemed more poised, confident. She was finally at ease with herself. A really natural, glowing woman, remembers a high school chum she visited. Gary went back to IU alone in August. Later that month a friend from Oregon visited the Harrises and was invited to sit in on a meeting of their Marxist study group. Angela was just starting the classes. What I remember most vividly now, said the woman, was Angel standing there saying to A.T. Yolanda, General Taco, General Jelena 85 group of people, I don't know much about this. You're going to have to help me a lot. The SLA was just organizing. 4 months later the school superintendent of Oakland would be murdered. The Harrises had an unusually large number of old friends who kept track of what happened to them after the move to the Bay Area. A lot of us Bill and Emily's friends had been worried about them staying at IU all that time, said Charlie Hall. We were afraid they were becoming two of those non-directional people, he explained. Colleges have their own sort of casualties, the people who sit around quoting quotables and never dirty their hands with the real stuff of life. We were afraid Bill and Emily would end up like that. Hall had watched from Washington State, where he works as a paramedic, as their politics became more revolutionary. The same thing has happened to a lot of us, he noted. Bill and Emily regularly mailed him leaflets and posters about Vince Ramos and the prison movement. He was happy for them. With the prison thing, he thought they were finally getting their teeth into something real. In December, Angel moved into the Harrises' spare bedroom. And just before Christmas both she and her friend Kathy Solia quit their waitress jobs at the Great Electric Underground with a 5-page letter sent to all employees and a local radio station that denounced the restaurant managers as agents of the ruling class. In January, a week before the Hearst kidnapping, General Taco and Yolanda, already on the run, called Charlie Hall. It was a strange and difficult conversation, he remembers. I knew something was happening, but I didn't know what. They thought they were in trouble with the law and it was clear it wasn't something like traffic tickets. But they were very happy, very excited. The die is cast sort of thing. I kept asking what had happened, but over the phone they wouldn't tell me anything. You know. Emily kept saying. She was giggling. Emily, I don't. Really? Replied Charlie. Well, what do you think it is? She teased. Charlie couldn't guess. I told her to stop mind-fucking me, but she wouldn't. Neither of them would tell me what was going on. Read the papers, said Emily. You'll find out. Bill asked. 86. Charlie for a loan. Charlie mailed him $75 like I told the feds, said Hall. I thought the worst it could be was that they had busted out some prisoners. Birth of the SLA. The California Correctional Facility legendary Soledad prison squats in the middle of the long flat Salinas Valley, 3 stories of beige brick surrounded by sun-baked lowland given over to gigantic fields of corn, barley, lettuce. Around the prison the land is sparsely settled. San Francisco is more than 100 miles north up California Highway 101. Without help, escape from both the prison and the valley is rare. Donald DeFreeze, alias Sink, #A25219, escaped from Soledad on March 5, 1973. After a lifetime in and out of jails, he was free of them. He would never be arrested again. DeFries had been transferred from the state prison at Vacaville to Soledad in December 1972. He had been reclassified as a minimum security prisoner, trustee status for inmates unlikely to attempt escape. The transfer and the new classification indicated parole consideration. His disciplinary record had been good, only one minor infraction in the prior year, 3 minor infractions the year before. He had been assigned to a new job, light security, working on the boiler in the correctional officers training school outside the main prison. March 5 was his first and last day on the job. A little before midnight, DeFries had walked out the main gate with Guard Sergeant Jim Tucker and climbed into a pickup for the ride to the training facility, 3/4 of a mile away. It was the first time Tucker had met DeFries, whom he recalls was chatty and amiable. DeFries told the guard he had been a deputy sheriff back in Ohio. Tucker did not know whether to believe him, but he had heard stranger tales from inmates. At the so-called South facility, DeFries relieved the man on the 4 to midnight shift in the boiler room and was left alone while Tucker drove the other inmate back to the main prison. All prisons run 87, 88. With this sort of calculated risk. Inmates do everything but open and close the main door in most prisons, with trustees trimming the lawn and clipping the hedge outside the walls. Before Tucker returned, 20 minutes later, he made his regular checks at 2 other unguarded posts, the snack bar and the firehouse. While Tucker was on those rounds, Donald DeFries simply walked out an unlocked door, through an open gate, and scaled an unguarded 6-foot fence. The sergeant sounded the alarm, but DeFries was a minimum security walkaway, no big thing, not like a mad dog killer on the loose. Most Soledad walkaways are picked up within 24 hours. DeFries said later he approached a Chicano family living in the valley and talked his way into a change of clothes. He hitchhiked north, avoiding the highway patrol, and one ride took him up the peninsula that frames San Francisco Bay against the mainland. 30 miles south of the city, he stopped in Palo Alto and made fruitless contact with Vence Ramos members. North and across the bay, in Oakland, he found James Mayfield, the young radical black serving as outside coordinator for the Black Cultural Association at Vacaville. Mayfield, a family man with a wife and 3 kids, is not talking to reporters or to the FBI. He never went underground when the SLA was on the run, although many acquaintances of the fugitives, casual and intimate, suddenly took trips. In DeFries' original scheme, Mayfield was to be the contact for ex-cons or escapees to connect with the field marshal, with the underground army. Sink planned to appoint him an SLA colonel. But all this was in the future when DeFries arrived, unannounced and unexpected, at the Mayfields. Several sources say Mayfield drove DeFries around Oakland and Berkeley while Sink tried to convince various friends and acquaintances to shelter him. "He must have gone through his whole address book," said one woman. "At least a dozen people refused to aid him." A San Francisco black activist said DeFries contacted several black women he had met through the BCA, asked them for help, and was refused. "They barely knew him," the man said. "They told him, 'Why should we risk so much for you?'" DeFries did not want to stay with Mayfield. Both figured Mayfield's home was hot, a likely place for the cops to check. Neither thought Peking House much better, and DeFries felt Dave Gunnell was kinda freaky, but when all other doors slammed on him, he ended up seeking refuge at the Shabu Road commune. Birth of the SLA 89. It was apparently coincidence that on March 3, 2 days before DeFries escaped, Russ Little, one of Gunnell's tenants, ran into a friend named Chris Thompson in Oakland and bought Thompson's pistol, a .38 Rossi. Thompson had lived at Peking House in the fall of 1972, then went to New York for 2 months, owing Gunnell $65 and leaving his revolver at the house. Thompson explained later that he had been avoiding Peking House, after he returned, because he could not pay Gunnell the money he owed. When he met Little on the street and Russ offered to buy the Rossi, he decided to sell it for $65. Little would pay off Gunnell. They checked at the pawn shop where Thompson had bought the gun to see what type of document could legally transfer ownership, but in the end, Little just gave Thompson a receipt for the gun, not a document of legal transfer signed in the name of Alicia Croft. Thompson accepted that, although he later bitterly regretted it. In the black militant circles he had moved in for several years, names, particularly ones which might someday interest police, were handled gingerly. Signatures were not much questioned. Thompson was a former New York Black Panther. In the 1970 BPP split between Eldridge Cleaver and Huey Newton, he had sided with the paramilitary Cleaver faction. He helped edit their paper, Right On. Later he split from them, drifted west, opened a Berkeley food stand called Harlem on My Mind, and became involved with local activists. He liked the Bay Area. In militant black politics, he said, New York was like the front lines. Here it's much more mellow. Asterisk. At Peking House, DeFries was restless and worried. He wanted a more secure hideout. Shortly after Sink arrived, Russ Little sought out Thompson, telling him that he had a friend, a black escaped con, who needed safe shelter. Thompson suggested Little approach Ms. Moon Solti Seek, a young Berkeley activist and, said Thompson, one of his ex-loves. Ms. Moon, said Thompson, wasn't openly involved in anything dangerous, but she was politically together and she dug black men. Thompson thought they might get on together. Little had already met Ms. Moon. She had been among several of Thompson's girls introduced to the Peking House collective while Chris lived there. Another, Nancy Ling Perry, who worked at yet another Barcalef sidewalk stand, had become a regular visitor at Peking House after Thompson moved out. Nancy Perry was now a close friend of both Little and Wolf, a trusted courier in the outlaw prison network Wolf had organized. Thompson's suggestions sounded good. The introductions were made, and Ms. Moon said yes. Donald DeFries moved into Solti Seek's Parker Street apartment in Berkeley about 2 weeks after he escaped. There were only 2 bedrooms and Ms. Moon's roommate, Judy D., claimed the second. Ms. Moon and CIN were lovers almost immediately. And between the two almost immediately there was the magnetic bonding of Berkeley rhetoric and the gunpowder politics of the prisons. Ms. Moon's sister Sue, 2 years younger, arrived in Berkeley on March 23 en route from Hawaii, surfed to the ski slopes of Colorado and visited for 3 days, staying at the apartment with Ms. Moon and DeFries. There was a brief family reunion on the 23rd, when Ms. Moon's older brother, Fred, drove up from Santa Barbara. For some time, Fred had been urging Ms. Moon to move out of Berkeley and pick some sort of target for her life, law school, perhaps. The metamorphosis of Sister Patricia into Ms. Moon, she had legally changed her name, had already convinced the family that Berkeley's tangle of politics, personalities, and sex was a volatile social laboratory. But both Fred and Sue had been surprised and pleased to meet the intense, quiet black man, obviously Ms. Moon's new lover, introduced only as CIN. Ms. Moon had been seriously ill and deeply depressed when Fred had last visited her in January. She had irritated him once again by talking military politics, how a group could not be. Birth of the SLA 91 picked off as easily as a lone rebel, but her physical and emotional health had worried him more than the politics they had so often argued about. The family had accepted the fact that Ms. Moon was bisexual. Her sex life didn't bother Fred, but he was concerned about her depressed spirits. From his mother, whom Ms. Moon wrote and visited regularly, he had learned that Ms. Moon had broken up with her longtime lesbian lover Camilla Hall only the month before, fighting about Chris Thompson, and now Thompson was gone. I liked CIN right away because I could sense that he was making Ms. Moon happy, recalled Fred. DeFries, he said, was a trim, muscular, good-looking man, with a short rounded afro. DeFries was wearing dark aviator rim sunglasses, indoors as well as out, and seemed very much at home, shirtless, wearing a pair of old army fatigue trousers. In January, said her brother, Ms. Moon had been going through a rough period. She seemed to hate herself, hated her body. She was just getting over a case of gonorrhea, and she had been really depressed. With CIN she seemed much more assured. And I noticed right off how nice he was to her. There was a rare parity in their relationship, they seemed to treat each other as equals. CIN told Fred he had just come from New Jersey, leaving a job in a daycare center. He told us about how one day he had to bring all these kids from the preschool program to an amusement park, recalled Salty Seek. He filled out this whole story. There seemed to be no contradictions between the story and what he was. He seemed to be the sort of gentle guy who would like working with kids. Fred, a Peace Corps veteran of Malaysia, had only recently returned from a stint in Algeria with the International Voluntary Services, and CIN was curious about his experience. They talked about racism in Malaysia, Arab culture, the Peace Corps. CIN was particularly interested in the Algerian government's treatment of Eldridge Cleaver, said Fred, and was apparently disappointed with Salty Seek's report. When Cleaver wasn't under virtual house arrest, Fred told CIN, he was being shipped around the country in a well-guarded limousine. Algeria used Cleaver as a propaganda tool. I was so used to being defensive with Mizmoun I probably related to him in the same way, recalled Salty Seek later. But there were no arguments, he asked questions insistently, but he was willing to listen. His questions were the sort where he seemed to be willing to listen to any answer no matter where they came from or what sort of politics I had. When he asked about the Peace Corps, I knew where he was. 92. Coming from how could you work for an agency of the corporate government? But he was willing to listen. He had leftist politics, but without the slightly hysterical edge in Mizmoun's rhetoric. De Vries impressed him as an intelligent man, said Salty Seek, not in the academic sense I mean, he seemed to be stretching for polysyllabic words but his thought sequence was good, the way he phrased and followed up questions. Sometime during the afternoon, Fred picked up that CIN had once been a pimp back east. Mizmoun was very proud of it. That a man once a pimp could turn around and become a man like Sink, it meant a great deal to her. That was the image he projected, something of the bad man turned mild, mused Fred. I got the feeling that he had come to Berkeley to mellow out. Fred Salty Seek stayed only a few hours, but Sue's longer visit left her with similar impressions qualified by a vague worry and suspicion. Not about CIN, more about all that serious and secretive political stuff they were both involved in. The two of them worked hours daily writing some sort of documents, Mizmoun at the typewriter, CIN behind her, talking and peering over her shoulder. Sue recalled them all joking one night. Mizmoun wanted some sort of slogan with punch behind it, and the three of them were tossing all sorts of crazy rhymes back and forth. But the documents were serious and private. Mizmoun asked Sue not to interrupt when they were working on the papers. Sue Salty Seek remembered another night after a vegetarian meal cooked by De Vries when there was an after-supper gathering at the apartment for a film showing. Chris Thompson brought the movie, a Cuban color film about the Frelimo guerrilla movement against the Portuguese army in colonial Mozambique, and 8 or so people came to see it. One of them, Sue thinks, was Emily Harris. After the film, Mizmoun asked several people, both Sue and Thompson among them, to leave while she and CIN met with the rest of her collective. Much later, Fred Salty Seek discovered Mizmoun's notes from that meeting among her possessions, scribbled comments about the film and the group's reaction. La Lucia continua. Beautiful. Women and men shown living and struggling in creating the changes we identify with, though in a technologically different environment. We know what happens to what to brace up to expect. It will sometimes be hard. But the payoff, enjoyment of being free and enjoying like we could be doing. On the reverse of the page, she wrote, you don't arrive at a fixed spot and say this is it, there is no more ahead. There is not an ultimate. Government must always be what people need when they need it. Along the margin to the right, there was another note, changes have now been experienced. Death is not our goal. We are affirming life, an affirmation of life. There were already links between most of the people who would later enlist in the SLA, but as yet there was no army. At least through the spring there were two separate cliques, and several of the later recruits were peripheral to both. When DeFries escaped, Wolf, Little, and Nancy Perry were already involved with another prison-based revolutionary terrorist group. A group that did not include Donald DeFries. CIN's arrival in Berkeley was timely, the revolution almost started without him. CIN had landed at Peking House by chance, a last resort, after several of his black acquaintances had barred him refuge. Prior to his escape, in the 3 months between his transfer from Vacaville and his departure from Soledad, neither Wolf, Little, nor any of their prison visiting friends had seen DeFries at Soledad. None of them had even written to him. CIN's fateful connection was again chance. Yet, within 3 weeks of his escape, DeFries seems to have stumbled upon two independent groups readying themselves for the do-or-die commitment of revolutionary terrorism. For DeFries, Berkeley lived up to all the prison myths. And within 3 weeks of escaping, DeFries, with Ms. Muon, had apparently already begun writing out the long elaborate documents that codified and proclaimed the Symbionese Revolution. A personal vision can be as important as the rare visitor to a prison inmate, and in the politicized prisons it is not rare that the dream is of an army, the new society, a new life, another chance. There is no patent on revolution, but DeFries abandoned all modesty and more. His was the grand illusion, he wanted not a band of guerrilla fighters, but a nation and here and now a federation that would truly represent all races of the people. DeFries sheltered so long, never involved with politics outside the prisons, and his friends, oddly as sheltered as he, believed the time was right. The people ready. Revolution awaited only the few. In April, CIN moved from Ms. Muon's apartment to a hideout in 94. East Oakland. Ms. Muon commuted for about a month, then, in June, they took a place together on East 17th Street in a ghetto section of Oakland. Bill and Emily Harris, if not members of Ms. Muon's collective then, were at least close friends. Angela Atwood was as yet unconnected, still caught in her terminal marriage crisis. Ms. Muon's sometime lover Camilla Hall was then STJLL estranged, having broken off because Ms. Muon would not pledge fidelity, but Ms. Muon was trying to lure her back. Another who was perhaps still an outsider, although a friend of both Wolf and the Harrises, was Vietnam vet Joe Remiro. Remiro was then the Vence Ramos weapons trainer for the East Bay, holding self-defense gun classes for radicals in Berkeley and Oakland. Willie Wolf, the youngest of all of them, was a central figure. Then, perhaps the central figure, the connector. But Wolf, Little, and Nancy Perry were still deeply involved in another army, a still mysterious group of black inmates and ex-cons sworn to urban terrorism, who called themselves the Partisans' Vanguard Party. As an idea, a cell block dream, the Symbionese had uncounted precursors, but most, like Vanguard, apparently died in that nether world between plot and reality. For a time, Wolf and Little didn't need DeFries, they thought they already had their black leadership. It would not be until midsummer, after Vanguard was clearly nothing more than a paper revolution, that Wolf and his friends turned to Sync. It was in August, 1973, that Nancy Ling Perry moved in with Sync and Ms. Muon. The people were ready. Revolution awaited only the few. When Wheeler escaped from Vacaville in August, 1973, DeFries met him in Palo Alto. Wheeler said later he had arranged a pickup through his BCA/Vence Ramos connections. "I didn't know DeFries had anything to do with my escape until, I saw him," recalled Wheeler in a Texas jail cell interview after his arrest in Houston in mid-1975, "but I thought anyone who showed up there, well, he was okay, I'd found out where he was coming from. That was the first day I seen the seven-headed cobra." It was not DeFries who picked him up at the prison, Sync met him later, but Birth of the SLA 95. The rescue at Vacaville had its own melodrama. "At the time," said Wheeler, "I didn't know who was gonna pick me up, I didn't know anything about it. The people who did come to get me drove up to the penitentiary and drove straight off into a ditch. They saw me and drove right into it. The prison authorities had to help them get out of the hole. Then they came back up the road and got me and we split. Hiding out with Wheeler, Ms. Moon, Nancy Ling Perry, and Thero's girlfriend 24-year-old Mary Alice Seam, a Redwood City radical, Vince Ramos associate, and heiress to a California lumber and real estate fortune. DeFries laid out the plan. He handed me this book, you know, with all these cobras on the cover, remembers Thero. He asked me to read it. I did and I thought, man, this is really shit. I told him it was a bunch of garbage, it wasn't realistic as far as revolution was concerned. Actually, it was bullshit, it was suicide. DeFries was apparently nonplussed at Thero's first reaction. It is known that the five stayed together for some time, for about a week in Palo Alto, moving on to Berkeley, then to Ms. Moon's Oakland apartment. Wheeler said later he disagreed with Sink's SLA concepts, but other reports indicate he at least made some suggestions on how to structure the organization. And perhaps even suggested targets, Patricia Hearst among them. Still, said Wheeler, DeFries' politics and his own didn't coordinate. He became awfully frustrated with me because I wouldn't get the support for him that he wanted, that I had the potential to get. I wouldn't get people to deliver guns, I wouldn't get people to join the organization, I wouldn't talk to people to support the SLA. I had a lot more contacts than he did, said Wheeler. The people I was talking to that were feeding me and helping me as far as my medical problem was concerned, they would do almost anything I asked them to. But they wouldn't accept the SLA. At the time Wheeler's first concern was for himself and the 96 medical aid he desperately needed. I went to these radical doctors, right? They were all scared to help me, they just gave me a bunch of painkillers. What I needed was an operation. Stomach cramps were becoming unbearable, he was bleeding internally and found it difficult to walk. His contacts supplied him with money, an alias and false IDs, and Wheeler flew to New York to get his operation. He said he stayed in a penthouse owned by heavies, real heavy people. I was given the name of some doctors that I was told would help me, but they were scared too. All I got was more pills. Wheeler said he spent the last week of August in a Chicago hotel, too sick to leave his room. In the first days of September, said Wheeler, he returned to San Francisco just in time to veto the SLA's first planned assassination. DeFries wanted so bad to get the SLA started he was gonna kill this dude Montgomery, was gonna write a letter to Montgomery shit, he already wrote it, he was gonna mail it the next day. Montgomery wrote an article about me, in the Examiner I think, and DeFries wanted to kill him. Wheeler said he told DeFries that if he sent the letter, which would claim Thero was under the protection of the SLA, he, Wheeler, would send another denying it. Still, Wheeler stayed in the SLA commune. His girlfriend later told the FBI that between Thero's escape on August 2 and October, she had attended about 20 meetings in Oakland at which DeFries lectured on the structure and politics of his nascent Liberation Army. Wheeler's lover, Mary Alice Seam, is beneficiary of a $250,000 trust fund, family money from the Coggins lumber fortune of Northern California. Seam's money apparently supported the early SLA collective. Close friends explain that Mary Alice gave Wheeler a couple of $1,000s which he shared with the group. When the SLA later described itself in published manifestos, the authority structure seemed a bewildering tangle. The Symbionese Liberation Army was separate from, yet one and the same with, the Symbionese Federation, the Court of the People, and the Symbionese Federated Republic. And each of the above was a united front coalition of different races and people and socialist political parties of the oppressed people, who have under black and minority leadership agreed to struggle together. Asterisk. In an unpublished early draft of their terms of military/political alliance, they describe the SLA as neither an organization or group. it materialized with the active grouping of the combat elements from different revolutionary organizations or groups and parties whose leadership have joined together in the Symbionese War Council. We follow the principle that those who fight can talk, because political unity grows from military/political action against the enemy. Implicit and explicit in all the early SLA documents is the singular doctrine which ultimately both defined and doomed the SLA. The Federation in all its manifestations is totally an alliance of war. The combat unit under General Field Marshal de Vries was to be absolutely preeminent. It was the Symbionese War Council which was to be the ultimate authority of the Federation, and de Vries was to be chairman of the council. In their Oakland apartment, de Vries and Ms. Moonsolty-Seek had labored over the proclamation by which the United Symbionese Republic would secede and declare revolutionary war on the U.S. government and the capitalists pursuant, they noted, to the U.S. Declaration of Independence. Should they call themselves, they wondered, the SLA International People's Army, the Federation Liberation Forces, the United Forces of the SLA, or simply the SLA? Stories are told of de Vries approaching leaders of radical groups in the late summer with a simple and forthright proposal: ally with the Federation and the SLA will put the authoritative accent of terrorism on each of the revolutionary demands of the left. An activist Oakland attorney said that he knew of several local leftist leaders de Vries had approached. In each case, he said, they rebuffed him. They thought he was a provocateur or simply crazy. A lot of people just didn't take him very seriously. For de Vries there must have been a sense of incredulity as one after another of those he had counted on to be seated at the War Council refused him, amazement first, then anger, then disgust. For the others, veterans of the East Bay left, it was probably much less of a shock. For them the binding glue of the SLA was frustration with the factionalized and stagnant left. By fall of 1973, said Wheeler, Sink, Ms. Moon, and Ling Perry were still the SLA High Command, and the High Command was still the whole army. None of the black people from the streets would join, and the people from the Black Cultural Association wouldn't help him. Some of the college kids would come by Willie Wolfe, and Emily Harris, and her old man came about twice. But none of them were yet members, he said. The SLA came together as a collection of stragglers, each individually had somehow shaken loose from a prior niche. All but Angela Atwood and Ms. Moon's lesbian friend Camilla Hall had been caught in the collapse of Vence Ramos that summer, but even then perhaps only Joe Remiro was paying dues. Others had been deeply involved in Vence Ramos projects but avoided the group's internal discipline by rejecting membership. Deeply committed, but usually to someone else's revolution. Wheeler recalls Remiro and Little enlisting in the SLA in October, the 4th and 5th recruits, but other reports. Birth of the SLA 99. Indicate they, and others, were deeply involved well before that. Willie Wolfe and Russ Little stopped paying rent at Peking House in September, said landlord and friend David Gunnell, but we saw little of Willie in that last 6 weeks and almost nothing of Russ after mid-August. They just weren't around. August was the crucial month in the formation of the SLA. Perry moved in with Cin and Ms. Moon. Theo Wheeler escaped and joined them. Angela Atwood finally split with her husband and began dating Little, and then, after attending Berkeley gun classes taught by Joe Remiro assisted by Wolfe, both Remiro and Little. And it was in August that the East Bay Vence Ramos, torn by internal feuding, dissolved. In the void of organization, the Coalition, a new group of former Vence Ramos members and associates, was formed to continue political organizing until some successor to Vence Ramos was created. What happened, explained Remiro, testifying in his own defense much later, was when we first got together we decided to split the collective into 3 groups. One group was to work on community organizing, another was to focus on industrial and labor organizing, the third was a prison group. Of the 6 to 8 people who opted to work on the prison project, he said, 6. Himself, Wolfe, Little, Bill and Emily Harris, and Angela Atwood would eventually become SLA Cotter. Eventually the collective fell apart, because the other 2 groups weren't doing anything and couldn't think of anything to do. They all wanted to get into the prison group and, we didn't think it would work as well with all these people in it. As the rest of the coalition turned to prison organizing, he said, the core six of the original prison project spun off independently. See, said Remiro, it was like, working with a person in a collective didn't mean you actually knew the person outside of political work. And what happened was, six of us became really close outside of political work. We went out and partied together, and had beers together, and ran around Lake Merritt together, and we just became good friends. And we felt that rather than just working with people who we only know through common political interests, that we would rather work together. We liked each other. We got along well. We had no big personality clashes, nothing like that. We just kind of struck off on our own with our own little group. Since February, Willie Wolfe and Russ Little had been regular visitors and correspondents to Clifford Death Row Jefferson at 100 Folsom Prison, where the lifer had been transferred in December after his brawl at Yakavali. Wolfe and Little remained his most regular visitors, but B.V. Spring the Harrises and Little's girlfriend Robin Steiner were also visiting Jefferson. Death Row had been Wolfe's link to the Vanguard Party, and even later it was apparently through Jefferson that Sink and the others hoped to become affiliated with the Black Guerrilla Family, a secret communist organization of black inmates of great influence within the California prisons. Wolfe, Little, and Jefferson exchanged an extraordinary series of letters, several of which police found later, which had been kited in and out of the prison. In some of these smuggled letters, Jefferson identified himself as a leader of the Black Guerrilla Family and party chief of the Partisans Vanguard Party, allegedly a black convict terrorist wing of the BGF. According to Jefferson's letters, the Vanguard Party, which was later to enter into an alliance with the SLA, was to be the successor of the BGF. A small group which would organize a new stage in the struggle, guerrilla war in the cities. Death Row Jeff claimed that the plans for the group, and the 13-page party manual * were drafted B.V. Me and George Jackson. The black prison hero whose writings made him a legend even before he died in an attempted prison escape in 197-1. The alliance with the SLA is never referred to directly in the Jefferson letters. There are also implications that Wolfe and Little perhaps as representatives of the SLA or, more likely, as representatives of a larger group of white radicals associated with Yenseramos, a few of whom would later join the SLA, were brought into a coalition of black terrorist groups that predated the SLA. In a letter of April 30, 1973, 2 months after DeFreeze's escape, Little and Wolfe were told to contact another ex-convict, identified as U. Little and Wolfe had not yet met McDaniels, but Jefferson told them to contact him because they had been appointed to the party's 5-man Central Committee. Jefferson also wrote that he had appointed 2 field marshals, a chief field marshal, a deputy chief of staff, and a deputy chief for intelligence, all well-known black prison revolutionaries. After mentioning the appointment of Geronimo Pratt and Wildman Stevenson, Jefferson wrote, "Those are my 2 for the month of April. If you have yours, that great, so please push most others you contact to get theirs." It was, it seems, to have been a multi-sided coalition, a joint command. His appointments aside, Jefferson went on in that letter to list other prisoners and ex-convicts, most well-known activists to whom he wanted copies of the program distributed. Most of the men allegedly had already been recruited, but Jefferson made clear that at least some were to be shown the program in an attempt to interest them in the group. Within an SLA context, the list was an odd one. Although most are known as fiercely political convict militants, several of the Vacaville inmates mentioned are described by both prison and inmate sources as so psychotic they have little touch with even their immediate prison reality. Several others are known to have decried the SLA as impractical and absurd, in both style and tactics, and spoken disparagingly about DeFreeze. In more than one case the recruits could not even pronounce the full name of the SLA. With interpolations by the authors, Jefferson's handwritten letter of April 30 reads, "Greetings, Comrade Willie. I received you most sought letter of April 1973, the date you have on the letter, but I received it on 30th of April. I thought you would never write. Anyway, I hope it not so long before your next letter. I heard over the radio that a Wilbur Jackson got shot in leg, a few days ago. Was that Popeye? I hope Hastings have helped you find Junior or someone. The rate it taking in time, he will have died of old age before we find him. Get his help, so let's get some success there. It good you have the job, but I hate you will not be able to make it up for a month. But your organizing shall make up for that. So work hard on that, and I shall expect Russ up. Also would like you to find me a nice aware girl, stallion type, tall, any race, between 20 and 50 years old, can come up twice a month on different weeks than you 8C Russ. I need this, so work on it. I am not sure I know Septima Clark, if he's friend of comrade. Al I know him, anyway, I hear a guy with name close to that is Okie, so he is Okie. Now Ray know you are legit, he at first didn't know Nancy Perry. So he asked me and I give him the scoop on everybody out there. But anyone writing must use dida me on letter, then there is no doubt. Now I wrote Russ a long letter yesterday. Want you 8CU to check it out at once and have the program printed up in a small pamphlet form at once. See Gloria, she no printer. Now I want 5 copies sent to Scott for him, A. Gibson, Chili, Lil John, LC all there with him. 8C I want 4 copies sent to Ray for him, Carter, Whiteside, Madhouse, and 3 copies sent to JP Trotter at Soledad Central, for him, Howard, Lil D, also send 3 to James Lindsay, Quinton, for him Yogi, Lil Tate, also send 3 copies, send me 5 copies, give you a few copies, also Dave 8C other comrades copies, you 8C Russ keep plenty copies, also give B Wells and Baby Rayburn copies, send. My friend Francis copy, at her office, also Hastings 8C Jr. copies 8C Popeye. Send Vince Ramos Prison Union address in Palo Alto, also tell Ray, Al, Scott, you that Geronimo now Deputy Chief of Staff, and Wildman is Deputy Chief Intelligence, those my 2 for the month of April, if you have yours that great, so please push most others you contact to get theirs. I got a letter from you and I wrote him back, telling me about the toilet bit. He seemed to be pretty angry about that, but the comrade is alright, so you all get in touch with him, if he has not got in touch with you all yet. Also he is put out with sugar, so you must have sugar call all of us down from each place, this is a must. Also you told me about the pretty topless and bottomless girl he has. They are good to have around, that why I want one, to visit carry word back and forth. We are going to move now. Oh yes, did Francis phone you and tell you about what I said? T. Birth of the SLA 103. About Sacramento, trying to get for me, phone her about this. Have you heard from Al lately? Give him my love in struggle when you write him, also the card I sent to him was returned. Did you give the nut Steve and Bob my best regards, how are they doing? Also give Cecil my best, always my best to Scott and the fellows, tell Scott to tell A. Gibson he is now a field marshal. He is a very good man. Also tell Ray to tell Whiteside he is now chief field marshal and Carter is a field marshal. Those are our general staff. That should be enough for him to know you are all legit, but I know he already know. I was able to contact him 2 weeks ago, when I gave him complete rundown. He is now in hospital from hurting his leg playing basketball. I hear not too bad and will be out in a day or so. Bonewell is one of us, a good man in Los Angeles. I would like you all to be in touch with. No, you cannot send me cigars here, but on Christmas if on mainline. They will keep for about 6 months in sealed box, in open box about 2 weeks. What did Hastings himself say about helping us? Now be sure he get a copy of our program, so see Russ get program printed up. This letter over good and do this I ask at once, and don't wait 2 weeks or more to let me hear how things are going. In order for us to be effective, I have to get word all the time and have visit at least every other week, and you and Russ, you are 3 of the 5 on Central Committee, read the program close and all have to live up to it or go. Give my love to Dave, Russ, Robin 8C all comrades. Dada Omi. Comrade Jeff. The actual relationship between the SLA and the Partisans' Vanguard Party is still unclear. Indeed, the actual existence of any organized group within the prisons under Jefferson is in some doubt, despite his impressive roster of prison heavies. 9 days after his letter of appointments to Wolf, Jefferson sent another to Russ Little, announcing that Ulysses McDaniels was now out as Deputy Chief Commander. It was a brief note, without explanation, but Jefferson added a requisition that seemed strangely inappropriate for sworn terrorists: I want printed cards made up for all officers with their rank and party. 3 days later Death Row Jeff sent another letter to Little, a purge letter of some of our reactionaries, which summarily dismissed half the high command. Chili Red was kicked out for lying to Geronimo about me and apparently for believing Chili. Both Wildman Stevenson and Geronimo Pratt were purged as cowards and damn Lear/Chili Red should be killed as soon as possible, Jeff wrote Little, and as for former Black Panther Pratt, I can see why Newton wants to kill him. In none of his letters did Jefferson mention DeFreeze or the rank of General Field Marshal. And although Jefferson's letter to Wolfe in the late fall of 1973 indicates a knowledge of the Foster killing and Sink SLA, it seems far more likely that it was not DeFreeze himself but the history of prison activism of the young white SLA soldiers that gave the nascent SLA credentials with Jefferson and other prison revolutionaries, others perhaps more serious and better organized than Death Row Jeff's Vanguard Party. The prisons remained the anchor for the SLA concept. Outside the walls they had difficulty getting anyone else to accept them. The only group that may have been recruited into the SLA Federation was the Chicano Liberation Front *. On the streets and among radicals, nobody wanted nothing to do with the SLA, recalls Theo Wheeler. It just wasn't cool. DeFreeze got really frustrated at that time. Remiro and Wolfe together moved into a small Oakland cottage on Bond Street on October 1. Friendly neighbors said they were not spending much time at home. They did not even bother to get a phone for the first month. Willie Wolfe told one friend he had moved out of Peking House because there were too many people and he didn't like so many people aware of his activities. He didn't feel the people had common sense on what not to talk about. I just assumed he was talking about things like going to the rifle range and other kinds of things hundreds of people do in the East Bay. By mid-fall, however, Little and Nancy Ling Perry had begun to rent safe houses, SLA hideouts. Perry, using the name Nancy DeVoto, rented a 3-bedroom tract house in the San Francisco suburb of Clayton. In early October Little rented an apartment near Oakland City Hall, a half-mile from the school administration building. Then, as George DeVoto, he moved into the Clayton house with Perry. Still, rumors of the new Liberation Army drew little interest among the Bay Area left. In the cauldron of the Berkeley counterculture, where new messiahs, tribes, and armies surface regularly, the SLA was viewed with neither much interest nor alarm. In an unaddressed letter, DeFreeze denounced leaders and organizations that they must continue to organize new organizations every time one falls apart, when they fail to understand that the people always organize to fight the enemy, and when leaders fail to start the fight, then people fall apart from the organization. To continue in this manner, he wrote, is totally reactionary, egotistic, opportunistic, and anti-revolutionary, since to do so only allows for the continued grouping and regrouping of the same revolutionary people for the fight that never comes. In the early fall, members of the SLA had burglarized the homes of at least 3 prominent leftist activists, stealing guns, ammunition, and ammo reloading equipment. They even went so far as to steal the wallet of a prominent Vence Ramos activist, Janet Cooper, later to use her identification to rent getaway cars for an SLA robbery, possibly an attempt to set her up with the police. And they were training in the Berkeley Hills. We practiced karate exercises and the proper use of weapons, breaking them down and putting them back together, and that, Wheeler said. DeFreeze was real good at it. I never did see anyone who knew guns as well as he did. he'd be blindfolded and he could take them all apart and reassemble them in a minute. And still they were polishing up the SLA documents that would 106 later be used to explain their philosophy. Much more careful thought went into organization than into ideology. The future would be shaped in the act of rebellion. Beyond a vague socialism, they had a series of generalized goals: liberating monogamous marriage, destruction of the penal system, the rent structure, and quashing racism, sexism, ageism, capitalism, fascism, individualism, possessiveness, competitiveness, and all other institutions that have made and sustained capitalism. There was also a system for breaking up the United States into racially separate sovereign states *, but de Vries had the SLA war machine diagrammed and detailed. It is the responsibility of the mobility unit to provide for the movement of supplies and military personnel and the necessary equipment needed to safely move said personnel and supplies. It is responsible for the safe movement of supplies between other units and to and from the combat units, and providing needed hiding places and disguises necessary in the movement of combat elements and supplies and equipment. It is also responsible for receiving and decentralized stocking of those supplies and equipment under its authority and which combat forces have found to be in excess of their supplies after expropriation operations. 1. The building of hideouts that will serve from time to time the needs of combat units in operations in different areas of the state and other states as actions allow. 2. The acquiring, building and camouflaging of vans, buses, and other means to allow safe movement of supplies and personnel. 3. Arming and armor plating of said type autos and the building of means of concealment for supplies and personnel, to also build defense systems into said autos, such as oil, smoke, and nail release systems. 4. Maintaining of autos in top condition and giving them top speed and drivability at the same time, bulletproof and tires etc. 5. Acquiring, decentralized stocking and receiving and providing of phony and real ID papers, uniforms of movement, such as disguises for mailmen, priest, gasman, policeman, nun, army, navy, air force, wigs, shoes, and typeset equipment, parts to repair autos, gas and oil facilities, tires, and power generating equipment for tools. Medical unit. It is the responsibility of the medical unit to provide medical combat personnel when combat units open operations in any area of the state. To provide needed medical care that elements of our forces may need from time to time and to decentralize stocking of medical supplies and equipment under its authority and that may be sent from forward combat troops after expropriation operations against the enemy. It is the medical unit's responsibility to build and find means to safely hide medical equipment. It is the responsibility of the medical unit to build and provide underground operating rooms and the needed personnel and equipment to run them in all and different areas of the state, both in urban and rural areas. 1. The building of recuperation areas that are security sound. 2. The building of mobile medical teams that are able to be within a 15-mile area from force units in its operations, thereby allowing combat elements aid as soon as possible under war conditions. 3. The building of training facility for medical combat training, warfare, and its medical needs call for military medical training in the areas of gunshot wounds, cuts, shock, gas burns, poison etc. and should be held as the main training priority. 4. Acquiring of generating power equipment for operating rooms and medical equipment. 5. The acquiring, receiving, and decentralized stockpiling of medical supplies and equipment across the state in safe and underground areas with only a few security-cleared personnel knowing the whereabouts of said supplies. Armament unit. It is the responsibility of the armament unit to provide, stock, build and repair military equipment and to develop new revolutionary weapons. To provide decentralized stocking and hiding areas for weapons and ammo and other type equipment, and supply combat elements with supplies when needed. 1. To build booby traps, bulletproofing, and mines, electric shotgun mines etc. 2. To build facilities for the making of machine guns, reload. 108. Equipment, cyanide bombs and bullets, poison and arms to fire them with. 3. acquiring or building ammo, gas masks, sniper rifles, silencers, mortars, anti-tank weapons, flamethrowers, and explosives. 4. To work with others in the use of the people and the people's creativity to find new means and ways to destroy the enemy better than he can destroy us. Provision Unit. It is the responsibility of the provision unit to provide food and other such supplies as are under its authority to those units that request it, to see to it that the needs of the medical unit are met and that of other units. To form and develop hiding places and underground areas where food and other provisions can be safely stored. 1. Stocking of canned foods and other foods and acquiring of means to maintain the food value of these foods. 2. Decentralized stocking across the state of foods, cooking fuels, equipment for cooking, soap and other equipment necessary. Communication Unit. It is the responsibility of the communication unit to see to it and provide all combat support groups, support units, and command sections with communication equipment, to repair said and build its own equipment if possible, to train personnel in the use of radio and type equipment and to provide trained personnel to combat units and command sections. 1. To build and maintain jamming and monitoring equipment and personnel to jam and monitor enemy communications. 2. To build with other units, communication lines between other units, by clear and approved security means, to form teams of communications runners, made up of dogs, birds, women, children, old comrade people, etc., to form areas to aid units in forming dead drops and end cuts for security. 3. To maintain, acquire, and receive equipment that has been expropriated by combat units from the enemy, and supply said equipment when needed to other units. 4. To stock by decentralized means across the state these supplies and to also build and set up communication teams across the state with both long and short-range radio equipment, thereby giving them the ability to keep all of our units in full contact with each at all times. Birth of the SLA 109. Intelligence Unit. It is the responsibility of the intelligence unit to build and provide means whereby the enemy is always 2 steps behind us, but never in front of us. It must maintain a ever-flowing line of information on the enemy, informers, and supplies that our forces may need. It must intake intelligence and find out clearly the truth of it and pass it on to command sections as soon as possible. It must not overlook any action of the enemy or those who are near the enemy. It must maintain running files and run photo teams to be able to supply the unit and central command with all possible information on the enemy or buildings and terrain that may be needed in carrying out of operations. 1. Building of files on known informers and agents, addresses, family, photo if possible, car color and license number. 2. The forming of information on the movements of police, agents, prison officers, and family, photos if possible. 3. Formulating information on movement of money, military equipment, medical supplies, food supplies, arms, explosives, radio equipment, gas and oil and other type supplies. 4. Acquiring of maps of government institutions, jails, prisons, banks, storm drains, communication stations and lines, power plants and lines, oil and gas and other fuel supply tanks areas, airports, Navy, Army base area and explosive and arms makers locations and security that is used for all these type buildings and areas. 5. Information on movements of police and other military elements, placing of SLA agents in police and military institutions. 6. Forming of counterintelligence agent teams and the forming of means to carry out security checks of SLA personnel. Propaganda Unit. It is the responsibility of the propaganda unit to maintain clandestine press and printing equipment, mimeograph equipment, or other type means to provide newspapers, pamphlets, flyers and stamps for propaganda and agitation against the enemy and to allow the people to know both our victories and our failures, to provide the people with truthful information on its oppression and the need for them to fight against the common enemy as one people. 1. The incorporation of members of the people for the pose of working in propaganda actions in their community, to train them in the use of walls, tape recordings, loudspeakers, drawings, and other forms of propaganda. 2. To provide propaganda to the actions of combat units. 110. Against the enemy, to seek to turn enemy soldiers against their officers, to seek to keep unity among our people, while the enemy is trying to divide us. 3. To use radio and other means to bring forth a war of nerves against the enemy, and to give the spirit of struggle to all our people. 4. To by letters sent to government officers attempt to turn them to our side and explaining the meaning of our armed forces' actions and that their only hope is to take the side that will win in the end, the people. 5. The misinforming, spreading lies and forming of uncertainty in the enemy's forces and personnel in local areas, announcing of false information to the enemy, using rumors, information on corruption of government members and all possible means to bring about a war of nerves upon the enemy. There was imagination, ingenuity, and more than a bit of Ian Fleming in that document. And there was scope. Size. It was for the legions of the future, those who would flock to join his handful of followers, that de Vries laid out this plan. The unit would become a platoon, the platoon a company, the company a division. To those who would bear the hopes and future of our children, let the voice of their guns express the words of our children's freedom, he boldly scrawled across the bottom of the last page. Time crowded, history waited. Among several never-issued SLA communiques later discovered by police, the earliest was dated October 8, marked Communique No. 1 and was written to claim credit for a planned attack on Avis Rent-A-Car and the General Tire and Rubber Company. The communique accused them of serving and supporting the fascist governments of Israel, Portugal, South Africa, Chile, and Great Britain. That attack was cancelled or at least put off. Avis wasn't considered a good enough target, a bombing was not what was needed to introduce the Symbionese Liberation Army properly. It was not bold enough, not overtly revolutionary enough. It did not clearly define the no-quarter stance of the SLA. De Vries and his Symbionese wanted to go public with an act that would at once elevate the SLA as a preeminent revolutionary group and separate them from the radicals who had refused to go to war. An execution would do that, an assassination of a public figure in which the SLA would be the fist of the people's rage. Raymond Precunier, director of the California Department of Corrections, was a priority target. His murder was planned, then. Birth of the SLA ill. Cancelled, according to police intelligence sources. Rumor had it that convict associates of the SLA vetoed the idea, complaining that murdering Pro would only put the prisons into a tight lockup and install an even more repressive regime. The Symbionese were not sure whom to target next. Then, as Wheeler recalls, we was sitting around the house one day drinking wine and somebody started talking about this dude Foster. At the time there was a lot of feeling against him in the community, Bobby Seale was raising hell about him and all. All of a sudden de Vries sits up and says, "Man, we're gonna waste that nigger." William Lawton Wolfe. Camilla Hall. Sijo D. May 17, 1974. Gabier May 17, 1974. Mizmun Solti Sikh Zoya D. May 17, 1974. Of the core SLA, Willie Wolfe was the youngest until 20-year-old Patty Hearst became Tanya. He had just turned 23 when he died. He was a key figure in the early SLA, but a month after the Foster killing he left the group, saying he planned to leave the country. Weeks later, when it was war and the SLA was on the run after the arrest of Little and Remiro, he returned. It was he who brought his radical friends to the BCA, it was he who became the SLA's courier to death row. Jeff but Wolfe is remembered not as the soldier, but as Tanya's lover, Cujo. Cujo was the gentlest, most beautiful man I've ever known. He taught me the truth as he learned it from the beautiful brothers in California's concentration camps, said Tanya, mourning and vengeful after the LA shootout. Neither Cujo or I have ever loved an individual the way we loved each other, probably because our relationship wasn't based on bourgeois fucked up values, attitudes, and goals. Like most of the SLA, Willie had rejected a great deal. The son of Dr. L.S. Wolfe of Emmaus, Pennsylvania, A wealthy anesthesiologist, Willie had been raised in Connecticut and northern New York, moving several times. When Willie was 15, the family was jolted when his father divorced his mother to marry a much younger woman. It became an extended family. His mother had 2 children by a first marriage and 4, including him, by her second. His father had 2 more by his second and present wife. And sibling relationships were full of rivalries and debate. But Willie stayed close to his mother, and he and all the children had a deep affection for his father. 112. Cujo, Gabby, Zoya. 113. Willie attended an exclusive Massachusetts prep school, Mount Hermon. A lanky 6-footer, he was nicknamed Wee Willie, was sports editor of the paper and a varsity swimmer. Quiet, almost meek, he did not smoke or drink and tried to follow all the rules, and so was the butt of jokes and pranks. His grades were mediocre, but he graduated in 1969 a National Merit Scholar finalist, scoring high 700s in his college boards. But 1969 was a turbulent year, a difficult year for kids of privilege awakening to social crisis. Willie was trying to sort it all out: his family, the war, the relevance of college, success American style. He rejected the family tradition of attending Yale and instead moved into New York's Harlem for a year, living with a black former Franciscan friar who had spent a summer with the Wolves years before in a program to bring ghetto kids into the country. Shunning his preppy friends, he worked as an insurance company clerk and bought his clothes second-hand. He was looking for a life of a little deprivation, said the ex-monk. When you've had it easy, maybe you feel guilty because you haven't been able to experience life in the raw. From Harlem, Willie went to London, then off through Europe for 9 months. He had borrowed a few $100s from his father and took a budget tour. He stayed with friends, took odd jobs, and bummed around. Always he noted contrasts to American affluence. Back in the States, he arrived in Berkeley in January 1971, 19 years old, a young radical groping for a creed, full of his experiences. He enrolled at UC Berkeley, lived 2 months in a dorm, then moved into the Peking House commune. His father was paying the bills, but by the end of the year he was illegally getting food stamps. "I'm looking for ways to ease my dependence on the old man," he explained to his mother in a letter. He asked her to sell his Standard Oil of New Jersey stock. Family money burdened him. He would lecture parents and siblings on the virtue of poverty. On a visit home he told his stepmother, "Your income is outrageous and unjustified. All you need to live on is $3,000 a year." By January 1972, Willie was writing his mother predicting, "America is heading for either communism or 1984. His choice was communism. After the divorce, Virginia Woolf, his mother, had moved to Litchfield, Connecticut, a Yankee squire town of 114. Country wealth that Willie came to detest. He urged her to move. Not to continue to be a passive enemy of the people in their struggle for a decent life. Caught up in the East Bay subculture, he defined himself as a Maoist, a revolutionary. Political friends remember him as shy, seldom speaking up at meetings, but he became deeply involved with the prison issue and the BCA. After 1 year he decided to drop out of college to devote himself to political activity. When his mother wrote, urging him to reconsider, he replied, "The sick New England, white American standards of success that we've managed to see through are still clogging your brain." He took karate lessons and began, like many local revolutionaries, to practice at gun ranges. He was always very disciplined, said a radical friend. When he said he was going to do something, he did it. If a picket line was going to start at 4 o'clock, he was there at 4, not 4:10. He was very close with a number of women, but friends remember only one romance with a Swedish girl whom he had met in Europe, who visited Berkeley and was later deported. He conscientiously wrote his mother aggressive, caring, demanding letters, urging her to sell her stock holdings and luxury possessions. She, too, should live on $3,000 a year, he said. None of his brothers or sisters, neither older nor younger, accepted the line. They found it simplistic and teased and argued with him. But by October 1973, when Dr. Wolf visited Willie for a week in Oakland, his son had already moved out of Peking House and was living with Joe Remiro. The SLA had formed, and Willie was holding gun classes for small groups of SLA Confederates. Willie introduced his father to friends as Ace. An Oakland friend later said, "It was clear there was a tremendous amount of affection between Ace and Willie, and that Willie was having a hard time with Ace not sharing his political views, but in a much nicer way than most of us deal with our parents about politics. It was kind of a mutual acceptance in which Ace said, 'Well, this is where Willie's at and I accept him and love him,' and Willie saying, 'Well, this is where my father's at and I don't want to be like him in 25 years, but I love him too.'" Dr. Wolf was a little dazzled by his glimpse of Willie's world. There were several fantastic things. People kept dropping in every 5 minutes interested in the Vietnam War, Arabs, Indians on 115. Alcatraz, Women's Lib. There was a gal who had decided she would do something for Women's Lib, so she got a job as a longshoreman. Every night we'd throw her on the floor and knead her muscles back into some sort of shape. I was surprised, given Willie's absolute indifference to skin color, that there were no Negroes who showed up. We talked about Ireland, Israel, lots of causes. Dr. Wolf was impressed by the passion, pace, and variety of Willie's life, but the deeper concerns of Willie, Russ Little, Joe Remiro, and other friends he met went unmentioned. 3 weeks later, on November 6, the SLA murdered Marcus Foster. In early December his stepmother received a letter from Willie saying there was a slim chance he might be home for Christmas. On December 20 he arrived unexpectedly in Emmaus, wearing a blue cotton Mao jacket and a blue skull cap that his sister Roxanne irreverently dubbed Willie's "We the People" hat. He had left the car his father bought him on the West Coast and hitchhiked east. He was not going back to California, he told Roxanne, to whom he was closest. After Christmas he was going to Sweden to marry, to stay. He went up to visit his mother almost immediately and told her the same thing. His mother accused him of copping out, running away from this country, but he would not answer her. As a wedding present she gave him a substantial check. "I questioned him about his philosophy and how, with his beliefs, he could accept money from me," said Mrs. Wolf, "but he just told me, 'You wouldn't understand.'" At his father's house his politics and incessant talk of China had no better audience. Willie's younger brother John, a music student and Buddhist, complained that politics was all Willie could talk about, but he doesn't really know much, he has a lot of ideas and little information. Sister Roxanne was gleefully introducing him as Willie, "my communist brother." The holidays were busy and the house was full of guests. It was not until January 9 or 10 that Willie told his father of his engagement and plans to expatriate. The two planned a dinner alone Friday night, the 11th, to talk of the future. On January 10 Russ Little and Joe Remiro were arrested and identified with the SLA. On the 11th Willie received 3 col. 116 lect calls. He told the fam. He urgently had to go to New York to visit a sick friend. No, he could not wait for dinner. On February 4 Pat Hearst was kidnapped. Investigators believe Willie was back in California BV then, though his mother received a Valentine's Dav card, an unusual gesture signed by her son, postmarked New York, February 11. It was the last the family heard from him. Only Camilla Hall lingered as long before she, too, went underground with the SLA. She did not disappear until 2 weeks after the Hearst kidnapping. On February 19 the FBI showed up at her home 6 days later. Perhaps for Camilla there was doubt, second thoughts. At 29 she was the oldest of the women, Bill Harris's age, with only DeFries her elder. An accomplished poet, painter, 4 years an avowed pacifist, Camilla seemed the least likely of the SLA soldiers, yet invites the most simplistic explanation. Camilla's first tie with the nascent SLA was more personal than political. It was her intimate friend and sometime lover, Mizmun Soldzik, who had legally changed her name from Patricia to Mizmun after Camilla rechristened her in a love poem, who became de Vries's protector after his escape, perhaps his first recruit. Camilla and Mizmun, Gabi and Zoya, the lesbian soldiers of the SLA, on the run, they were always thought of as together. Arm in revolution, as Camilla wrote, arm in love. In a group that took great liberties with rank, neither was ever introduced with a title. And if the media showed unexpected restraint in handling their sexuality, it was more likely due to bewilderment than to tolerance. In 1968, Camilla had fled to the West Coast from Minnesota, perhaps seeking that tolerance. She lived for 3 years in Los Angeles, living off her savings and a small income from her art sales. Then, at 26, she moved north to Berkeley in late 1971. She settled in an old apartment building on Channing Way. Her upstairs neighbor was 21-year-old Pat Soldzik. The Channing Way block was almost a Berkeley legend, a paradigm for communal neighborhoods. The residents were vowing dropouts and a few students, crowded into a jumble of cheap apartment buildings and decrepit Victorian houses, but the community developed a rare collective identity. There were communal gardens, a block food co-op, a neighborhood. Cujo, Gabi, Zoya 117. Coffee house, block parties, street security programs. On a front lawn mid-block stood a 10-foot-high papier-mâché red fist. Camilla and Mizmun were soon lovers. They were very proud of it, said a friend. It was Thanksgiving Day, and one of the neighbors had a feast for 40 people with 3 turkeys. Pat came in very excited, remembers a neighbor. They didn't come in and announce it to the group or anything, but they were holding hands, and that's when they publicly wanted everyone to know. It was almost like an announcement, as if someone were to walk in and announce, "We're going to be married next year." On our block, that was the way it was done. When you first fall in love with someone, you walk with your arm around her or him or whatever or whoever it is. In this case it happened to be the two of them. Channing Way remembers Mizmun in her t-shirts and peasant blouses and baggy diaphanous harem pants, short, about 5 feet 4 inches, with dark hair clipped in a pageboy cut, yet a formidable woman, with a stern strong face. Camilla is remembered as heavy-set, with thick granny glasses and short blonde hair. She wore green army surplus fatigues or denim overalls and hiking boots. When Camilla arrived, Mizmun was already a veteran of 3 years on the block. She had carried the name Patricia for her first 22 years, then, with a group of lesbian friends, went to court and became Mizmun. She demanded that even her family call her Mizmun. When she became Zoya, she did not go to court. Mizmun had been searching to give her new SLA name deeper meaning, explained Tanya in the last SLA communique, and on her 24th birthday, May 17, the day of the LA Holocaust, she found it. Zoya, chanted Tanya in her fiercest eulogy, female gorilla, perfect love and perfect hate reflected in stone-cold eyes. Pat Soldzik was the third of 7 children, the oldest of 5 girls. She had grown up in Goleta, north of Los Angeles, the daughter of a pharmacist. It had been a close family. Mizmun always spoke warmly of them, said friends, but her parents had divorced. Mizmun was very close with my mother, said her elder brother Fred, but she and my father didn't get along. She was graduated from Dos Pueblos High School in 1968, senior class treasurer, popular, and in the top 10% of her class. She left Goleta super straight, said her brother, but then Berkeley's turbulent years worked their magic. 118. She arrived in Berkeley on a state scholarship in the fall of 1968. She moved in with her boyfriend, Gene, a computer science student, who already had an apartment on Channing Way. At the university she was studying French and Spanish. On the block she and Gene were among the 15-odd key people who put time and muscle into developing the Channing community. Friends thought them a very close couple. They lived together for 2 years, but then, as one friend explained, in Berkeley, you have all these roads to go down. You can become anything. You can take one road and never come back. Jean became really involved in IBM stuff. She was going one way, Jean another. In 1970 Jean wanted out of the Berkeley scene, and in August the two parted. Whatever happened between Pat and Jean was probably not unlike the failure of many marriages, but it pushed Pat into a desperately liberated chaos. She was anti-men for a while after Jean, she became celibate toward men, said a close friend, but then it just became Kellogg's Corn Flakes variety time. She became bisexually promiscuous and very active. I don't think she ever went through a big thing about being a homosexual, said Jesse, a black man who was intermittently her lover. She was very fond of men, very fond of lovemaking. She just dug women, too. She wasn't really heavy politically, but she was aware of the political situation around her. She was into making things, photography, drying plants, a little ceramics. On campus, said a friend, she staked out a table for her feminist friends and was known as a women's activist, but she was more of a silent doer, not getting out in front of people and yelling. But in 1971 she dropped out of school in her junior year according to several friends, to work on a photo essay about women, perhaps a book on Japanese women. She had taken a Black Studies course and become interested in the prison issue. She began to write to prisoners. Both she and Camilla became supporters of the United Prisoners Union, the radical ex-convicts group, working on a UPU film script, but strangely according to UPU leader Popeye Jackson both were like most of the white sisters in the prison movement, they seemed interested only in the male prisoners, the hoped-for soldiers of the revolution. Ms. Moon's brother Fred, who became the family spokesman, said his sister lived in Berkeley because it was an ideological ghetto and it gave her the support she thought she needed. He described her as a gentle person, but said her political rhetoric had become increasingly violent. Fred Solty-Seek became an outspoken 119 and a bitter critic of the SLA soon after his sister was identified with the group, the only such voice raised from the families of the SLA members. He said his sister had a history of guilt-tripping herself into relationships with men like Sink. It's a recorded psychological state of mind that some white women get into, he said. She took a lot of shit and swallowed every word. Several of Ms. Moon's acquaintances and lovers have suggested, like her brother, that the only men she was interested in were black, but little is known of Ms. Moon's many turbulent affairs. Like many of the other SLA members, Bill Harris at the post office, Emily Harris at UC Berkeley, Angela Atwood with her waitresses union, Willie Wolf at the SKS die casting plant in Oakland. Both Ms. Moon and Camilla were deeply involved in union activities. In January 1972, Ms. Moon got a part-time job as a janitor in the Berkeley City Library and became an organizer for a small group of employees trying to unionize, a struggle that eventually led to a strike that was settled with increased benefits but with a non-union shop. She was just learning how to organize women, said one of the strike leaders, but she acted like a sort of shop steward. Other employees described her as immature, having difficulty relating to older people. It was during the strike that Ms. Moon began to study communist theory. A black friend remembers her visiting him and his girlfriend in mid-1973, looking around at their nice apartment, and going away pissed, really pissed. It was middle-class comfort bourgeois, to her, and she was anti-middle class 100%, he said. She wrote him an accusing letter, which he got so furious reading he ripped to shreds. I called her after I got her letter, he remembers, and I tried to explain that I, unlike her, had gone through a poor thing in my childhood and that now my needs meet my means. And he reminded her, somewhat sardonically, you can go back anytime to the way you were. For Ms. Moon, her relationship with Camilla seems to have been a stabilizing factor for a while, but within a year the two were parting to become just good friends. Ms. Moon wanted to have relationships with others, and Camilla had become very jealous. But Camilla, for her part, had found something precious in the relationship. She really loved Pat, said a close friend. She was really aware of her jealousy and possessiveness and she was working on it, but there were a lot of ups and downs. Finally there were too many. But, said another friend, her sexual needs had been more 120 fulfilled by Pat than by anyone. While they were together, Camilla seemed to just glow. The realization of her sexuality had been awkward and painful for Camilla, the only daughter of a Lutheran minister from Minnesota. She told close friends that only in Berkeley had she decided she was gay, but she had wrestled with it for a long time. Even before she was graduated from the University of Minnesota in 1966, friends said Candy *, the childhood nickname she dropped when she moved west, was running with an artsy-craftsy set of young poets and artists which included several gay women. A professor friend there remembers Candy tentatively and abstractly bringing up the subject of homosexuality. After graduation she spent 2 years as a welfare social worker in Duluth and Minneapolis. Camilla would later complain of the frustration of her work with unwed mothers. Abortions were unavailable, and her job was to pry for a personal history and set up paternity suits. Camilla's parents, the Reverend Dr. George Hall and his wife, live now in Lincolnwood, a prosperous Chicago suburb, where he is pastor of St. John's Lutheran Church. Burdened by tragedy, the family was always close. As a child and in her teens, Camilla had watched a brother and a sister die of congenital nephritis, a kidney disorder, and another brother die of polio. She was the only surviving child. Reverend Hall had been director of the African Lutheran Ministry, but the family returned to Minnesota when Camilla was 7, and her father taught at Gustavus Adolphus College. In 1955 Reverend Hall took a new parish in St. Paul, and then in 1960 he was named the Lutheran chaplain to students at the University of Minnesota. After her freshman year, 19-year-old Camilla and her parents toured South America for 4.5 months, she returned horrified by the poverty and deprivation she had seen. The move to Los Angeles was sudden, she decided, and was in LA 2 weeks later. She shared a home with friends from Minnesota in Topanga Canyon, had her own apartment for a while, then moved in with a bisexual friend. She concentrated on her art, primitive line drawings, often with a Rabelaisian eroticism. She sold her work in LA, and after she moved to the Bay Area at the opened shopping center Bazaars Common in California, pricing a drawing at $30 or $40. 121. She loved Berkeley at first, she told friends, for the gentle socialism, the respected lesbian community, and a good market for her work. Radical friends in Minnesota described her politics there as Peter, Paul, and Mary, and LA friends remember her criticizing others for being too militant, but in Berkeley she picked up the rhetorical cant of the revolution. Openly acknowledged that her sexuality was a release. Her poetry became more explicitly sexual. I will cradle you in my woman hips, kiss you with my woman lips, fold you to my heart and sing, sister woman, you are a joy to me. She liked the idea, said Ms. Moon's brother Fred, that there was another Camilla, an Amazon warrior who fought against Troy, mentioned in the Aeneid. But within a year, in 1972, the glow had dimmed, the spirit and fabric of the 60s counterculture seemed lost. Ms. Moon had moved off Channing early in the year, to live with another woman. Camilla had told a friend, the Berkeley experience is dead. She had enjoyed it, but now it was time to move on. She stayed on till fall, to have a benign tumor removed from her breast, then flew to Greece. Just before she left, at the annual Berkeley Fall Arts Festival, friends remember she was visited at her booth by Ms. Moon and another young woman, who was introduced as Ling. It was Nancy Ling Perry. Camilla was in Europe only 2.5 months, although she had gone with the intention of staying. She had even talked to friends of the possibility of her parents retiring in Greece or Spain with her. Like many of the SLA who were known to have traveled in Europe, Wolf, Solti Seek, the Harrises, Camilla sought an ethic, a culture, better than her own. But each returned She had expected to find a utopia, said a close friend. She complained that she had been half cold all the time because there was no central heating, her father remembers. Camilla flew back to Illinois, where she had left her car with family, then headed west. Ms. Moon flew east to Denver to meet her, and the two reconciled lovers drove back to California. Stop. 122. Ping briefly to visit friends at the Duck Lake Commune, a small isolated lesbian collective on 160 acres near the mountain community of Nederland, Colorado. On February 15, they arrived at Santa Barbara, giggly and happy, to visit Ms. Moon's family and eke out a final few vacation days. Camilla, with her infectious grin, folk guitar, and busy sketchbook, quickly won the affection of Ms. Moon's family, but that night the two lovers quarreled, and Camilla drove off for Berkeley, leaving Ms. Moon in tears. The issue was an old one, Camilla's monogamy and Ms. Moon's bisexual polygamy. It was not the first time Camilla had stalked off to protect herself, and she would come back, as before. The man at the time was Chris Thompson, but before Camilla's reconciliation, Thompson would be displaced by DeFries. Ms. Moon's open promiscuity unbalanced the shared weapon that is every love affair. Ms. Moon, who had picked up poetry and watercolors to emulate Camilla, recorded her reactions that evening. Why do I justify to you the good feelings I have with other people, with a man especially? Do you think I've run to a man? No mama. I ain't running. To no man. I don't run to someone. To escape. I go to them to grow. To share, to join asterisk. In Berkeley again, Camilla got an apartment alone and then a job as a gardener with the East Bay Regional Park District, which had been pressured to hire women. She was assigned to Lake Temescal, one of the smaller parks in the district, where there was only a supervisor and two groundkeepers, Camilla and a very ill old man who could no longer do his job. Her supervisor, Ed Collins, a calloused and graying laborer in his 50s, had been hesitant about hiring her. By doing the work of any two men, she won him over completely. She really was an incredible woman, he remembers. He was amazed with the ease with which she could enforce the park rules, always a problem. She would go up to a group of black teenagers drinking or smoking pot, he remembers, and in a few minutes they would be calling her sister and a little later would leave laughing. She eventually told him she was gay, that she didn't own a dress. She told him a great deal about herself. They talked about the park, socialism, the landscaping business, and perhaps to the surprise of each, they became good friends. Camilla loved her job planting and landscaping, but it had a built-in crisis. The district board had approved the hiring of a group of women only as 6-month temporaries, and Camilla, working with feminist groups and the Municipal Employees Union, became deeply involved in an unsuccessful fight to get the board to hire them full-time. She became the women's organizer and spokesperson in demonstrations and before the district board and the press. She was an organizer's pay dirt, a leader, and just an excellent person, said the business manager of the union. She was infuriated, he said, when another employee reported to her and union officials that he had overheard a senior park official remark that she would never be hired because of her union activism. She was terminated as of September 30th. She worked that last day with tears in her eyes, said Collins. 10 days later Ms. Moon quit her job at the library. The SLA was gearing for its war. Foster was killed in November, and Patty Hearst kidnapped in February. Despite her occasional visits and notes, Ms. Moon had refused to give her family a mail address since May, deeply worrying them. Her Christmas card, a black and white of an African mother with child, carried a fearsome poem, a jarring challenge to the season's spirit. To my family. Do you walk where people are poor? 124. Do you pretend you are one of the rich by knowing them and serving them? Do you hide from asking, searching out what is happening here? Does Nazi Germany look like an old-fashioned USA? Didn't they like today introduce fascism? In an underhanded quiet way later, when too late people scream. Yes. Yes. It's here. Are we hiding? Are we pretending wishing we are what we aren't so that we won't be included in the genocide? If I had a black baby, would you hide him for me? Please, have you walked where the people are poor? Do you feel their beauty and strength? Do you too feel married to the free? Mrs. Soltysik, an immigrant who had experienced the Nazi occupation of Belgium, wept tears of frustration as she read the card. Of course I would hide the baby, she told her son, but why would I have to hide it? I don't understand. Through the winter, Camilla had kept in touch with her old boss. She would call him to tell him jokes and occasionally come up to the park to visit. Camilla did not go underground until February 1915, days after the kidnapping, but on the 19th she went back to say goodbye to Eddie Collins. She ran up to him on one of the paths and gave him a big hug. She said she did not have time to stay, but she wanted to say goodbye. She had found a great gardening job in Palo Alto, she told him, with great money and a great carriage house to live in. The Hearst family had just announced the ransom food distribution plan, and there were reports in the press of poverty groups 125 and others refusing food bought with blood money. Isn't it a shame about the poor people not taking the food? She asked Collins as they walked through the park together. She went on talking about poor people and surplus people, like herself, she said. Surplus people are those willing to work, educated and fit for work and needed, as at the park, but whom society would not assimilate. It was the society, she said, that had failed. The week before, she had visited a young San Francisco couple, Paul and Joyce Halverson, longtime friends from Minnesota. She told them she was moving to Palo Alto, and to their astonishment, she wanted to give them her prized possessions, her furniture, her artwork, even Kaya, the cat she adored. Her new home was small and she would not have room, she told them. Besides, she was tired of much of it. When she first told them, Joyce joked, "I'll bet you're going to join the SLA." Camilla grinned and gave her a hug. "No, Joyce, I know you wish I were, but I'm not." And on the 18th, when Camilla came to say goodbye, Joyce told her with a smile, "Well, I'm glad you're not joining the SLA because you're too old for that kind of idealism." Joyce remembers no reaction but a quick parting hug. The Halversons could not take Kaya, and it is said in Berkeley that Camilla put the cat on the street with a note around its neck begging the finder to give it a loving home. Camilla was probably the first to die in the shootout in LA, from a bullet through her forehead. A letter to her parents was found beneath the crushed and burned body, and beside her in the ashes were the charred remains of the homeowner's pet cat. The letter told her parents that the SLA was managing to stay several jumps ahead of the police by virtue of their creativity and determination to survive and carry on the business of the revolution. Our support is from the people and will continue to grow. With each victory, as we prove to the American people that the revolution can indeed be successful. We intend to be around for quite a while to live and see the victories. I know you trust my sincerity even if you haven't come to agree with the course of action I have committed myself to. I am young and strong and willing to dedicate my courage, intelligence, and love to the work. I really feel good about what I am doing and I want you to also. The letter, even if mailed, would not have reached her parents. Like a previous letter, it was addressed to a close friend of Camel. 126. LA's, who lived near her parents, with a request it be delivered by hand. But Camilla did not know any revolutionaries back in Illinois. Her friend probably loved Camilla, but was terrified of the SLA. When the woman received the first letter, she, like several others who were asked to pass on letters from the SLA to parents, immediately called the Federal Bureau of Investigation. 6. Assassination. Outside, there were 3 of them. They had taken up their assigned positions and were waiting. 2 leaned casually against the building. The third crouched in the foliage. Upstairs, on the 3rd floor of the Oakland Board of Education building, Deputy Superintendent Robert Blackburn was in his office chatting with Associate Superintendent Andrew Viscovich. Blackburn checked his watch again and wondered if he was going to make it to the polls in time to cast his ballot. It was almost 7 p.m. If Foster did not hurry, Blackburn was not going to be able to vote. The polls closed at 8 o'clock. Tuesday, November 6, 1973, was general election day in California. Shortly before 8 a.m., Blackburn had picked up his boss and closest friend, Superintendent Marcus Foster, and the two had driven to work in Blackburn's Chevy Vega. The office schedule was crowded. The two had even had a working lunch, meeting with the labor arbitrator who 3 weeks before had helped avert a teacher's strike with a last-minute wage settlement. After lunch the two men worked through the afternoon at the office. At about 4 p.m., Foster hurried over to City Hall, where the Oakland City Council was in session. In a budget squeeze, the council had cut recreation funds, and the high schools were no longer to be kept open for after-school use by students. Foster urged that the funds be restored. More than in most communities, he argued, the program was needed in Oakland. From City Hall, Foster had rushed back to chair a meeting of the Oakland Board of Education. It was a brief session, lasting until about 6:30 p.m. A few minutes after 7 o'clock, Mark Foster entered Blackburn's office. He already had his coat on. Blackburn put on his. The two said good night to Viscavish, and, briefcases in hand, walked down the 3 flights of stairs toward the back parking lot. Al 127. 128. Most immediately as they left the building, Blackburn noticed them. They were leaning against the building, facing each other, a few feet apart. It struck Blackburn that their presence there seemed strange. It was almost an alleyway between the buildings and a temporary portable classroom structure on the lot. It was dark. Sunset that day was at 5:06 p.m., but Blackburn noted that he recognized neither as an employee of the school district. Perhaps, he thought, they had been among the 50-odd persons who had attended the board's open session. Or maybe they were waiting for someone still inside. He and Foster walked on. As they passed the pair, Blackburn glanced to his right. He got a good look at both of them. The Vega was parked facing one end of the portable classroom in a stall marked by a small sign reading Deputy Superintendent. Blackburn speeded up, heading around the back of the car to unlock the passenger door for Foster, who was still a few feet from the driver's side and walking in a direction that would have allowed him to pass by the front bumper of the auto. Blackburn's recollection is that the first 2 shots sounded as if they had been fired almost simultaneously. He whirled around and saw the muzzle flashes of 2 handguns being fired at Foster, who was falling toward the asphalt of the parking stall labeled Superintendent. The next instant, Blackburn was struck from behind by a load of double-aught pellets fired from a distance of no more than 15 feet. The metal balls tore into the left side of his back. Amazingly, it only staggered him. He recalls being immediately conscious of great burning pain and an awareness he had to keep moving, had to get help. For Mark. He moved to his right. There was another explosion of sound. A second load of shotgun pellets had been fired at him from the bushes. This time only 1 or 2 of the ball-bearing size pellets hit him. The rest of the charge missed and struck the car. He kept going, stumbling, almost falling, lurching, a distance of some 60 feet, finally coming to a doorway. He still had his keys in his right hand, and he fumbled for the one that would unlock the door, found it, opened the door, and only then did he collapse, in the hallway on the ground floor of the Board of Education building. David Tom was working in the mimeograph room in the basement of the building when he heard the shots. He rushed upstairs and down a corridor. He heard Blackburn cry out, "Help! Get help," and saw the figure of the deputy slumped on the floor. Assassination 129. Tom raced to his side. "Dr. Foster, go help Dr. Foster. Out there. He's been shot." Tom stood up. Down the hallway he could see a janitor running toward them. "Call the police," Tom ordered, and then he rushed outside. He found Dr. Foster lying face down on the pavement. No response. He grabbed a wrist and felt for a pulse, but felt nothing. He ran back into the building to make sure an ambulance had been summoned. Andrew Vaskovich passed him in the doorway. When the associate superintendent checked for a pulse, he thought he felt one. He leaned down and put his mouth to the mouth of the black man and tried to give him back his life by breathing for him. But Marcus Foster was already dead. Blackburn was conscious as attendants placed him on a stretcher and carried him out. He kept reassuring the school administration staffers crowding the corridor, "Everything's going to be all right." He told one staffer to cancel a trip to Los Angeles because the man would be needed to handle a meeting Blackburn knew he was not going to be able to attend. He gave assignments and made suggestions as to how best to keep Oakland's schools running smoothly until he and Foster returned. An hour later he learned his friend was dead. Only then did he ask for something that would put him out. "I thought that it should be that either we should both be dead or both be alive," he recalls. "Mark dead and myself alive seemed totally unacceptable." Blackburn was taken to Highland Hospital, where he underwent emergency surgery. Foster's body was transported to the Alameda County morgue. Oakland homicide detectives had found considerable evidence at the scene of the assassination. There were 8 shell casings that showed some of the bullets that had been fired into Foster had been Peters Remington .380 Auto Supervel ammunition. The autopsy would reveal a second handgun, a .38 caliber revolver, had also been used in the killing. 2 shotgun shell casings. Remington 12 gauge were also found. There were scuff marks in the earth in the spot where the person with the shotgun had obviously been hiding. Witnesses were questioned. A woman who had been driving by had seen 3 persons, all about the same height, running toward nearby Lake Merritt. There were a number of descriptions given police by citizens who thought they might have seen the killers. One reported having seen 2 black men running. That was the initial description of suspects broadcast over the police radio. They hoped a better description would come from Blackburn. An officer searching the area leading to 130 Lake Merritt made another discovery. 12 live rounds of .45 caliber ammunition were found scattered in a line down a sloping hill, as if they had bounced out of a pocket of someone running. 2 footprints were found along a dirt path, made by a medium-sized lug sole boot. The city council was about to convene for an evening session when a police officer entered the chambers, went over to city manager Cecil Riley, and, in a low voice, informed him of the shootings. Riley turned ashen. He whispered it to Mayor John Reading. "God. Not Mark Foster." Mayor Reading finally rapped for quiet, broke the news to the audience, and announced the meeting was adjourned. There was a collective outcry. A number of people in the crowd burst into tears. At 9:45 a.m. the day after the murder, Dr. Alan McKnight began the autopsy on Foster's corpse. His report would state that death had resulted from shock and hemorrhage due to multiple gunshot wounds. Foster had been shot 8 times. 5 slugs had hit him in the back, 2 had entered his body from the front, and 1 had struck him in the leg. Any of several of the wounds would probably have killed him. The slugs had torn through vital organs. 1 had perforated the heart. Another had severed his spinal cord. Both lungs were punctured and collapsed. Most of the slugs had passed through the body. Not all of them were found. One of the bullets recovered, however, proved an important find. Part of autopsy procedure in a shooting death calls for a study of how bullet holes in the clothing match up with wounds on the body. The pathologist noted the clothing, piece by piece. Examining the shirt, he observed a mechanical pencil and a ballpoint pen clipped inside the left pocket over the heart region. He started to remove them, but as he reached inside, his fingers touched something else in the pocket, a small chunk of metal. He instinctively knew it was one of the bullets that had passed through Foster's body. It had gone through the heart and exited from the chest, traveling so slowly at that point that it had stopped when it hit the pencil and pen, ending up tidily encased in the pocket. The doctor decided that the bullet should be photographed inside the pocket as it had been found, in case that should become an important point of evidence. When he took his fingers out of the pocket, he noted an odor. Sniffing his fingers, he knew at once he was smelling cyanide. It was a touch of conscious melodrama awash in a venerable ocean of unintentioned psychodrama. Garlic bullets for the Revo. Assassination 131. Lucian. When Dr. McKnight and Detective Sergeant John Agler, the Oakland cop in charge of the investigation, examined the slug, they could see that the tip of it had been drilled out. Apparently the killers had filled the tiny holes with potassium cyanide, sealing them with wax. It was the bullets themselves that had killed Foster. The poison found in each of the slugs recovered was not sufficient, even the total amount, to cause death. Dr. McKnight and the toxicologist who confirmed it was cyanide were sworn to secrecy by Sergeant Agler. He informed only the police chief of the find. He hoped the secret would hold while he worked to make some sense of it all. In Oakland there was almost a palpable air of shock, pain, and loss. Marcus Foster was not a national figure except in his field of education, but in the streets of ghetto Oakland elderly black women cried and trembled with rage and grief when they began talking about the murder of Dr. Foster. Within the next few days the memorial services would give dramatic evidence of the depth of feeling. Literally thousands crowded special services held in all of the Oakland churches, 1,100 at a Roman Catholic cathedral for a mass celebrated by the bishop and 15 priests, 3,000 at his funeral at BB Memorial CME Temple, 4,500 for a memorial service at Oakland Coliseum Arena, crowds of grief and tears. Yet it was evident in Oakland as soon as word of the murder flashed public, Marcus Foster was being talked of as the ghettos talked of Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, the Kennedys after their assassinations. Blackburn, unlike Foster, was man rather than myth, but in Black Oakland even the tight friendship between Foster and his white deputy was part of the myth. The day after the murder late police issued a revised description of the assassins. There were 3 persons involved, all relatively young in their late teens or early 20s, one quite possibly a woman. They had hippie-length hair. They had been dressed identically, almost as if in uniform. They were clad in dark-colored pants, denim jackets with a white patch sewn on the right breast of each, and dark-colored knit watch caps. Reporters asked if the suspects were blacks. Possibly, was the answer. Possibly they were Latins. Possibly they were whites. Possibly the assassins were a multiracial group, the cops said. There was something else new. One witness to the killer's flight reported that one of the 3 sounded as if he or she were giggling as the trio ran from the scene. The Black Panther Party, headquartered in Oakland, demanded the apprehension not only of the persons responsible for this brutal and senseless murder but also of those who planned it. Noting Watergate, they suggested the involvement of powerful fascist elements. Ultra-conservatives, including some police, were certain commies were the killers and tagged the Panthers as suspect. Newspapers noted a Nazi leaflet recently distributed at an Oakland shopping center suggesting the murder of satanic Jews and all their lackeys who are stirring up the niggers against us. The handbill warned, there might be shotgun blasts into the guts of McMaster principals and superintendents. Most people just assumed the killers were crazies. There are a lot of them in California. Then the deed drew acclaim. On November 7, the day after the killing, Berkeley radio station KPFA received communique number 1 from the Symbionese Liberation Army, a 3-page document, the top sheet bearing a drawing of a 7-headed cobra. Symbionese Liberation Army. Western Regional Youth Unit. Communique number 1. Subject, the Board of Education. The implementation of the Internal Warfare Identification Computer System. Charges, supporting and taking part in the forming and IM. Warrant Order. Execution by cyanide bullets. Date, November 6, 1973. Warrant issued by the Court of the People. Assassination 133. Implementation of a political police force operating within the schools of the people. Supporting and taking part in the forming and implementation of biodossiers through the Forced Youth Identification Program. Supporting and taking part in the building of composite files for the Internal Warfare Identification Computer System. Target: Dr. Marcus A. Foster, Superintendent of Schools, Oakland, California. Robert Blackburn, Deputy Superintendent, Oakland, California. On the aforestated date, elements of the United Federated Forces of the SLA did attack the Fascist Board of Education, Oakland, California, through the person Dr. Marcus A. Foster, Superintendent of Schools, and Robert Blackburn, Deputy Superintendent. This attack is to serve notice on the Board of Education and its fascist elements that they have come to the attention of the SLA and the Court of the People and have been found guilty of supporting and taking part in crimes committed against the children and the life of the people. This attack is also to serve notice on the Board of Education and its fascist supporters that the Court of the People have issued a death warrant on all members and supporters of the Internal Warfare Identification Computer System. This shoot-on-sight order will stay in effect until such time as all political police are removed from our schools and all photo and other forms of identification are stopped. Indictment. Number 1. The Board of Education has taken upon itself the role of forming and supporting a special political police force to occupy and patrol the schools in our cities. The vast Black, Chicano, Asian and conscious white youth communities of the Oakland-Berkeley area understand that this newest extension of police surveillance is patterned after fascist American tactics of genocide, murder, and imprisonment practiced by American-financed puppet governments in Vietnam, the Philippines, Chile and South Africa. We recognize that the school system censors 134 and controls what we read, and that the special political police force is to censor and control what we say and do. Number 2, the Board of Education has taken upon itself the role of forming and supporting the implementation of biodossiers through the Forced Youth Identification Program. The Photo Identification Program, with the addition of composite files, is patterned after the system of apartheid in South Africa. The biodossiers classify our youth according to color and criminal tendencies and seek to eliminate all our valiant freedom fighters by relocating them to such concentration camps as Tehachapi Prison. Under the Preventative Crime Act, such concentration camps have the authority to incarcerate our youth from the age of 15 for an indefinite period of time. The Preventative Crime Act stipulates that any youth displaying violent or criminal potential or the possibility of violent or criminal potential in the future, in other words, any youth who oppose the current system of censored political police state education and seek to organize against it are to be classified as dangerous and either disarmed, shot or imprisoned for expressing their rights to be free, and defending the rights to freedom of their fellow brothers and sisters. Number 3. The Board of Education has taken upon itself the role of supporting and taking part in the implementation of the Internal Warfare Identification Computer System. The internal warfare tapes are based in the FBI's master computer system. Each state is required to feed this main computer system with information from the composite files of individuals who have expressed political views that may be regarded as differing from those of the fascist ruling class. Members of liberation movements and organizations, as well as single individuals, are identified through photographs and biodossiers supplied, in the case of our youth, by the boards of education and public school systems in our cities. The racist nature of the internal warfare identification computer system is clear, since blacks and other minorities who refuse to serve the rich ruling class are automatically classified as potentially violent and criminal. The CIAITT-financed junto government in Chile uses similar biodossiers to murder all identified people who oppose the military takeover there or who do not serve and support the interests of the wealthy. Similar programs are carried out by governments financed by America and its military corporate N.T. Assassination 135. TERP rises throughout the world in the lands of the robbed. Vietnam, the Philippines, Chile, Brazil, Uruguay, South Africa are some prime examples. The Black, Chicano, Asian and conscious white youth in our communities recognize the importance of the Oakland-Berkeley area to the liberation struggle of all oppressed people. We know that the ruling class must seek to stop the revolutionary community here before the ruling class can regain its arm of control around the struggling and oppressed people of the world. We understand that the definition of a fascist government necessitates the elimination of all who oppose its controls. We know that the school system does not educate us, but rather it lies to us in an attempt to perpetuate the interests of the rich ruling class. News of the successful liberation struggles of our brothers and sisters throughout the world is stifled because the enemy fears our knowledge of the fact that a truly determined people can never be defeated. We reject totally the ruling class values of personal material gain and competition among ourselves, and we know that the enemy fears our understanding of the fact that nothing is more precious than freedom. The myth of a high-style superfly life and fashion show does not sway us, for we know that the fascist government of America supplies the dope and the clothes and wants us to spend the rest of our lives paying for them. We are well aware that a fascist government will always allow some of us to get high, while the rest of us go to concentration camps, and none of us are free. It is clear that Dr. Foster and Sideman, Deputy Superintendent Robert Blackburn, represent the rich ruling class and big business, and not the children and youth of our communities. The school system which they represent and serve does not teach us or address itself to the needs of our survival, but rather it does perpetuate the values of big business and the wealthy. Under the current system, the ruling class is educated to exploit, and our children and youth are educated to serve. We are not deceived by the superintendent and deputy. Robert Blackburn is a former director of education for the Peace Corps in East Africa. The Peace Corps, as well as aid, are promoted and financed as a front for the CIA, and have long been arms of American imperialist and racist oppression and genocide. Dr. Foster is a former member of the Philadelphia Crime Commission, and now his advancement within the fascist process found him as initiator, promoter, and supporter of political police units, armed with riot shotguns, to patrol our schools. The Oakland-Berkeley area is considered potentially dangerous to the American ruling class, that is why it has been selected. 136. For the political police force within the schools and the forced youth identification program. Let it be known to those who sign for the implementation of these fascist programs, that the death of our man-child comrade youth, 14-year-old Tyrone Guyton, murdered on November 1 by 3 goons from the Emeryville Political Police Patrol, is not forgotten. Tyrone fell victim to the racist enemy who is instituting programs such as those initiated by Marcus Foster and Robert Blackburn aimed at the control, imprisonment, execution, and genocide of blacks and other minorities. Let it be known to those who sign for the implementation of these fascist programs that they sign their own death warrants. We of the black and other revolutionary youth communities have for too long seen the enemy prostitute our mothers, imprison our fathers, shoot our brothers and sterilize our sisters. We have learned from these lessons, therefore notice is hereby served on the enemy political police state and all its lackeys that we hold as an example to follow the courage of our slain comrade in arms Jonathan Jackson, and we call upon our mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers, saying to those who would bear the hopes and future of our people, let the voice of their guns express the words of freedom. Death to the fascist insect that preys upon the life of the people. SLA. Oakland is not the best of all possible places, and the United States is not the best of all possible societies, but each does have a reality, vibrant and troubled, and the Symbionese authors of this document had only the vaguest and most biased sense of that reality. Here is the slaw possessed of a world in which every fascist nightmare of the left is suddenly born into reality. They proclaim the triumph of terror, and then, one by one, they label their fantasies with eerie solemnity. The forced youth identification program feeds biodossiers of children into an internal warfare identification computer system in Washington, D.C., for use by the special political police force which is patrolling the schools with riot shotguns to censor and control. The slaw, not surprisingly, find themselves at the center of this universe, this trippy little vision. The fascist ruling class must quash the revolutionary community of Berkeley and Oakland before it can move on to regain its arm of control around the struggling and oppressed people of the world. Assassination 137. The murder of Marcus Foster, it was a strange way to start a revolution. But the SLA apparently never bothered to research either Foster or Blackburn. Perhaps it was just too threatening to challenge their frozen assumptions about men who achieve power in America. Robert Blackburn, 40, was a civil rights activist when the soldiers of the SLA were toddlers. In 1955, while attending Oberlin College, he arranged to spend his junior year as the only white student at Hampton Institute, an all-black college in Virginia. Through the early 60s, Blackburn, although not a Quaker, served on and eventually became chairman of the Quaker Southern Programs Committee, the arm of the American Friends Service Committee, which coordinated Quaker social action projects on school and housing integration throughout the South. From 1960 until 1964, Blackburn was full-time executive director for the Citizens Committee on Public Education, a liberal Philadelphia pressure group credited with being the primary force behind a major reform of the Philadelphia school administration. He met Marcus Foster, then a grammar school principal, in 1960. He served as Northern Regional Director for the Peace Corps in Somalia, in East Africa, from 1964 until 1967, supervising teacher training and public health projects. The SLA's Bloody Fang view of the Peace Corps is not dissimilar to the manner in which the Philadelphia police viewed Blackburn's work with the Quakers and school and civil rights activists. He had been followed, dossiered, and tagged as subversive by then Police Chief Frank Rizzo's notorious Civil Disobedience Unit. But when he returned to Philadelphia in 1967, the Reform administration quickly hired him. He was appointed director of Philadelphia's Office of Integration and Intergroup Education. In the summer of 1970, when Marcus Foster was hired as superintendent of the Oakland Unified School District, he turned to his old friend and asked Blackburn to serve as his deputy. Marcus Foster was Oakland's first black school superintendent. In Philadelphia he had risen to become associate superintendent and, in that city, something of a folk hero. He had made his name by transforming two of Philadelphia's worst ghetto schools. Building pride and excitement among students and teachers, uniquely involving parents and local businessmen, and shaming the Board of Education into funding new facilities and expanded curricula. He was Philadelphia's Man of the Year in 1968, and in 1969 received the Bach Foundation's prestigious Philadelphia Award and the NAACP's Freedom Award citation. Oakland is an industrial city of about 350,000, a grimy sister city across the bay from glamorous San Francisco, a turbulent community of large minority populations, polarized, alienated, poverty-ridden, a microcosm of urban ills. A majority of the total population is non-white, but ingenious election rules and a bare majority of white voters have kept a largely white conservative Republican power structure intact. Oakland is a city of minorities, with an enormous non-white youth population, and the city schools are burdened as the primary interface between the poor and the establishment. When Foster was hired, the dropout rate was soaring, school morale was non-existent, by nearly every criterion. Oakland education was terrible, and worse, there was a prevalent feeling of futility, even despair, over the possibility of change. The selection of Foster by the Oakland Board of Education, then under heavy pressure from the black community, was both a daring choice and a capitulation. A great urban school superintendent in the 70s is a rare and peculiar blend of politician, educator, and community organizer. Perhaps each must be tailored to a particular city. If so, Foster arrived at Oakland and found the city his. He came in with vision, energy, tact, and an incurable optimism that in 3.5 turbulent years fitfully revitalized a crumbling institution. It is a tale of triumph, if not of victory, a story of survival and rebirth, rapprochement between the schools and the community. His impact on the Oakland schools was almost literally explosive, hattering a fortified citadel that had developed a siege mentality, opening it up to the pressures and energies of the community. He decentralized, breaking up the 90-school system into 3 regions, each as socio-economically similar as possible, and gave each an associate superintendent with an office in the neighborhood. He developed new avenues for community involvement. A citywide master plan citizens committee was established, and each school set up its own MPCC to examine critical issues and establish educational priorities. He convinced the Board of Education to hold on-site meetings in the neighborhood schools on rotation. In the 3.5 years, he appointed 55 new principals, and for each appointment a parent-student-teacher committee interviewed applicants and selected the assassination 139 2 or 3 from which he made the appointment. It was a level of community involvement perhaps unique, and Foster attracted grants from major foundations to support the program. Traditionally, the schools have succeeded only in convincing the poor that they cannot learn, he said, and with a special sensitivity he developed academic tests and adaptive programs to aid children in the transition from the ghetto idiom of Oakland's several minorities into the proper English of the education industry. He had his teachers set themselves goals against which they could be judged and brought back a sense of professionalism, progress, and excitement. He was doing a notoriously difficult job and doing it well, said the executive secretary of the Teachers Union, the Oakland Education Association. Oakland was 20 years behind, said Electra Price, a bitter critic of the school board and a key member of Oakland's Black Caucus. Marcus Foster brought them up 10 years. He did a fantastic job, more than could ever be expected of any one man. White Oakland as a whole is terrified of blacks, but Foster could talk with them, and because he was so visible and so outspoken, he was the sort of man who could take away a lot of the subtle intimidation felt in many parts of the black community. He had a healthy influence. Foster was a moderate man, but no Uncle Tom. In an often quoted speech before the American Association of School Administrators in March, 1973, he sparked a little furor in Oakland when he charged that it was only the institutional racism of the white establishment that made them seek out superblacks to salvage situations so hopeless that whites didn't want to risk one of their own on the job. Black mayors are called in only when the city becomes an empty husk, he said, and blacks become superintendents only in cities like mine. Don't be deceived by those moves and think they come about by tightness and righteousness. There was some indignation, but Foster by then had credits to spare in both white and non-white Oakland. Nearly 40% of the students in the Oakland schools are 140 from welfare-assisted homes, and over half are classified as educationally disadvantaged. But the Foster administration had brought national attention to Oakland schools with slow but constant progress. Statewide student proficiency in math and English dropped, but Oakland's rose annually. The search for educational techniques that could break the rigid statistical correlation between family income and a student's educational achievement fascinated Foster. The most important idea in education, he called it. We are going to make it in Oakland, he wrote shortly before his death, and history may record that our schools led the way. We are achieving success because we are taking risks and have committed ourselves to an approach that is honest and humane. This is the least an institution should do, in the broader sense it may be the most. Marcus Foster had become one of the most sought-after school administrators in the country, perhaps the nation's leading black educator. Announcing that Foster and Blackburn had signed new 4-year contracts in July, 1973, the Oakland Board of Education noted happily that Marcus Foster is what is known in the trade as a hot item. Foster rejected offers to become school superintendent in several major cities including Philadelphia and Atlanta and, according to Blackburn, turned down 4 states seeking a commissioner of education just in his last year. What tied him to Oakland was the community of concern he had created around the schools. Foster reached into the black community and developed grassroots support deeper than anyone had ever been able to get before, said Price, herself twice an unsuccessful liberal black candidate for the Board of Education. When the board met in the neighborhood schools, Mark would be down there mingling with everyone, never aloof. If someone wanted to talk with him he'd say, "Come down to the office and see me." That had a tremendous impact, parents being able to go downtown and see the top man. There had never been anyone like him in Oakland. But he still had to deal with the board, so he was always caught in between, Serving two masters. Black Oakland is a huge community of contradictions. It gave birth to the Black Panther Party and some of the most militant black voices of the 60s, but the roots of the community go back to the Deep South. Louisiana, Texas, Oklahoma, the Bible Belt and churches wield enormous influence. Although he himself was a devout Christian Scientist, Foster regularly worshipped T. Assassination 141 in the black churches and made them the backbone of a new black activist coalition that supported his work. The schools were old, musty. Foster opened them up and let air in, said Henry Mestre, executive director of Oakland's Spanish-speaking Unity Council, but Mark's real impact was on attitudes. Relations between the black and brown communities in Oakland had a competitive, sometimes bitter edge, but Foster personally reached out. He officially recognized the Chicano and Filipino communities, sought their consultation, appointed the city's first Chicano principal. I admired him so. It's difficult to speak in generalizations about Mark, said Mestre. He had this charismatic kind of power, he was able to reach and move people. How can I tell you? I felt more like a human being dealing with Marcus Foster. We seem to have made a game out of killing the most vibrant men in our society. When Mark was killed, I reacted like any fascist, the things I wanted to do to those people. The two school issues that the SLA picked up on, police in the schools and student ID cards, were both footnotes in the turmoil of the Foster administration. When Foster arrived from Philadelphia, Oakland junior and senior high school students had been carrying IDs for 3 years. They were a non-issue. The kids liked them because they could be used for student discounts. But in 1972, on a tight budget, Foster discontinued the ID program as an economy move. A year later, Oakland had its first campus murder, a girl stabbed by a non-student at Oakland Technical High School, and in the angry reaction, teachers, parents, and some student leaders suggested reinstating the ID program. The IDs probably wouldn't have made any difference, said Blackburn, but then, maybe they would have. Foster reinstated the program for 1973-74, but under procedures drawn up with a defensive eye to liberal concerns. Cards were not numbered, students were not required to carry them, and the single Polaroid photograph taken was put on the ID. The school retained no copy on file. But school vandalism and violence had become a political issue throughout the Bay Area. It became an emotionally charged firefight between the law and order faction and the radicals and liberals, with the loudest voices from the two extremes. A county grand jury issued a report in July 1973 on vandalism and violence in the Oakland schools, suggesting a communications breakdown between schools and police and proposing that it might be necessary to post police officers in the schools. Foster Re. 142. Implied that he didn't think police in the schools would deal with the problem, but the tensions over the issue were the sort that put him in the position of a tightrope walker in heavy winds. In the late summer, Foster announced that his staff was studying a proposal from the California Council on Criminal Justice to fund a project to reduce truancy and increase school security. Rumor and some press reports connected this with the grand jury suggestion of police in the schools. Foster explicitly denied this, but he opened the school year with a speech urging teachers to make a major effort to help students understand the police role, feel comfortable in their presence, and consider police vocations. Radicals, speaking largely through the Coalition to Save Our Schools, a small black parent group heavily influenced by young white Vance Ramos radicals, began organizing an angry protest against the ID program and what they saw as a covert effort to bring police spies into the schools. There was much talk of fascism and a police state. Anything funded by the CCCJ was seen as fascistic by many radicals. In neighboring communities there seemed to be reason for these fears. San Francisco almost adopted a plan to set up a school police probation department task force to detect early signs of violent, antisocial behavior among students, these possible future criminals to be counseled and referred to appropriate agencies for help. Berkeley brought in police officers as counselors in the high schools. In both Berkeley and San Francisco, the programs were torpedoed by widespread community protests. Oakland schools opened with volatile climate owing to a threatened teachers' strike. Despite Foster's disclaimers, the police and ID issues hung fire, repeatedly brought up by coalition spokesmen. Then, in October, Foster was set up, probably inadvertently. The CCCJ proposal had been worked out and was due for presentation to the board. Foster had reviewed the supposed final draft, which had then been returned to the county CCCJ for their final review, and there one change was made, a phrase added calling for the civilian security aides that were to be hired to have a law enforcement or security background. Foster's staff checked the draft on return and missed the change. "A stupid human mistake," said Blackburn, and Foster picked it up and signed it for presentation to the board. Just before the meeting he caught the mistake. "He called me over and pointed it out," said Assassination 143. Blackburn. "He said, 'Have you seen this? The most incredible thing.'" Foster went into the meeting and announced that he was removing the CCCJ item from the agenda, that there was a clause in the proposal that he had not seen, had not approved, and the program would not be up for vote until changed. But the draft proposal had already been released publicly. For his critics, said Blackburn, this was the triumphant proof that Foster and company had been lying all along, despite his withdrawal of the proposal and his explanation. The next day Mark called up and practically short-circuited the phone line. An ironic postscript came a few days later. The Black Panthers had tacitly supported Foster generally, but had joined with the coalition when the police and ID issues became prominent in the media. A few days after the meeting, said an aide, Panther leader Elaine Brown and a companion visited Foster. She said, "Look, you say you don't want the pigs in the schools. What you could do is get the money from CCCJ and we'll provide you with people with security backgrounds. Panthers, tough, paramilitary, who won't take any shit." Foster got angry, then he thought it was funny. He told her if he got any money for security aides, it wouldn't be for Panthers or any Chicano group or the Urban League, they would be parents hired from the neighborhoods. The whole issue was a red herring, said Blackburn. Mark could look at trouble in the schools here from a different perspective. He had been principal of two of the toughest, meanest schools in Philadelphia. In Oakland we'd had one student killing, but in Philadelphia there are 2 or 3 dozen every year. He had managed schools far worse than any in Oakland and without police. He just didn't think it was effective. He didn't think it was a problem that could be attacked with paramilitary force. In the jittery aftermath of Foster's killing with the Board of Education under SLA death warrant, Oakland suspended the ID program to reassess community and student feelings. 2 days later, on November 15, the SLA issued a gloating communique No. 2 rescinding the death warrant on this aspect of the fascist enemy state. The forces of the Symbionese Liberation Army remind the enemy-rich ruling class that the people will always understand the effectiveness and tactics of revolutionary justice, and will never be deceived by the distortions and lies of the fascist news media. Marcus Foster has been likened to one of our slain leaders. 144. We ask, who has ever heard of a Martin Luther King on the Philadelphia Crime Commission? Who has ever heard of a Martin Luther King having an aide who is a CIA agent, formerly acting as Director of Education for the Peace Corps of East Africa? We are well aware that the fascist news media seeks to condition us by repressing the truth. A plaintive note, so oddly out of place, referred to Blackburn's survival. They could not believe they had been less than totally efficient. The people have seen no evidence that Deputy Superintendent Blackburn is in fact still alive. However, if Blackburn is still alive, the Symbionese Liberation Army and the Court of the People wish to point out the contradiction between the medical care received by those who represent the rich ruling class and that received by the poor and oppressed communities. The Philadelphia Crime Commission, renamed the Citizens Crime Commission some years ago, is a private watchdog group concerned with public safety, something like the League of Women Voters. Foster was one of 500 community and business leaders elected to the general membership of the Philadelphia Crime Commission. For so many in Oakland it seemed incredible, impossible, bitterly frustrating that the murderers of Marcus Foster simply knew not what they had done. 7. Aftermath of Triumph. The murder of Marcus Foster was an act that the SLA could neither undo nor justify. Later, when the history of the SLA had become the story of Patty, the media would occasionally refer to it, reducing the incident to half a phrase, murder of a respected educator. But in a fundamental way the assassination set the stage for all that followed by setting the SLA not only apart, as they had hoped, but alone as well. In the revolutionary community of the Bay Area, even among those who agreed with the SLA on the so-called military question, the Foster murder damned them as inept and isolated from the people. It branded them as adventurist, that term lifted from translations of Lenin and used as the ultimate pejorative. The Symbionese never escaped the shadow of Marcus Foster. Throughout the entire Hearst episode, from the kidnapping to the gunfight in Los Angeles, the SLA never again mentioned Foster. Then, in the nadir of defeat, Bill Harris referred to the jive-ass nigger whose execution had damned the SLA. Even Weather Underground leader Bernardine Dorn, in a supportive message to the SLA after the Hearst kidnapping, referred to Foster's death in puzzlement. We do not comprehend the execution of Marcus Foster and respond very soberly to the death of a black person who is not a recognized enemy of his people. In part, as the leftist Ramparts magazine pointed out in a closely reasoned critique of SLA terrorism, the left's rejection of the Symbionese was pragmatic. The lesson of the 60s was that isolated terrorist acts are simply counterproductive. But also in part, the editorial added, the left's coolness to the SLA was not pragmatic at all, but moral, and in that way profoundly political. Whatever glib denunciations of Foster had circulated among East Bay radicals prior to his death, the evident rage and gut level re 145. 146. Volition over the crime in the black community deeply impressed the California left. There were some, like Deputy Superintendent Blackburn, who would bitterly suggest that Foster's murder was simply an attempt to block a promising liberal effort at reform, to force the system to regress in order to leave more damaged, angry kids as fodder for the revolution. Others, San Francisco radical writer Warren Hinkle was most articulate, suggested that the SLA killed Foster to appeal to the ghetto gang kids, the East Oakland black kids who matriculate on the streets and see their schools as prisons in an asphalt concentration camp surrounded by a great society with lawns. If these tough young dudes were part of the new lumpen asterisk the SLA was hoping to reach by its actions, offing the teacher could be seen as one way to go bad, but a way. Yet there is little in the SLA history, theory, or practice that suggested reasoning so subtle, little hint that the Foster murder was anything more than what Theodore Wheeler had described, a spur-of-the-moment decision. It was the act of murder, the declaration that they were willing to go all the way, that was important. The man was just incidental. Behind the walls in the California prisons, news of the Foster murder spread rapidly. As they got some sense of how the Oakland community felt about Foster, convicts who had learned of the man through the BCA were first confused, then bitter and angry over the biased image they had been given of him. News of the outside world is scant, but inside, the grapevine carries what there is everywhere. Al Taylor in maximum security psychiatric isolation in the S3 wing of Vacaville, where the walls are double thick and Taylor had to shout at the top of his lungs to converse with Charlie Manson in the next cell, and with no radio and supposedly no contact with anyone but staff, knew of Foster's death within a day. And he knew more than just that Foster was dead. And he was angry. They shouldn't have done that, he blurted out to his psychiatric therapist, Dr. Wesley Hyler. Who's they? Asked Hyler. The Lebanese Liberation Army, replied Taylor. Taylor had been brought into the SLA through his friend Clifford Death Row Jeff Jefferson, had been visited regularly by Nancy Ling Perry, and had exchanged love letters with her and friendly notes with Willie Wolfe for more than a year. Although he had a little trouble with the name, Nancy had whispered it, but Aftermath of Triumph 147. Once in a visit, Taylor knew what was coming down. And he knew something had gotten twisted. Murdering black liberals was not his idea of the revolution. He was very angry, explained Hyler. He felt they shot the wrong man. He felt they should be killed. People who were doing a lot of bad things to the country. Someone like Nixon, he said. Elsewhere in the cell blocks of several California prisons there were others among the SLA inmate Cotter who were also angry. Isolated, living wasted lives, some imprisoned men become acutely sensitive to the nuances of truth and justice. And they judge harshly. For some the SLA did not measure up. There are persistent reports from connected prison sources that some SLA inmates actually ordered DeFreeze's execution after Foster's murder, that a message with that order was delivered to Willie Wolfe. That may be why Wolfe, confused and upset, suddenly took off, hitchhiking to visit his family in Pennsylvania. He left his car and belongings with his SLA comrades, but when he arrived home he told his family he was going on to Sweden to marry. He had no plans to return to California. Theo Wheeler had been living with DeFreeze, Ms. Moonsolty-Seek, and Nancy Ling Perry in a small Oakland apartment on 7th Avenue until shortly before the murder. When DeFreeze seemed determined to waste the school superintendent, Wheeler recalled, "Hey, like that's when I decided to split. I didn't want no part of that shit." Although DeFreeze had finally established his own line to the local radical sugar daddies, he wanted Wheeler's connections to people and money and other organizations. He wanted Theo and had already christened him with an SLA name, Bayo. A prison militant friend of both framed the clash between Theo and Sink archly. There were contradictions, he said, criticisms were made and reacted to defensively. Said Wheeler, much later, "We didn't ever argue, but we had lots of discussions. I wouldn't join the organization because I couldn't accept the concept. I thought it was stupid. It was shallow, you know, a bunch of nice-sounding phrases they picked up from here and there. It didn't have nothing to do with reality, man, all it could do was get you killed. I never did join the SLA." When the talk veered to murder, Wheeler started backing out. He moved to another apartment with his girlfriend, Mary Alice Seam, in Redwood City, on the peninsula south of San Francisco. Sink and Zoya visited him to discuss their differences. It was October 23 when DeFreeze and Patricia, 148, came to our apartment and pulled a gun on me and Mary Alice, said Wheeler. They threatened to kill her baby, man. They robbed Mary Alice of $300. I left that night. I went and dropped my guns off there still just exactly where I left them, and I took the money I'd been given to set up a backup unit. That was my story to keep them from coming down on me, that I'd set up a backup unit and then I split. Wheeler's story told while he was still awaiting trial on escape charges is doubtless self-serving, yet nevertheless rings true. Mary Alice told friends she fled the Bay Area right after the threatening visit, and without Wheeler. She and Theo had personal problems for about a month, said a close friend, and she also realized what the SLA had become. Wheeler, however, was still around when Dr. Foster was murdered, although friends report the SLA was then hunting him. On November 15 Wheeler showed up at the home of Mary Alice's parents in Redding, in Northern California, asking for her. Seam's father, Thomas Landels, a wealthy realtor, turned him away. Mary Alice was hiding in the back of the house at the time. Wheeler spent the night at the Redding Lodge Motel, registered as Bradley Bruce, and placed 3 long-distance phone calls to friends of Mary Alice trying to locate her. The next day, allegedly riding a bus out of state, he disappeared. While there was all this hassle with the new recruits, the high command of the SLA had other worries, other plans. With the attack on Foster, the crusade had been launched and all hope pinned to the future. Yet the SLA was still a split-level organization, some underground at Clayton, but with the Harrises, Angela Atwood and Camilla Hall still engaged with the above-ground world, still at home, still working daily at jobs. Nancy Perry, Ms. Moonsolty-Seek, Sink, and Russ Little had entered the shadows, living anonymously in Clayton, a white middle-class suburb in the East Bay, in a house they called the Liberated Zone. A week after Foster's death, Bill Harris's old friend and Marine buddy, Larry Leach, arrived for a week's visit to San Francisco, spending 3 nights across the bay with Bill and Emily. He found them at ease, happy, but living a rigidly disciplined daily. Aftermath of Triumph 149. Life. Early to bed, because Bill had to visit a prisoner in the Alameda County Jail in the morning, meetings with different groups practically each evening. Emily would rush home from work, gulp a sandwich, and be off to a meeting. They were into physical exercise, jogging daily. They introduced Leach to Joe Remiro, Russ Little, and Robin Steiner, who was then living with the Harrises and a dozen other political friends. Leach recalls his first meeting with Remiro vividly. Bill Harris introduced the two, then said to Leach lightly, as if it were a comment on police stupidity, "The cops have been investigating Joe about some political murder." Leach already knew Angela Atwood from Indiana. "Angel didn't really seem plugged in with the group," said Leach. "She was still flighty and a little scatterbrained. Bill said she was just starting to come into her own after finally getting up the nerve to leave her husband. He said she was just getting her confidence back in herself as a woman. He and Emily were really proud of how far she had come." Robin Steiner, too, seemed on the periphery. Leach and Robin talked late into one night. "She was obviously less committed than the others," he said. Bill and Emily would come down on her periodically, criticizing her, but in what seemed a constructive way. They'd talk about her hang-up about full commitment to anything. Bill and Emily were trying to shake their bourgeois hang-ups and wanted Robin to shake hers. "Robin," said Leach, "talked to him about leaving the Bay Area, going back to school, becoming a nurse or paramedic." He later realized that she was the only one of the group who referred to a legitimate future. The Harrises were still attending the weekly meetings of a Marxist study group, one of dozens in the East Bay Area. There were about 20 to 25 people in this group. "They were like college seminars," said one of the several occasional visitors. There would be a couple people appointed to research intensely into one subject and they'd come back and report to the group. The groups, usually led by Vence Ramos members, spent considerable time discussing the works of Lenin and George Jackson. "Bill Harris seemed the most mature," recalled one guest participant. "He was educated and well thought out." When the Harrises invited Leach to attend a study group meeting in mid-November, however, it was Emily Harris who seated herself as chairperson. "Bill told me that they had only been part of this group for a 150 few months and that it was really unusual that someone who had been part of the group for such a short time to be named discussion leader," said Leach. "He was really proud of her. Emily seemed more self-confident and stronger than I ever remembered her. Even Bill said Emily had grown more than he since they had come there." The people in the study group were supposed to be totally open with one another, to escape the bourgeois hang-ups. But at the time of Leach's visit there was trouble in the group. "There was jealousy among the women over the men," said Leach, "and Bill and Emily were really pissed about it." The triangles that had the study group quivering involved several people who by this time had become SLA coder, although the study group itself was separate and apparently ignorant of the SLA. Joe Remiro always liked to have 2 full-time women, out front. "Joe was never secretive about that kind of shit," said one friend. "He always hoped the women would get to be friends." In early 1973 Remiro was sleeping with Cindy G. and Karen G., 2 East Bay activists, and dating another woman, Patsy Russ Little. At this time was seeing only Robin Steiner. In the spring Karen demanded a monogamous relationship, Remiro refused, and Karen withdrew. For a while Joe had only Cindy, but he was very hurt at losing Karen. He expected those kinds of relationships could work, said his buddy. By July, Russ Little and Robin Steiner had split up, and Little was soon seeing Angela Atwood, and then Russ was back with Robin but seeing Angela, too. In August, Joe, still with Cindy, also started seeing Angela. So it was Joe with Cindy and Angela, and Russ with Robin and Angela. BV the end of September, Angela was calling a meeting of the 5 of them herself, Russ, Joe, Cindy, and Robin to work out some of the unfortunate aspects of their relationships, she told a woman friend. Angela was the prima donna of the whole thing, said the woman. She had both men. Angela was much more attractive than she appears in photographs, said friends. She was not gorgeous, but there was a certain presence about her, like in Dylan's, just like a woman, like a naughty little girl. She dressed well. Feminine sort of hippie things, like old Indian silk shirts and batik, earrings, jewelry, rings. Very feminine. Angela probably put up with both Russ and Joe because Joe also had Cindy, said a Berkeley friend. But when Cindy called it quits, Angela and Joe moved closer together. Aftermath of Triumph 151. Eventually establishing a monogamous relationship. Meanwhile, however, Russ Little apparently moved in on Cindy, becoming involved with Cindy, Robin, and at least 2 other women, one of whom was Nancy Ling Perry. Robin had an agreement with Cindy, who was her friend, that if Cindy balled her man, Russ, she wouldn't keep it a secret, but Cindy did keep it a secret. Robin found out later, however. When Larry Leach visited the Harrises in mid-November, Russ was living in an SLA hideout with Nancy Perry, but would visit to sleep with Robin at the Harrises. Emily would get down on Robin for being uptight about the relationship, remembers Leach. She and Bill told Robin to either firm it up or get rid of him, but not to stay hung up about it. Shortly after that, Robin decided to drop out altogether and return to Florida. Her involvement in the early SLA has never been established, although an accusation, publicly made by the SLA 4 months later, that she had given information to the police certainly implied some knowledge. In her place, in early December, Angela Atwood moved into the Harrises' spare bedroom. Above ground and below, the SLA always carried a peculiar burden of unbridled sexuality, a tension of uncommon dynamic. In August, when Nancy Perry moved in with Cin and Ms. Moon in their first Oakland hideout on East 17th Street, recalled Theo Wheeler's girlfriend, Mary Alice Seam, a bitter spat flared because both women wanted to sleep with DeFries. It was conventional sexist jealousy, offensive to all their liberated Maoris, but it still took them a while to work it out, she said. Even farther back, in May, the earthy and experienced Ms. Moon sensed a hulking libido in the quiet, boyish Willie Wolfe, everyone's idea of a Red Guard Eagle Scout, and captured it in a poem in her diary. Willie. I hate him. I want to scream. Next time he touches me, get your goddamned hand off my body. Damned. He's been only friendly. I'm not being paid to have him maul me, get your damned mind off my body. 152. Just go away and let me be. I hate you, Willie. I hate the way you swagger that huge body and small mind of yours around, crushing me in the name of muscle-heated phallic power because you know I'm good and I don't want you. In January, 1974, an Indiana college chum received a letter from Emily, apparently mailed just before the Harrises were forced into hiding, with an enclosure of several old school photos of Emily with her sorority sisters. It was a strange letter, like an announcement, the woman recalled. She said she had gotten into an affair with someone, and because of it, she and Bill had decided to re-evaluate their relationship. She said they had decided that although they still loved one another perhaps more than ever, they were no longer going to narrow themselves sexually to one another. She sent the photos because she thought I'd enjoy having them. She said she and Bill had burned everything, all their old photos and letters, in a bonfire in their fireplace on New Year's Eve. She said they didn't need memories recorded on paper, those were her words, they were committed to the present and the future. The Harrises were ready for the fugitive life, ready by decision even before crisis forced the issue. Meanwhile, at the clandestine SLA headquarters in Clayton, behind tacked-down shades and draperies, the underground members of the group plotted and played in their own little world. Faiza and Zoya Perry and Solti Seek tagged a note for Angela onto a target surveillance list with the home addresses of 12 Bay Area businessmen. 4a, understanding that we are all just learning how to do this, and that it takes practice, and that this lists suggestions of things, the most important we'd like to know, and realizing that many of them are very difficult to obtain, and wanting to remind you to be extremely cautious and as inconspicuous as possible, also to let you know that the maps and drawings do not require that you be an artist FNZ. Beginning surveillance was to include 1. License plates of cars going to the pad and especially coming out of driveway coming and going from work, and plates of cars frequently parked in front of the pad. Aftermath of Triumph 153. 2. A drawing of the pad. 3. A brief description of the neighborhood. 4. If possible, a description of the driver of the cars you get plates for. 5. Small outline map of streets going in and out of the area where the pad is located. In a note to herself, Faiza jotted down equipment needed for surveillance: clip beds, paper, pencils, pens, nurse's uniform, wheelchairs, baby carriages, crutches. Faiza was the writer, she worked on communiques. Others worked in the bomb factory in the back room or researched names to add to their growing list of murder and kidnap targets. Everyone probably worked on the arsenal, ordering new guns and parts, drilling and packing dum-dum bullets with cyanide, reloading shells. Neighbors in Clayton thought the new Devoto couple odd. The husband introduced himself to some as George, but to others as Bob. Little things seemed peculiar. The Devotos were strangely uncommunicative, kept all the doors and windows shut, with drawn blinds even in hot weather, and kept all the lights on day and night. 4 members of the SLA lived inside: Jinke, Zoya, Osceola, and Faiza. No one noticed the black man, but later several neighbors recalled a white with afro hair. On November 12, 1973, a curious event totally unconnected with the SLA brought police and reporters to the Devoto house. A 16-year-old boy followed Nancy Perry home from the nearby 7-Eleven store. He rang the bell and when she answered, asked, "Is your husband home?" She asked what he wanted, and the kid fumbled in his pocket and brought out a .22 caliber pistol. It was apparently a rape attempt. The boy was apprehended later and charged with several such attacks. But here he was dealing with Faiza of the SLA. She kicked at the gun and pushed him. The gun fell and discharged 1 shot. The boy scrambled for the gun and ran. A neighbor forced the reluctant Mrs. Devoto to call the police. At the time it was just a weird story, said a reporter who followed cops to the scene. The police thought it was probably a drug thing. Everyone talked on the lawn, no one was. 154. Invited inside. A news photographer took what was to become a very famous photo of Nancy Ling Perry, long hair blowing, arms crossed, eyes looking somberly into the camera. Several neighbors began to watch the house more carefully. Rumors spread that it was a dope den. What was really going on inside was much more bizarre. With BB guns they practiced stakeouts and executions. They made up teamwork games to rehearse in precise detail. For stakeout at restaurant and parking lot. Cin's room is our base, there are 3 of us there. Zoya's room is Camilla's pad in Oakland. Osceola's room is the 24HR cafe. The living room is surveillance area. Payphone AM is in the hall. Bathroom payphone PM is in the hall. Closet kitchen is another scene. The corner table lamp is the bar where targets are drinking. The emotional texture of daily life must have been incredible. With the glee of solemn children in Indian headdress, they would stalk the table lamp. Then, smoothing her hair, Nancy could go out to hang clothes in the backyard, affecting a New York accent for her neighbors. She could return to join Cin and Ms. Moon studying which poisons kill quickest. Prussic acid, hydrosulfide, hydrocyanic acid, or the layout of the Berkeley post office they had cased for robbery, or the house of a San Francisco pimp marked for death. Always there were more targets. A newspaper article with the names of 2 San Francisco homicide cops was clipped and filed for action by the People's Court. And there were the laborious communiques, Hours of work on each. For every killing there was to be a lesson for the people, a message of terror for the ruling classes. The language was both archaic, for dignity, and jive, to tune in the lumpen. Days so full, no hours to waste. The burden becomes heavy and life complex when one carries the fate of the people, the seed of the revolution. Nancy made little lists to schedule her day. The communique, all these papers, the filing cabinet. ARRERMADH of Triumph 155. Memorize addresses. Look on the bottom of this pile. Make address Molotov cocktails. Wood cutting by bolts of material. The communiques stacked up. The first drafts were all from SLA Western Regional Unit 10, each with a place for the number in sequence of release. Each condemns a corporation, the corruption of international capitalism, the exploitation of economic colonialism, and each dooms men. Individual men are reduced to symbols and at the same time enlarged to represent conglomerate structures within which decisions are made many levels above them in the hierarchy. Operation: kidnap and ransom and slash or failure to meet. Subject: the TA White Candy Co. Subdivision of ITT Corp. Charges: murder, genocide, robbery, and supporting and taking part in crimes against the people of Chile, Brazil, South Africa, Rhodesia, the Philippines and the American people. Target: Charles W. Comer, President of the TA White Candy Co., a subsidiary of the Pearson Candy Co., a division of the ITT Continental Baking Co., a member of the ITT Corporation. This attack is to serve notice on this corporation and its divisions and its subsidiaries and its executives that they have come to the attention of the SLA and the Court of the People, and have been found guilty of supporting the murder, oppression, and robbery of the people of the world. This attack is also to serve notice on the enemy of the people, that the SLA stands in support and in arms with the demands of the Weather Underground and the demands for the release of the 6 freedom fighters made by the August 7th Combat Forces. Asterisk. Another communique targeted D.E. Stanberry, Oakland warehouse director for the Colgate-Palmolive Company. A third was to announce the bombing of the local offices of the General Tire and Rubber Company. In each there was the promise that executives of that company would be shot on sight. All communiques ended with Eldridge Cleaver's phrase, "Death to the fascist insect that preys upon the life of the people." Another communique, number 3, apparently was to follow the Foster murder. Subject: the Department of Corrections and all its agents, associates, members. Charges: murder, genocide, robbery, and target: the Department of Corrections and all its agents and wives of said elements. This attack is to serve notice upon this fascist institution and its employees and their wives that they have come to the attention of the SLA and the Court of the People and have been found guilty of taking part and supporting the military takeover of the United States and the overthrow of the constitutional rights of the American people and taking part in the murder, robbery, and genocide committed against the life of our children and freedom. This communique had a strange addendum, most of which would be echoed in a later open letter published by Nancy Perry. There was a centered subtitle on the page, "Why do we charge this?" And then the following. The Symbionese Liberation Army was born in 1963-64 in the hearts of all the races and people of this nation when we became aware of the fact that the American nation had suffered a military overthrow of the government and the constitutional rights of the American people. The coup that occurred in 63-64 was not like those seen in South America and other countries where the military and the ruling class openly take power from the people and remove the constitutional rights of its people, because it was not necessary to so openly warn the American people, when it was clear that the American people were so conditioned that they would try themselves not to believe what they had seen and what had happened to them. The CIA, FBI, and Secret Service and the military were well aware that it was no longer needed to apply the old-type military coup on the American people, because they were aware that the majority of the American people were so racist and politically asleep that they would believe anything that was stated by the ruling class-controlled government and press. Another slip of paper among SLA documents later discovered sets out a schedule that illustrates the quick and urgent pace of daily life in Clayton. Undated, and full of references to people never identified, it read: Meetings with medical people. Meeting with Ciara. Meeting with Arco. Meeting with Chicano brother. Check on river operation progress, ask why and who informed others of operations without plan. Check on money for bro high, will return what is left after show or sale. Check on ammo progress. Remove M68 until he has time. Give Ciara a new section of document and have 15 copies made in full with letterhead. Don't call me this week, give him time to work out problems. Check all people for security check in their area. Report anything that they feel is funny or out of place regarding people around them or cars and people near their homes and in the streets while moving around. 158. Recheck commitments of our people. Those who do nothing make no mistakes. Slaw spray painted graffito on a Berkeley wall. 8. Concord, California. January 10, 1974. For an instant the van's headlights illuminated Doug's face as he drove through the intersection. The sergeant was not wearing his uniform cap, it was alongside on the seat, but knew that would not fool anyone wise in the ways of the street as to his occupation. The Dodge had that unmistakable look of an unmarked police car. 2 radio antennas jutted from its trunk, and there was that spotlight by the driver's door, not to mention the fact that the Polara carried license plates with a diamond-shaped marking identifying it as a tax-exempt official vehicle. Doug glanced at the van, returned his attention to the street ahead, hoping he had appeared only momentarily interested. He had learned nothing from the quick look except that the van's headlights were damn bright. Doug continued along Ayers Road, keeping watch through the rearview mirror. It was several seconds before the van began moving slowly, crossing Ayers and continuing slowly on Sutherland Drive. Waiting until it was out of sight, Doug reached toward the dashboard, switched off his headlights, executed a quick U-turn, drove back to the intersection, turned onto Sutherland, and began following. By then the van was some 100 feet ahead, traveling, Doug could see by the speedometer, at no more than 10 miles an hour. Either the driver was lost, Doug decided, or he was worthy of suspicion. Doug had been working graveyard shifts in that part of Concord for 7 months. It is a quiet residential area right at the edge of town, inhabited by middle-class, middle-income families with ranch-style homes going for $30,000 and up. At 1 o'clock on a weekday morning it was rare to see lights burning in the homes or traffic on the streets, and the area is an attractive target for auto boosters, fast-working thieves, usually teenage boys. 159. 160. Who break into cars to rip off stereo systems and anything else that strikes their fancy. Auto boosters spot likely targets by cruising slowly up and down streets, as the van ahead was doing. Doug noted that the rear windows were covered by curtains. The van continued its crawling pace to the point where winding Sutherland Drive comes to an end. It turned left onto Bonwell Drive, left again on Manchester Drive, and finally right on Sutherland Drive, heading back toward the intersection where Doug had first spotted it. Still driving without lights, he hesitated only briefly. If the driver was lost, he would appreciate assistance. If not, he had some explaining to do. As the van braked to a halt at the stop sign, Doug switched on the headlights and the red spot and tapped lightly on the horn to ensure he had gotten the driver's attention. A man's face could be seen looking back at him. It was the face of a young white male. Doug picked up his radio mic to inform headquarters he was making a routine traffic stop. He gave the dispatcher the location, the license plate 806 good of the van, and asked for a cover unit. It was 1:23 a.m. Doug had pulled up and parked about 15 feet behind the van. Leaving the motor running, he got out of the police car and started toward it. The driver was still eyeballing him. As the officer approached, the man leaned out the window. He was smiling. Doug saw there was someone else in the van, another young man, with a dark mustache. He was not smiling. "May I see your driver's license, please?" Doug asked. The driver got out his wallet, extracted the document, handed it over, and said, "How come you stopped me?" Doug glanced at the license and replied, "Well, Mr. Scalise, the manner in which you've been driving around this area at this hour seemed a bit suspicious. Where are you going?" "I'm looking for a friend who lives on Sutherland Court," answered the blond man, whose license carried the name Robert James Scalise. Doug asked the name of the friend. Scalise hesitated, then mumbled, "Devoto." Doug had not understood. He asked again. "Devoto," repeated the man. When the name was uttered, Doug noticed the passenger seemed to stiffen. His suspicions about the pair increased, and he asked the passenger to show some identification. Doug later emphasized he was careful not to make it an order, but a request. He knew he had no authority to force a passenger to show him anything. The dark-haired man, scowling, handed over his license. The name on it was Joseph Michael Remiro. Concord, California, January 10, 1974. 161. Doug returned to his car and radioed the dispatcher. He read off the names, birth dates, and addresses of the two men and asked for a wants and warrants check on them. As an afterthought, he asked the dispatcher also to check the city directory for the address of a Devoto on Sutherland Court. Doug was just finishing copying down the data from the licenses onto a report form when the dispatcher radioed back, "Both subjects are clear," adding that there was no city directory listing for any Devoto on either Sutherland Court or Sutherland Drive. Except for that, Doug might have dropped the matter. Something about Scalise and Remiro, particularly Remiro, rubbed wrong. If they were merely lost, they should have, like most people, welcomed his appearance and asked for directions. Doug started toward the van, stopped, looked at the clipboard notepad in his left hand, decided it might be wise to have both hands free. He left the clipboard on the hood of the patrol unit. Again he started forward, this time walking to the passenger door. He tapped on the glass of the closed window. Remiro stared out at him, then slowly rolled the glass halfway down. He did not say a word. Doug asked if he would please step outside. Without hesitation, Remiro complied. Once on the street, Remiro stood, feet apart, facing the policeman. "Do you have any guns or knives on you?" Doug asked. Without waiting for an answer, he told Remiro, "I'm going to frisk you." He started toward Remiro, hands outstretched to run them down the sides of the man. Remiro pulled open his jacket and quickly stepped back a couple of feet. Suddenly Doug spotted a bulge on Remiro's right hip, a bulge covered by the man's untucked shirt. Doug had no doubts about it or what was going to happen next. Remiro's right hand darted down, clawing for the pistol. Doug dodged back, behind the van. He could have tried to take Remiro with a lunge, but there was the other one, Scalise. Instinct made him dive for safety, first to the rear of the van, then a sprint past his cruiser, where he crouched to the rear. A still moment, nothing had happened. He glanced at the driver's side of the van, nothing. He moved right and peered around the fender. Remiro was exactly where he had been, gun in hand. Doug heard two shots and saw the muzzle flashes. His own pistol was still holstered. He drew it and snapped off two quick shots. Remiro ducked behind the front of the van, and Doug pulled back. The two vehicles between them, each man wondered which side the other would come from. Doug opted for the left, guessing Remiro would shift. In a crouch he spun to the other side and cautiously peered out. Two shots from Remiro, Doug ducked and returned too. Neither had got a good sight on the other, neither was hit. Doug rolled to the right side of the car, then stood up quickly, sighting for a target. Remiro, running down the sidewalk, weaving, twisted and snapped off a shot at the cop, then ducked into a yard, lost in the darkness. Doug had not fired this time. With a squeal and smoking tires, the van shot forward as Scalise popped the clutch. It crossed the intersection and raced down Sutherland. Doug snatched at his radio mic. Concord 1119. Officer in trouble. I've been shot at. He described the van and ordered a county-wide roadblock. He was broadcasting descriptions of Scales and Remiro when he heard Patrolman L.J. Lee's cruiser. The backup car finally arrived. Just then, 2 blocks ahead, it was the van again, cutting back onto Sutherland. The driver, probably thinking Doug had immediately chased him, had circled and come out 2 blocks from the police cars. Perhaps Scales was as shocked as Doug was. The van paused at the intersection, but Doug reacted first. He gestured to Lee and shouted, "That's it," and jumped behind the wheel of his car. Lee was already moving down Sutherland. He had snapped the shotgun free from its dashboard clamp by the time he jerked to a stop about 30 feet from the van. In the glare of the cruiser headlights, Scales could be seen through the windshield. Lee could see both his hands on top of the steering wheel, but the cop was bail. Concord, California, January 10, 1974. 163ing out the door with the shotgun almost as the cruiser stopped. He ducked to the rear of the car and leveled the shotgun. The van had not moved. "Police!" he shouted. "Come out with your hands up." Doug had pulled up behind him and had another gun on the van. The driver's door opened and Scales slowly climbed out, hands above his head. "Careful, he's probably armed," Doug warned. Lee ordered Scales to lie stomach down on the street and, with Doug covering, moved up to search him. There was no weapon, but the man's 2 shirt pockets were crammed with .38 caliber bullets, and on his belt was a black leather holster. "Where's the gun?" Lee asked. "In the van, on the engine cover," the prisoner replied. "Who's the other guy?" "Remiro." "Where'd he go?" demanded Lee. "Where'd he go?" Scales did not answer. Doug, while fastening handcuffs to the man's wrists, first noticed the blood on the shirt and realized Scales had been hit in the right shoulder. In one of his shots at Remiro, the bullet had gone through the back window of the van, through the driver's shoulder, and out the windshield. In the van, Lee discovered a snub-nosed .38 Colt and a rifle. Doug called for other officers to assist in the search. Then he noticed, for the first time, that one of Remiro's bullets had shattered the rear window of the cruiser. Scales was taken to Contra Costa County Hospital. His wound, not serious, was treated, and then he was booked for attempted murder at Concord City Jail. During the next 3 hours, dozens of officers searched for Remiro. Nobody thought to check for a devoto in any of the houses along the small cul-de-sac called Sutherland Court, located just outside the city limits in an area called Clayton. Not even after one patrolman, looking through the van for other weapons, opened a large paper sack and pulled out a stack of leaflets emblazoned with the 7-headed cobra symbol of the Symbionese Liberation Army. There was an instant connection between the name and the November killing of Marcus Foster. The officer reported his discovery, and the search for Remiro intensified. It had been going on for some 4 hours when, at 5:31 a.m., Patrolman Jim Alcorn, staked out in his patrol car, engine off, on Sutherland Drive, thought he spotted someone run along the 164 sidewalk and dart between 2 houses a couple of blocks ahead. Alcorn radioed for backup and drove to where he had last seen the running figure. Patrolman Oliver Sanson pulled up. The officers left their cars and started cautiously up a driveway. Sanson pumped a shell into the chamber of his shotgun, the cocking snap noisy in the quiet night. Suddenly a voice called out, "I've had it. I give up. I'm coming out." Remiro slowly rose from behind a camper truck. The officers ordered him to raise his hands and walk out backward. With Alcorn covering, Sanson had Remiro kneel while he handcuffed him and started searching for weapons. "It's in my right pants pocket," Remiro volunteered. Sanson reached in and pulled out a Walther PP.380 automatic. He put it on safety. Remiro was booked and jailed. The arrest of 2 SLA gunmen brought in the homicide cops from nearby Oakland. One of the officers working on the Foster case said it all along. "It'll probably be something like a routine traffic stop that gives us the break," he would tell reporters. They needed a break. There had been 2 dry months. Oakland cops had collected a long list of suspects including a few SLA names and many others, but even after compiling hunches, tips, and a few solid leads from prison informants, they were still groping. Oakland police identified Scalise as a local radical they knew as Russell Jack Little. An attorney hired by Little's family verified the name. Oakland police readied search warrants and raided Peking House on Shabu Road and Remiro's old apartment on Bond Street. But for all the police brass hustled into the show that day, the SLA survived because of a major police error. If Sergeant Dugg's suspicious nature had given the cops their break, the incomplete police follow-through on the Devoto lead gave the SLA a chance to escape. The Department of Motor Vehicles identified the SLA van as registered in the name of Nancy Gale Ling at an Oakland address that turned out to be the home of her brother, Gary. It had been purchased from a private party on August 10, 1973, and re-registered with DMV in Ling's name on October 10. Later, on closer inspection, police traced the motor in the van to a mid-fall robbery in Berkeley. On October 12 the 1969 Chevrolet van had been stolen at gunpoint off Telegraph Avenue. The engine had been transferred to Ling's van. The license plates off the stolen truck were later found, cut up into sections in the Clayton safe house. The scene of Dugg's shootout and the spot where Remiro surrendered 4 hours later were each roughly a block and a half from the SLA hideout. It seems possible that Remiro checked with his comrades during those hours. If they were warned, the SLA probably went on alert. The possibility of siege and defending the pad had always been with them, and they had planned for it. Each soldier had a defense station. Their written plan, found later, called for riflemen stationed at the basement portholes, the air vents in the crawl space beneath the house, protected by the concrete foundation, and behind barricades of bundled newspapers upstairs. From the SLA defense plan. Keep your handgun with you at all times. Keep your ammo and rifles, etc. together and ready to carry out. Immediately always know where your shoes are, always know where your Molotov cocktails are. Surrender to the enemy was forbidden by the SLA code, it drew penalty by death. But why, then, had Remiro, a firebrand among them, been brought to such a meek end? That he still carried the Walther PP that police ballistics would connect to the Foster murder was just dumb, but his surrender may have been a decoy decided on by the group or sink. Remiro himself, much later, would deny any contact, probably truthfully. The SLA hatred of prisons would likely bar such sacrifices. Perhaps Remiro simply had second thoughts about fatal heroics. It is clear the SLA was alerted by early morning. The Harrises never showed up at their Berkeley jobs, but none of the neighbors remembered any activity at the hideout until they saw Nancy Perry, Mrs. Devoto, entering the house around 1:01 a.m. She left and was seen coming home again around 2 o'clock, a small grocery bag in her arms. At around 2:30 Ms. Moonsolti walked out of the house and down the street. Several neighbors noted it was the first time they had seen her dressed up, wearing a skirt instead of her usual long sweater and jeans. At about 6:15 p.m. a gold Buick Riviera, the car Willie Wolf left behind when he hitchhiked east, backed out of the garage. Someone, a neighbor, spied on two skinny legs in blue jeans, slammed the garage door and ran to join the driver in the heavily loaded car. As it backed out the sloping drive, the undercarriage scraped with a loud thump. The car sped off, leaving a huge white cloud of exhaust. At that moment a 6-inch fuse was burning under the closed door between the attached garage and the main house. A few minutes later it reached a puddle of gasoline. Gunpowder and gasoline had been splashed over the rugs and walls, and there was a puddle trail from the fuse to an open 5-gallon can of gasoline in the front hall. It had been a studied arsenal, most professional, except for one hitch. The drapes for the first time had been tacked back from the windows. The gas explosion was to break the windows to suck in the air that would turn the light wood frame building into an inferno. That it did not was partly due to chance, but because of the lack of oxygen in the tightly closed house, the result was what the fire inspector called a flashover fire, a poof of blaze that blistered the paint and scorched everything, a lot of smoke but something far less than an obliterating fire. The first fire truck on the scene ran in one hose and snuffed it. In an open letter a week later, Nancy Pearve would claim that she had set the fire only to melt a web of fingerprints that may have been overlooked. It was never intended that the fire would totally destroy the premises, because there was nothing left there that was of any real consequence to us. If BV their respective foul UPS, the SLA and the police had been gift wrapping and delivering presents to each other all dev. This was the bonanza. In the house, police found an incredible collection of evidence, virtually a blueprint for the SLA. The firemen had called in the sheriff, and the sheriff's department requested the assistance of a Navy demolition team. They've removed from the house 2 6-inch gunpowder pipe bombs, an aerosol can bomb stuffed with gunpowder and shotgun pellets, a half can of gunpowder, the half-empty 5-gallon can of gasoline, and capped and full other cans containing another 15 gallons of gasoline. Scattered through the house were about a dozen bottles that had apparently been Molotov cocktails, only one had not ignited. It had a mode sanitary napkin for the wick. From the aerosol can bomb, police technicians lifted 2 fingerprints. Oakland cops on the Foster case were at the scene as the fire still smoldered. When the house was cleared of smoke and incendiaries, police slowly began to realize what a treasure chest they had. Lying around were the scorched files of what had obviously been the main SLA headquarters. The Sim. Beyonce apparently had an incredible propensity to take notes, and hoarded everything. If the significance of the find dawned but dimly on the lawmen, the SLA caught on quickly. All of the SLA combat caught her, with the exception of Camilla Hall, dived for cover, going underground. Only Bill and Emily Harris still had jobs at the time of the Concord bust. All the rest were unemployed, living on food stamps, welfare, unemployment, and at least 2 armed robberies. On the morning of January 10, Bill did not show up to toss mailbags at the post office, and Emily called in sick at the Survey Research Center. The Harrises and Angela fled their Oakland home in haste, leaving clothes, stereo, personal papers, all their belongings, all their past. They left toothbrushes hanging in 168. The bathroom, and drip coffee, ready for the hot water, on the stove. And they left 3 pistol boxes, 1 for a Smith & Wesson revolver, 2 for Mauser automatics. Open and empty, the blue plastic gun boxes bespoke their priorities. In Emmaus, Pennsylvania, Willie announced to his father on the 10th that he was going to Sweden to get married and become an expatriate. On the 11th, Willie received 3 collect long-distance phone calls from * public phone booths in Oakland. He was upset. He had to grab a bus to New York to visit a sick friend, he said. Perhaps it was from the hideout Bill Harris had rented, under the alias William Kinder, a block from Oakland City Hall, that Emily wrote her parents that she was secluded in the Sierras. When it became clear how much the cops had found in the Clayton house, they knew the risk of remerging in their old lives was too great. Bill and Emily sent in letters resigning from their jobs, citing personal reasons. Emily called their landlord and told him Bill's dad was dying, they had returned to Indiana and were going to stay. She asked him to sell their belongings, throw away the rest, and send the money to her parents. Inside the Clayton house, police found treasure beneath the scattered and scorched clutter. The house was furnished in crashpad modern, mattresses on the floor and wooden crates. There were several typewriters, a mimeograph machine, and boxes and handfuls of bullets, all around .30 caliber, 9mm, .38 special caliber, .45 caliber, .30-06 caliber, and 12-gauge shotgun shells. The walls were covered with posters, Mao and Stalin, and pinned with photos of police officers and slogans signed CIN. Taped to 3 walls were well over 100 newspaper and magazine clippings about the exploits of foreign guerrillas and revolutionaries. There were gas masks, bandoliers, stacks of gun and ammo catalogs, stolen license plates, and 3 BB guns. The walls were pockmarked with the little pellets. Not all that was found has been made public, but police removed more than a dozen cartons of letters, files, address books, and miscellaneous documents. There were many letters from prisoners, Dida Omi letters, Plans for teamwork games listing code names Bayo, CIN, James, Norma, Faiza, Zoya, OSI. Some cryptic, some explicit. There were other lists of names, some with scribbled notations like, "It looks like our old friends don't." Concord, California, January 10, 1974. 169 Have it anymore. There was a sketch of the Foster ambush scene and another detailing the location of a January 7 armed robbery in Berkeley, both notated in the cramped script of Joe Remiro. On the living room mantel was a row of charred books, among them Anti-Aircraft Defense, A White Girl, Criminal Law, and The Rise and Fall of the Third Reich. On the door of one of the bedrooms was a poster-sized message. Fire had scorched it so only part could still be read. It ended, 44. I say myself in this room because it has become the only one that comes without being asked, because it understands that it is sexist that a man must ask before a woman will come to see or talk with him. So if I don't ask, don't you either. Just come on in and find out who lives in here and that he's 90% human, the other 10% we are working on. It was signed CIN. A box in one bedroom contained Who's Who in American Industry, 2 copies of the Directory of American Firms Operating in 4 countries, the California Blue Book 1971, California International Business Directory, the Watchdogs of Wall Street, Who's Who in the West, Who's Who in Business and Finance, Condensed Chemical Dictionary, and Police all stolen library books. In another bed room were the roots of guerrilla warfare, marksmanship, Tegner's defensive tactics, and the FBI lab. A closet shelf held 22.38 caliber rounds with hollow points filled with cyanide, a plastic container with a liquid marked cyanide water, and a cardboard box containing 2 large vials of mercury and bottles of ammonium nitrate, dimethylolurea, and sulfonic acid salt. A bomb factory. In the shorthand listing of the police search warrant report, one can leaf through the papers found on a shelf beside a bedroom desk, typed page listing different gun parts as well as different gun distributors, appears to be part to a rifle. One typed page with list of rifle parts. Return address to S.A. Lamone, J. Mark of P.O. Box 24553, Oakland. One typed page dated January 1, 74 and headed as shopping list. List of arms material. One typed page relating to government conspiracy against the people. 17. 2 paragraphs relating to why Kennedy was killed. Typed page dated January 1, 74. Heading, Rise to the Spirit of the Symbionese Liberation Army. 1 refers to history of the organization. 1 typed page relating to prisoners in the prison system. Handwritten page relating to internal warfare identification program. Typed page with 1 paragraph, thought not completed. Refers Rulinger class. O handwritten page referring to Del Monte as conglomerate. 9 pages typed, 5 of which list the addresses of the members of the California Council on Crime and Delinquency. 1 typed page headed The Present. Refers to Nixon administration and the Watergate affair. 1 typed page headed A Prelude to the Present. Refers to the Nazi regime, type of government. 2 paragraphs typed and headed What is the Present? Refers to comparison between US and Hitler. T/ped page referring to Wounded Knee. 2 paragraphs regarding L's exploitation of the people. There were schedules for surveillance duty, maps, and detailed plans for robberies and ambushes, early drafts of communiques. It was almost too much. It was too much for the cops assigned to sort through and analyze the truckload of documents found. Perhaps even after the Foster murder they did not take the SLA seriously. Perhaps the whole idea of guerrillas in the Barkalef Hills seemed just too far-fetched. Whatever the reason, police did not bother to warn most of those listed as SLA targets. It was left to the FBI agents to do so. After the Hearst kidnapping, when the Bureau first became involved in the SLA case, a partial compilation of those on the SLA's target list included Donald T. Lauer, a vice president of Wells Fargo Bank, 7. T-1 years old asterisk. Arthur P. Shapiro. A senior vice president and director of Liberty National Bank of San Francisco, 6B-8 years old. D.S. Langsdorff. A senior vice president of Bank of America, 59 years old. Theodore Louis Lenzen. A retired vice president and director of Standard Oil of California, 68 years old. Asterisk ages are as of late 1973. When the SLA was compiling the target list. Concord, California, January 10, 1974 171. Rudolph A. Peterson, retired president of Bank of America, 69 years old. Robert T. Schinkel, a senior vice president of Bank of America, 57 years old. Calvin K. Townsend, a retired ITT executive and director of the First National Bank, 73 years old. James H. Woodhead, corporate secretary for Kaiser Industries, 66 years old. Joseph A. Moore, Jr., a former president of the California State Chamber of Commerce, now a regent of the University of California, 65 years old. John E. Countryman, former chairman of the board of Del Monte Corporation. Edwin A. Adams, retired board chairman of Bank of California, 71 years old. Charles W. Comer, 53, president of the T.A. White Candy Company, a subsidiary of Pearson Candy Company, a division of Continental Baking Company, a subsidiary of ITT. Kidnap or execute, warrant prepared. 3 mid-level executives with Touche Ross and Company, an international accounting firm. Tyrone T., a 28-year-old San Francisco bar owner about whom the SLA surveillance file noted, was a pimp. Robert A. Magowan, chairman of the board of Safeway Stores, 70 years old. Susan Ford, 16 years old, daughter of then Vice President Gerald Ford. Raymond Percunier, 51, director of the California Department of Corrections. Marcus Foster, school superintendent of Oakland. Executed. Patricia Campbell Hurst, 19 years old, daughter of Randolph and Catherine Hurst. Arrest warrant issued. Almost all of these names were cited as targets in SLA documents discovered by police either at the Clayton hideout or at the 172 Harris's residence in Oakland. There were several other lists of names, some of which may have been for target assignment. In most cases it was quite obvious, and in others, clear at least that some precaution was appropriate. On one page of a small green spiral notebook, the crabbed handwriting of Nancy Ling Perry. Apparently listing information to be researched at the University of California Library School girlishly outlined her subjects, listing but one individual in an ominous context of institutions and corporations, at UC 1, that daughter of Hearst. 2. Senate Select Penal Committee. 3. Transportation 8 See what's going on where. 4. Scientists. 1. 2. That bitch. 3. Touche Ross. 4. The legislature. 5. B/of a people. 6. U.C.BD of regents. On another page, near the end of the notebook, a list of daily tasks and immediate concerns brings up a full name. 1. Pay PG&E bill. 2. For Yolanda and Camilla to come up. 3. Van has to be registered by February 1. 4. Picking up things from Lulu, Umbrella 8C Mail 8CW2 Form Thursday. Night business meeting. 4. Have my Sacramento trip / David 8C Margaretta scene / etc. Patricia Campbell Hurst. Jr. Art history. 5. Self-defense class. 4. On the opposite page, scrawled at an angle alongside the name of Patricia Hurst, were the cryptic words. On the night of the full moon. January 7. The identities of David and Margaretta have never been positively verified, but Yolanda and Camilla would soon be known to every California police officer. And Patricia Campbell Hurst. Concord, California, January 10, 1974-173 would be famous after the SLA executed one of their rehearsed teamwork games on February 4, the night of another full moon. Apparently because they simply did not realize the significance of what they read, police never warned Patty or her family. Much later the Hearsts first learned of the Green Notebook and the warning it held, from the authors. The FBI then confirmed the report. 9. Nancy Ling Perry Faiza, D. May 17, 1974. Russell Little. Osceola or OSI. Joseph Remiro Bo. After Remiro and Little had been arrested and charged with the murder of Marcus Foster, there was an incredible letter to the news media from Faiza, Nancy Ling Perry. The only reason the police were able to capture the two SLA soldiers, she claimed, was because she, back at the hideout, had not known they were under attack and because none of us were offensively armed. The difference between being defensively armed as Little and Remiro were and offensively armed was that offensive weaponry carried cyanide bullets. She spoke of these cyanide bullets as if they were charm talismans. They would have protected her captured compañeros, now they would avenge them. She said that the two were falsely accused, that Remiro's gun was not the Foster murder weapon, that Remiro and Little belonged to non-combat SLA units, that none of the SLA combat units even visited the Clayton house. Yet in its tangled skein of lies and bombast the letter was an extraordinary document, a personal statement of the passions and politics of the SLA. It was the only word from the SLA in the month between the Concord bust and the Hearst kidnapping, and it was perhaps the most revealing of all the SLA communiques. My name was Nancy Ling Perry, but my true name is Faiza. What that name means is one who is victorious, and I am one who believes in the liberation and victory of the people, because I have learned that what one really believes in is what will come to pass. The full text is included in the appendix. 174. Faiza, Osceola, Bo 175. For Nancy Perry, the former Nancy Ling, alias Nancy Devoto, revolution had become an act of faith. It had nothing to do with mass organizing, dialectical materialism, or the trivia of political theory. Revolution was an act of will, and that singular premise gave logic to the Symbionese. Faiza, 26-year-old Berkeley street freak, became the media's emblematic figure for the SLA, tiny, brave, bizarre, and bewildering. In the famous photo taken after she was attacked at the Clayton hideout, she was also beautiful. She stood 4 feet 11 inches, featherweight at about 100 pounds, daughter of an upper-middle-class family. Her conservative background was turned topsy-turvy in the ferment of the 60s until she was more alien than alienated. She wore green nail polish and wrote "Kill the Pigs" on Berkeley walls, a quiet, intense, introverted girl who had not yet given up the hope that young America had created its own counterculture of rebellion. Because most of the drafts of the SLA communiques found in Clayton were in her handwriting, the press, and then the police, tagged her the SLA's chief theoretician heady status announced on the network news, particularly for a dropped-out hippie who had but lately given up squeezing oranges at Fruity Rudy's sidewalk juice stand on Telegraph Avenue. Her politics mingled Mao with the Jecheng. A revolutionary is not a criminal, nor is she or he an adventurer, and revolutionary violence is nothing but the most profound means of achieving internal as well as external balance. The experience of living in America has taught me the realities of what fascism, imperialism, and genocide mean, and I have discovered the truth about the military takeover and the police state dictatorship, not because I studied it in college, but because I see it every day, and because truth is something that is honestly known, as easily as beauty is seen. There was more of the Jecheng than Mao. When I was in high school in 1963-64, one witnessed the first military coup against we the people of this country. I saw us passively sit by our TVs and unconsciously watch as the militarily armed corporate state took over the existing government and blatantly destroyed the Constitution that some of us still believed in. I listened to the people around me deny that a military coup had taken place and claim that such a thing could not happen here. The 176. people I grew up around were so politically naive that their conceptions of a military coup only recognized those that occurred in South America and African countries where the military and ruling class took over the government by an open force of arms. Here the coup was simply accomplished by assassinating the then President John Kennedy, and then assassinating any further opposition to the dictator who was to take power. That dictator is the current president, Richard Nixon. She described the evolution of her consciousness in the prescribed terms. Basically, I have three backgrounds: I have a work background, a love background and a prison background, but she had never been to prison except as a visitor, or held a straight job. Actually, her relevant background was in the common crisis of youth in the 60s, self-doubt and moral certitude in a schizophrenic culture that preached platitudes and raped ethics. She had chosen to reject the bourgeois success her education and background could have given her, and now, so long outside, she had no way back into the mainstream of society. The frustrating quietude of the 70s had left her without purpose and with a bin of unfulfilled utopian dreams. The SLA vision was cramped on all sides, and Faiza's declaration sets out a classic illustration. She sees a nation of pawns and puppets, in which those who have taken over the government were trying to keep us asleep and in a political stupor, a citizenry that seems determined to remain oblivious of the fact that they are in immediate danger of being thrown into concentration camps themselves, tortured, or shot down in the streets for expressing their beliefs. The devil is astride us and no one will even pray. It is a perspective that assumes that the proverbial people have somehow been temporarily drugged, blinded to their own self-interest, and thus have only to be sufficiently shocked, awakened by some sufficiently dramatic display of courage and possibility before they will rise. In the vocabulary of the SLA study groups, the people had false consciousness. It is a sophistic formula commonly used to explain away the inconvenient fact that most American citizens, enduring whatever inequities and injustice they do, seem committed to and involved in the political fabric of the culture. To acknowledge this and still sustain a viable political critique demands a constancy and maturity Faiza and the SLA did not possess. The New Left had left them trapped with its celebrated isolation from the mainstream culture. Nancy Ling Perry's Politi. Faiza, Osceola, Bo 177. Cal career parallels that of thousands who were led to a frustrated despair. Two important IC-EAS in the New Left scripture were co-op. They had settled in the small grey cottage Ling rented, tucked back behind one of the apartment buildings on McKinley Street in Berkeley. The little cottage bears the scars. Under the grey paint on the door you can still see the dark outline of the big scarlet A Gilbert painted on the door when he moved out. A for adulteress. One neighbor, a friend of Ling's, said Gilbert later realized that was not true. Another neighbor, an older woman who lived in the apartment building, remembers Ling discussing her marital problems. She was really oppressed by Gilbert and I sympathized with her, she recalled. He was really chauvinistic. He was out screwing around with other women and he knew she knew about it. He was extremely possessive and jealous about her, but he felt he could do as he pleased. She had dropped out of college for a while, and she wanted to get a job, but the idea offended Gilbert's masculinity. She got a job after Gilbert stalked out, dealing play money blackjack in a topless joint in San Francisco's North Beach called Crystal Lil's. The waitresses were topless, the dealers, like Ling, wore see-through blouses. Ling returned to school and came out with a degree in English literature in 1970. She began a program to get teaching credentials but quit frustrated, too impatient to get into a classroom and use her own ideas, said her brother Gary, a Berkeley graduate student in mathematics. From teaching she went to medicine. She enrolled for a second BA in 1972, in chemistry, looking to a paramedic career. She was at 6 months working part-time in a UC lab cleaning glassware and caring for the experimental animals before she gave up again. Her science background was so deficient that she could not compete with the younger students, she said. In January, 1973, she quit school for good and went to work at Fruity Rudy's selling juice on the edge of the campus from a gypsy cart. Already she was interested in the prison movement, particularly black prisoners. She told her brother Gary that she had met people in Berkeley who had initiated her into writing letters to prisoners. She told him she was writing several prisoners under different names. When she was living with Gilbert Perry, said her brother, Ling Faiza, Osceola, Bo 179 had been exposed to the experience of being black and poor. It angered her, said Gary. She felt not only that it shouldn't be that way, but not for another minute. Still later, shortly before she moved into the SLA hideout in the summer of 1973, she told a neighbor at her Berkeley apartment building that she had just seen Lady Sings the Blues. That's it, she said, that's where it's at for black people in general. And if it's that bad outside, the deal for blacks in prison is exponentially worse. She had been deeply into drugs for years, dealing lightly and using heavily, a drugstore selection when available, but mostly hashish. The professor who supervised her at the UC lab remembers her as soft and wan, burned out. A good friend, a graduate student who worked with her, said she became increasingly strung out while she worked at the lab, sometimes barely staggering into work. She looked increasingly unhealthy, sick, worn. She lectured one professor on the qualities of LSD. She said it was neither horrible nor a great enlightenment, just something else to try. She said she had done a lot of it. Others remember her buying cocaine, dropping a handful of codeine pills. Working at Fruity Rudy's, friends said, she sometimes went through a dozen joints of marijuana to get through the day. Ling didn't mind spending most of her money on dope, said a friend who sometimes worked at the stand. He said he once asked Ling why she worked at Rudy's. She didn't have anything else, she replied. She began to have trouble with her hands, they became swollen and puffy, she had difficulty picking things up. She saw several doctors. Arthritis, perhaps, she told a friend. To another she said that perhaps all the drugs were getting to her, poisoning her system. Then she cut out drugs completely, suddenly, and went on a health food kick. She said she couldn't be any use to the movement on dope, recalled Rudy Henderson, the middle-aged black former jazz drummer who owns Fruity Rudy's. Henderson was a hard taskmaster, few of his employees stayed with him long. Ling's friends tell how she would mother him, bring him dinner, clean his room. Ling believed in astrology and that the stars had fated her to constant conflict. On her star chart 2 lines crossed perpendicularly, one representing domesticity, the other, independence. When Ling quit Rudy's in August 1973, she apparently moved into an SLA hideout. She gave up her apartment and told her 180 brother she would be unreachable, moving around. Theo Wheeler's girlfriend, Mary Alice Seam, said Ling set up house with Ms. Moon and Sink in Oakland. Up until the spring of 1973 Ling had spoken about her work around the prisons quite openly, said her brother Gary, then suddenly she became secretive. She had described the cesspools that prisons are, now she just said she was working with a group that thought they could do something about it. My prison background means that I have close ties and feelings for our incarcerated brothers and sisters. What they have taught me is that if people on the outside do not understand the necessity of defending them through force of arms, it is because these people on the outside do not yet realize that they are in an immediate danger of being thrown into concentration camps themselves, tortured or shot down in the streets for expressing their beliefs. In November, after the Foster murder, Ling visited her brother. No, she told him, she did not have a permanent address yet. She wanted to ask Gary's girlfriend, who had studied Chinese, to translate 7 phrases later known as the principles of the SLA into that language. The girlfriend couldn't. In December, she sent her parents a card, I wish love and happiness to everyone. Stay well and well informed. I love you, Nancy. Her mother wrote back, care of Gary, a letter Nancy never picked up. Mrs. Ling enclosed some clippings on prison reform from the Christian Science Monitor and some stamps. Please write. Like most of the parents save Bill Harris's mother and Joe Remiro's parents, Russ Little's folks found Symbionese Liberation Army a bewildering phrase, almost unpronounceable, and the idea of their son as an American revolutionary incomprehensible. "This is my only son," Mrs. Little told the San Francisco Chronicle. "He's not the kind of boy who would be involved in anything like that. I'm just completely baffled." Her husband, Jack Little, later offered himself in exchange for Patty Hearst. The distance from his parents' home in Pensacola, Florida, where Mr. Little is a retired Navy civilian employee, and Russ Little's flat in Berkeley cannot be expressed in miles. "He always brought joy and honor to us," said Mrs. Little. "I cannot believe that would change." The Littles were very proud of T. Faiza, Osceola, Bo 181. Their son. In 1967, Russell graduated 9th in a class of 600 in high school. He went through a year in junior college, then, with a partial scholarship, onto the University of Florida at Gainesville. He studied electrical engineering for 3 years, then transferred to philosophy. Little and Remiro both granted exclusive interviews from jail to the San Francisco Phoenix, an underground paper, and both stressed their proletarian backgrounds. Russ Little described himself as a white Southern cracker. "It was a very backward, racist environment to grow up in," he said. He was raised in a duplex in a government housing project and later in a working-class subdivision. "I got my first shotgun at age 7. I bought it with money I made cutting grass." Brought up in the segregated South, Little said he was oblivious to the black civil rights movement. "The blacks in our town didn't dare raise much hell because the crackers would come down on them with guns blazing and everyone knew it." He said he went off to the university in 1968 completely ignorant about politics and social problems in this country and elsewhere. He said he boozed and played his way through his first years at college, losing his scholarship, staying in with loans, but now with one foot inside the door of the good American life. Then, in the fall of 1968, he took a course in philosophy with a young Marxist professor that he said changed his life, introducing him to Marx, Lenin, Mao, and Eldridge Cleaver. "I was way behind and started to catch up. Going to marches, rallies, demonstrations. In the spring getting righteously angry about Kent State, Jackson State. When I went home that summer long-haired, pissed off radical, my parents and friends didn't know what to think." The following year he was into philosophy and taking an active part in organizing campus demonstrations. He and his friends, the Campus Crazies, came north for the 1971 May Day demonstrations in Washington. "We were confrontation-oriented, believing that direct experience with the brutality of the pigs was most responsible for radicalizing people. I was never a true hippie, a peacenik, or pacifist. I was probably a yippie." In the spring of 1972, Russ with girlfriend Robin Steiner drifted to Berkeley, looking for the real world, the revolutionary proletariat. "I decided that the campus was not the place to be learning and spreading revolution. Most people were there because they were trying to make it in America." As the era of riots and demonstrations ended, it was becoming obvious that the new left was floundering. People started talking about educating the 182 people again. Bullshit to that. What about the people who had been educated in the 60s? Russ settled in Oakland, in Peking House, seeking action. He became involved with the prison movement to search out the revolutionaries, political prisoners, and prisoners of war, and see what their thoughts were. Through the BCA, then the BGF, Death Row Jeff, and Donald DeFreeze, he learned urban guerrilla warfare is a feasible and successful response to the repression here in the USA. In fact, I believe that urban guerrilla warfare is and will spread to every major city in the US, and that eventually an army of national liberation will be formed. Personality and politics often contrast sharply, but the violent, hard-edged voice of Osceola, the slaw terrorist, speaks a different language from that of the warm Russ Little described by his friends in both Pensacola and Oakland. The recollection of many approximates that of David Gunnell, landlord at Peking House, who said, Russ was a really mild, loving type dude. A friend in Florida described him as someone who really, genuinely cared about people. He was maybe the most gentle man I ever knew. Little became best friend to young Willie Wolf while the two were living together in the Peking House collective. Many of their acquaintances remember them as virtually inseparable, both quiet, each seemingly sharing confidences only with the other. Little disappeared from Peking House in July, although he paid rent through September. Wolf left at the end of September, moving into a cottage with Joe Remiro. Occasionally friends would see the three of them together, but they seemed to be avoiding old acquaintances. Radical friends of Little assumed it had something to do with his prison work. It was understood that no one should ask questions. Remiro seemed an odd man to make up a threesome with the other two. Since he had come back from the war, Joe Remiro had always been the outsider in any group, the loner. But now the SLA was going to war, and 27-year-old Remiro was the expert in war, master craftsman to his two young apprentices. Much later, while Remiro and Little for a time were locked up together in San Quentin's Disciplinary Adjustment Center awaiting trial for the Foster murder, the two regularly sent out letters and proclamations to the media. Perhaps revealingly, each of the several messages Remiro and Little sent out to newspapers was written in Remiro's misspelling hand. Little, the college grad, just signed them. When word was brought to them at the Alameda County Jail in their medical isolation cell that 6 of their comrades had died in the LA shootout, Little and Remiro were playing gin rummy. Little laid down his cards and cried, a guard reported. Remiro sat stone-faced, showing no reaction. That was Joe's way, said a friend. When he was hurt by something, he closed up, showed nothing. Yet Remiro was probably the most volatile, explosive personality in the SLA. Joe was a political heavy, said an Oakland radical who knew most of the SLA. I mean, he came across that way. I think his theory stunk and he needed a lot more practice, but he came across heavy. Russ was rhetorical and he wasn't a person who made strong statements or commanded a great deal of political respect, whereas Joe demanded that it be given to him. Remiro was understood best, perhaps, by his few friends who were also Vietnam combat veterans, vets who had turned against the war and returned to civilian life full of a raging guilt and bitter anger, the sense of disorientation and dislocation they call PVS, the post-Vietnam syndrome. Joe had been a grunt in Vietnam, explained one of these friends. He was directly in combat. He wasn't dropping bombs from 5,000 feet, he was killing from 5 feet, 50 feet. He was good at it and he got into it, then he had to come home and face himself. Remiro had dropped out of college in his first year and enlisted. When he was 18 years old, he was in Vietnam in the Army's elite recon unit, the Long Range Reconnaissance Patrol, the LRRPs of the 101st. At 19, on voluntary extended tour, he was a squad leader for a 6-man commando team, dropped behind enemy lines to scout and locate concentrations of VC forces. Born in San Francisco of Chicano and Italian heritage, he was raised white, educated in Roman Catholic schools. He was graduated from Sacred Heart High School in 1964, then enrolled at San Francisco City College. I wasn't really into any intellectual thing, you know, and then as soon as I heard about the war I couldn't wait to run and enlist, he told the San Francisco Phoenix. I was a reactionary, I was a stone reactionary. The Catholics trained me right, boy. They taught me to hate commies, you know, kill commies for Christ. And I couldn't wait to get over there. He spent 18 months in Vietnam. Remiro's war had no law, no rules, even the rank discipline of the infantry didn't extend to the rogue LRRP units. In the field, a LRRP private could claim authority normally reserved for command officers, calling in jets, artillery, naval gunfire upon shadows in the wilderness. Not uncommonly, Joe enjoyed it, the Dan. 184. GER and all the perverse liberties of war. He was, he said, really comfortable in Vietnam. And the chaos of Nam seemed actually less frightening than the idea of returning to the States, to civilian life, where Joe, unschooled, was perpetually outranked. The readjustment when he finally shipped back in March, 1968, was brutal. Out of the war zone, memories and a haunting shame smothered the craftsman's combat pride. I couldn't believe that everything was going on the same way it was when I left a year and a half ago. And all the stuff was going on in Vietnam. It never affected anyone's lives. Waiting out the last 10 months of his hitch stationed in California, Joe applied for a co-discharge. The war, the killing, it was all wrong, he said. Ramiro said he became a pacifist the day before he returned to the States. He was a survivor. He came home walking from a unit that had one of the highest casualty rates among U.S. forces. But there was a final trauma. As Ramiro told several friends, the camp he was in came under attack the day before he was to ship out. The VC zeroed in on the ammo dump and there was a huge explosion. Shrapnel bits and pieces of everything came raining down on his barracks, cutting through the roof and walls. Ramiro said he just stood still, letting it all come down around him, and came out untouched. Somehow that really fucked him up, said a friend. It left him confused for a long time. Ramiro's family, particularly his father, had been pleased when Joe enlisted, said a former roommate, and then that was important to Joe. But when he returned in January of 1969, a pacifist, a vegetarian, a habitual dope smoker, with horror stories of murderous search and destroy missions, his father threw him out of the house, Joe told the Phoenix. He said his father told me that he was in war and he never saw nothing like that and I was lying. Nobody believed me. And then my lie comes out and everybody acts like it was an isolated incident and it wasn't no isolated incident. Joe knew, he said, that it was not an isolated incident. I came to the conclusion that the only reason I went to Vietnam, the only reason I was subjected to what I was subjected to, was because my father forgot what he experienced in World War II, you know. And I was determined never to forget. Like most GIs in Vietnam, Ramiro had used marijuana, heavily, but when he was transferred back to the States, he got into LSD, psychedelics. Every weekend he'd trip. What happened was that Faiza, Osceola, Bo 185. I developed a psychological dependency on it, he explained. It is not a habit-forming drug, but psychologically I used to crave it like I crave a cigarette. After discharge, he used still more, to go back in time, you know, and see why I did something like that. He built up a powerful fury against the government that had taken him ignorant of any politics and full of John Wayne and put him in Vietnam to kill. The Viet Cong became his heroes. It was over a year before I could go outside of my house without being completely drugged out of my head and talk with somebody, he remembered. Old friends couldn't connect, they were the same way they were when I left, and I had changed a whole lot. I couldn't relate to anybody who hadn't been to Vietnam. For some reason. Joe said there was one exception, he found one person he could talk to, and so he married her. It was a brief rocky marriage, but blessed with a child, a son, in June, 1971. While Ramiro attended a succession of schools and worked at several menial jobs, the marriage collapsed. He could rarely hold a job for more than a month. He split from his wife several times before they finally broke it off, hitchhiking up and down the Pacific coast, wandering through the counterculture carnival. Politically, his pacifist beliefs could not sustain his bitter anger. I started thinking about if somebody jeopardized the well-being of my son, would I continue to be a pacifist, you know, and immediately I didn't have to think about it. I would react violently if it was necessary, you know, and from there I just little by little started coming out of all that and realized that I had a moral obligation to myself and everyone else to act in the only way I had been taught to act and the only way that made any difference to anybody. Remiro moved into self-consciously revolutionary politics, joining Vence Ramos. Later he would become one of the founding organizers of the Oakland chapter of the Vietnam Veterans Against the War, a liberal organization nationally, decidedly Marxist in the Bay Area. Joe was very hyper, a very high-energy person, said another vet, almost frenetic. Joe was not a feeling type person, he was a totally rational thinking type person. I mean, he rarely confronted and tried to deal with his emotions. Some of the radical vets had so much difficulty dealing with Remiro that they worried that he was a police provocateur. He was dogmatic and very hot-headed, said one. In political arguments he would keep pushing. 186. Shouting, even squaring off to fight. Remiro pushed a doctrine of maximum militancy, revolutionary activism now and that cut him off even among the radical vets. He made it difficult for others to relate to him, said a VVAW leader, and he was very impatient with others who weren't at his level. Maybe if we had struggled more we could have got him to adjust to the level of political work needed today. Joe saw the whole idea of the PVS as a liberal cop-out, an excuse for non-involvement, but perhaps he was a classic case himself. Remiro thought that Vietnam veterans should be a revolutionary vanguard, trained soldiers ready now for the new red flag, and when to his bitter anger he found no takers among the VVAW, he turned to the prisons and the blacks, particularly the vets among them. Out of maximum oppression, he said repeatedly, comes maximum resistance. At VVAW meetings, before he dropped out in the spring of 1973, he constantly pushed the Vence Ramos line, disrupting meetings, demanding the organization acknowledge racism and the national question national homelands for U.S. racial minorities as the primary political issues. The brothers just weren't willing to deal with that, said a VVAW coordinator. Projecting from his own experience, Remiro declared that GI educational benefits were just another Orwellian government shuck, part of the plot to keep returning vets opiate and out of the fucking mainstream of politics and the working class. VVAW failed him, then Vence Ramos failed him. Vence Ramos' politics written down sounded very good, he explained to the Phoenix, but in practice they turned out to be very racist, elitist, and dogmatic, and it was a lot of words and that's all. They spoke up. But that's about all they did. Remiro wanted to bring the war home now, and this time he wanted to be on the right side. It was hard for a political organization not to fail Joe Remiro and survive. Around July or August of 1973, said his friends, Remiro quit smoking dope, just cut it out completely. He became even more wired up, said a former roommate. Maybe if he had been smoking more he could have worked it out. From letters found at the Clayton house it is clear that Remiro warned his parents he was moving to the dangerous side of the law and that they had argued and begged, but to no avail. Joe Remiro had gone back to war. He expected to end up dead or behind bars, and prison was the better of the two, in San Quentin. Faiza, Osceola, Bo 187 he was in with the Dragons *, the real revolutionaries, who when the time comes. But perhaps Little and Remiro did not plan to stay. You have not been forgotten, Faiza promised them, and you will be defended because there has been no setback and all combat forces are intact. Intact and already well into the final planning for the Hearst kidnapping. When the prison doors are opened, the real dragon will fly out. From Ho Chi Minh's prison writings. 10. Kidnap. Steve Weed and his lover, the girl he was to marry, Patricia Hearst, lived by a quiet routine. They were a close couple who preferred each other's company, almost to an absurd degree domestic, Steve would say later. They spent most of their evenings alone at home in their comfortable two-story townhouse apartment, in one of more prosperous graduate student ghettos close by the sprawling Berkeley campus of the University of California. It was a way of life by now close to domestic ritual, a routine easily discovered by anyone who watched the couple. But the Beyonce had double-checked. 2 days before the kidnapping, Saturday evening, Two strangers knocked on the door about 9:30 p.m. ostensibly to ask about available apartments in the building. The porch light was out, but through the frosted glass sliding door, Weed could dimly make out two unfamiliar figures. Patty, curious, came up behind him in the hallway. Weed hesitated, then slid the door open. A young woman, wearing jeans and an oversized sweater, stood at the door. Behind her, a tall, thin black man hung back in the shadows. The woman Weed would describe her as wasted-looking to police began to ask nervously about the apartment. She claimed the landlord's realtor had told her that the couple in apartment 4 would be moving out soon and she and her friend had come by to see if they could look at the place. Weed, mystified, said there must be some mistake, the wrong address or apartment number, perhaps, but he answered several questions about the neighborhood and the going price for local apartments. The woman thanked him and the couple left. "What do you think they wanted?" asked Patty after Steve had closed the door. We didn't know, but neither he nor Patty accepted the apartment story. The incident left both uneasy. The 188. Kidnap 189 man had looked creepy, said Patty. "I could have knocked that guy over with one hand," Steve assured her. The following evening, Sunday, a little after 9 o'clock, Weed answered a ring of the apartment telephone. "Is Mary there?" a woman's voice asked. Weed said it must be the wrong number. The woman apologized and hung up. Monday, February 4, 1974, had been a typically uneventful day for both Patty and Steve. Weed had walked home alone after his late afternoon class, Professor Miro's lecture on rudiments and philosophy of logic. Tomorrow, he thought, he would meet with his smaller section of the undergraduate class and help them analyze Miro's lecture. Weed was a teaching assistant in the philosophy department at Berkeley, a graduate student who conducted discussion groups for underclassmen. He liked working with students. The honed precision of the formal structures of logic intrigued and excited him. But that was tomorrow. Patty was waiting for him when he got home, and tonight Steve planned nothing more strenuous than turning the TV knob. They ate leisurely, a simple meal, but with wine, always with wine. They watched television through the meal. Star Trek followed by Mission Impossible. Patty was in her bathrobe, doing something in the kitchen, when the doorbell rang. It was 9:17 or so. Steve rose and left the tube, going to the door. No one was expected. Patty came out and followed him down the hall. He remembers she was standing just behind him when he unlocked the sliding door, pulled it open a few inches, and peered out into the courtyard. Before him stood a young woman, shabbily dressed, her right hand covering part of her face. "I've been in an accident," she said excitedly. "May I use your phone?" There was no pause, no time to reply. Suddenly the glass door was jerked fully open and two men darted around the woman and into the hallway. The first plowed into Steve, knocking him to the floor. The second rushed to Patty, grabbing her and clamping a hand over her mouth just as the scream broke from her throat. Weed had been knocked flat on his back. He started to flip over and rise when he was kicked in the side of the face, first by the man who had bowled him over, then again by the woman who had followed the two in. He lay there, stunned but conscious, while his 190 hands were roughly secured behind his back with a length of nylon rope the woman had produced. He was lifted by the armpits and dragged back from the hall into the living room. In a dazed glance, Weed could see Patty struggling with her assailant, and for the first time he noticed that both men were armed, one with a pistol, the other with a short-barreled rifle. "Where's the safe? Where's the money?" the woman demanded. "I told them I found it difficult to talk because of the kicks in the face I'd received. I said we didn't have a safe, that the only money was in my wallet," Steve said later. "That seemed to infuriate him," said Weed. "He grabbed a bottle off the wine rack and hit me over the head with it, 4 times, as hard as he could. I thought my head was going to cave in. 'Take anything you want,' I told them. Weed does not believe he ever lost consciousness during the episode, but he pretended he had been knocked out by the blows from the bottle. I lay there, terrified, trying to figure out something I could do. At that point I still assumed it was just a robbery. The men didn't say much at all. The woman seemed to be giving the orders, he said. While Weed was feigning unconsciousness, one of the men left the apartment, scouting to see if the noise had roused neighbors. It hadn't. Steve Swinaga, a UC Berkeley student living directly across the interior courtyard, did not hear a thing, but just then was on his way out to visit a girlfriend. He closed the door, heard a noise behind him, turned. A black man was aiming a carbine at him. "Get inside, motherfucker," the man ordered, pointing across to the open doorway of Steve and Patty's apartment. Swinaga didn't argue, he didn't say a word. As they entered and started down the hallway he saw Weed face down on the floor. A moment later, Swinaga, too, was prone, hands tied behind his back. When he tried to rise believing he was about to be killed, someone struck him repeatedly with a rifle butt. Weed was not aware of what had happened to his neighbor, and other than the muffled scream she had gotten out while being grabbed, he had heard no sound from Patty. He debated whether he should open his eyes. He decided it would not be a wise move. He had no idea of how much time had passed since the three had burst into the apartment. Probably only a few minutes, he figured. "Let's go," said one of the men. For a moment Steve thought it was over, that he and Patty had survived, the robbers were leaving. Then the woman spoke, "We've got to get rid of them. I kidnap 191. They've seen us." The next thing Weed remembers was here. "Ing a metallic thwack, a rifle bolt," he thought. "In that moment of total terror, I figured I had nothing to lose," recalls Weed. He leaped to his feet, screaming like I was crazy. "I ran around the room yelling my head off," said Weed. "I don't know why they didn't shoot. I guess it surprised them as much as it did me." Somehow Weed managed to free his hands from the tangle of the rope. He raced across the living room, yanked open a large sliding glass door and, still bellowing, dashed onto the patio, which was enclosed by a 6-foot-high fence. Weed didn't hesitate, he swerved to the left, reached for the top of the wood slad fence, jerked himself up and over, and fell into the yard of the neighboring house. Behind him he heard gunfire. Across that yard was another fence. He got up, ran, scaled that, then a third, finally finding himself on the sidewalk of Parker Street at the end of the block, shouting, "Police! Call the police!" He didn't even notice the car in which Patty was being carried away as it swerved past him, around a corner, and disappeared. Weed ran up on a porch, pounded on the door, trying to rouse help. Nobody answered. Dazed, staggering, he made his way to the corner and around, onto Benvenue Avenue toward the townhouse, before his legs buckled and he collapsed to the pavement. Neighbors carried him home. There he realized, for the first time, that Patty was gone. The shooting had begun in the courtyard. As the kidnappers were leaving, one of the men dragging the blindfolded victim by her arm, a woman living in the adjoining apartment opened her door to see what the commotion was. Susan Larkey was dumbfounded. Men with guns. Patty in only a bathrobe, kicking and screaming. The man with the rifle spotted her, turned, and snapped off 3 shots. One slug shattered the glass door, missing her by no more than a foot. It was either a very good shot or she was very lucky. Patricia was dragged along a narrow cement walkway leading to the driveway, where the white convertible getaway car was parked, motor running, facing the street. She was screaming hysterically, struggling, trying to pull free, said another neighbor, who had rushed to a window overlooking the driveway when she heard the shots. By now half naked, her blue robe having slipped off her shoulders, exposing her breasts, she was sobbing, crying, "Let me go. Please, let me go." Patty's cries were heard by 4 UC students next door at 2607. 192. Benvenue. George Takahashi, Steve Goswitz, Matthew Winkler, and Sandy Golden, studying together for an exam, rushed out onto the front porch. They saw the woman kidnapper raise the trunk lid of the convertible and the two men hoist the struggling, screaming girl and literally throw her into the trunk. The woman slammed the lid shut. The two gunmen spotted the students, aimed their automatic carbines, and fired several short bursts. One slug went through a bedroom window where Ed and Ruth Reagan, an elderly couple who owned the student boarding house, were watching TV. The students ducked back inside but came out again, down onto the sidewalk, when they heard the convertible, tires screeching, speed off, someone in it still blazing away as the car turned the corner onto Parker. They were even luckier this time. A light green and white station wagon, witnesses said it had been double parked down the block, roared by someone inside firing wildly. Sandy Golden felt a bullet whiz through her hair, and Takahashi saw sparks fly up alongside him from slugs ricocheting off the pavement. They dived for safety as the station wagon, too, disappeared around the corner. All along Benvenue, heads were popping out of doors and windows trying to see what was happening. When people realized they were hearing bullets, not firecrackers, most popped their heads back inside. A young woman who lived across the street from the Hearst apartment looked out her door. She saw a blue Volkswagen Bug pull away from the curb fast. It was the same car that had been parked there for a couple of hours, she remembered, the one with that strange couple in it. She ran to the telephone and dialed the Berkeley Police Department. Busy. She dialed again. Still busy. On the 4th or 5th try she got through. "There's shooting going on," was all she got out. A voice interrupted, we know, cars are on the way." It was 9:21 p.m. Berkeley patrolman Steve Engler was 4 blocks away taking a routine burglary report when his walkie-talkie squawked, all cars, possible 207 in progress. Shots being fired. The location is Benvenue and Parker. Engler ran for his cruiser. He was the first officer to the scene. Someone pointed toward 2603 and yelled, "In the back. Somebody's been shot." He rushed up the walk and pushed through a small crowd at the door of Steve Swinaga's apartment. Swinaga, still bound hand and foot, was on the floor. Neighbors had carried him home and were just untying him. "Over here," someone shouted. "Come over here. Somebody's hurt bad." Engler followed the voice into apartment 4. Kidnap 193. Inside, Steve Weed was slumped on the living room floor, a group of neighbors huddled around, one pressing a blood-soaked towel to his head. "For a second I thought he was dead," Engler recalls. He radioed for an ambulance. "What happened?" "There were 3 of them, 2 black dudes and a white girl." Someone else added, "They took off in a Chevy convertible, a white Chevy." Engler radioed the meager descriptions of the kidnappers and their car. The dispatcher put it out over the air and said an ambulance was on the way. Engler glanced over at Weed. Shock had set in, and his face was swollen, huge, the right side an ugly purple, the right eye bulging out. His hair was saturated with blood. He looked terrible, badly hurt. "You're going to be okay," Engler told the young man. The ambulance arrived minutes later for Swinaga and Weed. Engler and a handful of other Berkeley policemen began a preliminary search of the apartment. Sergeant Larry Lindenau came down from one of the bedrooms holding a newspaper clipping and handed it to Engler. It was a story out of the December 12 San Francisco Examiner announcing the engagement of Patricia Campbell Hearst, daughter of the newspaper's president and editor, to Stephen Andrew Weed. The two cops looked at each other. "This is going to be a big one," said Engler. Berkeley police had immediately set up a command post for the search. A patrol unit soon found the convertible. It had been abandoned a half-mile away. There were no signs of the kidnappers or the girl. Reporters were already calling headquarters. Was it true? Had Hearst's daughter been kidnapped? Police confirmed, then took the not unusual step in cases of abduction of asking the media to embargo the story temporarily. A little lead, perhaps a description the kidnappers did not know the police had, could give them a break. The news blackout held through the night. The convertible discovered on Tanglewood Road was registered to a Peter Benenson of Berkeley. A sack of groceries was in the back seat of the car, in it a carton of milk still cool to the touch. At Benenson's home on Josephine Street, officers found 2 more sacks of groceries spilled out on the sidewalk. Benenson's landlady answered their knock. No, he wasn't home. Odd, said the woman, he had gone out a while ago to do some shopping. She described him, white, 31, not too tall, long-haired and bearded, a quiet man, a technician at the Lawrence Radiation Lab, just above the campus. Neighbors on Benvenue told police another Hearst, Patty's sis. 194. Ter, lived only a few blocks away. Officers were sent to inform Virginia Hearst Bosworth and her husband, Jay, of the abduction, and to stand by for their protection. Virginia said her parents, Randolph and Catherine Hearst, were out of town, at some function in Washington, D.C., having to do with a U.S. Senate youth program, sponsored by the Hearst Foundation. Officers went from door to door on Benvenue seeking witnesses, though few people had information of any use, all were anxious to help. The woman with the story about the blue Volkswagen did not wait to be found. She walked up to an officer on the street. "I think I saw something that may be important," she said. The woman and her roommate had gone out at about 7. As they walked toward the corner, both had noticed a blue Volks. It was parked, with the engine running, almost directly across the street from Weed's apartment. 2 people were inside, but neither of the women paid them any attention. Not then. But hours later, a few minutes after 9 o'clock, they had come home. The Volkswagen was still there, still with 2 people inside. They particularly remembered it because the engine was still running. They had wondered aloud if it had been running the whole time. Yes, she was sure it was the same car. The license plate she had seen, only the front one was covered with mud, so you couldn't read it. That was strange, she had thought, because the rest of the car seemed pretty clean. She had gone over to the car and asked if everything was all right. The driver told her, "We're just waiting for friends." She had not thought any more of it, not till she saw it drive off, just as all the shooting was going on. Duh. Script ions. A blonde woman, late 20s, short hair, possibly a wig partially covered by a scarf. The driver was odd-looking. She thought he might be an albino. No, she had never seen either of them before. She told the story again to an FBI agent. "Probably a scout car," he remarked. Officially, the FBI would not enter the case until the following evening. After 24 hours it would be presumed the kidnappers could have crossed a state line, making the kidnapping a federal crime. Unofficially, by morning, dozens of agents were on the case. The word had come down from Washington upon identification of the victim. Ann Hearst, the youngest of the 5 Hearst girls, phoned her. Kidnap 195 parents at the Mayflower Hotel in Washington, awakening them with the grim announcement, "Patty's been kidnapped." The parents seemed to take the news with astonishing calm. Randolph Hearst quickly contacted Berkeley police for more details, then telephoned his newspaper. The overnight editor told him a team of Examiner reporters was already gathering facts, but no story would be printed until the embargo was lifted. "Be careful, don't do anything that could get Patty hurt," Hearst said. He hung up, dialed once again, and made reservations for 2 on the first flight to San Francisco. Then they began to learn to wait. In Berkeley, before morning, evidence technicians were going over the kidnap scene with everything from tweezers to a vacuum cleaner. They tracked down and lifted fingerprints throughout the apartment. They plucked up strands of hair, tucking each in. its own plastic evidence bag. Outside, lab men searched for shoe prints, collected .30 caliber shell casings. They found 10 of them and took pictures of damage done by the bullets. Witnesses were questioned, some 3 and 4 times. Part of the mystery was solved shortly after sunrise. An FBI technician spotted something beneath a bookcase in the entry hallway. It was a box of .38 caliber bullets. He opened it carefully, mindful of smearing prints, and removed one. Something was peculiar. The bullet had a dab of wax on its tip. He examined the others. Ditto. The box was rushed to the federal building in San Francisco. An FBI lab man discovered the bullets had been drilled out, filled with some substance, then capped. A chemist quickly determined the filling to be potassium cyanide. The SLA, an agent guessed. By nightfall, Berkeley police, on their own, had also linked the SLA to the abduction. Witnesses picked out a picture of Donald DeFries as one of the kidnappers. Nothing about the finding of the bullets or the link to the SLA and DeFries was revealed then. Not even the Hearsts were told. In mid-morning, Peter Benenson had contacted police. He, too, had been a kidnap victim, he said. On arriving home shortly before 9 o'clock the night before, he was just unloading the Chevy, 2 sacks of groceries in his arms, when he sensed someone behind him. Turning, he found himself staring into the muzzle of a pistol in the hand of a young woman. "Give me the keys," she said. "We want your car, not you." Another woman, also 196, armed, and a man appeared. Someone grabbed him by the arm, Benenson said, jerking him around, spilling the groceries to the sidewalk. They tumbled him into the rear seat of the car. One of the women suddenly slugged him 3 times with a pistol butt and he was knocked dazed. He was struck twice more, head blows, when he reflexively stirred as the women pulled his arms behind him to bind his wrists. He was blindfolded and gagged, and he felt a blanket thrown over him. One of the women literally sat on top of him as the convertible drove off, and he could hear the 3 arguing whether he should be kept in the back seat or transferred to the trunk. It was only a short ride before the car stopped. He was told to stay put, and all 3 seemed to leave the auto. Minutes later he heard the first gunshots, the trunk opened and slammed, people tumbled in atop him, and moments later the car jerked forward. When they abandoned the convertible on Tanglewood, Benenson said, one of the women told him he'd be killed if he reported what had happened. After the kidnappers left in a vehicle Benenson had not seen, he freed himself. Discovering they had taken the keys, he walked to his sister's home nearby and spent the night there. He was very frightened. He had only just learned of the Hearst kidnapping. No, he said, he couldn't identify anyone. In the car, police had found a single glove, brown and beige cotton and leather, size 6.5, a woman's glove with the label of L.S. Ayres, a Midwest department store chain. Benenson said he had never seen it before. At Cowell Memorial Hospital, on the UC Berkeley campus, both Steve Weed and Steven Swinaga furnished descriptions of the kidnappers. Both found it difficult sorting features and trying to recall details, the way the kidnappers had moved and talked. They groped for anything that might help the police. "I told the police that I thought the guy who came through the door first. Not DeFries, the other had probably been to Vietnam," recalled Weed much later. "It was just the efficient way he came. Plowing in and then methodically kicking me in the face. I just thought of those army films, where they're training men how to hit their victim quickly and incapacitate him." More than a year and a half later, the identity of the second male kidnapper was still an enigma. Shortly after the September 1975 arrests of Patricia Hearst, Wendy Yoshimura, and Bill and Emily Harris, Rolling Stone magazine published an inside story about the SLA's underground travels in the 4 months following the Los Angeles shootout. Rolling Stone's unnamed source was Jack Scott, a radical author who had helped the fugitives hide, and Stone's version had Scott being told by Patty/Tanya that it was DeFries, Willie Wolfe, and Nancy Ling Perry, who had stormed into the Berkeley apartment and abducted her. Both Weed and Swinaga dismissed that. Weed, by then well informed about each of the SLA soldiers, was convinced the woman was either Angela Atwood or Emily Harris. Nancy Perry was just too tiny. She was 4 feet 11, and Patty is 5 feet 2. I'm sure I would have noticed if she had been shorter than Patty. She was right in front of me. The logic of Scott's version naming only SLA soldiers who were dead had, in fact, convinced him that it was Emily Harris, still alive, who was the woman on the assault team. Weed, even when he was interviewed by FBI agents at the hospital right after the kidnapping, assumed that the police and he would have different priorities in the hunt that would follow. They wanted the kidnappers and he wanted his girl back. He told them and reporters that he would not identify any suspects picked up or testify against anyone charged if Patricia were freed. All I'm interested in is getting her back, alive and unharmed, he said. FBI agents began quietly, routinely, checking out everyone involved, but they showed particular interest in the background of Stephen Andrew Weed. They didn't like his attitude. The morning after the kidnapping, the publisher of the Oakland Tribune called the Berkeley Police Department. He said his city desk was being besieged by callers from throughout the Bay Area asking if it was true that a Hearst had been kidnapped. Apparently, said former U.S. Senator William Noland, fuming, everyone knows about it except the readers of the Tribune. We are not going to honor the embargo any longer. Radio station KGO in San Francisco, tipped off about the Tribune, put the story on the air at 10:30 a.m. By mid-afternoon both the FBI and Berkeley police had assigned extra personnel to handle the flood of calls coming from concerned citizens, cranks, kooks, and reporters from papers and radio stations in places as far away as Europe, South Africa, and Japan. Tips as to where police could find a white woman in the company of black men piled up. In several communities cops raided suspected hideouts, kicking in doors, guns in hand. On the flight home Hearst began composing mental drafts of a message to the kidnappers. The United pilot, told of the kidnapping, opened one of the Muzak channels and plugged into news broadcasts. The jet was over the Rockies when the couple heard the bulletin announcing the abduction of Patty. Arriving at the Hearst mansion in exclusive suburban Hillsborough, the Hearsts closeted themselves with Charles Bates, special agent in charge of the FBI's San Francisco office. Hearst then retreated to his study to work out a statement. He went through several drafts, showed it to his wife, polished it a little more. Then he stepped out the front door and solemnly addressed the tangle of microphones and the growing crowd of newsmen. To them and through them to his daughter's kidnappers he said, "Mrs. Hearst and I pray to God that the men who took our daughter will show compassion and return her unharmed. At this point, their only crime is abduction. For their sake and ours and especially for Patricia we plead with them not to make it any worse. We do not believe we are clutching at straws when we say there is evidence that the abductors do have a measure of compassion and are not senseless and brutal. They were heavily armed and could have eliminated all witnesses. They did not. Neither did they harm the owner of the car they commandeered. They held him for a few hours and then released him. In short, there are witnesses who saw the men who took our daughter. Thus, Patricia is no more a threat to them than are the others. Doing bodily harm to her cannot help them. It can only add to the seriousness of their crime. We want our daughter back unharmed. If she is released we will not seek to imprison her abductors. We plead with them to communicate with us directly or through the press. Please, we beg of you, do not compound your crime by harming our daughter." For 2 more days the Hearsts endured the silence, the quiet, terrible wait. Then, on Thursday, the first word came from the kidnappers. At radio station KPFA in Berkeley, a listener-supported station of the Pacifica Foundation, a receptionist slit open a plain white envelope amid the morning mail and pulled out what first appeared to be a news release. Then she saw the name Patricia Campbell Hearst. It was another highly stylized communique from the Court of the People of the Symbionese Liberation Army. In full, it read, Symbionese Liberation Army. Western Regional Adult Unit. Communique No. 3 February 4, 1974. Subject, Prisoners of War. Target, Patricia Campbell Hearst. Daughter of Randolph A. Hearst, corporate enemy of the people. Warrant order. Arrest and protective custody, and if resistance, execution. Warrant issued by the Court of the People. 200. On the aforestated date, combat elements of the United Federated Forces of the Symbionese Liberation Army armed with CYA-9 loaded weapons served an arrest warrant upon Patricia Campbell Hearst. It is the order of this court that the subject be arrested by combat units and removed to a protective area of safety, and only upon completion of this condition to notify Unit No. 4 to give communication of this action. T. It is the directive of this court that during this action only, no civilian elements be harmed if possible, and that warning shots be given. However, if any citizens attempt to aid the authorities or interfere with the implementation of this order, they shall be executed immediately. This court hereby notifies the public and directs all combat units in the future to shoot to kill any civilian who attempts to witness or interfere with any operation conducted by the People's Forces against the fascist state. Should any attempt be made by the authorities to rescue the prisoner, or to arrest or harm any SLA elements, the prisoner is to be executed. The prisoner is to be maintained in adequate physical and mental condition, and unharmed as long as these conditions are adhered to. Protective custody shall be composed of combat and medical units, to safeguard both the prisoner and her health. All communications from this court must be published in full, in all newspapers, and all other forms of media. Failure to do so will endanger the safety of the prisoner. Further communications will follow. SLA. Death to the fascist insect that preys upon the life of the people. Paul Fisher, news director of KPFA, immediately telephoned Randolph Hearst and read him the text. There was no doubt it was a message from the kidnappers. The SLA had enclosed Patricia's mobile oil credit card, known to have been in her yellow leather wallet, which the kidnappers had taken. The absence of a specific ransom demand in the initial message from the SLA bewildered and worried the victim's father. I hope whatever demands they make are the kind it is possible to fulfill, Hearst told reporters. If they are political demands, it will be hard to do anything. FBI agent Bates pledged the Bureau would kidnap 201. Not take any action to jeopardize the victim. Our first consideration is the safety of the girl, he said. The Hearsts hoped that the SLA would quickly respond to their plea for some proof their daughter was alive, dimmed as day after day went by with no word from the kidnappers. The search went on. In a remote section of Contra Costa County, sheriff's deputies checked out abandoned coal mines after a citizen reported seeing two black men struggling with a white woman in the area. All over the state, police checked out tips. An FBI sketch artist produced composite drawings of the trio that had abducted Patty. The sketch of one of the men closely resembled Donald DeFreeze, the drawing of the woman in some ways resembled Emily Harris. The drawing of the second man produced an archetypal Negroid face. Police and some reporters guessed it might be Wheeler, but it was a weak identification. The identity of the second man became more and more of a mystery as the case developed. Weed was released from the hospital on Saturday. He immediately moved in with the Hearst family. In TV interviews he reiterated his promise not to testify if Patty was freed. I just hope that the Symbionese Liberation Army leadership makes demands that lead to a smooth transaction. I hope they realize that the Hearst family has only a limited ability to effect any political demands that might be made, said Weed. What I mean is, if they're talking of letting prisoners go, the Hearsts look at the situation as a family problem, but California and the FBI see it in a larger context. And it's the state that has the final word on political demands. Weed's remarks were in response to growing speculation that the next communique from the SLA would be a demand that its two soldiers confined at San Quentin Prison, Little and Remiro, be released in exchange for freeing Miss Hearst. The idea of such a trade demand seemed to the Hearsts painfully likely. There was the broad hint in Nancy Perry's open letter, and already in the hands of investigators were drafts of 2 warrants, discovered in the Sutherland Court hideout, in which the SLA planned to demand the release of the group of prisoners known as the San Quintin Six in exchange for kidnapped business executives. From Florida another deal for the kidnappers was proposed. Jack Little, the father of Russ Little, offered to take Patricia's place as hostage. It was only the first of several well-meaning but almost surrealistic pleas from parents of the SLA members which showed 202. They had no comprehension of what their children were into, no sense of being part of the people the SLA spoke for. Hearst appeared visibly haggard at another news conference on February 11, 1 week after the kidnapping. There was still no further word from the SLA. "If it's an attempt to make us feel badly," he said, "they are succeeding very well." 11. "Mom, Dad, I'm okay." It was a painful wait for the Hearsts, yet only the beginning of a family trial no one could have foreseen. For the first few days the 2 younger daughters, Anne and Vicky, were brought home from school. The stately 22-room family mansion in Hillsborough, which months before had been put on the market for $380,000 now that the family had grown away, was suddenly full and busy. The eldest daughter, Catherine, stayed in Los Angeles with police protection, but Patty's other older sister, Gina, Virginia Bosworth, and her husband, Jay, an Examiner reporter, moved back to the mansion. A cousin, young Willie Hearst, also an Examiner staffer, moved in and became the all-night chess partner for Steve Weed, who had been invited to stay at the house after his release from the hospital. An FBI agent moved into the den, keeping mostly to himself. A corps of reporters that would grow into a small army encamped on the small crescent-shaped driveway and along the edge of the road, outside the spiked black iron fence that surrounded the acre-and-a-half grounds. Mrs. Hearst busied herself with make-work, supervising 2 maids, a cook, and a housekeeper, but for the rest, all thought of work was put aside. Everyone picked up on the routine of daily tension. In his study, a book-lined room decorated with antique flintlock pistols and now with a television set to catch the news, Randolph Hearst manned the telephone himself, taking on all the kooks, the tipsters, and the prayer calls. Finally the SLA broke the silence, with a packet containing 8 pages of SLA proclamations. A tape recording with the voices of DeFries and Patty was received by mail at radio station KPFA on February 12. To those who would bear the hopes and future of our people, let the voice of their guns express the words of freedom. Greetings to the people, and fellow comrades, brothers, and sisters, began the voice of DeFries, speaking slowly, portentously. My name is Sink, and to my comrades I am known as CIN. I am a black man and a representative of black people. I hold the rank of General Field Marshal in the United Liberated Forces of the Symbionese Liberation Army. Patricia Hearst, said the Field Marshal, had been arrested for crimes that her mother and father have committed against we the American people and the oppressed people of the world. As a member of the University of California Board of Regents, Mrs. Hearst, he said, had shared responsibility for investment of UC trust funds in such fascist corporations as General Motors, Westinghouse, Gulf, Standard Oil, and others. As for the girl's father, Randolph A. Hearst is the corporate chairman of the fascist media empire of the ultra-right Hearst Corporation, which is one of the largest propaganda institutions of this present military dictatorship of the militarily armed corporate state that we now live under in this nation, said Sink. The primary goal of this empire is to serve and form the necessary propaganda and smokescreen to shield the American people from seeing the realities of the corporate dictatorship which Richard Nixon and Gerald Ford represent. He had, said DeFries, been empowered by the Symbionese War Council, the court of the people, to demand of this representative of the corporate state a token gesture of good faith before beginning any negotiations for the release of the subject prisoner. As a preliminary, the SLA's token gesture might have been demanded of a Caesar. The Hearst family was to provide for the distribution of $70 worth of meats, vegetables, and dairy products to all people with welfare cards, social security pension cards, parole or probation papers, and jail or bail release slips. The SLA listed 13 poor communities most in and around San Francisco, but including Watts, Compton, and East Los Angeles, in Southern California, and demanded that there be at least 5 major stores taken over in each of the 13 communities to be used as free food distribution points 3 days a week for 1 month. Mom, Dad, I'm okay. 205 The meat, vegetables, and dairy products must be of top quality and in ample supply during all store hours, ordered the SLA, adding, if this gesture of good faith is not met, then we will assume that there is no basis for negotiations, and we will no longer take and maintain in good health and spirit prisoners of war. The SLA gave the Hearsts a week 7 days to begin distribution of the food from the 65 outlets. The handout, they ordered, must begin on February 19. There was no mention of logistics. Apparently the SLA expected a ruling class businessman to have no trouble commandeering 65 privately owned stores, manning them, and supplying them with millions of dollars worth of food. The taped voice of Patty Hearst sounded tense but self-controlled. Mom, Dad, I'm okay. I had a few scrapes and stuff, but they washed them up and they're getting okay. And I caught a cold, but they're giving me pills for it and stuff. I'm not being starved or beaten or unnecessarily frightened. I've heard some press reports, and so I know that Steve and all the neighbors are okay and no one was really hurt. And I also know that the SLA members here are very upset about press distortions of what's been happening. But the SLA, said Patty, have nothing to do with the August 7th movement. They have not been shooting down helicopters or shooting down innocent people in the streets. She said she was kept blindfolded, usually so that she could not identify anyone. My hands are often tied, but generally they're not. I'm not gagged or anything, and I'm comfortable. And I think you can tell that I'm not really terrified or anything and that I'm okay. I was very upset to hear that police rushed in on that house in Oakland, and I was really glad that I wasn't there, and I would appreciate it if everyone would just calm down and not try to find me and not be making identifications, because they're not only endangering me but they're endangering themselves. I'm with a combat team here that's armed with automatic weapons, and there's also a medical team here, and there's no way that I will be released until they let me go, so it won't do any good for somebody to come in here and try to get me out by force. These people aren't a bunch of nuts. They've been really 206 est with me, but they're perfectly willing to die for what they are doing. And I want to get out of here, but the only way I'm going to is if we do it their way. And I just hope that you'll do what they say, Dad, and just do it quickly. I'm not being forced to say any of this. I think it's really important that you take their requests very seriously about not arresting any other SLA members and about following their good faith request to the letter. I just want to get out of here and see everyone again and be back with Steve. The SLA is very interested in seeing how you are taking this, Dad, and they want to make sure you are really serious and listening to what they're saying. And they think that you've been taking this whole thing a lot more seriously than the police and the FBI and other federal people have been taking it. It seems to be getting to the point where they're not worried about you so much as they're worried about other people. Or at least I am. It's really up to you to make sure that these people don't jeopardize my life by charging in, and I hope you will make sure that they don't do anything else like that Oakland house business. The SLA people have really been honest with me, and I feel pretty sure that I'm going to get out of here if everything goes the way they want it to. And I think you should feel that way, too, and try not to worry so much. I know it's hard, but I heard Mom was really upset and that everybody was at home. I hope that this puts you a little bit at ease so that you know that I really am alright. I just hope I can get back to everybody really soon. The SLA has ideological ties with the IRA, the People's Struggle in the Philippines, and the Socialist people in Puerto Rico in their struggle for independence, and they consider themselves to be soldiers who are fighting and aiding these people. I am a prisoner of war, and so are the 2 men in San Quentin. I am being treated in accordance with the Geneva Convention, one of the conditions being that I am not being tried for crimes which I'm not responsible for. I am here because I am a member of a ruling class family, and I think you can begin to see the analogy. The people, the two men in San Quentin, are being held and are going to be tried simply because they are members of the SLA and not because they've done anything. Witnesses to the shooting saw black men. And 2 white men have been arrested for this. You're being told this so that you'll understand that whatever happens to the 2 prisoners, Mom, Dad, I'm okay 207, is going to happen to me. You have to understand that I am held to be innocent the same way the 2 men in San Quentin are innocent. They are simply members of the group and had not done anything themselves to warrant their arrest. They apparently were part of an intelligence unit and have never executed anyone themselves. The SLA has declared war against the government, and it's important that you understand that they know what they're doing and they understand what their actions mean, and that you realize that this is not considered by them to be just a simple kidnapping, and that you don't treat it that way and say, "Oh, I don't know why she was taken." I'm telling you now why this happened so that you will know, so that you'll have something to use, some knowledge, to try and get me out of here. If you can get the food thing organized before the 19th, then that's okay, and it would speed up my release. Today is Friday the 8th, and in Kuwait the commandos negotiated the release of their hostages and they left the country. Bye. It was not a free statement. Obviously her captors had ordered her to say some of those things. And the tape would not have been released if they had not approved of it, but the wording was hers, the phrasing seemed natural. She adopted their language, accepted them for just what they said they were, but in her position she had little choice. And the vague empathy, the legitimacy she granted them, seemed the intelligent way to relate to captors who were to decide if she lived or died. The tapes and the 8 pages of proclamations were, for most, the first glimpse of the SLA ideology. Widely published in obedience to the SLA demand, the rhetoric, the stilted language, and the elliptical references were probably barely comprehensible to the masses. Studied, the words revealed a groggy blend of racial nationalism and simplified Marxism. That the SLA had chosen to build a platform of supposedly mass appeal on things like communes for the kids, the abolition of monogamous marriage, racial separatism, and the release of all convicted criminals did nothing to bolster the Hearst's hope that they were dealing with a rational adversary. A political creed that mandated the suppression of individualism and possessiveness was as fey as. It was far from the common American experience. The Hearsts had been hoping that the SLA were revolutionaries rather than neurotics, coming from a political place we could deal with, but the bewildering dogma, the assertion that a military coup had occurred in 1964 and the blindly unrealistic token gesture demand indicated a desperate and naive fanaticism. The implied possibility of a quid pro quo demand, the arrested Remiro and Little for Patty Hearst * was enough to bring harsh and unequivocal replies from high officials in then-Governor Ronald Reagan's administration. Arch-conservative Reagan was not about to release accused murderers on terrorists' orders, kidnapping or no kidnapping. The demand seemed almost open-ended. Hearst was to give $70 in goods to an undetermined number of people who carried one of 9 identification forms, and estimates of the cost of feeding those holding such cards in California was soaring to around $400 million. The mere mechanical difficulties posed by the conditions were enormous. A point which few at the time noted, although it later became a major area of discussion of the SLA on the left, was the total exclusion of working people. The SLA's concern, at least as indicated by their list of proposed recipients, was wholly focused on criminals and citizens on the dole. If the requirements were held to, there might scarcely have been a working man or woman in the SLA's food line. In the other documents accompanying the food demand and Patty's tape were the SLA's declaration of revolutionary war and a list of 16 generalized goals promising socialism, racial separatism, revenge against the ruling classes, and a world of idealism and justice. In the Symbionese Federated Republic, they promised, each racially separate nation will be able to provide to each person and couple and family free of cost the 5 basic needs of life, which are food, healthcare, housing, education, and clothing. Also included in the tinker's bag of rhetoric was the SLA's terms of military/political alliance, a call for volunteers to join the SLA's tactical support units, and a list and explanation of the 7 principles of the SLA. The principles were unity, self-determination, collective work and responsibility, cooperative production, purpose, creativity, and faith. The day after the tape was received, on February 13, Randolph and Catherine Hearst, holding hands, emerged from the Hillsborough mansion for another news conference on the front steps of the house. Framed by the cameras between the white pillars with yellow and white lilies on either side, it was a picture that was to flash on the network news with monotonous regularity over the next several months. The two of them paused. Hearst gave Catherine's hand a squeeze, then he stepped before the forest of microphones. "Patty, I hope you're listening. We're really pleased to know that you're okay. You sounded a little tired and like you were sedated, but you sounded all right, and I'm sure that the people who have you are telling the truth when they say that they are treating you under the Geneva Convention. I just want you to know I'm going to do everything I can to get you out of there. It's a little frightening because the original demand is what I was afraid of from the beginning. It's one that is impossible to meet. However, in the next 24 to 48 hours I'll be trying my best to come back with some kind of counter-offer that's acceptable. It's very difficult because I have no one to negotiate with except through a letter that generally comes 2 or 3 days later than expected. Anyway, you can rest assured that your mother and I and all the family will do everything we can to get you out. Tell them not to worry. No one's going to bust in on them and start a shootout. And you take care of yourself. I think you'd like to know that everybody is praying for you. I think a few are even praying for the people who have you, and we'd like to thank them. 210. And I'm sure you'd like to thank everybody who's really rooting for you to get out of there and come home." Hearst paused, looked at his wife, then, his voice cracking, said to Patricia, "Hang in there, honey." Catherine Hearst also spoke to Patty and her captors. "We love you, Patty, and we're all praying for you," she said, tears streaming down her cheeks. "I'm sorry I'm crying, but I'm happy you're safe, and be strong. I know God will bring you back. I know those people, they had good ideals. They're just going about them the wrong way. They wouldn't make you suffer for anything they thought we did. God bless you, honey. Take care of yourself." Still holding hands, they went back inside their home. Several hours later Hearst reappeared to clarify his earlier remarks. He had not meant, he said, that he was going to make a counter-offer in the sense of trying to bargain down the SLA price, only that he was going to do the best he could to set up something approximating the SLA demand. "Obviously I don't see how I can meet a $400 million program," he said. "But I just want these people to know, these members of the SLA, I'm going to do everything in my power to set up the type of program they're talking about." He would have a proposal in the next couple of days, he said. "And if it doesn't satisfy them, it won't be because I haven't done everything I can do to make it function." 3 days later, on February 16, came the SLA reply, a short message, a tape from Patty with a few words from Sync. As the implications were spelled out publicly, even the SLA realized their original demand was unworkable. "Dad, Mom," said the voice of Patty, "I'm making this tape to let you know that I'm still okay and to explain a few things, I hope. First, about the good faith gesture. There are some misunderstandings about that, and you should do what you can, and they understand that you want to meet their demands and that they have every intention that you should be able to meet their demands. They weren't trying to present an unreasonable request. It was never intended that you feed the whole state. So whatever you come up with is basically okay. And just do it as fast as you can and everything will be fine. But the SLA is really mad about certain attempts to make the feeding of food to be the receiving of goods that were gotten by extortion. They don't want people to be harassed by the police or California newspapers had published speculation that the recipients of ransom food could be prosecuted for complicity in extortion. Mom, Dad, I'm okay 211 anybody else, and I hope you can do something about that, and if you can't, well, I mean they'll do something about it. So you shouldn't worry about that too much. Also, I would like to emphasize that I am alive and that I am well, and that in spite of what certain tape experts seem to think, I mean I'm fine. It's really depressing to hear people talk about me like I'm dead. I can't explain what that's like. What it does also is that it begins to convince other people that maybe I am dead. If everybody is convinced that I am dead, well, then it gives the FBI an excuse to come in here and try to pull me out. I'm sure that Mr. Bates understands that if the FBI has to come in and get me out by force, that they won't have time to decide who not to kill. They'll just have to kill everyone. I don't particularly want to die that way. I hope you will realize that everything is okay and that they'll just have to back off for a while. There'll be plenty of time for investigating later. I am basically an example and a symbolic warning, not only to you but to everyone, that there are people who are not going to accept your support of other governments, and that faced with suppression and murder of the people, and that this is a warning to everybody. It is also to show what can be done. When it's necessary, the people can be fed, and to show that it's too bad it has to happen this way, to make people see that there are people who need food. Now maybe something can be done about that, so that things like this won't have to happen again. Also, the SLA is very annoyed about attempts by the press and by authorities to turn this into a racial issue. It's not. This is a political issue, and this is a political action that they've taken. Anyone who really reads the stated objectives of the SLA can see very clearly that this is not a racial thing. I hope there won't be any more confusion about that. I turned over my notes there, so I am being held as a prisoner of war and not as anything else, and I am being treated in accordance with the International Code of War. And so you shouldn't listen or believe what anybody says about the way I'm being treated. This is the way I'm being treated. I'm not left alone and I'm not shoved off. I mean, I'm fine. I am not being starved and I'm not being beaten or tortured. Really. Since I am an example, it's really important that everybody understand that I am an example and a warning. And because of this, it's very important to the SLA that I return safely. So people should stop acting like I'm dead. Mom should get out of her black 212 dress. That doesn't help at all. I wish you'd try to understand the position I'm in. I'm right in the middle, and I have to depend upon what all kinds of other people are going to do. And it's really hard for me to hear about reports, you know, and I hope you understand and try to do something. I know that a lot of people have written, and everyone is concerned about me and my safety and about what you're going through, and I want them all to know that I'm okay. And it's important for them to understand that I'll be okay as long as the SLA demands are met, and as long as the 2 prisoners in San Quentin are okay. And as long as the FBI doesn't come in here. That is really my biggest worry. I think I can get out of here as long as they don't come busting in, and I really think you should understand that the SLA does have an interest in my return. And try not to worry so much and just do what you can. I mean, I know you're doing everything. Take care of Steve and hurry. Bye. She added to authenticate the date on Wednesday. Solzhenitsyn was exiled to Germany. Next came the deep voice of de Vries. This is General Field Marshal Cin speaking. We wish to clarify what your daughter has said about our request for a good faith gesture on your part. The people are awaiting your gesture. You must rest assured that we are quite able to assess the extent of your sincerity in this matter, and we will accept a sincere effort on your part. We are quite able and aware of the extent of your capabilities, as we are also aware of the needs of the people. Death to the fascist insect that preys upon the life of the people. Now the SLA had been trapped publicly, forced to admit the first demand was unrealistic, forced to go so far as to say that they would accept as preliminary ransom whatever Hearst could come up with. The SLA had to give up the initiative, but that left Hearst with no guidelines for his compliance, yet it was the SLA which would judge whether the family had made a sincere effort. Objectively, the SLA had surrendered control. The shift went unnoticed in the press, but it was the sort of thing that would gnaw at Bill Harris or Ms. Moonsolty Seek. Now the ransom had a catch-22 factor built in. The insistence of Patty speaking for the SLA that the FBI back off and stop bird-dogging her kidnappers indicated how the police were cramping the SLA. The unusual brevity and directness seemed to imply it was a rush job, perhaps because not only police but even reporters had begun to identify them. In the 2 days just prior to the message, TV station KQED and the San Mom, Dad, I'm OK 213. Francisco Chronicle had identified DeFries, and Thero Wheeler as well, as members of the SLA. The public was fed all the SLA rhetoric. But little background information and the image of the SLA was inflated tremendously. The cell in which her Symbionese wardens held Patty Hearst captive for some 6 weeks was a bedroom closet in a tract house at 37 North Ridge Avenue in Daly City, a suburb that abuts San Francisco. It was owned by James Mazzariello, who on January 20, 2 weeks before the kidnapping, rented the 3-bedroom white stucco dwelling to 2 young white women who identified themselves as Tony Wilson and Candy Jackson, TWA stewardesses. They didn't look like hippies, he recalled. They paid him $265 rent for the first month, plus a $50 cleaning depots. Mazzariello visited them a couple of days after they moved in. Their only furniture was a glass coffee table and 1 chair. The rest, they said, would arrive shortly. A friend, a young blonde man, was helping the women install a peephole and extra security locks on the front door and oddly locks on each of the bedroom doors. They were paranoid about burglars, the women said. On February 3, the day before the abduction, Mazzariello received this letter. Jim. Thanks for the note and home information. We are certainly enjoying the house. It's becoming more and more comfortable as we each add our own little things. We should be getting our phone this week and we'll give you a call to tell you the number. Thanks for your offer of help. Candy. One of the little things they added to a tiny closet was Patricia Hearst. Patty was kept confined in that cramped space until at least late March, when the SLA decamped Daly City for a new safe house in San Francisco. On April 5, 1974, when that month's rent check hadn't arrived, landlord Mazzariello began trying to contact his tenants. There was no answer to his daily telephone calls. He 214 dropped by on the 10th and found occupant mail had piled up. He left a note of his own. By April 15, Mazzariello was worried enough to break in through a window. Inside, he found the place empty, long-spoiled food in the refrigerator. On the front door there were now 6 security locks. The bedroom walls were scarred with hundreds of BB-size pock marks. The walls of one closet were ripped with holes seemingly caused by pulled-out bolts or screws, perhaps large screw hooks used to hold up something heavy, and all the window shades had been nailed down. Mazzariello, fed up with uncaring renters, repaired the damage and, in May, sold the house. Candy and Tony had abandoned a light green and white '64 Chevrolet station wagon in the attached garage at 37 Northridge. Contacted by the authors in July 1974 after they heard about his strange tenants, Mazzariello still had the Chevy in his possession. It was registered to a Paul Ashford at yet another Daly City address, 514 Winchester Drive. Neighbors on Winchester said the people who had moved in there in January weren't very friendly and hadn't stayed long. The landlord said he'd rented it on January 12 to a Joanne James and a Judith Lawrence. After looking at photos of the SLA women, however, he picked out Emily Harris as having posed as Joanne and Ms. Moonsolti Seek as the one who called herself Ms. Lawrence. And a check of Department of Motor Vehicles files showed that the driver's license photo of Paul Ashford bore more than a slight resemblance to Bill Harris. Right after the kidnapping, however well they managed their public relations, the SLA was undergoing internal crises, several. Mom, Dad, I'm OK 215 they were nearly broke. And sexual roles, and sexist practices a constant undercurrent of tension in this highly sexed marriage of militant feminists, lesbians, and bravo macho males had begun to rankle among the SLA collective. A section of the SLA manuscript, apparently written by Bill Harris, an early draft, affecting a masculine self-righteousness which would later be criticized in subsequent, more feminist, revisions, describes libido as surprisingly central to the political dynamic of the SLA. Everyone had to help everyone else meet their sexual needs. Our position was one of conditional practicality. We knew from experience what it is like to live in an underground cell. It is a very isolated situation sometimes because you don't have as much freedom of contact with people outside the cell. We were not making a sexual revolution, but merely trying to adapt to the needs of all the individuals in the cell. In practice, this ruled out monogamous sexual relationships. There was no structure to follow, no rules, no systemized rotation of partners. We tried not to place demands on each other, but to learn and become sensitive to each other's needs. Understandably, there were often conflicts and struggle. We didn't generally deal with resulting problems by calling collective meetings unless the individuals involved couldn't work it out themselves or with the help of another comrade who could serve as an objective counsel. Mass meetings to decide who could grope with whom may reveal one side of the SLA, but another glimpse, more earnest and interesting, is found in the later writings which give a belatedly 216 feminist analysis of how the SLA women, each so full of bitter feminist rhetoric, could have fallen so completely under the macho sway of the early SLA. It's a limiting, struggling analysis. Overlooking completely the depersonalized sex system, trying in hindsight merely to understand how the women could have rushed blindly into the militaristic discipline of the SLA, where the men commanded as the instructors, the political commissars. Then or later the SLA feminists would never make the connection, but the parallels between the newly reborn political criminal and the newly conscious feminist are striking. Both emerge with new values, little rooted in personal experience. Neither has easily accessible role models, except of heroic, historic proportions. Often for both, the process of transformation is rapid. Based on personal experience of oppression, but with only half-formed airy and idealistic notions about alternative roles. Both are reborn innocent, full of purest concepts untempered by life experience. And without role patterns, acceptable compromises, personal values clash painfully with the social norm. The feminist perspective of the later SLA developed and written perhaps 6 months after Harris wrote his version, more than a year after the kidnap mingled explanation and justification. The capture of our 2 comrades on January 10, 1974, put us on the defensive, forcing several other comrades underground. Our changed situation compelled us to place primary importance on obtaining survival skills, and the atmosphere was intensely military. Struggles against sexism continued on a one-to-one level, but these struggles just weren't as important as getting the men to teach us about weapons. As women, our primary focus was on becoming strong female guerrillas. But without realizing it, our concept of what a female guerrilla should be was male-defined. It was, conceded the Symbionese authors, a major contradiction. And although Gabby and Zoya, the radical lesbians of the SLA, began to criticize the sexist authority structure, none of the SLA women had enough perspective to understand what was happening until much later. As a result of conditions we created for ourselves, the women weren't able to coalesce into a strong unit, and we failed to develop a position for quite a while. Struggles against the most blatant forms of sexism took place on a one-to-one level. Virtually no struggles along this line took place on the collective level. There were 2 reasons for this. First, we mistakenly believed that one was more respectful and more productive, and second, we felt that survival and military issues were more important and deserving of collective attention than sexism and its resulting problems. Because of our male orientation, we tended to think of the battle against sexism as a secondary struggle. We failed to assert ourselves as leaders to protect our self-interest as women instead of seeing ourselves as revolutionary feminists. We behaved the way that Fireside * describes as ladies' auxiliary of the left. We were so selfless, so womanly, that we would put everyone else's struggle for liberation ahead of our own as we fought. This horribly backward way of thinking was, of course, the result of years of female upbringing. It was so hard to see what was happening, because we weren't aware of the nature of our oppression in the cell. We were just so grateful to the men for taking the time to teach us. The struggle to contain and eradicate sexism among the armed forces of the SLA, wrote the underground authors, was one of the most difficult and longest struggles the SLA had to deal with because, like racism, sexism is a foundation of capitalist oppression. Yet even the revolution needed capitalist money to pay the overhead. On February 14, 10 days after the kidnapping, Bill Taco Harris wrote his mother asking her to send him money. The SLA was broke and desperate for funds to tide them over. Harris said their need was urgent, although only temporary. They expected a large sum of money soon, he said. The tone of the letter was exhilarated, optimistic, yet even to his mother, Harris wrote as if he were addressing the Fourth Party Congress, "Everybody's really high here now, but due to our own creativity we know things are going to change." He wrote that the police were pressing close and the SLA had to stay hidden, temporarily immobile. He asked his mother to send him $1,500 and incredibly he enclosed a stamped, pre-addressed envelope for the money. It was addressed to Janet Cooper, care of General Delivery, Santa Clara, California, and marked hold for pickup. Bill's letter had been forwarded in a sealed envelope within another envelope mailed by Emily to two close friends who lived near Bill's parents. It was textbook procedure for mail from the underground, except the Harrises did not know any revolutionaries back in Indiana. Surely the two friends were unlikely recruits for the SLA, even for one of the tactical support units. The note Emily wrote asking that the enclosed envelope be passed on was a masterpiece of understatement. "Bill and I are both better than ever and into some really interesting things," she wrote. "Things are moving very fast around here and our interest in prisons has carried us into many different areas. I need to ask your help in doing a favor. We need to have the enclosed message delivered to Bill's mother. She can't receive it in the mail for reasons which I will have to explain later, so if you will just drop it by in person as soon as possible." It might have worked, however enormous the risk, had Emily's friends not already been contacted by the Oakland police working on the Foster murder. Detectives had called every name in the address book Emily had left behind when she fled her apartment in January. They asked the people to notify them if they heard from the Harrises. Emily's two friends thought the world of her, but they thought the SLA sheer insanity. The couple hesitated, then opened the sealed letter to Bill's mother. If it was a strictly personal letter, they would just pass it on. When they found the enclosed envelope with the return address, they called the Oakland police. "We couldn't morally take the chance that we would be responsible for Patty Hearst's death," said the woman. What followed was a comedy of errors. Oakland police and the FBI were tremendously excited about the letter. They conferred, then asked the couple to copy it and deliver the original to Harris's mother. The Santa Clara post office was staked out for the SLA member who would pose as Janet Cooper. Bill's mother did indeed send money to her son, although only $250, not the $1,500 the SLA needed, but the check was never picked up. It never arrived in Santa Clara. Bill Harris had put the wrong zip code on the addressed envelope he had sent his mother, the FBI didn't catch it, and the mindless efficiency of the Postal Service deposited the letter in the general delivery box in Santa Barbara, California. The SLA apparently checked by phone with the Santa Clara post office, and a clerk, ignorant of the FBI stakeout, kept telling Janet Cooper her letter had not arrived. But only the SLA and the FBI kept an eye on the box score of errors in their private contest. In public the game was between the SLA and the Hearst family, and that was a contest which seemed 220. As much centered on the front pages, on the 6 o'clock news, as it was in the fate of teenage Patricia Hearst. Both the SLA and the Hearsts were very conscious of what was left unsaid, as well as of what was said, and each had its pretensions to guard. The style of communication the SLA had chosen, their flamboyant communiques to media, forced both into an almost ritualistic exchange. It was as if they were passing headlines back and forth. Each in turn would speak with this little dance of verbal gestures, stylized ritual, like some eerie mating dance. What they said was overshadowed by how they said it. The day after Patty's "they aren't unreasonable" message, a Hearst spokesman said the family was working out the financial details of the food distribution. The following day Randolph Hearst stepped again before the cameras. "Arrangements have been made," he announced, "for $2 million to be delivered to a tax-exempt charitable organization approved by the Attorney General of California, capable of making distribution for the benefit of the poor and needy. Of this amount, $500,000 represents my own sum. This happens to be a substantial part of my personal assets. The $1.5 million is being made available by a foundation at the determination to contribute by its independent board of directors. That happens to be the Hearst Foundation, the William Randolph Hearst Foundation, and was made by the board after members of my family disqualified themselves. We are now working on the mechanics and have consulted the Attorney General's Office of the State of California." He was counting out the bills for the ransom, but the SLA had planned this to be the Hearst's humiliation, and there was little of that. Hearst said that as an additional show of good faith, he was retaining William Koblenz, a San Francisco attorney who was, incredibly, also a member of the University of California Board of Regents, to see that Russell Little and Joseph Remiro get a fair trial and receive due process in all phases of the proceedings. By the following day the nature of the Hearst food distribution became more clear. Randolph Hearst announced that Ludlow Kramer, the Secretary of State of Washington State, had agreed to administer the effort. Kramer had directed a very successful private relief program, Neighbors in Need, among unemployed aerospace workers in his state, supplying supplementary foodstuffs and basic staples. The Hearst program would be called People in Need. "The model of it has been done in the state of Washington," explained Hearst. He said Kramer felt that with "Mom, Dad, I'm okay 221 the $2 million we can feed 100,000 people a month for 12 months. And it's possible for it to become an ongoing program. My own feeling is that this can be quite successful," added Hearst. "However, I do feel that the real problems go much deeper than food and go into jobs and job placements. Possibly later we can do something about that, but at this time we'll look into some of it." 12. Patricia Campbell Hearst. There was quality in the life of Patricia Hearst, and in her 19 years, a shimmer of independence and rebellion in a cloistered world. She had been bred to the substance and pretensions of great wealth, a future of privilege and a past of legend. Particularly in California, the name Hearst conjures up the lavish extravagance of her grandfather's regal lifestyle. The Hearst villas and estates are landmarks. San Simeon, the Grand Castle, a $50 million monument to vanity, the most opulent private home on the continent, is now a state park. But history and most of America remember best the screaming headlines of the Hearst tabloids, the newspaper empire that epitomized the cult of sensationalism and yellow journalism. Patricia Hearst was the grandchild of the legend, raised in the vacuum of mannered gentility with which second generations so often quiet the echo of a flamboyant patriarch. Grandfather William Randolph Hearst, the old man, in her father's affectionate phrase, was a colorful and shrewd entrepreneur who built a fortune to establish a dynasty. WRH was a towering figure, fickle and willful, who through his publications wielded enormous power in the first 4 decades of this century. Denounced and applauded by presidents, he was a czar of Hollywood, a multimillionaire who dazzled his era and all that have followed with his wanton extravagance. His life inspired Aldous Huxley's After Many a Summer Dies the Swan, Orson Welles' epic film Citizen Kane, and made the name Hearst synonymous with the decadence and magnificence of great wealth and power. After his sons took over the empire, the Hearst lifestyle changed, but the newspapers still carry much of the shrill sensationalism that was their birthright and remain well to the right politically. Patty's love affair with Steve Weed began when she was barely out of adolescence. She was 19 when kidnapped, and she 222. Patricia Campbell Hearst, 223, had already put 3 faithful years into the relationship. Even her family knew that their engagement announcement, only a month before the kidnapping, was the climax of a long campaign in which Patty coaxed, if not led, her former math tutor to the bottom steps of the altar. Steve, said her friends, had still wanted to wait until she was older, but Patty with her mindset was difficult to deter. Patty and Steve met in 1970, when she was a 16-year-old high school junior at Crystal Springs School for Girls, a small, exclusive private school less than a mile from the family home in wealthy suburban Hillsboro. Steve Weed was a math teacher at the school. He was 23, 7 years older, a shaggy, hip recent Princeton graduate who had the hearts of half the school fluttering. Weed was one of 3 young men on the school's teaching staff, the most eligible bachelor among 200 teenage girls. The competition for his attention among the girls was fierce and embarrassingly obvious. He had blue eyes and blonde hair, the lean build of an athlete, a walrus mustache, and the understated, quiet charm of the right social circle. He was the teacher, cerebral, older, master of the arcane mysteries of algebra and trigonometry. For many of the students he was a walking, talking, romantic fantasy. But there is no report of Weed as a rake. He seemed to endure the onslaught with humor and some perspective. Later he would talk with self-effacing modesty of his years with the giddy girls and their crushes. But Patty, he said, was different. At 16 Patty was unusually precocious, mature beyond her years, self-willed, and very independent. At Crystal Springs Patty had privileges few students were allowed. She had special permission to drive to school in the little blue MG sports car her father had given her for her 16th birthday. And just generally, said Weed, she seemed to get away with more. She had transferred to Crystal Springs from another school, and she stayed, by choice, it seemed, an outsider. Steve Weed remembers the school as full of petty jealousies and gossip, but Patty seemed coolly aloof from it all. For her part, Patty had marked Steve's style and methodically set out to snare him. At the school orientation, when she first saw the young math teacher, Patty had turned to a close friend and said, "Oh, I'm in trouble this year." Halfway through the year, she began visiting his apartment in nearby Menlo Park, asking for help with her geometry. At 224, 5 feet 2, Patty thought she was too short, and she hated the tiny hands she inherited from her mother, but she had a confidence in her sexuality rare for a 16-year-old, even by the standards of California teenagers. She had been seduced first at 14 by a Hillsboro boyfriend, said Weed, and she had enjoyed a few other lovers before she settled with him. About a week after she started coming over to Steve's house, they made love for the first time. "I made the initial advance," said Weed, "but it was pretty much expected by both of us." It was only after going to bed with him that afternoon that she stopped addressing him as Mr. Weed. By the end of the year they were seeing each other steadily, although still secretly. Patty had good grades as an BS in all subjects except geometry. Weed helped her improve the grade. He built her class project, a sculpture of balsa wood, and filched a copy of the final to prep her, but she still barely got a B on the test. That summer, after graduating a year early because she'd accumulated enough required course credits, Patty had her family hire Steve Weed as her math tutor. From then until she was kidnapped, Patty and Steve were virtually inseparable. Patty's early years were pretty much unhappy, said Weed. All the Hearst girls were brought up with nannies and governesses. At the age of 10 Patty was enrolled in the Convent of the Sacred Heart, a Roman Catholic convent boarding school in Atherton, 8 miles south of Hillsboro. At 14 she transferred to another, Santa Catalina, in Monterey, where the discipline of the old faith was forcefully brought into the secular world by Dominican nuns. In the regimen of Santa Catalina, Patty independent and outspoken, if something of a loner, clashed often with the nuns. Classmates remember her doing more than her share of punishment details, cleaning the toilets. Her independent streak was demonstrated at Santa Catalina on a number of occasions. Once, when a group of students, angry at a teacher, banded together and vowed to refuse to take a test. Patty ended up being the only one who didn't take it. Later the school initiated what Patty considered a witch hunt, trying to learn the identities of several senior class girls who, rumor had it, had attended an off-campus party where pot had been smoked. Patty then was adamantly against marijuana, but considered the Inquisition techniques of the Dominican sisters an outrage and said so. Finally, Patty Patricia Campbell Hurst 225 complained bitterly to her father, her favored parent, and that fall transferred to Crystal Springs. Patty's mother, Catherine Hurst, elegant and attractive at 56, a woman of all the social graces, is herself a product of convent schools of the Deep South. The daughter of an old-line Georgia family, Catherine married Randolph Hearst in 1938, when she was 18 years old. As the Hearsts took their places on stage early in the kidnap drama, Catherine remained discreetly behind her husband. It was the sensible role, proper in every sense, but many who knew the Hearsts found it surprising. Randolph Hearst is a man accustomed to quiet, low-profile power, with a personal style almost unobtrusive, yet confident and expectant of results. He was born to the name, to the power it held, to the corporate positions he inherited. Of the California Hearsts, it was his wife, Catherine, who was the public figure, particularly through the 60s. Universities and the politicians who control them were more visible then, and particularly in California, against the backdrop of campus turmoil. In 1956 Catherine Hurst was appointed to the governing board of regents for the multi-campus University of California, and from that post, which she still holds, she watched, with undisguised horror, the social activism of the 60s seed and flower among UC students. Mrs. Hearst became well known as a California politician of eccentric and strident views, an arch-conservative who found the campus breeding barbarian hordes, vandals in the heart of the empire. She raised a bitter, outraged voice among the regents. Reporters who covered Berkeley anti-war demonstrations recall Catherine, incognito in babushka and dark glasses, standing just behind the police lines to survey the crowds. Mrs. Hearst is a devoutly religious Roman Catholic. She describes herself as a serious student of Greek, Roman, and Egyptian history and of the history of the Habsburg dynasty, the kings of England, and the Hawaiian monarchy. He is by no means an objective witness, but Steve Weed offers an interesting glimpse of Catherine. Late in the kidnap scenario, Weed had been quoted several times giving almost gratuitously cruel descriptions of Patty's parents, and particularly of Catherine, but he said he was trying to be fair when he explained, much later, people like Catherine are different from you, me, most of us. She relates to all this very differently. The really 226. Jun. Praying. Yes, he replied, there is the praying and all, but that's not what I mean. I understood her fear. I know she loves Patty, but as the story dragged on and got messy, I felt that what really burdened Catherine was the shame and disgrace of it all. The disgrace, particularly the disgrace of Patty's father. Weed said, I like Randy, and I think he liked me. But I think that both of us realized that we didn't really understand one another and probably never would. Randolph Hearst is a big, gruff, barrel-chested man, extremely likable and friendly, but with a disconcerting habit of not quite finishing sentences and wandering off from the subject of the discussion. The Randolph Hearst who emerged to barter with the SLA, strained but firm and confident, had, at least at first, an almost commanding presence quite unlike the genial but distinctly unimpressive persona friends and employees had grown accustomed to. Even his newspaper, The Examiner, seemed to acquire an edge under the pressure, although on the subject of the SLA the paper was bridled and gagged. For years The Examiner has been considered one of the worst big city newspapers in the country, a hard-hitting vehicle for real estate and grocery ads. Patty rarely read The Examiner, she thought, and told her father it was irrelevant scribbling aimed at the geriatric set. Patricia is the middle child of the 5 girls, something of a family rebel. For a young, bright, spirited girl, her problems with her parents were not really unusual, although particularly in dealing with her mother, there was a clash of wills that resonated with more than generation gap tension. Perhaps the heart of the problem was that the two were not so dissimilar. Patty was the first of the girls to reject coming out as a debutante in the San Francisco cotillion, and that irked Mrs. Hearst, a woman who prizes her social caste highly. It was typical of Patty and the way she did things, said a family friend. She just charged in and announced to her mother that she would have nothing to do with it. "I just won't do it," she said. And she was quite blunt about her feelings. I know her older sister Virginia always thought less of her for that. Patty was kind of tactless and impulsive, and would say things. Blurt them out almost to get a rise out of people. The Hearst family, as old and wealthy as they are, never went in for country club parties, never hosted big parties themselves, said another friend of the family. They had this enormous house with all these servants and silver and these very expensive and plush furnishings, yet they lived a very quiet life themselves. They went out and entertained very infrequently. I always found Patricia Campbell Hearst 227 them very homey, said a young woman friend of one of the older daughters, very casual, people felt free to talk openly, even swear, but always there were these reminders they were the Hearsts. They were always flying to New York, Los Angeles, or Hawaii. And Mrs. Hearst was a regent, and she had just been told by Governor Reagan that, you know, the students were all communists or dope addicts or something. Mr. Hearst was obviously the scion of an enormously powerful family, and yet he was a very human guy, very unimposing. They seemed very close. Mr. Hearst seemed to really enjoy his wife, but they were so dissimilar, Mrs. Hearst with her kind of funny, fidgety prejudices and Mr. Hearst with this genial, open-armed tolerance. I remember one dinner at the Hearsts, said another friend of one of the daughters, when Mrs. Hearst began insisting that George McGovern had been a coward in World War II. That he had not flown a mission or that he had done some thing that was specifically cowardly, and it had been cited on his record, that there was proof of this, you know. She'd say something like that when there were a group of us there, and everyone would kind of look around at the others and start being very polite. Asking, you know, well, what proof have you really seen? Mrs. Hearst. All of the young people would sit there and try to start it at some civilized level, but she wouldn't let it ease. She said, well, I've seen the proof. I've pressed the people who told me, so I don't think there's any doubt it's true. It became kind of a teasing game, very annoying because there would be no give on her part. She'd get very upset. No, she wouldn't get upset, we would get upset. Often we'd just drop the conversation, most of us, anyway. Mrs. Hearst could be very domineering in conversations, very opinionated and very sure of herself, yet she played on this Southern belle kind of approach as a hedge. When a caper like that got going, Mr. Hearst would sort of laugh and look down at his dish and say, oh, Catherine, come on, or isn't this funny, fellows, or something like that to let us know it was okay, that this was just her way of being herself. Friends say the family had never been particularly close, and Patty certainly was never the favorite daughter, but if the kinship was strained, the bond was never cut. In the 2 years prior to her kidnapping, Patty had been tied up with Steve. She had little contact with her sisters, but there was always a line open to her parents. We'd said that he often played mediator, encouraging Patty to be more tolerant toward her mother. He himself was insecure and distinctly an alien among the family. He realized he was not. 228. The blue blood catch Mrs. Hearst had wanted for her daughters, and Mrs. Hearst had made no secret of her distaste for their shared bed outside wedlock. Yet Patty, for all the vaunted independence everyone mentions in her relationship to her parents, was not the sort to cut it alone. And Catherine Hearst was not the sort to turn away from even a willful and sometimes brazen daughter. After Patty and Steve settled in Berkeley, Mrs. Hearst would occasionally ask their opinion of something that had come up at a regents' meeting. They would come up with a liberal view, and she of course would disagree. Among the regents, said Weed, Mrs. Hearst was virtually a stand-in for Governor Reagan. It was only after Patty was graduated from Crystal Springs, while she was a freshman in college, that Patty and Steve began to think of what they shared as love. Although with her grades and background Patty could have attended any one of several prestigious schools, she chose to enroll in Menlo College in 1971 for her freshman year. It is a small school located in Menlo Park, on the peninsula, near Palo Alto. Steve Weed lived in Menlo Park. He planned to teach for another year at Crystal Springs before going on for his doctorate in philosophy at UC Berkeley. Menlo is known as a rich kids' school, and there are few restrictions on students, many of whom maintain apartments off campus. Although technically Patty lived in a girls' dorm on campus, she had soon all but moved in with Weed. She was 18. At Menlo she breezed through her liberal arts program with straight A's and came out number 1 in her class, winning the college's highest honor award. Falling in love with a teacher had raised her academic goals considerably. Patty would usually leave to meet Steve immediately after a day of classes. Most weekday nights were spent at his small apartment, but obviously she studied. She was the ideal student, said Leon Lookborough, her faculty advisor. She studied hard, never dropped a course, attended classes faithfully, and was no problem whatsoever to anyone. Quoted in the Menlo Alumni Bulletin, he added that Patty was one of the most delightful, feminine young ladies I have ever met. She was well-mannered, well-groomed, and traded not a whit on family reputation. Biology professor Stuart Olson first met Patty socially through his friend Steve Weed. With Olson's wife, who also taught at Crystal Springs, they occasionally made up a foursome for dinner. Pat. Ty, recalled Olson, was a listener, not naturally disposed to initiating conversation or breaking in, regardless of topic. She would. Patricia Campbell Hearst 229 wait until one of the others drew her into the conversation. You'd never suspect she had money if you didn't know, Olson told the Bulletin. She was completely unpretentious, and it embarrassed her to be thought of as a Hearst heiress. Other teachers and classmates at Menlo remember Patty as quiet and reserved, friendly but often distant, with a coolness that friends describe as maturity but others often misinterpreted. Patrick Tobin, a Menlo humanities professor who taught Patty, in the summer of 1972, after her freshman year, escorted her and 6 other Menlo students on a European tour to study archaeology and classical art. He was one of the few people at Menlo who actually got to know Patty rather well. He remembers her as warm to friends, articulate, stubborn in her opinions, and very deliberate. He said her sang-froid, a coolness similar to Nixon's, was worn like body armor. Tobin remembers that he had expected Patty to enjoy and be impressed by Milton and Byron and was surprised when she condemned them not from their work, but from their personal histories. She had read their biographies and judged them male chauvinists. Milton with his gospel of divine chastity, Milton indeed. She identified strongly with feminist values in the abstract and became quite emotional in talking about the inequality of women. There must have been frustration there, for there was little in the daily life of Patricia Hearst that had been molded by the new consciousness. There was her love affair, of course, but even that was subsidized by Daddy. Both Steve and her parents had urged her to go on the European study tour that summer, to get a little distance from her life, to think things out. Tobin noted that most of the students he has escorted on these summer tours are overwhelmed, awed by one or two of the treasures they visit, the Sistine Chapel or the Medici Palace perhaps. But the heiress of San Simeon was immune. She was no rhapsodizer. Tobin smiled. There was no Mary Magdalene in her. Neither did she seem to react to the poverty and social injustice they saw in their travels. Except for a Crystal Springs class tour to Japan during which 17-year-old Patty confided to a classmate that she was on the pill, the European study tour was the extent of her travel abroad. The trip was good for her, said Weed later. She learned a lot. She grew up a lot. She returned to San Francisco in late July. Her parents then knew Steve as her boyfriend, but were still unprepared for her announcement that the two were going to live together in Berkeley. Her father was a little embarrassed about 230. It, recalled Weed, concerned that we didn't make a big thing of it as far as publicity, and mostly he was concerned that Patty would be happy. Mrs. Hurst, said Weed, was very grim-faced about it. She's traditional. The old values, very proper, very concerned about what people think. She was very upset about it but did not try to prevent it. Patty is very headstrong and they knew it wouldn't work. Mrs. Hurst wanted Patty to attend Stanford any place but Berkeley. But Steve was at Berkeley, so Patty was going to Berkeley. In September 1972, the two moved into the $240 a month duplex on Benvenue Avenue. Weed was earning $400 a month as a teaching assistant in the philosophy department, and Patty got her father to raise her allowance to $300 a month. After the trip, Patty decided to skip the fall semester, and it was only in January 1973 that she began at Berkeley, first as a biology major. Finding that difficult, she transferred to art history. She wanted to take a break from school, explained Weed later, and a lot of it was wanting to do something different. Through the fall she worked as a $2.25 an hour clerk in the stationery department of Capwell's, an Oakland department store. It was Tanya's only job, ever before the revolution. On the periphery of the Berkeley graduate student circle, Patty and Steve led an unusually secluded life. Their friends were all Steve's friends, in their mid-20s and 30s. Most of their free time was spent home alone together, studying, watching television, listening to Baroque or folk music. Occasionally they entertained, mostly Steve's friends from the philosophy department. These parties, said a regular guest, would usually break down with one group discussing philosophy and the other not. Steve was always in the philosophy gossip and Patty would sit near him, listening, never bored, seemingly interested, yet rarely participating in the conversation. Patty did the cooking, and he, said Weed, did the house cleaning. Her ambitions were blandly conventional, oddly so for an 18 or 19-year-old, stable and rooted when most young people her age see change as the future's most exciting promise. Patty saw her future in home and family with Steve, said a close friend of the couple. He'd be the professor and she'd be a mommy and they'd nestle quietly together in the exurbs of academe. Actually, said Weed, the only thing in the world she wanted then was to have 2 kids, a collie and a station wagon. But we both had the means to do a lot more than that. And Patricia Campbell Hurst, 23. 1. Mrs. Patricia Weed would have a career, some sort of career, out there, too. Weed is a man of several sides and the faltering, inarticulate, fidgety figure he was later to cut for newsmen and the TV cameras was not his best image. At UC Berkeley, Weed is considered one of the better teaching assistants the philosophy department has ever had, with a powerful, if not quite brilliant, mind. Despite all the descriptions of him after the kidnapping as frail and thin, Weed has the credentials of an extraordinary athlete. He is the son of a Palo Alto stockbroker, his parents are divorced. He graduated number 1 in his 1965 high school class, scored near-perfect college boards, was a record-breaking high school track star and a National Merit Scholar. He had a natural sense of timing and coordination that you don't teach an athlete, said his high school coach. The kid was like a Greek god. Weed was vigorously recruited by several of the most prestigious colleges in the nation, including Harvard, before he chose Princeton. He studied physics and became captain of the Princeton track team. It was only as a graduate student that he began to pursue his interest in the philosophy of science and from there into the formal structures of logic. He was particularly interested in Kant, Frege, and Heidegger. We'd had opened up new worlds for Patty and she for him. But there always seemed to remain something of the teacher-pupil relationship. Intellectually, Steve had exploded a constellation of possibilities for her. His age offered experience that must have challenged her and a stability that was reassuring and perhaps, in hindsight, threatening. Somewhere along the way he taught her how to plant and tend marijuana plants and opened Huxley's door with some mild experimentation with LSD. But Steve said, neither Patty nor I had much at all to do with drugs since we been together, very little at all by anyone's standards. That's anyone's standards, not Berkeley standards. A number of friends described the two as strictly apolitical, and one couple close to them said that they had expected Steve to vote for Nixon in 1972. Weed was liberal rather than radical, self-consciously so, as many young people who have matured in the East find themselves in Berkeley. Only my radical friends realize how conservative I really am, Weed told a friend. He smiled at the fact that many older straight people, including the Hearsts, thought him a radical because of his longish hair and the bushy, untrimmed mustache that almost covers his mouth. Patty and Steve voted for McGovern in 1972, but friends said Steve voted only because Patty pushed him. He had, said a close friend, an enthusiastic skepticism of all politicians and ideology, and Patty seemed to agree. Being with Patty drew Weed into the aura of great wealth, introduced him to the fruits of family riches. On weekends the two would often climb into his Volkswagen or her little MG and be off to relax at one of the Hearst cattle ranches or the family ski hideaway at Sugar Bowl, in the Sierras, or to the family's villa beside San Simeon on the 77,000-acre estate still owned by the family, surrounding the castle, with miles of coast to walk, the largest privately owned chunk of California shoreline. A favorite hideaway was Winetoon, Grandfather Hearst's gorgeous wilderness estate near Mount Shasta, in Northern California. Now seldom used by any of the family, it is a reconstructed Bavarian village of 4 multi-storied chalets full of antiques, on the banks of the McLeod River. Patty loved antiques, and she and Steve spent many hours browsing through the warehouses which still store many of the treasures collected by her grandfather, putting aside those she someday wanted to have. Because of the curious trust structure in which her grandfather had secured most of his fortune, isolating it from direct control of her family, Patty would have to buy these antiques from the estate, but she could purchase them at appraised 1950 prices. Patty had a passion for Oriental rugs. She chose one and persuaded her father to lend her most of the $1,700 price and then store it at Hillsboro until she and Steve had a place big enough for it. Weed said that when he first got to know Patty she thought of her name, the wealth, and the notoriety as something of a predicament. Steve didn't share her concern. She would say a few things about, how it could put her in an awkward position, he remembered, but after 3 years she started to realize that if she went about things in the right way, it certainly was an asset rather than a liability. And that's where things were when she was taken. A number of friends at Menlo and Berkeley remember Patty's awkward embarrassment when they realized she was a Hearst. It was not shame, she was proud of her heritage. She was proud of her parents' association with the Patricia Campbell Hearst 233 famous Howard Hughes, the Shah of Iran, the Kennedys, and proud to have been one of the young hostesses when Prince Charles came to dinner. But her family was something that she talked of only with her closest friends, and they, listening, thought they heard only the normal strains of a girl her age toward parents and family. It was the classic cure that eased the strains, the wedding announcement. Patricia Campbell Hearst was to marry Stephen Andrew Weed on the last Saturday in June 29, 1974. When the formal invitations had finally been sent out, said Weed, he could see the relief on the face of Catherine Hearst. It was to be a big, elaborate society wedding, and Mother, who loved weddings, threw herself into the preparations. Patty and her mother went together to choose her china, silver, and crystal patterns. Patricia chose 3 formal patterns: the green derby panel of royal green derby, the cobalt blue with raised gold stripes on the rim by Hutch and Ruther, and the VBOH pattern with hand-painted flowers and butterflies by Herond. For daily use she chose the Hutchinruther Blue Onion. Her sterling silver would be Towel's Old Master, traditional with a floral design on the handle. Her crystal was to be Pouscourt, the thumbcut design by Waterford. Patty saw some antique pearl-handled fruit knives and forks that she loved, Catherine Hurst told Ladies' Home Journal. Her father and I gave them to her for an engagement present. In the flutter of preparations, Patty seemed more comfortable with her parents than she had been for years. She even began to visit the mansion more regularly. 13. People in need. A few days before the kidnapping, two of the Hurst family maids had asked Patty what she wanted for her birthday. What with her usual practicality, she said glasses, water glasses, remembered Catherine Kellings, the upstairs maid. Kellings bought 4 glasses, the housekeeper bought 4 more. Patty turned 20 years old on February 20, 16 days after she had been kidnapped, 2 days after her father announced the food program. In the Hillsborough mansion there had been a faint hope the SLA might release Patty for her birthday, now that the PIN program had been funded and was recruiting volunteers for the first distribution. There were many hopes. As the period of captivity grew from days to weeks, the sense of imminence, the feeling that something might happen tomorrow, if not today, slipped away. But still the story had bulletin status. Hillsborough, quiet city of the super-rich, where neither businesses nor sidewalks are allowed, a community of 2,764 private homes with an assessed value of $67 million had lost its treasured anonymity. 100 reporters now camped in front of the Hurst home, few ventured into Berkeley or Oakland to seek the roots of the story, mostly they waited for the next family press conference, now almost a daily ritual. It did not occur to Randolph Hearst in the first weeks that he was playing into the hands of the SLA by feeding the insatiable appetite of the media. When it did, it was too late. 2 TV networks had moved in big dish antenna microwave relay trucks, several dozen newsmen bivouacked in camper vans parked in front, the telephone company had brought in a special cable, set up a string of temporary payphones across the street, and installed private telephones on nearly every tree in the Hearst's front yard. 234. People in need. 235. At one press conference Steve Weed became angry at a reporter who asked for more childhood pictures of Patty. Randy Hearst, exasperated, turned on Weed. "Look," he said, "you don't know anything about this business." "I do. A picture of her as a child might cause somebody enough of a twinge to come forward and say something. The press got infant photos, toddler photos, the burden of the family album." Reporters on the mansion stakeout developed a friendly sympathy for Randy, but they, like their public, became increasingly impatient with Weed, who was awkwardly fighting to maintain some sort of stance vaguely in the middle. "Actually," recalled Hearst later, "I think it was a pretty good idea to at least make it look like he wasn't a member of the family because we were dealing with radicals." The approval came with hindsight. Weed's independence was more than appearance. He wasn't a Hearst, he wasn't comfortable in the family's united front, and only in those first few weeks did he accept Hearst as the sole spokesman for himself as well as for the family. Inside the mansion Steve was the outsider, the critical voice in the family strategy sessions, asking questions the reporters outside gingerly avoided, particularly about the Hearst finances. He worried that the SLA would doubt that $500,000 was a substantial portion of Randy's fortune, sure that they wouldn't understand the Byzantine relationships between the Hearst Foundation, the Hearst Corporation, and the various Hearst families. It was a prescient fear, but it was brushed aside in the tension and chaos prevailing in the mansion. In the nation's capital, Attorney General William Saxby took a potshot, opining at a press conference that Hearst should make no concessions to the kidnappers and that the FBI, if it cornered the SLA, should go in and try to get Patty out. Hearst responded with cold rage, "Mr. Saxby is not the father of Patricia. I'm going to do what I can to get her out. And to make a statement that you're going to bust in and shoot the place up, is damn near irresponsible." At another press conference, Catherine Hurst said $1 million had been received from people who wanted to ransom Patty. Her husband came out the next day and apologized for the misrep. 236. Resentation. She got the figures from hearing somebody say that if they had a telethon, suggesting a telethon, that they could raise $1 million, he said. An undetermined amount of money had been received in small contributions, along with dozens of pies, cakes, platters of fried chicken, most of it delivered anonymously from housewives in nearby middle and working class communities. With the ongoing tension, the family fell into occasional bickering, with Weed the common target. Mrs. Hurst, ramrod straight in public, sometimes exploded with rage and frustration in private, railing against the FBI for its lack of results, drawing on the Inquisition for examples of what she would do if she could get her hands on the SLA. Catherine was close to a nervous breakdown, said Weed later. She kept walking around saying, "I know Patty's dead. I just know it." She was lost in this morbid pessimism, often incredibly depressed. At times the only way she could deal with it was to assume the worst. In one of the several tempestuous scenes between Mrs. Hurst and her prospective son-in-law, Mrs. Hurst turned on Weed and demanded, "Whatever happened to the real men in this world, men like Clark Gable? No one would have carried my daughter off if there'd been a real man there." The animosity between mother and daughter's lover, always latent, became public in the strain. The FBI was leaning on Weed, too. In college, Weed had once roomed with the president of the Princeton SDS, had even been brought in as a ringer to play quarterback for an SDS team in an epic campus football game against the Princeton ROTC. But even without his old radical connections, conservative FBI agents would undoubtedly have taken a dim view of the former high school teacher who had taken up with a 16-year-old rich girl. Seeking a possible link between Weed and any of the SLA members or Patty and the SLA, FBI agents questioned him for hours, repeatedly, showing a persistent interest in his sex life. "No, they didn't like me," recalled Weed. "The FBI didn't like me at all. It was my attitude, I'm told. They just couldn't comprehend my world or my values. They couldn't comprehend the lifestyle of any young person in the Bay Area, in California, maybe in the country. I couldn't believe it. All the stereotypes are true." The FBI agents would sit there and ask these sneering questions: how many girls I've seduced, how often I make love to women, how I make love, how many joints of marijuana I smoke a day. Silly, Stu. People in need. 237. PID questions. I should have been insulted, but they were too far out to get upset. I mean, Patty and I only occasionally smoked grass, but there was a half-pound of marijuana in the apartment when she was kidnapped. So of course we must have been in a drugged stupor, having sex all the time. I asked them if they knew any young person in the Bay Area who didn't smoke marijuana occasionally. They didn't answer. I mean, Patty and I were pretty straight. You know, I honestly think that if I had told the FBI, the revolution is coming next week, so fuck you, it would have bothered them a lot less than my casual acknowledgement of values that were to them not even amoral. Immoral. Investigators fished and poked around Weed for months. The FBI even arranged for Steve to take a voluntary truth serum test cancelled after some bad publicity, but they apparently didn't finally cross him off the suspect list until after he had passed a lie detector examination. The mansion was full of confusion: company lawyers, paid consultants, the FBI, police, friends, freelance advisors, even a number of psychics who tried to divine the whereabouts of Patty through ESP. Ex-astronaut Edgar Mitchell coordinated the efforts of 4 psychics on the case from his Palo Alto Parapsychology Research Center, and the strained and sometimes ludicrous attempts of 3 other mediums who worked their craft at the mansion provided rare levity for Weed and the young Hursts. One of the Swamis, as Weed nicknamed them, set up an altar in the dining room, groaning purposefully over a California map, a compass, pictures of Patty, and one of her shoes. Another ran up a $1,500 charge on the Hearst account at the San Francisco Hilton, billing $300 at the bar while meditating on the cosmic possibilities. The smiles and occasional belly laughs were probably worth the tap to the elder Hearsts. Anxiety blocked most normal pleasures. And right then the primary concern of the family, the People in Need program, was causing a lot of anxiety. The first food distribution was scheduled for Friday, February 22, and PIN was a shambles, bickering among the PIN administrators and the handful of radical groups the SLA had demanded oversee the program, tangles in the incredible logistics, rip-offs at 238. The warehouse. PIN recruited a corps of selfless volunteers, but $2 million was being doled out, and vultures hurried to get an early piece of the action. Whether the SLA would be satisfied seemed secondary to whether PIN could actually get the food to the people. Then, the day before the first handout, the Court of the People exercised its Catch-22 option. Another SLA tape was delivered. To those who bear the hopes and faith of our people, let the voices of their guns express the words of freedom. Greetings to the people. It was the voice of the field marshal with an angry message. It had been Patricia, not he, who had said any good faith gesture on the part of the Hearst Empire would be basically okay, he pointed out. Sink said he himself had clarified her statement by adding that it must be a sincere effort, reflecting both Hearst's capabilities. The needs of the people. The Hearst Empire has attempted to mislead the people and to deceive them by claiming to put forth a good faith gesture of $2 million. This amount is not a good faith gesture but rather an act of throwing a few crumbs to the people, forcing them to fight over it amongst themselves. The plan proposed by Mr. Hearst is not at all acceptable as a gesture of good faith in its present form. To make it acceptable, said Sink, an additional $4 million had to be added to the already allotted $2 million within 1 week and distributed within a single month. The $6 million worth of food, all canned goods and dry goods, be matched with equal amounts of top-quality fresh meats, dairy products, and produce was to be given out in 7 largely non-white neighborhoods in San Francisco, Oakland, and East Palo Alto. No cards or other identification were to be required. Anyone asking for the food was to get a package whether he be needy or not. The Hearst Foundation is a front for the Hearst fortune, Sink said. The foundation serves as a loophole for that fortune of financial empire worth hundreds and hundreds of millions. After having told Hearst to set up his own food program, the SLA had now changed the rules of the game again, not only demanding more money, but condemning PIN in advance. On the model of Lud Kramer's Aid to the Unemployed program in Washington state, People in Need was set up to provide basic staples and necessities over an extended period. PIN was offering flour, and now the Symbionese revolutionaries had made it clear. People in Need 239, they wanted steaks. And now there was more than money demanded. Sink said Hearst's good faith gesture must demonstrate a change of interest, regret for his crimes against the people, and a firm decision that they will no longer be a party to such actions in the future. In the SLA argot, Hearst was being told to renounce capitalism forever and somehow prove to the SLA that he intended to live by this renunciation. If the new demands were rejected, he said, all further communications shall be suspended and the prisoner will be maintained according to the terms of the International Codes of War concerning prisoners of war and will be maintained in that status until such time as the status of our captive soldiers is changed. Exchange for Little and Remiro, the impossible demand that had haunted Hearst, was raised again. The communique was long, Sink listing some of the Hearst Trust's extensive land and corporate holdings, then turning to lecture the radical groups which had publicly denounced the SLA but had agreed to cooperate in the food distribution in an effort to help free the Hearst girl. Do not grieve for Patricia Hearst, Sink said. Fight and cry out in defense of millions and save the children. And by this action you will save also the life of one who has never seen the robbed or knew that the riches of her life were the spoils of a robber and a murderer. It had been Hearst who had blocked news stories identifying DeFries and Wheeler when their names were turned up by reporters for the San Francisco Chronicle and KQED-TV. Even after those names were revealed, Hearst continued to request that San Francisco media hold back in identifying other SLA members when out-of-town papers The New York Times was one began tracking them down. The field marshal, however, declared, "It is the judgment of this court that the Hearst family and the Hearst Corporation seems to be more foolishly concerned with the identities of the supposed SLA elements rather than with the admission to the people of the crimes." 240. Myth against the people by the Hearst Empire. He was building to the end, the dramatic flair with which the SLA liked to close their messages. This would be one of the more memorable. "They have seemingly said that they know me and therefore do not have to repent for their crimes. To this I would say yes. You do, indeed, know me. You have always known me. I'm that nigger you have hunted and feared night and day. I'm that asterisk nigger you have killed hundreds of my people in the vain hope of finding. I'm the nigger that is no longer just hunted, robbed, and murdered. I'm the nigger that hunts you now. Yes, you know me. You know me, I'm the wetback. You know me, I'm the gook, the broad, the servant, the spick. Yes, indeed, you know us all, and we know you the oppressor, murderer, and robber. And you have hunted and robbed and exploited us all. Now we are the hunters that will give you no rest. And we will not compromise the freedom of our children. Death to the fascist insect that preys upon the life of the people." To the SLA, Randolph Hearst had behaved like a blatant caricature of the white, ruling class male. He had taken their original demand and turned it around, made it his program. Their plan for a food giveaway spectacular had been revamped. It was now his improved reform-style basic dietary supplement program. Hearst was bewildered, frustrated, and near despair. The Hearst Corporation is today possibly the largest privately owned corporation in the United States, with assets including not only the nationwide chain of newspapers, magazines, and radio and television stations, but with the bulk of its holdings in enormous parcels of real estate in the United States and Mexico. In California alone it owns 212,000 acres. Total assets, according to a report published in 1967 in the highly respected business journal Forbes, are well over the $500 million mark, approaching $1 billion in the estimable future. But this great treasure is landlocked, isolated from the living family by the terms of the will of William Randolph Hearst, the patriarch of the dynasty, who died in 1951. Before his death, the elder Hearst, to escape estate taxes, and perhaps because he did not trust the financial acumen of his sons, conceived a foundation-like institution called the Hearst Family Trust, which is run by people in need. 241. A board of testamentary trustees, and which holds all the voting stock of the Hearst Corporation. Of the 13 trustees, according to the restrictions of the will, no more than 5 can be members of the Hearst family. The trustees elect the board of directors for the Hearst Corporation, largely from their own ranks. Randolph Hearst is chairman of the board of the corporation. His brother, William Randolph Hearst, Jr., of New York City, is president and editor-in-chief of the newspapers. But by the terms of the will, the trust is to remain in independent control of the fortune until it is dissolved, probably around the year 2000 upon the death of the last surviving son and/or grandchild, who was alive in 1951, when the first William Randolph Hearst died. The trust is the creation of a tax genius. Its assets multiply in shelter and will in time guarantee the Hearst heirs perhaps the largest family fortune in history. But for the time being, the living Hearsts are no more than the most influential employees of the living trust. In setting it all up, William Randolph Hearst provided separately for the members of his family, more than adequately, but less than royally. According to Steve Weed, who claimed he had been given the opportunity to review the family accounts, the personal wealth of Patty's father was about $1.4 million after he had put the $500,000 into the original PIN program, and most of that in assets difficult to convert into cash. Hearst himself said privately the $500,000 he had put into PIN represented about 1/4 of his accessible cash assets. A flat $1 million was what you could get your hands on if you had to scramble. The other $1.5 million for Hearst's $2 million gesture of good faith was made available to Penn by the Hearst Foundation of San Francisco, a charitable foundation under the control of the trust. Because under the law the public is to be the beneficiary of a charitable foundation, Randolph Hearst had to convince both the California Attorney General's office and the federal IRS to approve the contribution to Penn. It was approved with reluctance. A young friend of the Hearst girls, visiting the family at the time People in Need was being set up, recalled his surprise at their concern over 242. Arranging the money. Why not just let the lawyers fix it up? He suggested. They said, no, it's a real problem, and besides, we have to convince the Hearst board. It's not this Mickey Mouse Marxism where Randy just flips a finger and everything's done the way he wants. We really have to work through a lot of different people and it's going to take a lot of work and sweat, and it's too bad we can't convince anybody that that's how it works, but that's the case. In a later interview with the authors, Randolph Hearst explained that for the trustees this was a grandchild, so this was a terribly sympathetic thing that was going on. Under those conditions, with those tapes, the feeling was, for God's sake, get her out. Hearst said only the trustees voted, the 5 family members abstained. That $2 million we thought was certainly a goodwill gesture, he said, and when they then came back and said 4 more, well, when they said 4, they put me right out of the box. When the SLA said goodwill equaled $6 million, still not mentioning ransom or what else might be demanded before Patty would be freed, Hearst felt he was at the edge of the bottomless pit. I really didn't have control over the first one, but I could talk people into it, he said later. But when they demanded another 4, it was strictly up to the company. I mean, I could no longer control it personally. On February 22, the day after the communiqué, while a despairing Hearst mulled over the new demand, the first Penn distribution disintegrated into a fiasco. There was a food riot in the Oakland ghetto at one of the 4 Penn distribution centers. For millions who watched network TV news that night, it was a sight not to be soon forgotten, a vision of Calcutta in California. Men and women jumping up into the Penn trucks and on top of them and throwing food piecemeal and by the case into a screaming, pushing mob around them. The TV footage was taken with long-range lenses. The SLA had ordered both the press and police to stay away from the distribution sites. The crowds had begun to gather as early as 5 a.m. at the Penn food banks, which were being managed by the Black Muslims in San Francisco, Oakland, Richmond, and East Palo Alto. By 9 a.m. about 13,000 people were jostling for positions in the long lines, but the first trucks delivering the food did not pull out of the Penn warehouse until shortly before noon. As People in Need 243. The trucks reached the Black Muslims' Shabazz Bakery, the Penn site in Oakland. A crowd of several thousand blocked the street. When the lead driver tried to beep his way through, someone heaved a pop bottle through the windshield. The crowd became a mob. People clambered onto the trucks and began tossing food into the sea of bodies surrounding the vehicles: cans of tomato juice, boxes of biscuit mix and soda crackers, cartons of eggs, quarts of milk, frozen turkey hindquarters singly and by the box. Pushing and fighting broke out. Several people were injured by the thrown food and cans. Gangs of kids cruised the streets, breaking windows, relieving some people of their armloads of food at knife point. In all, 21 people were treated at Oakland hospitals, including a woman, Paula Atkinson, who lost her right eye when someone hurled a rock through the window of her car. The trucks were emptied in less than an hour. Thousands who had waited hours for the free food went home with nothing at all. Hundreds tried to storm the Muslim bakery demanding Penn food that wasn't there. The Muslims said afterward they had been forced to dole out fish and eggs from their own food stocks to prevent the bakery from being looted. The Muslims were not taken up on subsequent offers to manage Penn centers again. At the other 3 centers that first day there was no violence, but much pushing, shoving, and dissatisfaction. Penn had promised a nutritional package. Now, "You explain to me how my kids are going to be healthy eating this," demanded one man, opening a grocery sack containing 4 cans of tomato juice and 6 boxes of pancake mix. PIN was a disorganized shambles. Scores of volunteers recruited in a public appeal slaved all hours trying to make it work, but the program was burdened with inept leadership from Kramer, a ridiculous time schedule, and total inexperience. Hearst wanted the food out quickly, and Kramer had optimistically promised 244. That his volunteers could purchase, transport, distribute, and package food for 20,000 grocery sacks in 3 days. With pros handling the logistics and an army supply company for manpower, it would have been difficult with just volunteers. It was absurd. And these were not the United Fund type of volunteers Kramer had relied on in Washington. At the warehouse, said Paul Andrews, an unemployed Yale graduate who ended up as one of the warehouse supervisors, we had working side by side militant blacks, fashion models, pensioners, hippies, brewery workers, PhDs, architects, ex-cons, society page sorts, a guy who called himself cowboy, who was your basic shit-kickin' Nashville stomper type, and, yeah, one really strange man who later got busted for having a bomb factory in his house. A PIN volunteer who claimed national notoriety over a year later was Sarah Jane Moore, a divorcee from Danville, California, who attempted to assassinate President Gerald R. Ford during a San Francisco public appearance on September 22, 1975. PIN collected an odd retinue. People were just walking into the warehouse and walking out with food during the first few days, then Kramer hired Pinkerton guards. They didn't last long, explained one volunteer. One morning we caught 4 of them loading their cars with food they had stolen from the warehouse. The Pinkertons were fired and Kramer hired Jack Webb, a former San Francisco police inspector, whose staff of security guards tightened up the warehouse, but could do nothing about thefts from delivery trucks or the large-scale rip-offs from the food banks. The distribution sites were manned solely by local volunteers recruited by the coalition of radical groups the SLA had appointed to oversee PIN. The community groups named as the watchdogs for the Symbionese Liberation Army were a mixed bag of activist organizations representing a wide range of philosophies and goals. They included Glide Memorial Church, Nairobi College, the National Welfare Rights Organization, the Black Teachers Caucus, the American Indian Movement, the People in Need 245, United Farm Workers, the Third World Women's Alliance, and the United Prisoners Union. The United Farm Workers refused at the outset to become involved and instead sent a message of sympathy to the Hearsts. Few of the others wanted to become publicly associated with the SLA. It was probably only the leadership and persuasion of the Reverend A. Cecil Williams, the activist black pastor of Glide Church, that convinced the others to join in a coalition, playing off mingled sympathies for feeding hungry people and saving Patty Hearst. The first statement of the group totally disavowed the SLA's tactics. Local leaders of the American Indian Movement announced that their followers wanted nothing bought with the SLA's blood money, but AIM's national leaders Russell Means and Dennis Banks agreed to work with the coalition at the pleading of Hearst. Attending those first stormy coalition sessions, Randolph Hearst's mind opened up to a lot of things, said Reverend Williams later. It was incredible seeing him sitting there, his eyes darting from one speaker to the next, the look on his face saying, "I didn't know any of this existed." In the February 21 tape, General Field Marshal Sink gave a sharper edge to the coalition when it named WAPAC, a hardline black radical group, to chair the coalition, giving it veto power over all decisions concerning PIN. WAPAC, the Western Addition Project Area Committee, was a federally funded urban development project founded in 1968. Involved in community organizing in San Francisco, WAPAC drew a number of radical black activists and had recently been caught up in the violent struggle between Cleaver's East Coast Black Panther faction, out of which the Black Liberation Army was born, and the Oakland-based Newton Panther faction. The Cleaver/Bla faction dominated WAPAC. When the coalition met after the first PIN handout, WAPAC 246 Leader Arnold Townsend took the lead in attacking Kramer, and other coalition members added their own scathing criticisms. Not only had the distribution been a disaster, but the coalition was finding Kramer's attitude condescending, not just to the coalition members but to the people Penn was attempting to feed. Hearst left Penn to Kramer and the coalition. He had problems enough trying to figure out his next response to the kidnappers. His basic rule for dealing with the SLA had been to accept them for what they said they were and to treat them with respect. That was becoming increasingly difficult. Hearst had called in as a consultant Dr. Frederick Hacker, a Los Angeles psychiatrist with an international reputation in the field of terrorist negotiations. In the family councils, Dr. Hacker urged that Hearst's next response contain some sort of timetable, some deadline for Patty's release. The FBI stayed at a distance, offering little advice, wanting to avoid any blame over the outcome. Steve Weed repeatedly pleaded with Hearst to make a detailed public accounting of his wealth that would spell out the limits of his personal finances and the restrictions on the estate fortune. Weed was perhaps underestimating the difficulty in explaining why Hearst could not draw on the family trust, particularly since the estate had already contributed $1.50 million, but his view of Randolph Hearst's reluctance to open his ledgers to the world is illuminating. "I had the really distinct feeling," said Weed, "and I think I was entirely accurate, that he could just not begin to understand how people, very intelligent people, included, could fail to understand his financial status." To Hearst, the distinction between his money and the trust/corporation funds was self-evident to the sane, and those like the SLA who assumed it was all one big pile were uneducable. It was in the midst of the disastrous first Penn distribution, on February 22, that Randolph Hearst, accompanied by Charles Gould, publisher of the Examiner, stepped before the forest of microphones and cameras outside the Hillsborough mansion. The SLA's escalated demand $4 million more had come 2 days before, and this was the eagerly awaited response from Patty's father. Randolph Hearst made only a brief one-paragraph statement: "The size of the latest demand of the SLA is far beyond my financial capability. Therefore, the matter is out of my hands." With that, the president and editor of the Examiner turned his back and stepped aside, and the publisher, his employee, but an officer of the corporation as well, stepped forth in his place. "I am Charles Gould with a message from the Hearst Corporation," he said. "The Hearst Corporation is prepared to contribute to people in need a total of $4 million for a food distribution for the poor and needy, provided Patricia Hearst is released unharmed. $2 million will be contributed immediately upon the release of Patricia, and $2 million more will be contributed in January 1975. This January payment will be evidenced by a binding agreement with people in need. Neither the Hearst Corporation nor the Hearst Foundations are controlled by members of the Hearst family. No other funds will be committed by the corporation or foundations under any circumstances." It was the Hearst challenge to the Symbionese Liberation Army. The first formula for Patty's release, the first direct statement of quid pro quo in the 2 weeks of pseudo-negotiations, and it was presented with an air of dramatic finality. The Hearst trustees, 248, again with family members abstaining, had met in New York. From which distance the SLA picked up the solidity of a distant nation, the substance of headlines without the ranting irrationality of full exposure, and had approved the $4 million payoff, but only if it was to be a business-like ransom. With a mixture of pocrutable tough talk and boardroom legalisms, the corporate directors offered the California Revolution their pledge for $2 million on delivery and a note of indebtedness for a delayed payment of $2 million more 10 months later. This to the screaming fanatics in the hills? Even in New York it must have sounded strange, in Hillsborough it should have sounded silly, in Berkeley it sounded absurd. To the SLA, wherever they were, it must have sounded as incredible as their own communiques did in Terre Haute. The SLA's non-committal attitude toward the release of their victim, the way they avoided any mention of the final ransom, keeping up the constant threat of the next demand, had forced the initiative on Hearst, just as their stupidity had forced him to come up with his own plan for the food distribution. The SLA had adopted the role of a parole board, and they probably expected the Hearsts to be as resigned to arbitrary power as a state prisoner and his family must be. But with Patty a captive now 18 days, with no release in sight, the Hearsts had decided they somehow had to call the hand of the SLA and force a resolution to free their daughter. It was a basic clash of realities. The SLA claimed the legitimacy of a new nation, an army under the Geneva Convention, and all the arbitrary prerequisites of a state penal system. The Hearsts had to bow to these illusions in addressing Patty's kidnappers, but, of course, they never accepted them. The SLA never took a measure of the family's emotions, never expected such rebellion, never realized that they had set up a paradigm of the prison's indeterminate sentence system and that Hearst's reaction was the inevitable result. Beyond that, the SLA and Randolph Hearst simply spoke different languages. What was real for one was illusion for the other. The SLA could no more believe that the Hearst Corporation was truly independent of the Hearst family than Randolph Hearst could publicly announce that the SLA was demanding money from the Hearst estate, not him, and should henceforth address themselves to the trustees. "I was pushing Randy," recalled Weed later. "I didn't really. People in need 249 want the Hearsts to throw open their books just to get out there and set up some type of believable framework. To beg a little and say, this I can do and this I can't. But begging doesn't come easy to Randy. He went out there talking to the cameras like the chairman of the board, but when he came back in, you could almost see him sag. We didn't know what to do, and the advice we had right along was pretty shaky. You have to remember that at this time the only SLA people we really knew anything about were DeFries and Perry, probably the two craziest people in the group. A spun-out black con and a Berkeley doper who cut her ringer and wrote 'Kill the pigs' on a wall with her own blood. That's all we had to go on. That's all. In those first weeks I knew things were going bad. I think I saw the troubles better than, most certainly better than anyone at the house, but I didn't see what I could do or say that would do more good than harm. I kept trying to prod Randy. I'd push him until his temper began to show, then I'd back off." The exasperation evident in his voice even months later, Weed concluded, "I think it's accurate to say that throughout I was relatively perceptive but ineffectual. Pretty good description of an intellectual, huh? Of course," he mused, "if the SLA hadn't been so scatterbrained, they could have done a number on the Hearst Corporation. The legal things could have tied up the foundations, but if pressed, the corporation could have come up with a truckload of money. Sane revolutionaries could have really bled them. Even Randy could have gotten a lot more money together if he had been pressed. But the way Randy responded to the demands was conditioned by who was making the demands. The Tupamaros or a group like the South American guerrillas could have got a bundle from the Hearsts. The SLA just slit their own throats with their demands. But because the SLA kept their collective eye on the flesh and blood rather than the corporate Hearst, the trustees never had to confront a direct demand from the terrorists. And with the to them obvious necessity of forcing a climax, the trustees could set a final price, feeling, quite reasonably, that they were acting in Patty's best interest. Because time rather than money had become most important, the trustees were able to avoid the hideous question of where the cut-off was. At what amount would they declare themselves unwilling to ransom Patricia Hearst? Still, the family and the trustees had agreed to pay the $6 million for the life of 250. Patty, making her undoubtedly and certifiably the most expensive 20-year-old on the face of the planet. Now they waited. It would be 2.5 weeks before the SLA would respond. A bitter, anguished period of silence for the Hearsts, who were extremely conscious of the SLA's threat to cut off communications if the $4 million wasn't put up immediately. The PIN distributions went on in those weeks, always with difficulty, but with the administrators and coalition overseers ironing out many of the problems as the program continued. Despite the logistical difficulties in handling the spoilable fresh meats and produce the SLA demanded, PIN was able to upgrade steadily the quality of the food packages. Kramer, however, never learned the dangers of making optimistic promises. After the first giveaway he said again that PIN, when geared up, would feed 100,000 people a month and continue month after month after month. And he constantly had collisions with the coalition, which called him on every exaggeration. He took it as more than personal criticism, he saw it as a plot. Kramer's paranoia, said one coalition delegate, reached the point where he believed that not only was the coalition out to destroy Penn but Lud Kramer as well. When he started going around with a bodyguard and a police dog, I, for one, began to wonder just what sort of person we were dealing with. But among some coalition members, too, bodyguards became fashionable. The second pin distribution, on February 28, was a vast improvement over the first. Kramer claimed afterward that 30,000 people carried away sacks of top-quality foodstuffs. But Wapax Townsend said his observers at the food banks estimated the count to be only 15,000 and the value of each grocery sack was but $8. The third giveaway, on March 5 now at 12 sites doled out between 35,000 and 25,000 bags of food. Warehouse pilferage was under control by this time, but the almost non-existent structure for responsibility at the distribution centers and the prohibition against police involvement left the situation wide open for aggressive and/or imaginative thieves. 9 truckloads of choice foods were either hijacked or stolen outright, at a loss of from $10,000 to $30,000 per truckload. In one instance, a volunteer drove off to an Oakland distribution center with $20,000 worth of canned hams. Neither the driver, the hams, nor the donated truck was ever seen again. The young man had simply walked in, asked for something to do, and a pin staffer had handed him the keys. No one had. People in need 25. 1. Asked his name. In another case, a truck filled with poultry was hijacked at Pistol Point en route to a San Francisco center. California's Governor Reagan had confidently stated at the outset that few people would accept food that was ransom for a kidnap victim. When it became evident that thousands would line up, he publicly accused the recipients, not Penn or the Hearsts, of aiding and abetting lawlessness. On March 6, addressing a private luncheon meeting in Washington, D.C., of the Bull Elephants, a club of powerful Republicans, the governor touched on the Penn program, glibly suggesting, "It's just too bad we can't have an epidemic of botulism." When a shocked congressional aide leaked the incredible quote to a reporter, Reagan reluctantly admitted having said it. "It was a joking remark," he explained, "but I do deplore the fact that these people are accepting the food." Later Reagan said he did not feel the botulism comment would have any effect on his then talked of presidential ambitions. Later still, he publicly apologized. After 9 days passed with no reply from the SLA to the take-it-or-leave-it offer of the Hearst Corporation, Randolph and Catherine Hearst issued a plea to the kidnappers to allow Patty to communicate with them. Addressing his daughter directly, facing the TV cameras, Hearst played to the SLA's claim that Patty was being held under the Geneva Convention, under the protection of international codes of war. "Of course it's ridiculous to think that under the Geneva Convention that we would be allowed to go in and see you. But under the convention you are allowed to write from time to other people. See if they'll let you send us a note or something to let us know you're okay." Added Mrs. Hearst, "Patty, honey, your father's doing everything in his power, and I want you to know that millions of people all over the world are praying for you. I know it's been a long time, sweetheart. But keep up your courage and you keep praying." The silence continued. The media had shifted attention to the 252 pin effort in the first days of the lull. Now the story drew only brief mention on inside pages. The ongoing escalation of the Watergate scandals, the gasoline crisis, and a crippling strike by teachers and municipal workers captured the headlines in San Francisco. Silent, the SLA was less and less real. The San Francisco FBI chief, Charles Bates, repeatedly denied the persistent rumor that the SLA hideout had been located. Another FBI source was quoted as saying the Bureau was still a little away from picking up any SLA suspects for interrogation. On March 6, Little and Remiro asked their attorneys to seek court permission for a live TV press conference in prison at which they would make suggestions for freeing Patty. On March 8, President Richard Nixon, citing the Hearst case, urged reinstatement of the death penalty for kidnappings in which the victim is murdered. There was a fourth pin distribution on the 8th. Kramer estimated that 35,000 people received food at the 14 sites. Ben Lau, volunteer community coordinator for the Chinatown Pin Center, said his helpers gave out more than 7.5 tons of fresh beef, fresh chicken, canned luncheon meat, fresh produce, dried milk, carrots, squash, and lettuce in individual packages worth about $20 each. People were receptive and appreciative, Lau said. But public opinion had turned against PIN. It was considered corrupt and feudal, metaphorically equivalent to the U.S. aid program to South Vietnam. There would be a fifth and final PIN distribution on March 25, but when the SLA finally broke their silence with an angry and bitter communique on March 9, a week after Hearst's plea, they effectively ended the food ransom stage of the negotiations. Indeed, there was a question whether they had not ended the negotiations, period. The day before that communique arrived, in New Jersey, 19-year-old Larry DeAngelis received a smuggled letter from his sister Angela. It was almost a goodbye letter, he said. She wrote that this would probably be the last time she'd be able to risk getting in touch with me. The DeAngelis family had been questioned by the FBI, but was still desperately hoping that Angela, as she had told them, was merely traveling somewhere in Canada. Now she wrote, "I think it's about time I told you where I'm at." There was no direct mention of the SLA, but the implication was clear. She rapped a lot about the living conditions of the poor in California, said Larry. She said she could no longer. People in need, 253 GERC people eating dog food and do nothing about it. Angela wrote that she and her friends were going to be liberating the people. And if the fight went badly, she said in that letter, "I'm willing to die for my cause." She bid love to all in the family and signed off with the nickname she had forbidden her Berkeley friends, Angel, with the halo atop the G. The March 9 tape-recorded communique introduced Angela for the first time as General Jelena, and it was she who was the featured speaker of the SLA screed. The voice surprised those who knew Angela. The battered grammar, the broad accent, and the snarled black slang were unlike the speech patterns of the articulate amateur actress who had taken voice lessons to rid herself of a New Jersey twang. More striking still were the voices of two unidentified women chanting incantations against the fascist state they actually faked, quite effectively to many white ears, black accents. This was the longest communique yet, the least decisive, the least reasonable, the most hysterical. After extensive nationwide intelligence and analysis by the Symbionese War Council, Jelena said, it became clear that the fascist corporate state and its chief domestic agency, the FBI, and other police state agencies and institutions intended to set up Patricia Hearst for execution in order to discredit and isolate the People's Forces. This is shown by the deliberate disregard for the health, life, and safety of Joseph Remiro and Russell Little and the plans of the police state agencies to see to it that Patricia Hearst is killed. Despite FBI claims that they would not do anything to endanger Patricia Hearst's life, they have raided homes throughout the country, knowing full well that to do so would endanger the life of Patricia Hearst. The plans of the police state agency are to see to it that Patricia Hearst is killed and then use her death to further rally Middle America in support of the Nixon-represented corporate dictatorship and against all revolutionary forces. The fascist state and the FBI have attempted to manipulate public opinion in support of Patricia Hearst's safety and eventual 254 return, while at the same time creating conditions that it knows would force her execution, saving them the embarrassment of doing it themselves. But we have repeatedly stated that Patricia Hearst's safety, execution, or freedom is totally her family's and its class responsibility. U.S. Attorney General William Saxby's statement that the FBI should bust in to rescue the prisoner was no slip of the tongue, but was in reality a prematurely exposed government policy decision. There was no room for a rational response, no room for an answer at all. A major theme of Jelena's long statement was the almost absolute isolation of the SLA. There had been messages of support sent to the media from the Black Guerrilla family and WO, the Weather Underground, and the tiny Black Liberation Army, but since the Foster murder dozens of established leftist, Black, and Chicano groups in California, including almost all the active and most militant, had taken stands, many publicly, flatly condemning the SLA as an enemy of the left. Russell Means, the militant radical leader of the American Indian movement who had brought AIM into the PIN coalition over the objections of the local AIM leadership, bitterly denounced the SLA after the demand for the additional $4 million ransom. "My fears have been realized, and it looks like they're going to continue to make demand after demand," said Means, then standing trial for the Wounded Knee occupation. "The SLA is a punk organization, they are a one-shot organization." Acknowledging many on the left who, without a clear understanding, have condemned the actions of the SLA and the people's forces who have chosen to fight rather than talk, Jelena bitterly attacked. The analysis of these so-called leaders who presume to speak for the people can be traced to one of two qualities: either they are cowards afraid of revolutionary violence because it is a direct threat to their personal security, or they are opportunists who have personal gains in allowing the enemy to enslave or oppress and tranquilize the people. To this our bullets scream loudly. In great detail she reviewed the early bartering for Patty, managing to overlook completely all the SLA's mistakes and irrationalities, damning Hearst's actions as a single tissue of lies and deceptions. "The people know his words don't make no bag of cabbages into meat," she said. Randolph Hearst responded deceitfully that he would not. "People in need 255 meet financially the SLA requests." As if Hearst had no connection with the Hearst Corporation, the corporation, supposedly out of the kindness of its corporate heart, responded that it would provide the additional $4 million, but only after Patricia Hearst is released. Hearst, she went on, must have assumed the SLA was inexperienced in the area of corporate trickery. Not so, the people had learned never to trust the words of the enemy. "Communications and negotiations are hereby suspended," Jelena said, "and the War Council has decided that Patricia will be allowed to communicate with her family periodically only if Little and Remiro are allowed to communicate via live national TV. Concerning the full scope of their physical health and all the conditions of their confinement." Then Jelena, in the echo of Bedlam, introduced Patricia Hearst, whose statement, to the shock of many, restated and punctuated the SLA's incredible paranoia. 14. By Miss American Pie: The Transformation of Patricia Hearst. The voice of Patricia Hearst. "Mom, Dad, I received the message you broadcast last Sunday. It was good to hear from you after so much silence. But what you had to say sounded like you don't care if I ever get out of here. All you want is to hear from me sometimes. Your silence definitely jeopardized my safety because it allows the FBI to continue to attempt to find me, and Governor Reagan to make antagonistic statements, with no response from you. I'm beginning to feel that the FBI would rather that I get killed. I'm telling you this now because I don't think the FBI will let any more words from me get through to the media. I hear that people all around the country keep calling on the SLA to release me unharmed. But the SLA are not the ones who are harming me. It's the FBI, along with your indifference to the poor, and your failure to deal with the people and the SLA in a meaningful, fair way." In all her messages from captivity, Patty clearly had in part been speaking for the SLA, spelling out their conditions, their demands, explaining their affiliations and ideology. What she had to say personally and what the SLA told her to say were always interwoven. It had become the expected formula. In the previous communiques, however, the SLA rhetoric had seemed a burden to her. What Patty had been told to say seemed easily separated from her own brief messages. With this tape, received on March 9, that had changed. And for the first time a haunting question was framed: what had happened to Patty Hearst in the now 30 days she had been held isolated, a prisoner of the Symbionese? Strangely, the question had been little asked earlier. That it had to be asked that anything could have happened to Patty's beliefs. 256. By Miss American Pie 257 personal and / or political seemed to surprise the commentators and the public. From the stereotyped plots of our romantic literature, the police story TV and cinema fare, there was a common impression that the girl's captivity at the hands of kidnappers who had savagely beaten her boyfriend and dragged her half-naked from her apartment was either hostile or impersonal, and a common expectation that her reaction to it was frightened but coldly defiant. That curiosity alone would dictate an effort to understand her captors, that her fear and her urge to survive would sensibly lead her to personalize her relationship with them, the likely possibility that these political kidnappers would want to explain themselves to her, and the more distant possibility that they would be men and women she could respect and relate to. All this was overlooked, by the public if not by the family. Dr. Frederick Hacker, the Los Angeles psychiatrist Hearst had retained as a consultant, warned the family in his first meeting with them to prepare for the possibility of Patty's developing some identification and affinity with her captors. "It happens all the time," he said. "Emotional exposure due to captivity is as bad as if not worse than physical danger," he explained, "and particularly in a political kidnapping or hostage situation. It is not uncommon for a victim to be unusually empathetic." Patty's statement bit deeply with her rejection of her parents. From what she said, she obviously felt deeply betrayed by her father's hard-line approach to the SLA. "I don't believe you're doing everything you can, everything in your power. I don't believe that you're doing anything at all. You said it was out of your hands. What you should have said was that you wash your hands of it. Dad, you can't put the responsibility for my status on the corporation. You seem to be ignoring the fact that you are chairman of the board and Uncle Bill is president of the Hearst Corporation. I know that if anything happens to me, it will be because your corporation advisors and the FBI decided to protect their interests instead of my life. I don't know who influences you not to comply with the good faith gesture. I know that you could have done it the way the SLA asked. I mean, I know that we have enough money. But it seems to me that you told the FBI to do whatever they decide is necessary to destroy the SLA. But it's becoming true, Dad." Patty believed that her father had simply refused to put his own money up, that he was risking her life to save his purse. "We never sat down and went over personal finances with the kids." X. 258. Plained Hearst later. "Maybe we should have." He said that none of his children understood even the basic intricacies of the family finances. Patty had never asked and had never been told, and obviously, he said, she had a much exaggerated idea of his personal wealth and his control over the family fortune. A bitterness seethed through her words. She said she had heard reports about PIN, and it sounds like you and your advisors have managed to turn it into a real disaster. As if it had been clear all along, she said that what the SLA had demanded was simply that each person get $70 worth of food all at once. She continued, "Mom, I can't believe that you've agreed with the out-of-my-hands stance of Daddy's program. I just wish you could be stronger and pull yourself together from all these emotional outbursts and see if you can persuade Dad to listen to you and the rest of the family. You seem to be allowing other people to make your decisions. Your statements, if I can call them that, have given the FBI the go-ahead to kill me. I wish God would touch your heart and get you to do something concrete to help me. I wish I knew what the rest of my family was thinking and saying. It's hard to believe that my sisters and cousins aren't saying anything. If it had been you, Mom, or you, Dad, who had been kidnapped instead of me, I know that I and the rest of the family and your friends would do anything to get you back. It could have been one of you, and how would you feel if you had been written off the way I seem to have been? I'm starting to think that no one is concerned about me anymore. I wish that I could hear from the rest of the family. I'd like to hear what my sisters have to say about Dad's decision not to comply with the terms of the good faith gesture. Stephen, what do you have to say? Willie, I know you really care about what happens to me. Make Dad let you talk. You can't be silent. Only in hindsight is there any near certainty that this was Patty speaking her own mind. But even at the time, there was something in the tone, in the temper of the logic, and in the little personal references, such as the call to Willie, that made family and others close to the girl fear that this was Patty voicing her own opinions, saying things she would never have said before the kidnapping, but speaking her own mind. Her anger and despair were understandable, particularly from by Miss American Pie 259, her isolated perspective, but the shock was in where she leaped from there, or where she allowed herself to be led. I've heard the reports concerning the FBI investigation and interrogations. Governor Reagan's careless and antagonistic remarks, and the attempt of the federal agencies to maneuver the news media to mentally prepare the public for my death, calling for mass prayers and petitions to the SLA for my release. From this I am forced to draw only one conclusion, that the FBI and other federal agencies want me to die. I no longer seem to have any importance as a human being, rather, I have become all important as a political pivot point for certain right-wing elements. And I can only be used successfully by these people if I am killed. As for the constant reassurances by the FBI that my safety is their primary concern, I can only say that the FBI has never been famous for its concern for the safety of hostages. From what I've seen so far, this case is no different. Whether consciously or not, the news media has been assisting the FBI in its now overt attempts to set me up for execution. It has done this primarily in two ways. First, by promoting a public image of my father as a bereaved parent who has done all he can to meet the demands of his daughter's kidnappers, and who now awaits her supposedly long overdue release. In fact, the SLA demands have not even been approximated, and they have made it very clear that until the good faith gesture is completed, negotiations for my release will not begin. Second, the media, with cooperation from my parents, has created a public image of me as a helpless, innocent girl who was supposedly abducted by two terrible blacks, escaped convicts. I'm a strong woman and I resent being used this way. The ring of the strong woman remark and the exhortation to her mother seemed to indicate that Patty's sense of herself as a feminist had been inflated considerably during her captivity. But, then, most of the Symbionese were feminist extremists. Clearly, Patty had been talking with her captors. No longer was she just the frightened and angry girl who had been kidnapped. For a month now she had been snaring tight quarters with the SLA people, listening, talking, listening all the while. 260. Getting more impatient with the ransom delays. She had changed, adopted some of the suspicions of the SLA, and conceded that the world was an unjust place. Those were the first steps, and there were more, of course, each step, each concession less rooted in the daily realities outside her little prison. Patty's expressed conviction that the FBI would murder her to smear the Symbionese indicates a political paranoia that originated entirely within her SLA experience, the baggage of a tutored captive. The motivation offered is absurd, reflecting the SLA's exaggerated sense of their own importance, but it is clear from where the SLA drew this fear and how they transferred it on Patty. The forces of law enforcement do in fact balance two often conflicting values: protection of the innocent, on the one hand, and the apprehension of criminals, on the other. The record of the FBI in kidnap cases shows a clearly stressed concern for the innocent. But in prison revolts, even when hostages are threatened, the lawman's stress seems invariably to fall on the apprehension of the criminals. Even at the high risk or certainty of sacrificing the hostages. And it is in this context, the cell block perspective, that the SLA framed their realities. When Jelena first claimed the FBI was trying to kill Patty, she argued the point with a direct comparison to two of the most infamous assaults on convicts holding hostages: the 1971 charge on Attica Prison by New York State Police and the 1970 incident at the Marin County Courthouse, in which California prison guards opened fire on a van containing escaping convicts and hostages. The logic of such vengeful and usually death-inflicting attacks eludes most who are not prison officials, and surely the SLA's news clippings and other documentary evidence of these incidents and other penal horrors would be enough to disorient and sow doubt in the mind of the girl Sink had described as so vacantly innocent, one who had never seen the robbed or knew that the riches of her life were the spoils of a robber and murderer. In the last few days, she said, members of the Federation have spoken with me. They have given me some newspaper reports to read about the current practices of psychosurgery and the use, daily, of drugs and tranquilizers in prisons throughout the country. I have also been given some journal commentaries. By Miss American Pie 261. About kinds of conditions that exist in prisons in general and in the adjustment center at San Quentin in particular. Members of the Federation have also given me a choice of books to read. I have been reading a book by George Jackson called Blood in My Eye. I'm starting to understand what he means when he talks about fascism in America. Members of the Federation are studying intelligence reports gathered by the SLA on the activities of the FBI. These, combined with discussions the members of the Federation have had with me, and my own observations of the way my father has been conducting himself, have made me afraid, because I realize that the plans are coming from the FBI and the Attorney General's office in Washington to execute the two men in San Quentin. Or, if that cannot be swiftly accomplished, to execute me by seeing to it that even if I am released I will not get home alive. Or by attempting to raid this place where I am being held, then discredit the SLA by saying that they were the ones who killed me. Because of these dangers, I have been transferred to a special security unit of the SLA Combat Forces, where I am being held in protective custody. I have been issued a 12-gauge riot shotgun, and I have been receiving instructions on how to use it. While I have no access to ammunition, in the event of an attack by the FBI, I have been told that I will be given an issue of cyanide buckshot in order to protect myself. Because it is the Federation's opinion, and my own from observation, that if the FBI does rush in, they will obviously be doing it against the wishes of my family and in total disregard for my safety. In fact, they would be doing it to murder me. Under international codes of war I am allowed to communicate with members of my family and, because of the scope of this incident, with the public as well. However, I should tell you that the practice of allowing me to communicate with you will not continue until the SLA hears from the two men at San Quentin. They want to hear what the two men have to say in a live nationwide broadcast, so they can hear all the conditions of their confinement. I really want to get out of here and I really want to get home alive. I am appealing to the public and asking them not to assist the FBI in their investigation. Doing so is simply helping them to dig my grave. And I ask those people who say they pray for me and those who sign petitions to the SLA for my safe release to redirect their energies into opposing the FBI's brutal attempts to murder me and the two men in San Quentin. 262. I no longer fear the SLA, because they are not the ones who want me to die. The SLA want to feed the people and assure the safety and justice for the two men in San Quentin. I realize now it is the FBI who want to murder me. Only the FBI and certain PLE in the government stand to gain anything by my death. She had been captive a month, and it would be nearly another full month before Patricia Hearst would declare herself Tanya. And later still before she would demonstrate her willingness to rob, threaten, and perhaps kill to validate her instant revolution. But already she had changed. This was already a very different girl from the 19-year-old UC Berkeley Jr. who had been kidnapped, the rich, conventionally vague liberal who had been living such a quiet life with her fiancé. What was happening to her? The Tanya transformation was so surprising that many could cope with it only by assuming that there had been no change, that she had been a part of the scheme to begin with, all evidence to the contrary. Her shift of politics was one thing. Liberals forced to confront personally the reality of poverty and injustice might well think differently of reforms that most often are slow and directionless, but there was much more in the rebirth of Tanya. Here was a bright, mentally healthy young woman who in time would be persuaded to declare that she as a member of the ruling class had known all along of a corporate state plot to automate the nation totally and then to remove the expendable excess peoples, that she as a ruling class teenager had been bred to the knowledge of the grand scheme to exterminate millions. And having known about that, she explained, she should have realized that her corporate parents and the corporate state were of course willing to sacrifice her. How was she brought to accept so quickly against all experience and education the political and intellectual depravity of the Symbionese Liberation Army? The chemistry of her conversion was likely a complex formula, and the extent of its success was perhaps a great surprise to the SLA members themselves. But many of the pressures and conditions that fed into the process can be identified, some psychological, some situational, some almost mechanical. Some, such as the improbable middle-aged married lifestyle in which she had encased the vibrant years of her teens, were personal eccentricities, the choice of the girl herself. In the experience of Patty there was much that, by Miss American Pie 263 was peculiar to her: the wealth, the upbringing, the family, the burden of the name Hearst itself that might have bred its own reaction. But the transformation was so extraordinary, and the result so ridiculous, that resentment and rebellion seem inadequate motives. While they might justify rejection of her family and her past, they would not bind her to the SLA. Several months later she would declare her great love for the SLA's Cujo, young Willie Wolfe, but certainly she must have already opened herself to these people before she would allow herself to love one of her captors. In an army rife with militant feminists, it seems unlikely sex would not be used to lure or punish. Patty would be taken only with her consent. Cujo may or may not have rejoined his comrades by the time of the kidnapping, but in any event it is doubtful that it was love at first sight. The groundwork for that love and for the transformation had to be in her gradual acceptance of the SLA's legitimacy, in her political rebirth. Perhaps the most important element in the process, aside from the fact she was a captive, isolated for a prolonged period, was the attitude with which the SLA members approached the girl. The SLA soldiers thought of themselves as pragmatic Maoists, and most were known to have studied intensely the tactics and theory of Chinese communism. From this study they brought certain attitudes and expectations into their relationship with Patty. The Chinese attitude toward class enemies differed markedly from that of the Soviet communists. The Soviets marked huge populations of class enemies for extermination or slave labor, but the Chinese communists concentrated on reforming or re-educating those designated enemies of the people. In practice and theory the stress was on attacking the wrong ideas and salvaging the person for a productive role in society. The concept was developed both out of Chinese tradition and out of the exigencies of the early history of the party. Confronted with a feudal agrarian China, Mao Zedong had adapted classical Marxism by rejecting the insistence of Marx and Lenin that only the urban proletariat, the industrial working class, could be the class agent of the communist revolution. Building his Chinese Communist Party from the rural peasantry, Mao argued that while an individual's polity 264 cal and social behavior was defined by his class origins, these origins do not irrevocably fix political attitudes, and that proper class behavior can be learned and unlearned. In dealing with Patty, then, it can be deduced that the SLA both expected that they could influence or educate Patty into changing her upper-class values and politics, and that they attempted to do so, if only to validate further their own commitment. On the run, the SLA lived collectively, all of them crowded together in small houses or apartments, and it seems likely that Patty was drawn into the re-education process at least partially by being physically present during the confronting consciousness-raising sessions SLA associates said the group constantly held among themselves. Angela, Bill, Emily, Nancy, Willie, most of the SLA, in fact, had also come from improper class origins, and once they made their commitment it was through these intense self-criticism sessions that they tried to refine their consciousness and educate their daily lives to the values and ideology first of Maoist communism and then, among themselves, to the weird amalgam of the SLA philosophy * they were constantly attempting to confront, root out, and destroy the remnants of bourgeois American values within themselves. The impact and intensity of these self-critical study sessions can be extraordinary, particularly when they are by Miss American Pie 265 graded into the daily pattern of life in an isolated, hermetic environment. The SLA set up such an environment within their collective, much as the SDS Weathermen splinter faction had in 1969-70. For Patricia Hearst, captivity was surely a constantly changing, challenging environment, and the debate was always framed within the context of her captivity. She was a prisoner, her life in the hands of her captors to be freed perhaps only when the SLA decided she was politically ready to be freed. With what can be identified as factors in Patty's situation as a captive, the pieces fall together with a striking resemblance to what Americans have come to know and awkwardly misunderstand as the Chinese process of brainwashing. The term refers to the intensive program for reforming recalcitrant individualists and bourgeois class enemies, both Western and Chinese. That was part of Communist China's mass indoctrination program, Sushankai-tseo, which translates as thought reform or ideological remolding. The popular American assumptions about Chinese brainwashing have been misleading, even the word is misleading. A more explicit and appropriate phrase is that used by a team headed by Professor Edgar Schein, of the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, as the title of their 1961 book, Coercive Persuasion, still generally acknowledged as the seminal study of the Chinese thought reform effort. Westerners, in horror of the Orwellian collective, grappled to understand the reports of what was happening in the Chinese prisons in terms of our own cultural assumptions. Americans, in particular, were quick to identify thought reform as the almost mechanical product of exotic scientific techniques, the brute side of the medical and psychological sciences. But the framework in which we sought to understand the inescapable evidence of phenomenal changes in personality and values among prisoners of the Chinese limited our appreciation of the frightening simplicity of the process. Rather than consider the frailty of the individual mind, we looked for a mysteriously powerful tool or technique. In fact, there is more bending than breaking of the victim, and the brainwash image of torture, drugs the days on the 266 treadmill idea is simply inaccurate and inadequate to explain the results, an often drastic and radical transformation of the individual which left the victim grateful and sincerely trying to adapt to the views of his captors. The technique used in Chinese coercive persuasion was evolved not by scientists but by political organizers, and the theory and practice developed not from Pavlovian psychology or the insidious sciences, but rather in the framework of political debate and ideological education within groups. The intensive program that came to be labeled brainwashing entailed constant and fervent political debate within a coercive situation in which the individual was levered with the mass sway of a small peer group. What happened to people was that they were subjected to unusually intense and prolonged persuasion in a situation from which they could not escape, that is, they were coerced into allowing themselves to be persuaded, stated Dr. Schein in his book. Explaining his phrase coercive persuasion, he went on. We are not implying by the choice of this term that the experience of the victim was not painful. What we are trying to underline is that the phenomenon with which we are dealing is a completely understandable one, and that it occurred in people who were not broken or psychotic during or after their imprisonment. By inserting the concept of persuasion, we are further asserting that a genuine clash of beliefs and points of view was involved in many phases of the process. Dr. Schein and his colleagues made in-depth studies of the experiences of American civilians, many of them missionaries, imprisoned by the Chinese Communists between 1950 and 1956. They concluded that persuasion by articulate ideologues within a small persuade peer group, over a lengthy period of isolation, can indeed result in dramatic and sincere political and personal change. No magic, no mystery, simply striking evidence of the delicate balance between man the individual and man the social creature. Coercive persuasion is often associated solely with the Chinese, but the process is not alien to any culture. The Chinese state program provides a clear conceptual model, and because of the politics of the SLA, this may be particularly pertinent to the Hearst case, but the same sort of intensive social conditioning is used in by Miss American Pie 267 milder forms through the mainstream of education and, rarely, in the extreme forms on the political and religious fringe. Just as the hidden persuaders of American advertising stroke repressed urges of greed, narcissism, and guilt, just as effective political rhetoric brings out latent feelings of patriotism, idealism, or arrogant nationalism, effective persuasion, even within a coercive context, plays to the repressed values and ideals in the character of the subject. Any analysis of coercive persuasion must be keyed to the process rather than the content of the persuading ideology. It is the coercive context, the inescapable, challenging presence of the captors, that is central. But it is also necessary to acknowledge the unstable nature of personality and zeitgeist. The universal frailty of ego. Patricia Hearst, the teenage feminist housewife, proud liberal heiress, renegade debutante planning a society-page marriage, had perhaps more contradictions than most. And similar contradictions haunt everyone, young or old. What is identity if not a temporary compromise of purest values, an unconscious balance of conflicting urges, the base and the saintly, the generous and the greedy? Ambivalence is at the core of self. Personal values are defined in compromise, and personal values are further compromised adjusting to the social environment, the real world. The malignant power of coercive persuasion. Apart from the threat and reality of captivity, is in the process of utterly isolating a single individual and then insistently confronting him with aggressive ideologues who are aware enough of the value contradictions to exploit them. Another subtle but important observation on the Chinese experience: the Chinese communists were much more successful converting men who had no experience with the reality of communist society. Others, who had seen the way the Maoist regime actually functioned, who could match the rhetorical idealism of their captors against the social reality of the ideal in practice, were considerably more resilient. The technique of coercive persuasion would seem to be most effective when used in service of a theoretical ideal, a utopian philosophy, an ideology of human possibility, rather than any established social code or state dogma, each with its unavoidably flawed translation of the ideal into social reality. Americans are more than ever aware of the myriad sects and cults that can spring up along the periphery of the mainstream culture. The alienation of the 70s spawned hundreds of small groups in an implosion of mysticism, groups with creeds often bizarre and alien, certainly many with beliefs no less strange than those of the SLA. Virtually all of these groups gather voluntarily, as did the original SLA, but part of the phenomenon is the response to it, and in looking at that response, specifically the widely publicized work of Ted Patrick and his California group, which calls itself the Deprogrammers, one gets another angle on the concept of coercive persuasion. Patrick, a black ultra-conservative who for a time was an aide to California Governor Reagan, hires himself out to deprogram or debrainwash young devotees of odd religious cults. Over the past several years he has drawn considerable media attention and several lawsuits, although he has been generally protected by the authorities. Usually hired by the parents, Patrick and his assistants, mostly young fundamentalist Christians, literally kidnap the cultist and hold him prisoner for several days in some secluded location, goading him to use your mind and reject the false religion. He has successfully deprogrammed several hundred Jesus freaks from dozens of cults, as well as members of non-Christian groups such as Hare Krishna, bringing them to renounce their new faith and reconcile with their parents and family. By Miss American Pie 269. Some of the groups Patrick attacks seem eccentric and exploitive, and the leaders seem to exercise extraordinary control over their followers, hence the widespread public and political support his work has received. But with many groups, judgment is difficult. Have weird beliefs and others completely isolate their followers and dictate a withdrawal from family or social ties. But unquestionably their disciples enter them voluntarily, often fleeing home, personal problems, or just the chaos of the world in general. And certainly if anything is basic to the American ethic, however infringed upon by occasional laws, it is freedom of beliefs, freedom of religion. Yet Patrick and his assistants, and the parents of his clients, have rarely been detained or challenged in court. Local police officers have been overwhelmingly sympathetic. There is widespread public acceptance that there must be something like mind control. Perhaps Charles Manson is the classic model, and the blunt fact is that American law simply has no mechanism for testing such an accusation or taking it into account when trying an alleged criminal who claims to have been brainwashed. Yet Patrick simply has no idea of how or why he achieves the successes he does, reclaiming lost souls for their families and American values. In fact, he might be held up as a testamentary witness to the proposition that neither understanding nor comprehension is a necessary tool for coercive persuasion. Patrick believes that most of the religious cults that have sprung out of the debris of the youth culture are organized and controlled by communist agents from Cuba. Many of his fundamentalist helpers see the cults as satanic creations. Patrick also believes that most of the cult members, particularly in the stranger, more authoritarian groups, are seduced by drugs or hypnotism. It brings up the question of who is programming and who is de-programming, and clearly frames the basic question of whether anyone has any right to do either with coercion. Patrick usually succeeds but often fails. In many cases the cult member is successfully deprogrammed, but weeks or months later runs back to the isolated security of the cult. What Patrick sets up with his helpers, who can often match the cult devotee in scriptural battles. 270. Quote for quote from the King James Version of the Bible is a situation for coercive persuasion. What he produces, the reprogrammed cultist, is invariably a fundamentalist Christian, often a militant Christian soldier eager to enlist in Patrick's private anti-cult crusade. Professor Shine breaks down the process of coercive persuasion into 3 stages, what he calls unfreezing, changing, and refreezing. This is, he explains, a model that is developed from a conventional theory of influence with accepted parallels in all cultures, most obviously in totally enveloping institutions like religious orders, mental hospitals, military basic training institutions that are in the business of influencing self-image or identity. Unfreezing is a process of disassociation, whereby the subject is brought to view his old life and the self that lived it as from a distance, as if dead, defining a psychological and social reality clearly apart from the subject's situation in captivity. The trauma of capture or kidnap, the constant stress, and the enveloping environment, governed by values very different from the pre-captive world of the prisoner, can suffice to unfreeze. Similarly, the novice of a religious order breaks contact with the outside world, giving up usual clothes, comforts, even physical characteristics like hair. The routine of life is fundamentally altered, the old self mortified. The fire and brimstone of the religious revival serves the same function, making the members of the congregation feel their old life so corrupt and sinful that only conversion can restore self-esteem. Even folk wisdom equates isolation with changeful pressure, the disruptive student made to stand alone in the corner, ostracism of social deviance. But a fundamental difference is set up in the coercive context, where the subject has no escape. Where the all-powerful captor has unchecked power to apply pressure or ease it to reward progress. The second stage, changing, is a more delicate process, demanding the subject's willful identification and empathy with someone already committed to the changeful values. Shine suggests 2 models, either an identification with the captor's authority figure or, more likely and easily, identification with a midway figure. Another prisoner, recruit, or novice, almost peer to the captive, but already committed to the new value scheme. The Chinese commonly used group cells, mingling prisoners at different stages of conversion and punishing or rewarding the whole cell for the progress of the group. Cultural parallels for the peer model are numerous, the big brother or buddy system used in the military, in schools, for new employees in many corporations. In Alcoholics Anonymous, the key change agent is the person assigned to be responsible for and closest to the new member. Yet again, the coercive context brings in a magnitude of difference when the captor has unfettered power to increase or lessen punishment, stress, or discomfort according to whether he is pleased or displeased. The importance of Stage 3, refreezing, reinforcing new values and roles, is implicitly or explicitly acknowledged by all institutions of influence. Mental hospitals and prisons both consider transition and follow-up system integral parts of their rehabilitation programs and blame negative socialization for their recidivists. Religious groups reinforce their clerics' self-images with elaborate ritual as well as the role expectations of the flock. Medical doctors have taxable evidence of the social support that reinforces the uncommonly intrusive personal manner they are taught in medical school. The key here is the ritualization of a new role. What is learned, in school, for instance, is often forgotten unless used in daily life. Ted Patrick urges all of his newly deprogrammed converts to become active members in a religious church or group, and sadly admits that only those who do find this sort of reinforcement keep the faith. Those who don't, he said, often fall back to the cults. Ted Patrick's career has hinted to some of a terror fiction possibility, a Dial A personality service for troubled parents, but nothing here is so simple. Patrick's subjects are persuaded, not mechanically transformed. Patrick can only deflect them from one ideology of religious idealism to another of equal or greater commitment. And the range within which he can redirect his subject is limited by the subject's prior assumptions, the victim's unstated assumptions of what is true or might be true. The end result of coercive persuasion is but a variant of the victim's original beliefs, an often startling change, but still only a juggled version of previously held values. The process of coercive persuasion is value-free, merely a vehicle. The essence of the coercive context is in the situation rather. 272. Than in any sophisticated technique, which is why the deprogrammers, and probably the SLA, could use it even ignorant of the mechanics. But the receptivity of the victim is dependent on his or her predisposition to see the social realities sympathetically, through the eyes of the captors. Fundamentally, it is a question of guilt and, to a lesser extent, of philosophical depth. The pertinent questions in the Hearst case: was Patricia Hearst, to begin with, a liberal, sympathetic to a radical perspective on social injustice? Did she feel guilty about her wealth? Her upper-class status? Her family history? Her personal life pattern? Her sense of guilt could have become the foundation for her new revolutionary perspective. If, on the other hand, she had absolute contempt for the SLA and their radical point of view from the beginning, conversion would be highly unlikely. And the time factor? Patrick works in days, but his subjects are already one step removed from the enculturated value scheme. 2 months of pressure in captivity, said Dr. Shine, is more than enough time to produce enormous and dramatic changes in personality and political attitude. The process of coercive persuasion is an override of what we are accustomed to thinking of as free will, but for the victim it may not seem that way. Consciously the victim finds herself bowing to a powerful, uncompromising argument, often not realizing that the coercive context has undermined her ability to apply freely her powers of reasoning. It may have been in the same way that Patty Hearst, in Becoming Tanya, was brought retroactively to reinterpret her past motives and her past experience, even to the point of giving them such sad and inane twists. The studies of coercive persuasion clearly indicate that the mind bows to this sort of override of enculturated values only temporarily, although this is not to say that the process did not have a deep and lasting impact on both the personalities and politics of the victims. American missionaries who had been processed through the Chinese Communists' thought reform reverted to much of their original values and perspective rather quickly after they were freed. They had to readjust, in order to deal with the pervasive standards and values of the bourgeois Western experience. For the transformation to be maintained firmly, according to the experts, it seems that the individual must be kept within a reinforcing environment. There is, however, another way of securing the transformed persona, the most obvious, by making it impossible for the victim to revert. Korean war POWs, for instance, were pushed to make anti-American propaganda statements or false war crimes confessions, and then the Chinese would use the predictable American denunciation of the traitor as another lever on the captive. The effect was to force the captive to burn his bridges behind him and then make sure he realized he had done just that. If Patty Hearst went through some equivalent of the coercive persuasion process, then her Tanya declaration and the later bank robbery could have had similar purposes. The SLA collective would have become her reinforcing environment, and she was never let out of it. But the declaration and the robbery, and the public hue and cry that rose after those acts, created a past for her new personality and set up barriers against a retreat into her old persona. The way back blocked, she could then only increase her commitment to and investment in her new self. Simply put, the young woman may have had two conflicting identities, Patty versus Tanya, and as the first became impossible to return to, the second would have become more firmly planted, more real. 274. After the Tanya tape, public and police sentiment turned against Patty very quickly and with surprising bitterness, almost as if in retribution for the worry and wasted sympathy she had cost them. The Hearst family, fully aware of the impact of this shift on Patty's options if indeed she had been brainwashed, vainly tried to block the resentful backlash in public opinion, begging that it be remembered that this girl had been forcibly kidnapped and subjected to God knows what, stepping up a media campaign to push an ever more innocent and pure image of the pre-kidnapping Patty. Even the local FBI seemed to be conscious of the danger of reinforcing the Tanya persona. After she had participated in the armed robbery, they selectively revealed evidence in order to suggest more strongly that she had been somehow coerced and charged her only as a material witness. But the public would have little of it. To talk of brainwashing, as the Hearsts did constantly, was to disclaim for Patty individual responsibility for her actions, and Americans put great stock in assigning personal responsibility and blame. The voluble Attorney General Saxby evidently could not resist another hip shot on the case, declaring from Washington that as far as he was concerned, Patricia was nothing more than a common criminal. But clearly, whatever Tanya Hearst was or will become, she is much more than a merely common criminal. 2 years later, after the arrest, trial, and conviction of Patricia Hearst for bank robbery, there would be considerably less public resistance to the idea of something like brainwashing. But then, 2 years later, the bewildered public had watched Patricia Hearst appear transformed and retransformed and retransformed again. The study of this young woman's shifting persona had become a bizarre and Byzantine popular science. Yet there was no science that could synthesize the Patty personalities. There is no logic of uncompromised clarity that defines psychological reality, no cause and effect formulas, no sum that is the subtotal of subjective experience. Between her kidnap and conviction there were not one, or two, but at least a half-dozen different voices of Patricia Hearst that had been heard. There were 3 public images, each widely promoted yet of startling contrast: the pre-kidnap Patty, then Tanya, terrorist revolutionary and slot oracle. By Miss American Pie 275, and then the Patricia Hearst on trial, who had gone into jail after her arrest giving the clenched fist revolutionary salute, and then, after 5 months of isolation with family lawyers and psychiatrists, took the stand in her own defense to claim that she detested and feared her former SLA comrades and was certainly not a revolutionary. She had been forced to become Tanya, she said, and had stayed hidden with the Harrises underground plotting the revolution and acting fully the role of the terrorist outlaw, not because she had been converted, not because she ever believed in the SLA, but simply because she had been so utterly terrorized that she had become a zombie whose actions she could not now understand. It was not hard to surmise that both Tanya and Hearst on trial were governed images, each engineered by others than Patty to meet their own needs and those they thought in Patty's best interests. Tanya was an SLA mouthpiece, and for the Hearst trial, yet another Patty persona had been coached to describe her experience in the appropriate and specific terms of her peculiar legal defense. Yet the private Patty voices Patty as she explained herself to those few she trusted at each stage must have been increasingly less certain, more bewildered, more reflective of the plight and confusion of a young woman struggling with a psychological history that could fit the design of a new pinball machine. There was no continuity among the public images, and only little more in the reports of Patty's private view of her own evolution, although here it was possible to identify an intermediate stage of Patty moving out of the SLA's Tanya role, Patty as a revolutionary feminist, part of a breakaway faction of the SLA just prior to her September 1975, arrest. Whatever the relevance or partial relevance of the theory of coercive persuasion to Patty's